Chapter 899, 5, Widespread Fame. Deep and constantly exuding gray misty airflows, an irregular crack silently spans across the sky. Even after observing and comprehending for 500 years, Lin Yuan was still somewhat obsessed. The rule fluctuations that manifested from the depths of the crack were extremely obscure, yet they allowed him to constantly gain insights. 500 years have passed, I've devoted half of my energy to comprehending the spatio-temporal fusion rule, and now I have finally reached the pinnacle of the sixth realm. Lin Yuan felt emotional. Without this A-grade cave dwelling, it would have taken me 5 to 10 times longer to reach the pinnacle of the sixth realm. Before his 11th traversal, Lin Yuan's comprehension of time and space was at the mid-stage of the sixth realm, followed by the late stage of the sixth realm, and the pinnacle of the sixth realm. Lin Yuan was confident that within 2 to 5,000 years, reaching the pinnacle of the sixth realm was unprecedented. Those at the 12th layer in the main universe spent billions of years and still found it difficult to advance further in the spatio-temporal fusion rule, even from the mid to the late stage. And this was based on the premise that they existed at the edge of the river of time, at the essence of life. Lin Yuan was fundamentally an 11th tier being. Without against heaven's understanding, he probably couldn't even step through the doors of the sixth realm. But now, having spent only 500 years, he completed the journey that could take 2 to 5,000 years in the main universe, which uplifted Lin Yuan's spirits. This time through the traversal, Lin Yuan had only a little over 2,000 years of stay. It would be somewhat wasteful if he could only elevate his understanding of spacetime to the pinnacle of the sixth realm. The seventh realm of time and space. Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. After reaching the pinnacle of the sixth realm, the only path before him was the seventh realm. According to the information left by the Xianhuang and the Moyu Tower Master, understanding the seventh realm of space and time required at least the pinnacle of path-opening stage. Here it says, at least, many who are at the pinnacle of the path-opening stage still remain at the pinnacle of the sixth realm in their comprehension of the spatio-temporal fusion rule. If I can reach the seventh realm, in the field of spatio-temporal fusion rule, I can completely surpass those 12th-tier ultimates of the main universe. Even if I am still at the 11th tier, I can easily protect myself. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Just like in the Xianhuang secret realm, which itself is not of a high level, those strongest 11th tier figures wielding clan suppression weapons can easily break through the secret realm if they are within it. But the Xianhuang secret realm, merged into the deepest part of spacetime of the main universe, the power of 12th tier ultimates can easily destroy the Xianhuang secret realm, but unfortunately, they cannot lock onto its exact location. Unable to find the coordinates of the Xianhuang secret realm, strong as the 12th tier ultimates are, they can do nothing unless they possess the power to destroy the entire universe. Otherwise, they can only watch helplessly as the Xianhuang secret realm opens and closes repeatedly. If Lin Yuan could comprehend the seventh realm of time and space, it would be the same. Perhaps in absolute power, he is still far inferior to those 12th tier ultimates. But with the comprehension of the seventh realm of spacetime, Lin Yuan can easily make it so that those 12th tier ultimates cannot find his true form. I can feel that, to step from the pinnacle of the sixth realm into the seventh realm, I need to overcome many bottlenecks and shackles. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. There is still 1,500 years of residence time, there's no need to rush. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts. Unfortunately, so far, there is still no direction in the chaos rule. Over the past 500 years, Lin Yuan devoted the other half of his spirit and energy to other aspects, such as perfecting the 11th tier of martial Tao, understanding many pillar-level fusion rules, exploring the chaos rule, and so on. The origin of the immortal realm. Lin Yuan looked again at the irregular crack above the sky. But this time Lin Yuan observed not just the rule fluctuations emanating from it, but the irregular crack itself. The irregular crack is connected to the origin of the immortal realm, hence the significant rule fluctuations manifested. Other Jade Immortals, when contemplating the irregular crack, will only feel the oppressive force of heaven and earth leaking from inside, daring not to harbor other thoughts, nor being able to. The origin of the immortal realm, even forcefully penetrated by the ancestor of the immortal path to establish a channel, the contemplating jade immortals cannot deeply feel anything. But Lin Yuan is different. With his understanding of the spatio-temporal fusion rule reaching the pinnacle of the sixth realm, Lin Yuan's gaze has vaguely transcended the irregular crack, peering towards the vast primordial lands at the deepest part of the immortal realm. Just by contemplating the rule fluctuations emanating from the origin land, it has greatly benefited my understanding of the rules. If I could directly enter the origin land to cultivate and comprehend, then. Lin Yuan was suddenly moved. Any world's origin land is the absolute core, where one can observe the most fundamental aspects of a world. The level of the immortal realm barely coincides with the main universe. If he could observe the most fundamental aspects of the immortal realm, it would definitely bring unimaginable benefits to the understanding of many rules. But the origin land of the immortal realm has long been occupied by the ancestor of the immortal path. Lin Yuan looked far and deep, sensing the presence of the ancestor of the immortal path right in the origin land. The ancestor of the immortal path being able to establish a channel to the outside world naturally means he can enter the origin land. Given the rich cultivation environment of the origin land, the ancestor of the immortal path, if not a fool, would definitely reside there permanently. Lin Yuan's current strength could forcibly enter the origin land, but would definitely be detected by the ancestor of the immortal path. In that case, Lin Yuan would be exposed under the gaze of the ancestor of the immortal path. Chapter 905, Widespread Fame. After 500 years, Lin Yuan had greatly improved in all aspects of strength, but was still unable to contend with a 12th-layer ultimate being. Especially given that the body he had upon arriving in the immortal realm paled in comparison to the one meticulously crafted in the main universe. As long as I can comprehend the seventh realm of time and space, even under the watchful eye of the ancestral master, I won't be discovered, let alone when entering the primordial lands. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The seventh realm of time and space would at the very least ensure that Lin Yuan remains undefeated in the path-splitting realm. The power of the ancestor of the immortal path is indeed of 12th-layer ultimate, but definitely would not exceed the scope of the path-splitting realm. Martial Tao's first-tier chapter is mostly perfected. Words appeared before Lin Yuan, precisely the details of Martial Tao's first-tier chapter. Perfecting Martial Tao's first-tier chapter is not only about helping Lin Yuan establish an evolution pathway for Martial Tao to spread externally, but is also a repeated review and affirmation of his own path. Only with a thorough understanding and mastery of oneself can one continue to advance. With a solid foundation, the future is boundlessly promising. Now, I can send out avatars to spread the evolution pathway of Martial Tao on a small scale. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The vast and boundless immortal realm, with countless living beings, is not a place Lin Yuan would neglect as a ground for propagation. As for whether he would be detected by the ancestor of the immortal path, Lin Yuan is only spreading on a small scale. In fact, in the vast immortal realm, there are also other cultivation systems besides the immortal cultivation system, but they are far from being comparable to the mainstream immortal path. As long as the evolution pathway of Martial Tao doesn't appear too distinctive and eye-catching, let alone attracting the attention of the ancestral master, even the Jade Immortals wouldn't pay heed. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan left an avatar to continue comprehending the irregular fissures that connect to the primordial lands, while his true form disappeared on the spot. The Grade A cave dwelling, as the top cultivation dwelling in Kangwu Immortal City, is divided into many areas, and the place Lin Yuan usually secludes himself to comprehend the irregular fissures is merely his cultivation area. Apart from the cultivation area, there are many other zones, such as the visitor area, rest area, and so on. Lin Yuan's form appeared out of thin air on the Grand Hall's throne. Master. A figure below immediately bowed deeply with utmost respect towards Lin Yuan. This figure was none other than Yunjinzi, the consciousness within the purple jade slip that the original Gao Wuyo acquired as a chance of becoming a jade immortal. Yunjinzi perished in a great war between immortals and demons nearly 10 million years ago, leaving behind a method for resurrection, which was activated when Lin Yuan inspected the jade slip, with the intention of seizing Lin Yuan's body. The outcome was obviously clear. Yun Junzi was easily suppressed by Lin Yuan, who then borrowed his identity to take over this grade A cave dwelling. As Lin Yuan needed to constantly maintain the identity of Yun Junzi, he did not eradicate Yun Junzi's consciousness completely. Instead, it was repurposed, helping Yun Junzi reconstruct his body and serving him. Yun Junzi was originally an experienced Jade Immortal. With Lin Yuan holding his life in his hands, the only way he could continue to live was to obey Lin Yuan's commands without question. Over the past 500 years, Lin Yuan spent most of his time in seclusion. During this period, all other trivial matters were handled by Yun Junzi. For example, purchasing various cultivation resources. The resources Yun Junzi prepared for his own cultivation had been exhausted by Lin Yuan more than 400 years ago. To continue obtaining resources for cultivation, one must trade and purchase from the outside world, which of course Lin Yuan was too lazy to do, all being handled by Yun Junzi. What has happened during this time? Lin Yuan asked casually. Among the many tasks assigned to Yun Junzi was to keep track of significant events that occurred in the immortal realm. Master, Yun Junzi immediately reported the numerous pieces of intelligence he had gathered. The manifestations of the demon abyss have become more frequent. It seems a new war between immortals and demons is about to begin, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Every few million or tens of millions of years, the consciousness of the ancestor of the demon abyss would partially awaken, causing the demons deep within the demon abyss to stir restlessly, invading the immortal realm indiscriminately. This was the origin of the great wars between immortals and demons. That must be it. Kangwu Immortal City and other immortal cities as well as some powers are all making preparations for the war between immortals and demons, Yun Junzi said in a low voice. He himself had fallen in the last great war between immortals and demons, and thus paid great attention to such wars that affected the entire immortal realm. With each war between immortals and demons, countless immortals perished, and even Jade Immortals are not spared. If someone as powerful as Yun Junzi could fall, it goes without saying for those ordinary Jade Immortals. Master, a few days ago, representatives from the Nine Dragons Commerce Association requested to see you, hoping that you could refine a batch of 9 Revolutions golden pills for them, said Yun Junzi. 9 Revolutions golden pills. Lin Yuan stroked his chin. The 9 Revolutions golden pill is a peerless life-saving immortal pill. For those at the golden immortal level, no matter the injury, as long as the true spirit still exists, consuming 9 Revolutions golden pill can lead to instantaneous healing. Even Jade Immortals, upon consuming a 9 Revolutions golden pill, can heal most injuries. For any force, the 9 Revolutions golden pill is a strategic immortal pill, especially on the eve of the looming immortal demon war. It is of paramount importance. After 500 years of secluded cultivation, Lin Yuan consumed an untold number of cultivation resources. And where did these cultivation resources come from? Looting. The amount of cultivation resources Lin Yuan needed was enormous, relying on looting. Once or twice might not pose a problem. But if done frequently, it would inevitably induce panic among all the Jade Immortals and consequently attract the attention of the ancestor of the immortal path. Before possessing the strength to fearlessly face obstructions, Lin Yuan wouldn't engage in such high-profile activities. Therefore, the way to obtain resources was through trading with other Jade Immortals or forces. Within the immortal realm, immortal pills are undoubtedly the hard currency. From the common folks to the Jade Immortals, whether for cultivation or other uses, all are inseparable from immortal pills. Furthermore, since Yun Junzi himself was quite skilled in the alchemy technique, Lin Yuan dedicated time to learn the art of alchemy. The essence of the alchemy technique is the control over various subtle medicinal forces, and with Lin Yuan's mind and will reaching into the 12th layer, he was virtually a born alchemy master. Additionally, with his against heaven's understanding, after merely studying for a few days, Lin Yuan's alchemy prowess had already surpassed Yun Junzi, the alchemy master. Therefore, when not cultivating, Lin Yuan had Yun Junzi sell some of the immortal pills he had refined. With Lin Yuan's mental control over subtle medicinal forces, both the quality and success rate of the pills were incredibly high. It was by continuously refining and selling immortal pills that Lin Yuan supported his tremendous consumption of resources over 500 years of cultivation. For Lin Yuan, refining a rare immortal pill could almost result in a profit tens or hundreds of times the cost. This was far more efficient than looting or plundering. And there was no risk at all. Over the centuries, most of Lin Yuan's immortal pills were sold covertly. Only a few dozen times were they sold openly, and even so, they built Lin Yuan's reputation as an alchemy master. Refine a batch of 9 revolutions golden pills. How much is the 9 Dragons Commerce Association willing to pay? Lin Yuan asked with interest. As a strategic pill with high difficulty in refinement and several exceedingly rare main ingredients required, none of that is Lin Yuan's concern. Since the 9 Dragons Commerce Association planned to have Lin Yuan refine a batch of 9 revolutions immortal pills, they would have surely prepared the materials. As for the difficulty of refinement, it was trivial for Lin Yuan. What mattered was whether the 9 Dragons Commerce Association could afford the price. The Jade Immortal from the 9 Dragons Commerce Association wishes to discuss the compensation with the Master personally, said Yun Jinzi immediately. The 9 Dragons Commerce Association, being a Jade Immortal level force with 9 Jade Immortals of the Dragon Clan at its helm, is quite famous across the 33 immortal domains. All right, let him come to see me, Lin Yuan nodded and said. Yes. Yun Jinzi immediately began to arrange a meeting with the Jade Immortal from the 9 Dragons Commerce Association. In no time at all, an imposing man wearing a golden scale robe and with blue horns on his forehead appeared outside the cave dwelling. Greetings to Master Yun Jinzi, said the Jade Immortal from the 9 Dragons Commerce Association, quite politely. Although in recent centuries, Lin Yuan's public sales of immortal pills have been few and far between. However, every single pill sold has been of high quality, and the outside world believes that Yun Jinzi has the ability to refine 9 revolutions golden pills. Azure Dragon Sect Master, Lin Yuan said. The 9 Dragons Commerce Association has 9 Dragon Clan Jade Immortal Sect Masters, and the one standing before him is the Azure Dragon Sect Master. Among the 9 Jade Immortal Sect Masters, Azure Dragon Sect Master's strength could rank within the top 3, and his actions externally are extremely domineering. Chapter 901, 6 Trading. The Sect Master wants me to refine a batch of 9 revolutions golden pills. What remuneration does he plan to offer? Lin Yuan asked directly, without beating around the bush. The Azure Dragon Sect Master is surprised that Master Yun Jinzi is not asking first about the specific number of 9 revolutions golden pills to be refined. The Azure Dragon Sect Master slightly startled. I prefer to ask about the remuneration first, that way I am motivated to refine the medicine. Lin Yuan said with a smile. In fact, as long as the Azure Dragon Sect Master could gather the materials for the 9 revolutions golden pills, Lin Yuan could refine any number of them. That's the case, our association intends to hire Master Yun Jinzi to refine 29 revolutions golden pills. As for the remuneration, how about 1 million top-grade immortal crystals? The Azure Dragon Sect Master pondered for a moment before speaking. 1 million top-grade immortal crystals was a colossal amount, equivalent to 10 times the wealth of an ordinary Jade Immortal. 500 years ago, Lin Yuan obtained the many resources prepared by Yun Jinzi for his revival, which together amounted to at most 100,000 top-grade immortal crystals. 1 million top-grade immortal crystals. Lin Yuan took an extra look at the Azure Dragon Sect Master. It seems the Sect Master doesn't have much sincerity. If this were tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years ago, refining 29 revolutions golden pills for a remuneration of 1 million top-grade immortal crystals would indeed be a fair price. But now, the Celestial Demon War was about to start, and the value of various resources such as immortal pills was skyrocketing, especially strategic immortal pills like the 9 revolutions golden pill. How much does Master Yun Jinzi intend to ask for? The Azure Dragon Sect Master asked. 10 million top-grade immortal crystals. Lin Yuan said outright. 10 million. The Azure Dragon Sect Master's expression soured. The Nine Dragons Commerce Association was big and wealthy enough to afford 10 million top-grade immortal crystals, but for the remuneration for refining 9 revolutions golden pills. Or, the Nine Dragons Commerce Association could give me a piece of celestial source, which could also offset the remuneration for this batch of 9 revolutions golden pills. Lin Yuan suddenly said. Celestial source, coming from the origin of the immortal realm, was said to be greatly beneficial for the comprehension of laws. However, only the ancestor of the immortal path and disciples under the ancestral master were allowed into the primordial lands, and celestial source was extremely scarce outside of those lands. For the past 500 years, whether overtly or covertly, Lin Yuan had not obtained even a single piece of celestial source. This was a good opportunity while helping the Nine Dragons Commerce Association refine the 9 Revolutions immortal pill, to see if he could secure a piece. The Nine Dragons Commerce Association had significant influence in the 33 immortal domains. They should possess the means to acquire celestial source. A piece of celestial source? The Azure Dragon Sect Master said, Master Yunjinzi should be aware of the value of celestial source. It's too scarce, impossible to measure with immortal crystals. The 9 revolutions golden pills I refine should be worth a piece of celestial source. Lin Yuan spoke up. I can't give celestial source, said the Azure Dragon Sect Master as he stood up. It seems we cannot cooperate with Master Yunjinzi. The Nine Dragons Commerce Association could offer celestial source, but the Azure Dragon Sect Master did not think the remuneration for Yunjinzi's batch of 9 revolutions golden pills was worth it. It doesn't matter. We may cooperate in the future. Lin Yuan watched the Azure Dragon Sect Master leave. In another cave mansion in Kangwu Immortal City, the figure of the Azure Dragon Sect Master appeared. How is it? How did the negotiation with Master Yunjinzi go? A white-haired elder beside him asked. He was also a Jade Immortal, the one who introduced Yunjinzi to the Azure Dragon Sect Master. It didn't work out, the Azure Dragon Sect Master frowned, that Yunjinzi asked for 10 million immortal crystals, or a piece of celestial source. 10 million immortal crystals. The white-haired elder considered, it's indeed a bit high, but given the current situation, you also understand, the celestial demon war is approaching. It's normal for the remuneration for refining such immortal pills as 9 revolutions golden pills to increase. But 10 million immortal crystals is still too high. With those, I can completely hire those top-tier alchemy masters. The last time before the celestial demon war, Yunjinzi's alchemy abilities were just so, the Azure Dragon Sect Master said. In recent hundreds of years, he indeed refined a batch of fairly good quality immortal pills, but that's a recent thing. How can he compare with those top-tier alchemy masters? The medicinal pills refined by alchemy masters involve randomness, more a matter of luck and state. Perhaps he's in good form now, hence the quality of the immortal pills is also good, whereas those top-tier alchemy masters can maintain such form consistently. In the Azure Dragon Sect Master's view, Yunjinzi is merely in good form recently. It's uncertain if he would be able to even form pills when refining 9 revolutions golden pills if his state worsens. If an alchemy master fails in alchemy, they need not take on the loss of materials, meaning the Nine Dragons Commerce Association would swallow the loss themselves. Under such circumstances, the Azure Dragon Sect Master naturally was not willing to commit too much on Yunjinzi. I originally thought this Yunjinzi, being new to alchemy mastery, would be more humble. But turns out he's quite greedy too, the Azure Dragon Sect Master said with an icy gaze. These alchemy masters, taking advantage of the impending celestial demon war, are arbitrarily raising their remuneration. They all deserve to die. A strange feeling arose in the heart of the white-haired elder beside him. Wasn't the Nine Dragons Commerce Association doing the same thing? Eagerly earning war wealth as the celestial demon war approached. The Azure Dragon Sect Master not agreeing to the conditions did not bother Lin Yuan too much. As his reputation as an alchemy master spread, there were often forces or powerful Jade Immortals requesting him to refine immortal pills. He did not care much about cooperation with the Nine Dragons Commerce Association. It seems celestial source is really hard to come by. Lin Yuan sighed. From the attitude of the Azure Dragon Sect Master, Lin Yuan could tell that the value of a piece of celestial source was far above 10 million immortal crystals. At least faced with a remuneration of 10 million immortal crystals, the Azure Dragon Sect Master showed contemplation, but celestial source. Lin Yuan saw that the other party never even considered it. Could it be that obtaining celestial source can only be done through plunder? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan did not wish to do so, it would create too much noise. Currently, Lin Yuan had yet to grow to the strength where he could be invincible in the immortal realm, preferring to remain low profile. Just as Lin Yuan was pondering, his expression shifted ever so slightly. Master. Yunjinzi appeared, the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall is looking for you. Flying Immortal Hall is an important part of Kangwu Immortal City, responsible for the cave mansion area, and its Hall Master is one of the magnates of the Immortal City, second only to the few people in high position below the City Lord. What's more important is that compared to a Jade Immortal level power like the Nine Dragons Commerce Association, Flying Immortal Hall is under the jurisdiction of Kangwu Immortal City, which was founded by the ancestor of the Immortal Path. The power behind the Nine Dragons Commerce Association is the Nine Dragon Clan Jade Immortals, while the power behind Kangwu Immortal City is the ancestor of the Immortal Path. Swoosh! Quickly. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall appeared before Lin Yuan. Master Yunjinzi. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall smiled as he looked at Lin Yuan. Hall Master. Lin Yuan nodded. His attitude toward the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall was somewhat better than toward the Azure Dragon Sect Master of Nine Dragons Commerce Association. After all, the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall is a magnate of Kangwu Immortal City, where Lin Yuan is now residing. He has to show some courtesy. Did you come to an agreement with the Azure Dragon Sect Master recently about cooperation? The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall asked. Before visiting Lin Yuan, the Azure Dragon Sect Master had made numerous inquiries about Master Yunjinzi's information. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall was also aware of it. No agreement was reached. Lin Yuan shook his head. Ha 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 ha, the Azure Dragon Sect Master is a bossy person. I suppose he's unwilling to suffer a loss. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall chuckled. It's probably because he didn't look favorably upon me. Lin Yuan said. Given Master Yunjinzi's alchemy accomplishments, I can only say that the Azure Dragon Sect Master is short-sighted. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall smiled. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall pondered for a moment, then continued, since Master Yunjinzi didn't reach an agreement with the Azure Dragon Sect Master, why not cooperate with us at Kangwu Immortal City instead? Cooperate with you? Lin Yuan glanced at the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall, unsurprised. Given the status of the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall, coming here specially to visit him surely meant needing something. What do you need me to refine? Lin Yuan asked. Like the Azure Dragon Sect Master, it's a batch of 9 revolutions golden pills. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall said. As a strategic immortal pill, not only is it incredibly important to the Nine Dragons Commerce Association, but also to Kangwu Immortal City as well. With the imminent war between immortals and demons approaching, Kangwu Immortal City is under tremendous pressure. At this moment, one more 9 revolutions golden pill could potentially restore a Jade Immortal's full combat capabilities. How many 9 revolutions golden pills? Lin Yuan asked. For now, we temporarily need 50 pills. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall stated. 50 pills, Lin Yuan pondered, what kind of compensation does the Hall Master intend to offer? The Azure Dragon Sect Master told me that Master Yunjinzi needs, immortal source. Therefore, for 59 revolutions golden pills, I'm willing to offer 3 portions of immortal source as compensation. 3 portions of immortal source. Lin Yuan was mildly surprised. The value of immortal source, as evident from the attitude of the Azure Dragon Sect Master, could be inferred. The Azure Dragon sect master never even considered trading Immortal Source with Lin Yuan. Even if their cooperation could go through, it would definitely be compensated with tens of millions of immortal crystals. Immortal crystals can be earned. But Immortal Source is not always obtainable. Is the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall actively offering Immortal Source as compensation? Lin Yuan didn't believe that the Hall Master couldn't come up with tens of millions of top-grade immortal crystals. I am very confident in Master Yun Jinzi's alchemy mastery, and our future cooperation will be plentiful. I just hope that Master will not refuse us in the future. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall spoke. Hearing these words, Lin Yuan immediately understood the Hall Master's intentions. The offering of 3 portions of Immortal Source wasn't just for this cooperation, but for potential future cooperation as well. Does the Hall Master hold me in such high regard? Lin Yuan said with a smile. I simply trust Master Yun Jinzi. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall stated, if the Master agrees, I will apply for the Immortal Source. At most, it will be delivered in half a month. No problem. Lin Yuan nodded. With the Immortal Source being voluntarily offered, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't refuse. Somewhere within a mysterious space in Flying Immortal Hall, the Hall Master's form appeared, immediately beginning the application for the transfer of Immortal Source. Hall Master, you're using 3 portions of Immortal Source just for the compensation of Master Yun Jinzi to refine 59 Revolutions golden pills. A shadowy figure emerged beside him, incredulously asking. Immortal Source is incredibly precious, and 3 portions of Immortal Source are almost impossible to buy even with 100 million top-grade Immortal Crystals. Mainly because there are no channels to purchase Immortal Source. Even with the impending war of immortals and demons, using 3 portions of Immortal Source to refine 59 Revolutions golden pills was inconceivable. Even those top-tier alchemy masters would not dare ask for this price. Do you think, Master Yun Jinzi is just an ordinary alchemy master? The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall glanced at the shadow. Ah! The shadow expressed shock. If he's not an ordinary alchemy master, then what kind of alchemy master is he? You don't understand. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall shook his head, using 3 portions of Immortal Source to secure Master Yun Jinzi's future collaborations with our Kangwu Immortal City is in no way a losing deal. Forget it, you may leave. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall said no more. Yes. With a heart full of questions, the shadow could only retreat. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall sat alone, thinking. In the past 400 or 500 years, the quantity of high-quality immortal pills in Kangwu Immortal City has greatly increased. Even the top-tier alchemy masters would find it impossible to continuously refine so many high-quality immortal pills. And Yun Jinzi moved into the city's cave mansion 500 years ago. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall's gaze was profound. Chapter 902, 7 The Sixth Physical Body Divine Ability. Inside the A-grade cave mansion. Master, the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall requests you to refine 59 Revolutions golden pills. And is willing to pay with 3 shares of Immortal Sources as compensation. Below, Yun Jinzi asked cautiously. As the housekeeper of this cave mansion, he handled many trifling matters. Most things, Lin Yuan would not keep from Yun Jinzi. That's right. Lin Yuan nodded. His mood was quite pleasant. He had originally thought that it would be a while before he had any dealing with immortal sources, unreachable through conventional means. But the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall, to actually take the initiative to use immortal sources as compensation. This indeed spared Lin Yuan a lot of trouble, at least there was no need for him to act personally. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall. Yun Jinzi thought for a moment and couldn't help saying, Master, it is said that the Azure Dragon sect master of the 9 Dragons Commerce Association is overbearing in his actions, but in truth, in terms of being overbearing, the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall goes even further. In front of the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall, not one of the 9 Jade Immortal Sect Masters of the 9 Dragons Commerce Association dares to act rashly. Having said this, Yunjinzi continued to ponder for a while before saying, this time, the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall, by half selling and half giving, brought out 3 shares of immortal sources as compensation. Master still needs to be a little careful. Logically speaking, refining 59 revolutions golden pills doesn't warrant compensation with 3 shares of immortal sources, especially when the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall personally comes to the door. But such an incident has occurred, which makes Yunjinzi faintly sense that something is not quite right. Be careful. Lin Yuan was calm in his heart. If you talk about 500 years ago, when his consciousness had just arrived in the immortal realm, facing the colossal Kangwu immortal city, he needed to be cautious and prudent. But now, in front of Lin Yuan, almost the entire Kangwu immortal city appeared as fragile as thin paper. Even if the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall were to scheme against Lin Yuan, it would be meaningless in front of absolute strength. Moreover, before the 3 shares of immortal sources arrived in his hands, Lin Yuan would not hand over the refined 9 revolutions golden pills. The initiative all lies with him. Not long after the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall left, a golden immortal from the Kangwu immortal city delivered a large batch of resources, which were the main and auxiliary materials for refining the 9 revolutions golden pill. The reason why the 9 revolutions golden pill is so rare is twofold. One is that some of the main materials are scarce, and the other is that the difficulty of refining is great. As a result, there are almost no 9 revolutions golden pills circulated on the market. Whenever alchemy masters refine a 9 revolutions golden pill, either they keep it for themselves or sell it immediately. Let's begin the refining. Lin Yuan glanced at the main and auxiliary materials and decided to make it a quick battle. Other alchemy masters, even the most top-tier ones, would need to sit in meditation for at least several months to adjust their state to perfection if they wanted to start refining immortal pills at the level of the 9 revolutions golden pill. But Lin Yuan doesn't need to go through such trouble. The intensity of his 12th layer mental will allow his alchemy to proceed smoothly. Time passed. 1 month later. Inside the cave mansion, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, and in front of him, the pill furnace rotated, with fragrance wafting around. An ordinary mortal taking a single breath of it could extend their lifespan by hundreds of thousands of years. The 9 revolutions golden pill, which can instantaneously cure all injuries at the golden immortal level, contains an immense vitality force that one can imagine. Almost done. Lin Yuan took a look and nodded slightly. In fact, refining this batch of 9 revolutions golden pills was just one of the avatars he had split off. His true body and 2 great primordial spirits continued to comprehend many laws. Next, it's time to endure the heavenly tribulation. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Why is it called 9 revolutions? It is because to become a pill, it needs to go through 9 heavenly tribulations. With the endless destructive vitality in the heavenly tribulation, the pill can complete the final step of becoming a pill. And the most difficult part of refining the 9 revolutions golden pill lies in the heavenly tribulation. To pass through 9 heavenly tribulations places extremely high demands on the immortal pill itself. The vast majority of 9 revolutions golden pills are destroyed under the heavenly tribulation, because the various medicinal forces inside the immortal pill have not perfectly fused, unable to withstand the heavenly tribulation. Every day, a large number of immortals enter and leave Kangwu immortal city, mostly at the Transcendence Tribulation stage and the Mahayana realm, with the occasional traces of golden immortals. Compared to the huge number of immortals, the number of golden immortals is quite scarce, and as for Jade immortals. Jade immortals basically reside in the A-grade cave mansion area. They only need to approach the immortal city within a certain range to directly enter the cave mansions with their cave-dwelling Jade tokens. At this very moment, a pressing force coming from between heaven and earth began to sweep down invisibly. Above the firmament, wisps of black tribulation clouds began to gather, with purple lightning rolling like dragons. What? What's that? Is that tribulation clouds? Is someone about to transcend the tribulation? It's not a person transcending tribulation, it's an immortal pill transcending tribulation. There's an alchemy master refining a 9 revolutions golden pill. Many immortals swiftly discussed, with a minority of experienced and knowledgeable immortals immediately recognizing the source of the tribulation clouds. There are subtle differences between the tribulation clouds condensed by immortals undergoing tribulation and those by immortal pills undergoing tribulation. And immortal pills undergoing tribulation? The most famous of them are 9 revolutions golden pills. This life-saving immortal pill, even powerful golden immortals and jade immortals, desire it immensely. 9 revolutions golden pill, exactly. I've seen a few alchemy masters refining 9 revolutions golden pills before, and many failed at the final heavenly tribulation. I wonder which alchemy master from our Kangwu immortal city is starting the pill furnace. One by one, the immortals watched carefully, witnessing an alchemy master refining a 9 revolutions golden pill, a rare scene not often observed, hoping they might gain some insights from it. 9 revolutions golden pill? Is it Yunjinzi who is refining the 9 revolutions golden pill? In another A-grade cave mansion, the Azure Dragon sect master from the 9 Dragons Commerce Association also noticed the scent of tribulation clouds. For a jade immortal, it is easy to sense the targeted range of the tribulation clouds above the firmament, precisely over the A-grade cave mansion where Yunjinzi is located. Chapter 903-7, The 6th Physical Body Divine Ability _2. I heard that the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall has requested Master Yunjinzi to refine 9 revolutions golden pills, the elder with white hair said. He had extensive connections and knew many secret pieces of intelligence. I'm aware of this. The Azure Dragon sect master nodded. After his negotiations with Yunjinzi collapsed, the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall even specifically inquired about the conditions Yunjinzi had proposed. It seems that the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall holds Master Yunjinzi in high regard, the white-haired elder said with a smile. With the status of the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall, he could completely invite a top-tier alchemy master to refine the 9 revolutions golden pills. But in the end, he chose Yunjinzi. The only explanation is that he sees great promise in him. How important is the 9 revolutions golden pill? One would certainly have a trusted alchemy master refine it, otherwise, if the refining fails, the loss of all the main ingredients and auxiliary herbs would be enormous. Refining the 9 revolutions golden pill, approval alone isn't enough, it still requires the true strength of the alchemy master, the Azure Dragon sect master said indifferently. He had just failed in negotiations with Yunjinzi when the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall went to talk to Yunjinzi immediately after, which was somewhat embarrassing for the Azure Dragon sect master. That's true. To be successfully formed, the 9 revolutions golden pill must endure 9 divine tribulations. The white-haired elder nodded. From this aspect, we can see the level of accomplishment of an alchemy master. The most top-tier alchemy masters, when refining a 9 revolutions golden pill, will perfectly merge the many medicinal qualities within it, easily transcending the 9 divine tribulations. Slightly lesser alchemy masters. Before the white-haired elder could finish. Above the vault of heaven, within the dark tribulation clouds, divine tribulations began descending. Boom boom boom. Streaks of white, cyan, and purple lightning surged into the grade A cave dwelling where Lin Yuan was located. In less than an instant, the 9 divine tribulations ended one after another, and the dark tribulation clouds above the heavens began to dissipate. Rich pill fragrances faintly spread to nearly half of Kangwu Immortal City. Was it a successful refining? The white-haired elder was taken aback. 9 rounds of the divine tribulation had descended perfectly, and the scent of pills emanating outwards meant that the refining of 9 revolutions golden pills had been successful. This batch of 9 revolutions golden pills refined by Master Yunjinzi is of very high quality, a level that many top-tier alchemy masters may not be able to achieve, the white-haired elder said as he gently inhaled the pill fragrance. Although he was not an alchemy master himself, he was still quite familiar with many immortal pills. The fleeting fragrance emitted by the 9 revolutions immortal pills upon their formation indicated the quality of the refining. Very high quality. The Azure Dragon sect master beside him fell silent. Despite his reluctance to believe it, he had come to a similar conclusion. Azure Dragon sect master, you should have agreed to Master Yunjinzi's conditions. A mere tens of millions of top-grade immortal crystals are nothing. If the 29 revolutions golden pills that are refined are all of this quality, it will definitely be a huge profit, the white-haired elder said in a low voice. Even among 9 revolutions golden pills, they are of different grades according to quality. The highest quality 9 revolutions golden pills can instantly heal all injuries of a golden immortal and also have a great effect on jade immortals. For alchemy masters, occasionally refining 1 or 2 9 revolutions golden pills might involve an element of luck and state of mind. But refining a batch of extremely high-quality 9 revolutions golden pills is wholly a testament to one's own strength. From this batch of 9 revolutions golden pills refined by Yunjinzi, it is apparent that Yunjinzi's alchemical accomplishments far exceed those of ordinary alchemy masters. Weren't you saying that Yunjinzi was just an ordinary alchemy master? The Azure Dragon sect master frowned, looking at the white-haired elder. If the white-haired elder had made it clear that Yunjinzi was also a top-tier alchemy master, he might have agreed to Yunjinzi's terms. I really didn't know. The white-haired elder felt a bit helpless. Who could have anticipated that Yunjinzi, who had disappeared for nearly 10 million years, would have made such leaps and bounds in his alchemical skills? And now? The white-haired elder looked at the Azure Dragon sect master tentatively. Contact Master Yunjinzi for me again, tell him I've agreed to all his terms, the Azure Dragon sect master said immediately. Although he hadn't reached a cooperation with Yunjinzi previously, the Azure Dragon sect master felt that Yunjinzi would not be averse to top-grade immortal crystals. The reward for refining 29 revolutions golden pills is 10 million top-grade immortal crystals, which even a top-tier alchemy master would find hard to refuse. Okay, I'll try. The white-haired elder nodded. Grade A cave dwelling. Lin Yuan looked at the 13 round, golden immortal pills in front of him. The rich life force circulated within each immortal pill. Is this the 9 revolutions immortal pill? Lin Yuan was also refining such a high-level pill for the first time, observing it carefully for a while. With one furnace able to refine 13 9 revolutions golden pills, the main ingredients and auxiliary herbs were used to their full potential, Lin Yuan thought. Normally, even the topmost alchemy masters couldn't possibly utilize every bit of medicinal power. A furnace of 9 revolutions golden pills might at most form 5 or 6 pills. The rest of the medicinal properties would be wasted. But Lin Yuan was different, even if it was just a trivial incarnation, his spiritual will was such that he could perfectly use every bit of the medicinal power for solidifying pills. That's why there were 13 9 revolutions golden pills from one furnace. Based on my current rate of pill formation, the batch of main ingredients and auxiliary herbs given to me by the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall could fully be refined into more than 109 revolutions golden pills. A smile emerged on Lin Yuan's face. The agreement between the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall and him was to refine 59 revolutions golden pills with that batch of main ingredients and auxiliary herbs. Lin Yuan could refine over 109 revolutions golden pills. After giving the 50 agreed upon to the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall, he could naturally keep the rest for himself. And this, for Lin Yuan, was a huge amount of cultivation resources. With the rarity of 9 revolutions golden pills, Lin Yuan could completely use barter to exchange for resources like immortal origin, that weren't circulated in the market. Alchemy is truly a lucrative affair, Lin Yuan felt quite moved in his heart. This time, he only spent a month on alchemy, and it was just a month for an incarnation, but he harvested more than a dozen top-quality 9 revolutions golden pills which could sell for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of top-grade immortal crystals on the market. Such an efficiency in amassing wealth, even plundering couldn't compare. Not to mention the many risks and hidden dangers that come with plundering. Master. After completing a furnace of 9 revolutions golden pills, Lin Yuan received a request to meet from Yunjinzi. What is it? Lin Yuan appeared on the throne, looking down at Yunjinzi below. That Azure Dragon sect master wants to meet with master again, saying he agrees to the conditions and is willing to offer 10 million immortal crystals just for master to help him with the alchemy. Yunjinzi immediately reported. All conditions are agreed upon. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The conditions have changed now. If the 9 Dragons Commerce Association wants me to personally refine 29 revolutions golden pills, they need to pay out 50 million top-grade immortal crystals as remuneration, Lin Yuan said. Just now, after Lin Yuan successfully refined the 9 revolutions golden pills, at least dozens of powers from the 33 immortal domains requested his help in refining 9 revolutions golden pills. Lin Yuan no longer cared about the mere 10 million top-grade immortal crystals from the Azure Dragon sect master. Yes. Yunjinzi nodded, his figure disappeared on the spot to reply to the Azure Dragon sect master. Cave cultivation area. Lin Yuan was mainly observing the irregular crack above the vault of heaven, with a small part of his mind and energy devoted to contemplating the palm-sized divine skill imprint deep within his body, made up of endless mysterious runes. This divine skill imprint represented Lin Yuan's 6th physical body divine ability. During this sojourn in the immortal realm, rewalking the path of martial Tao with the foundation of this flesh and blood lineage, he unearthed this martial divine ability. Compared to the previous 5 physical body divine abilities, the 6th divine ability that Lin Yuan awoke was more extreme. Finally, I've completely penetrated the insights of this divine skill imprint. Inside Lin Yuan, that deep and complicated divine skill imprint seemed to hold no more secrets, its many mysteries fully revealed in Lin Yuan's eyes. To bring a physical body divine ability back to the main universe, one must fully comprehend the corresponding divine skill imprint. And just now, Lin Yuan had completely penetrated the insights of this divine skill imprint. Among the many physical body divine abilities that Lin Yuan controlled, the longest contemplation time was spent on this particular divine ability, taking a full 500 years. This divine ability. Lin Yuan extended his right hand, a breath that shook the soul coiled around his fingertips. Chapter 904 Chapter 8, The Origin of Immortals. It's not accurate to say that Lin Yuan comprehended this divine skill imprint within 500 years. It took specifically 490 years, and Lin Yuan wasn't fully devoted to its comprehension. Apart from understanding the space-time rule among many other rules and perfecting the martial Tao at the level 11 perfect standard among many aspects. The real mental and energy effort Lin Yuan spent on this divine skill imprint was only about 1/50th. Yet, even so, it also shows how extraordinary this divine skill imprint is. With Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, even just 1/50th took nearly 500 years to fully understand. Divine skill. Tear sky. Lin Yuan looked at the aura winding through his fingers. The 6th physical body divine ability, named Tear sky, is purely and extremely a combative divine skill. Lin Yuan's 5th physical body divine ability, named World, is also a combative skill, but it includes a suppressing effect that envelopes all enemies within its external range, causing them to be suppressed. But the divine skill, Tear sky. It only has one effect, that is to tear everything apart, to shatter everything. In terms of sheer individual killing power, the prowess of divine skill, Tear sky, even surpasses World. After all, even the final self-exploding move of divine skill, World, targets a group range. While divine skill, Tear sky, targets only a single point, or a line, the ultimate killing power made even Lin Yuan somewhat shocked. Since Lin Yuan awakened this physical body divine ability, he had not used it fully, fearing its destructive power was too great and would attract the attention of ancestor of the immortal path. If measured by the battle strength standards of the main world, the limit of this divine skill's power should reach between 400,000 to 500,000. Lin Yuan estimated in his mind. It is worth noting that the measurement standards here, with level 11 perfect as the basic unit, which is 1. After Lin Yuan entered level 11, the upper limit of his battle strength is 10,000, and his subsequent strength increases rapidly, reaching at most tens of thousands. The explosive instant power emitted by the external world's self-explosion is roughly around 300,000. But divine skill, tier sky, erupting directly with the battle strength of 400,000 to 500,000. The threshold battle standard for 12 layers ultimate is only about 1 million. Too extreme. Lin Yuan continued to observe the essence of divine skill, tier sky. The previous 5 physical body divine abilities all enhanced various aspects, but tier sky, only destruction. Unfortunately, in the short term, I can only exert one strike of tier sky, Lin Yuan thought to himself. This is quite normal. Divine skill, tier sky, allows Lin Yuan to deliver a blow that surpasses his own strength by many folds. If he could use it at will, Lin Yuan himself would be afraid. Among the 3 Dao-protecting secret skills of the Xianhuang lineage, the Xianhuang One Strike at a perfect level only allows Lin Yuan a constant 6 times his battle strength, and it is based on a huge consumption. While divine skill, tier sky, far more than 60 or 600 times the strength burst. The battle strength jumping from 300,000 to 400,000 or 500,000 seems to increase by less than 1 time, but the actual gap in between is unimaginable. Regrettably, divine skill, tier sky, cannot be overlaid with divine skill, world, otherwise, Lin Yuan sighed. These 2 divine skills are both combative and cannot be fused together. However, Lin Yuan is already very satisfied. Whether it is divine skill, world, or divine skill, tier sky, their prowess is not fixed, but depends on Lin Yuan himself. Divine skill, world, depends on Lin Yuan's internal world. Divine skill, tier sky, depends on Lin Yuan's essence of life. It will increase alongside Lin Yuan becoming stronger. Half a year later. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall visited again. Ha 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 ha, Master Yunjinzi, did you call me here because the 9 revolutions golden pills are all refined? Flying Immortal Hall's Hall Master laughed heartily. Every time Lin Yuan successfully refined a 9 revolutions golden pill, it would cause a heavenly phenomenon, with dense tribulation clouds, from which the Flying Immortal Hall's Hall Master could infer the quality of the resulting pills. Task fulfilled. Lin Yuan stretched out his right hand, and a green gourd appeared in front of the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall carefully opened the gourd, pouring out a golden immortal pill, and scrutinized it for a while. Very good indeed. This 9 revolutions golden pill is definitely among the highest quality of all the 9 revolutions golden pills I have ever seen, declared the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall, thoroughly satisfied. He specially half-bartered, half-gifted, using 3 parts immortal source as compensation, requesting Lin Yuan for alchemy, not just assuming that Yunjinzi's alchemy skills were as simple as they appear. Now it seems, the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall clearly bet correctly. Just the highest quality 9 revolutions golden pill currently before him was enough to show that Lin Yuan's alchemy skills surpassed those of an alchemy master. There are 59 revolutions golden pills in there, I hope the Hall Master will count them. Lin Yuan said. Inside the green gourd were the 59 revolutions golden pills traded to the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall. In this alchemy session, Lin Yuan produced a total of 132 pills. Aside from these 50, Lin Yuan secretly took away 82 9 revolutions golden pills. Ha 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 ha, Yunjinzi is so straightforward in handing all the 9 revolutions golden pills to me, aren't you afraid I'll just turn around and leave? A smile appeared on view on WordPress. The first is the ancestor of the immortal path. The second is the ancestor of the demon abyss. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Master Yunjinzi, for your trust. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall was also in good spirits, unaware that if he dared to turn around and leave, it would undoubtedly be a situation where even the Ancestral Master could not save him. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall thought that Lin Yuan really trusted him. This is the tripartite immortal source. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall flipped his hand and took out a black wooden box, which hovered in mid-air and came in front of Lin Yuan. This. Lin Yuan's heart slightly stirred. The moment the wooden box appeared, Lin Yuan faintly felt an inexplicable aura, as if it was the origin of everything, the beginning of all things. Lin Yuan caught the box, just about to open it. "Master Yunjinzi, please don't open it for now." Seeing this, the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall hurriedly reminded, "Once an immortal source is revealed, it begins to dissipate. It is best if Master Yunjinzi waits until the official use of the immortal source to open the box, otherwise it's a bit of a waste. The immortal source comes from the origin of the immortal realm, and once it leaves the primordial lands, it will irreversibly dissipate. The wooden box fundamentally helps to isolate the immortal source from the outside, stopping its dissipation. So that's how it is." Lin Yuan nodded. Although he had the memories of Yunjinzi, he was not very familiar with such rare treasures as the immortal source. Next, the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall further requested Lin Yuan to refine several types of immortal pills. For this Lin Yuan naturally agreed. After all, he wasn't refining for nothing. Kangwu Immortal City would provide compensation satisfactory to Lin Yuan. Is the demand for immortal pills by the Immortal City so huge because of the war between immortals and demons? Lin Yuan asked. Through conversations with the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall, Lin Yuan subtly realized that Kangwu Immortal City was placing extraordinarily high importance on this war between immortals and demons. Kangwu Immortal City, as one of the 33 immortal domains, has experienced countless wars between immortals and demons. For most Jade immortals, such wars are a significant threat, with the possibility of falling at the hands of those demons. But for the Immortal City? Since the first war between immortals and demons began, it has never been heard that any immortal city was breached by demons. This war between immortals and demons is expected to be far more brutal than usual. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall hesitated for a while and said in a low voice. "This news has not yet been made public, only giants of the Immortal City like the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall know about it." If it weren't for Lin Yuan asking, the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall would not mention it. After all, the impact is too significant. A normal war between immortals and demons already chills the spines of those golden immortals and jade immortals. How many golden and jade immortals might die in a far more brutal war? Far more. Lin Yuan listened. Yes. Master Yunjinzi should know that the so-called war between immortals and demons is mainly caused by demons from the demon abyss invading. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall said, "The reason the demons invade is because part of the consciousness of the ancestor of the demon abyss briefly revives, leading to an endless incursion of demons into the immortal realm. In the past, the consciousness of the ancestor of the demon abyss, though it would revive, at most only revives to about 10%, but in this war between immortals and demons, the consciousness of the ancestor of the demon abyss might revive to 50 or 60%. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall spoke gravely. 50 or 60% consciousness. Lin Yuan's expression also became solemn. Such a degree of consciousness revival, the ancestor of the demon abyss might interfere with the immortal realm. Then, the many immortals of the immortal realm, not only are they facing endless demons, but they may also face the ancestor of the demon abyss who is a level 12 ultimate. However, if the ancestor of the demon abyss intervenes, the ancestor of the immortal path would definitely not just watch. A direct confrontation between two level 12 ultimates will make this war between immortals and demons intricately complex. Let's hope we can smoothly get through this war between immortals and demons." The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall sighed and then rose to leave. War between immortals and demons. Lin Yuan sat and contemplated for a while. The war between immortals and demons doesn't affect him much, he can simply hide if it becomes too much. Let's see what exactly the immortal source is. Lin Yuan's figure disappeared from the spot. Cave cultivation area. Lin Yuan sits cross-legged, a black wooden box quietly hovering in front of him. What a peculiar feeling. Lin Yuan was amazed. Even with the wooden box isolating the inside from outside, he could feel a special sensation. After observing for a while, Lin Yuan slowly opened the wooden box. Buzz! A mysterious aura began to emit. Lin Yuan looked inside the wooden box, and his expression slightly changed. This? Chapter 905 Chapter 9, Hope. The black wooden box appears to be just a wooden box on the surface, containing 3 portions of immortal essence. But in fact, it is made up of layers of sealing techniques, completely isolating the inside and outside of the box, including space and causality. Only thus can the dispersion of immortal essence be minimized as much as possible. In terms of value, not to mention the immortal essence within the wooden box, just the box itself is worth no less than 100,000 top-grade immortal crystals, equivalent to the entire fortune of a common jade immortal. Buzz! Inside the black wooden box, there lies a fist-sized crystal with points of light circulating inside, resembling endless stars. As the seal on the wooden box is opened, the crystal begins to emit strands of aura, spreading in all directions, faintly enveloping Lin Yuan in a mysterious universe. And within this universe, the fluctuations of many great rules ripple towards him like waves. Lin Yuan's mind is shaken. The experience he is undergoing is like a person who has been thirsty for dozens of days suddenly plunging into water, the longed-for source of water rushing endlessly towards him. You're against heaven's understanding, observing the mysterious origin source, boosts your comprehension of various fundamental rules. In almost an instant, Lin Yuan immerses himself in cultivation, the spatio-temporal fusion rule, among many other pillar-level fusion rules, visibly accelerating. Half a day later, Lin Yuan looks at the immortal essence in front of him, now reduced in size, and quickly closes the wooden box. Instantly, the inside and outside of the wooden box are isolated, stopping the dispersion of the immortal essence's aura, and everything returns to normal. This immortal essence, coming from the origin of the immortal realm, is condensed from the auras of the primordial lands. Once it arrives in the outside world, losing the condensing environment, the immortal essence will evaporate, disperse. And the aura of the immortal realm's origin source dispersed by the evaporation briefly replicates the environment of the origin of the immortal realm. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkle. Just like water turns into ice in a sub-zero environment. But as soon as it returns to above zero, the ice turns back into water again. The immortal essence works on a similar principle. Simply put, just now, Lin Yuan, in effect, briefly cultivated at the origin of the immortal realm. The feeling of the great principles raining down aids Lin Yuan far more than when other jade immortals ponder the immortal essence. After all, Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding gives him a cultivation speed that far surpasses other jade immortals. The same apple hitting on the head, some people only feel the apple is really hard, or that it's not tasty. But others can directly understand some fundamental nature of the universe. This is the difference in understanding. The brief environment formed by the dispersal of immortal essence gives Lin Yuan incredible gains. Just in that short half-day, Lin Yuan feels he has advanced further in understanding the spatio-temporal fusion rule, and so it is with the other pillar-level fusion rules. If it was just accelerating the understanding of rules, it wouldn't have shaken Lin Yuan so much. After all, with his against heaven's understanding, even without the immortal essence, he would eventually comprehend what needs to be comprehended, just taking more time. However, through just that brief comprehension of the immortal essence, Lin Yuan, including the spatio-temporal fusion rule, has all rules progressing simultaneously, feeling like all the myriad principles unify into one, akin to chaos. Chaos rule. Lin Yuan's spirit soars. So far, Lin Yuan hasn't been sure about comprehending the chaos rule at level 11, as there's no direction given. Even Xian Huang and the demonic Jade Tower Master can provide no guidance. What Lin Yuan can do is to understand as many great principles as possible. But just now, Lin Yuan finally sensed the feeling of everything returning to chaos. Immortal essence can help me comprehend the chaos rule. Lin Yuan thinks to himself, comprehending the chaos rule at level 11, not only massively boosts his strength, but also greatly enhances the probability when reaching the ultimate phase. Compared to the former, Lin Yuan values the latter more. Unfortunately, the immortal essence is consumed too quickly. Lin Yuan looks at the wooden box in front of him. It has shrunk after being opened just for a short half-day. If he keeps comprehending without restraint, probably in just over 10 days, the 3 portions of immortal essence would be completely dissipated. No wonder the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall told me to open the wooden box only when I'm comprehending in cultivation, Lin Yuan muses to himself. Even if it's just opened briefly, the consumption of immortal essence would reach 1 in 100,000, 1 in 10 million, which is a definite loss. The following cultivation, only at critical moments can I rely on immortal essence, other times, it's normal comprehension. Lin Yuan looks up at the irregular cracks in the sky. Additionally, try to obtain more immortal essence. If there is ample immortal essence, Lin Yuan's cultivation speed would definitely surpass the current, and comprehending the chaos rule would no longer be a mere wish. Does Heavenly Water Holy Palace also want the Master to concoct a batch of 9 revolutions golden pills? They're only willing to offer 20 million top-grade immortal crystals. Too stingy, just refuse them. Sanglio Palace wants the Master to concoct a life and death reincarnation pill, offering 30 million top-grade immortal crystals as the reward. The life and death reincarnation pill is even rarer than the 9 revolutions golden pill. The alchemy master would also need to undergo life and death risks to concoct it, just 30 million top-grade immortal crystals. I don't even feel like refusing. Sun Moon Sect is willing to offer 1 portion of immortal essence, asking the master to start the furnace once. This could be considered, the master said, those involving immortal essence, shouldn't be so easily refused. Inside the Great Hall, Yun Jinzi looks at the letters from various forces, quickly glancing through, rejecting all those without sincerity. Ever since Lin Yuan successfully concocted the first batch of 9 revolutions golden pills, inciting the descent of heavenly tribulation, and eventually the successful formation of pills, his reputation as the topmost alchemy master has truly spread widely. Chapter 906 Chapter 9, Hope. For this reason, many forces in the 33 immortal domains, and even forces from the wilderness regions beyond the 33 immortal domains, wished to request Lin Yuan's help with alchemy. After all, in the immortal realm, the importance of an alchemy master is undeniable, with various kinds of immortal pills becoming an indispensable part of all immortals' lives. For many immortals, the significance of immortal pills even exceeds that of immortal artifacts. Master, what kind of power is it actually? Yun Jinzi quickly finished reading all the letters, and couldn't help but think of his attempt to seize Lin Yuan's body, invading Lin Yuan's spirit world, and seeing that towering, high and mighty hazy figure. Yun Jinzi's initial reaction was to wonder if he had tried to seize the body of an ancestral master, because aside from an ancestral master, at the level of a jade immortal, whose spiritual will could make him feel so hopeless. However, ever since I started serving my master, my strength and realm have indeed improved a lot. Yun Jinzi composed himself, realizing that in the past 500 years, even the things that slipped through Lin Yuan's fingers had benefited him greatly. Especially when Lin Yuan occasionally produced waste pills during alchemy. The waste pills defined by Lin Yuan were, in Yun Jinzi's eyes, already of decent quality. Inside the cave mansion, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Space slightly twisted in all directions. When comprehending the rules and the Grand Tao, even though Lin Yuan tried to reduce his interference with the surroundings as much as possible, he could not completely stop it. In the past 500 years, under the subtle influence of Lin Yuan, the space of the entire cultivation area had expanded countless times. The grand spatial temporal maze spread out, centered around Lin Yuan, filling every inch of space in the cultivation area. However, only Lin Yuan could enter the cultivation area. Yun Jinzi was occasionally able to approach, but since the latter bore Lin Yuan's aura seal, he wasn't affected much. One day, the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall paid a visit to Lin Yuan. Ha, Master Yun Jinzi, I wonder if you're still interested in crafting another batch of 9 revolutions golden pills. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall asked with a smile, having found that the effects of the 59 Revolutions golden pills that Lin Yuan had previously crafted were even better than imagined after detailed evaluation upon return. It would be an honor. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The trade with the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall was very straightforward, and he was even paid an origin source for alchemy. Lin Yuan naturally would not refuse. Next, the two discussed the details of alchemy, and Lin Yuan asked, "Does the Hall Master have any channels to purchase origin source?" For Lin Yuan, he naturally could never have too much origin source, yet apart from a few powers like the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall who were willing to trade origin source as payment, others only offered top-quality immortal crystals or other precious resources in exchange for his alchemy. The Master desires origin source. Surprise appeared on the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall's face. According to the origin source traded with Lin Yuan, it should have been enough for the cultivation of a normal Jade Immortal. The consumption of origin source is not a matter of more being better. The environment briefly formed when origin source dissipates can pose a risk of becoming Tao for a long time, even for a Jade Immortal. The so-called becoming Tao means returning everything back to the grand Tao of heaven and earth. To resist the becoming Tao effect of origin source for a long time, one can only rely on the spiritual willpower of the Jade Immortal itself. But normally speaking, even the topmost Jade Immortals wouldn't dare to cultivate too long in the kind of environment created by the origin source. Of course, even if they can only engage in short-term cultivation, it is of great help to any Jade Immortal, which is also the reason why origin source is incredibly rare. After all, Jade Immortals have long lifespans, and it's nothing to them to contemplate origin source for a brief period after a long while. I will help the Master to inquire further. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall nodded. Thank you. Lin Yuan said. The two continued their conversation for a while. As if recalling something, the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall spoke in a low voice, "By the way, does the Master wish to hire some top Jade Immortals for protection?" "Protect myself?" Lin Yuan was startled. Indeed, the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall explained, with the Master's current alchemical expertise, while attracting some seekers of pills, it's certain to also draw the attention of many with ill intentions. Although the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall did not state it explicitly, his meaning was quite clear. Top alchemy masters are undoubtedly wealthy, and the wealth they accumulate is immense, attracting the notice of some formidable Jade Immortals. As long as one can kill a top alchemy master, the wealth obtained would be enough to support their cultivation for a lengthy period. Since ancient times, plundering has always been the quickest shortcut to amassing wealth. Lin Yuan is unwilling to plunder because alchemy is an even more efficient and safer means than plundering. But for other Jade Immortals, that might not be the case. Would they dare to make a move in an immortal city? Lin Yuan asked. In Kangwu Immortal City, countless killing formations are laid out, and even Jade Immortals must tread carefully, especially so in the cave mansion area, and more so in the top-tier cave mansion where Lin Yuan resides. Being the highest-grade cave mansion in Kangwu Immortal City, it naturally places great emphasis on safety. The Immortal City is indeed enveloped in killing formations, but they are not absolutely perfect. These formations are also laid out by Jade Immortals, so there's a possibility to unravel them, said the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall truthfully. The Immortal Realm is vast with innumerable methods. It is true that the Immortal City is backed by the Ancestral Master, but after he created irregular rifts connecting to the origin of the Immortal Realm, he stopped intervening in governance. The establishment and perfection of the Immortal City rely on many Jade Immortals. Those killing formations were created by numerous Jade Immortals, and under such circumstances, the advice from the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall is quite reasonable. If Lin Yuan were just an ordinary Jade Immortal, he wouldn't need to consider these matters. To have any hope of unraveling an Immortal City's killing formations would require significant sacrifices. The cost alone far exceeds the entire fortune of an ordinary Jade Immortal, not to mention the risk of being detected by the killing formations of the Immortal City at any time, potentially provoking a joint suppression by numerous Jade Immortals. But Lin Yuan. Although it is unknown exactly how much wealth Lin Yuan has, just the earnings from refining the 9 revolutions golden pill lately have far surpassed those of an ordinary jade immortal. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan nodded, I'll consider it. In fact, Lin Yuan does not plan to hire any top jade immortals to protect himself. It would be too troublesome, and there's also the risk of exposing his own secrets. The reason why the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall suggested hiring top jade immortals was due to being unaware of Lin Yuan's strength. The outside world only knows Lin Yuan is skilled in alchemy, a top-tier alchemy master. In fact, what Lin Yuan is best at is combat, especially since obtaining the 6th physical body divine ability, Rend Heaven. As for whether he will truly encounter plunder, Lin Yuan is somewhat looking forward to it. Who ends up plundering whom is not yet certain. On this journey through, Lin Yuan has set a tone for himself to stay as low-key as possible, but if someone actively offers themselves up, Lin Yuan can only gratefully accept. The 33 Immortal Domains. The Beizhou Immortal Domain. This is a vast immortal domain adjacent to the Xiantian Immortal Domain. In the depths of an ancient mountain range, a figure in a beast robe sat cross-legged, exuding a terrifying aura from the barbarian wilderness. It was just the slaughter of one of your scions. Do you need to hunt me so persistently? You, a great city lord, with so many scions, what does killing one of them change? This figure in the beast robe shook his head slightly. Not long ago, he killed a scion of the Lord of North Cold City within the North Cold Immortal City for some crucial resource. This act directly enraged the Lord of North Cold City, who instantly had countless killing formations cover the immortal city. If not for the beast-robed figure's innate ability to blend into formations, he likely wouldn't have escaped the North Cold Immortal City. Even so, the figure in the beast robe was still issued a warrant by the North Cold Immortal City, with all the immortal cities in the Beizhou Immortal Domain searching for him. Forget it. I cannot stay in the Beizhou Immortal Domain any longer, the figure in the beast robe thought quietly to himself. Even though his skills could allow him to escape from the warrant over and over again, he couldn't keep this up indefinitely. And as a jade immortal, he too needed various resources for cultivation. Being wanted throughout the entire Beizhou Immortal Domain meant that he couldn't enter those immortal cities to purchase resources. Chapter 907 Chapter 10 Lost. Let's head to another immortal domain. The beast-robed figure made up his mind. There was no choice, as he had become thoroughly infamous within this domain. His life essence was locked on, and any action would lead to recognition by other immortals. Subsequently contacting the various immortal cities, an endless pursuit would then ensue. However, the beast-robed figure had no regrets. By killing the scion of the Lord of North Cold Immortal City, the treasure he acquired advanced his strength by several levels. Even if given another chance, the beast-robed figure would choose to kill without hesitation. Cultivation is a struggle against other immortals, struggle against the heaven and earth. In the eyes of the beast-robed figure, those immortals without power but in control of numerous cultivation resources were his prey, the nourishment on his path of cultivation. Let's see, which immortal domain to choose. The beast-robed figure pondered. The choice of immortal domain was crucial, at least for his continued cultivation. A top-tier alchemy master has emerged in the Xiantian Immortal Domain. Named Yunjinzi. Interest sparked within the beast-robed figure. Top-tier alchemy masters were all rolling in wealth. The beast-robed figure had once attempted to assassinate a top-tier alchemy master, but was thwarted by the high-level jade immortal the latter had hired. Top-tier alchemy masters, while in possession of vast wealth, also greatly valued their lives, willing to pay a substantial price for their protection. This Yunjinzi, a newly emerged top-tier alchemy master, has yet to hire a top-level jade immortal. The beast-robed figure grew more interested. The last time Yunjinzi made a move, nearly 10 million years had passed, and the combat power he exhibited back then was slightly above average among jade immortals. To the beast-robed figure, this was a plump sheep, even more enticing than the scion of the Lord of North Cold Immortal City. A top-tier alchemy master, even a newly minted one, possesses insight far surpassing an ordinary jade immortal. The treasure I obtained from the scion of the North Cold City Lord elevated my personal strength by several levels. There won't be any mishaps in dealing with a mere newly advanced top-tier alchemy master. The beast-robed figure was confident in himself. As for the intel that Yunjinzi was extremely low-profile and seldom left his cave mansion, this posed no problem for the beast-robed figure. Having the audacity to assassinate a city lord scion within an immortal city, and escaping under the envelopment of numerous immortal city-killing formations, he was certain he could silently traverse the killing formations of Kangwu Immortal City and enter Yunjinzi's cave mansion. Xiantian Immortal Domain it is. The beast-robed figure stood, merged with the world, and vanished from sight. Xiantian Immortal Domain was adjacent to the Beizhou Immortal Domain, the distance was not far, and with such an ideal target as Yunjinzi, accomplishing this deed would ensure the beast-robed figure needn't worry about cultivation resources for a good while. Within the cave mansion. The cultivation area. Lin Yuan still sat cross-legged. At this moment, the void in front of him faintly distorted, and a figure appeared. It was the Taiyin primordial spirit. These are cultivation resources. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, took out a spatial ring, and floated it in front of the Taiyin primordial spirit. In fact, the Lin Yuan frequently residing within this top-tier cave mansion was not the true body, but the Taiyang divine spirit. The top-tier cave mansion in Kangwu Immortal City had an irregular fissure that connected to the origin of the immortal realm, where the ancestral master resided. Naturally, Lin Yuan would not let his true self stay here for long. In the event of any extreme situation, attracting the ancestral master's attention and losing the true body would be far more serious than losing a primordial spirit. Hence, even without any incidents for over 500 years, Lin Yuan still maintained the mode of his true body hiding in a secret place, while the Taiyang divine spirit stayed in Kangwu Immortal City, amassing numerous cultivation resources to support the true body's cultivation. The Taiyin primordial spirit's visit was to deliver the cultivation resources earned by the Taiyang divine spirit to the true body. Whoosh! The Taiyin primordial spirit took the cultivation resources and quickly disappeared within the cave mansion. Before long, the Taiyin primordial spirit arrived at a subterranean location countless billions of miles away from Kangwu Immortal City. There had formed a vast underground palace where the true body of Lin Yuan sat cross-legged at its center. Whoosh! The Taiyin primordial spirit appeared and brought out the spatial ring. Lin Yuan swallowed all the resources from the spatial ring and soon felt a slight stirring in his heart, looking in a certain direction. That was the surface above the subterranean palace, where the void faintly fluctuated and strands of black energy spread, quickly followed by the descent of 7 or 8 demonic beings. In recent decades, the impact of the demon abyss's invasion of the immortal realm has become increasingly severe, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The specific manifestation was the frequency of demonic beings appearing in the immortal realm increasing, even in the remote area that Lin Yuan had specifically chosen. If demonic beings were invading there, it was even less likely that other places were spared. Why does the ancestral master not intervene? Lin Yuan's brows furrowed, slightly puzzled. Although the ancestral master was exalted, with these demonic beings clearly already affecting the immortals of the realm, especially in the wars between immortals and demons, countless golden immortals had perished. Even jade immortals could not all avoid misfortune. With the 12th-layer strength of the ancestral master, it would not be too difficult to suppress the ancestor of the demon abyss, let alone preventing these demonic beings from invading the immortal realm. Yet, time and again, wars between immortals and demons occurred. The ancestral master, residing high in the origin source, overseeing the immortals, showed no intention of taking action. Forget it. I need not consider these now. Lin Yuan reined in his thoughts. Regardless of why the ancestral master did not prevent it, it bore little relevance to him. His current goal was to grasp as much as possible the 7th realm of time and space, as well as the fabled chaos rule. However, this temporary demon essence channel needs to be dealt with. Lin Yuan glanced at the surface, and after the arrival of the 7 or 8 demonic beings, the space gradually stabilized, and a dark portal about dozens of meters wide began to take shape. If the demon essence channel was left unchecked, it would continuously spawn demonic beings. Even if Lin Yuan's secluded underground palace remained undiscovered. Once the demon essence channel expanded further, attracting attention from the Jade Immortals of various immortal cities, a large number of immortals would be dispatched to reseal the channel. At that time, it might be possible to discover traces of the underground palace. The demons have low intelligence, operating only on instinct. Although they are formed by the breath of the ancestor of the demon abyss, they have almost no spiritual wisdom. However, the Jade Immortals are different, with numerous methods at their disposal. Lin Yuan does not wish to cause any unnecessary trouble. The next moment, the Taiyin divine spirit vanished. When it reappeared, it had already reached the surface, standing before the rapidly forming demon essence channel. Oh whoa! Roar! The 7 or 8 demons, entering the immortal realm for the first time, were exhilarated. To them, the immortal chi of the immortal realm and the blood, flesh, and souls of the immortals were incomparably delicious, especially the flesh of the Jade Immortals, which was an ultimate nourishment. Every demon that invades the immortal realm, as long as they can return to the demon abyss safely, their strength would increase by dozens or even hundreds of times. However, before these 7 or 8 demons could get a clear view of their surroundings, their consciousness began to plummet into darkness rapidly, and their flesh and souls were reduced to the most primal demonic chi. Is this demonic chi the breath of the ancestor of the demon abyss? Using the primal force, Lin Yuan Taiyin divine spirit reverted the demons' flesh and souls back to their origin, turning them into these insignificant wisps of demonic chi. Ancestor of the demon abyss. Lin Yuan observed carefully for a while, allowing these wisps of demonic chi to dissipate. Being of the 12th and ultimate tier, it's not necessarily a good idea to retain even a trace of the opponent's demonic chi. Especially recently, the consciousness of the ancestor of the demon abyss is about to reawaken, and it's possible that up to 60% of its consciousness will return. At this time, any trace of demonic chi might become a beacon for the ancestor of the demon abyss. Demon abyss. Lin Yuan looked at the dark channel before him. At this moment, with a thought, the space-time around the channel began to collapse, and the demon essence channel also began to rapidly disintegrate. Once I attain the 7th realm of space-time comprehension, it might be worth a visit to the demon abyss. Lin Yuan thought to himself that with the 7th realm of space-time comprehension, he could be confident in preserving his life even in the 12th tier path-splitting realm, considering the peculiar nature of the demon abyss's existence. If possible, Lin Yuan would naturally dive in for a deep exploration. Moments later, the demon essence channel in front of him completely collapsed. As if it never existed. Seeing this, Lin Yuan finally turned and left. The disappearance of the demon essence channel was actually quite normal. For the numerous demons within the demon abyss, it was a common occurrence. If one channel disappeared, they would just move on to the next. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 10 years went by. In Kangwu Immortal City, within the cave mansion area. The figure in the beast robe, now taking the form of a slender golden immortal, appeared in front of the flying immortal hall. That place should be Yunjinzi's cave mansion. The figure in the beast robe glanced at the cave mansion area. The 33 immortal domains are vast and boundless. Even though the Beizhou immortal domain borders the Xiantian immortal domain, it took the figure in the beast robe a full 10 years to reach Kangwu Immortal City. 10 years have passed. Does Yunjinzi still have no intention of hiring top-level Jade Immortals to protect him? A flicker of surprise crossed the face of the figure in the beast robe. Over the 10 years, he never ceased to monitor intelligence on Yunjinzi, but he had never heard of any top-level Jade Immortals being employed by him. Is it confidence in the Immortal City's protective formation, or has he secretly hired them without my knowledge? The figure in the beast robe couldn't be bothered to ponder any further. Since he had come here, it meant that he was determined to succeed. Even if Yun Jinzi had already hired top-level Jade Immortal protection, he would still make his move to assassinate him. Compared to his last attempt, after obtaining that treasure from the heir of the Lord of North Cold City, the figure in the beast robe considered his strength to have greatly increased, confident that he could swiftly kill Yun Jinzi even under the protection of a top-level Jade Immortal. The Immortal City's formation. The figure in the beast robe arrived at the entrance to the cave mansion area and smiled faintly. His figure merged with the heaven and earth, silently infiltrating the area. Passing by mansion after mansion, the figure in the beast robe finally arrived in front of a first-class mansion. This mansion was the one Lin Yuan was staying in. This Yun Jinzi must have a close relationship with the higher-ups of the Immortal City. I can feel the formation pressure in this area is much higher, said the figure in the beast robe with a slightly solemn expression, but it doesn't matter much. He could almost ignore the Immortal City's formation entirely because of his acute mastery over spacetime. No formation can exist without spacetime. By mastering spacetime, most formations in the world become meaningless. Spacetime. The eyes of the figure in beast robe faintly glowed whitish, and then he merged into the first-class mansion. Yun Jinzi should be in the cultivation area. After he infiltrated the mansion, the figure in the beast robe quickly surveyed the surroundings and then headed towards the cultivation area. Soon, the figure in the beast robe arrived at the entrance of the core area. Yun Jinzi. Excitement flickered across the face of the figure in the beast robe. Having infiltrated this far without triggering any alarms made him almost certain of his success in assassinating Yun Jinzi. Whoosh! The next moment, the figure in the beast robe disappeared again, entering the cultivation area of the mansion. Like a pebble dropping into the endless ocean. The figure in the beast robe, who had finally entered the core area, suddenly found that the world around him had changed, a vast realm of endless layers of spacetime, so immense that the figure could see no end to it. What is this? The figure in the beast robe was stunned and looked around repeatedly. An inconceivable thought surged in his mind at that moment. Had he lost his way? Chapter 908 Chapter 11, The Descent of Demon Abyss. Where is this place? The figure in the beast robe was somewhat bewildered. He remembered that he had secretly intruded into the training area of Yun Jinzi's cave mansion. But now, all around, heaven and earth. Vast and boundless. The first thought of the figure in the beast robe was whether he had fallen into some kind of illusionary array. But he immediately dismissed the idea. Even the most powerful illusionary array is, after all, just an illusion. Deceiving the perception of an ordinary Jade Immortal was one thing. But for him, a Jade Immortal, the incredibly realistic spacetime fluctuations all around him made the figure in the beast robe realize, this was not an illusion at all. It was real spacetime. Jiezi world, this is a Jiezi world created by a top Jade Immortal. The figure in the beast robe finally remembered something. Top Jade Immortals, when comprehending the mysteries of spacetime and spending long periods in seclusion, could affect the area, causing phenomena similar to a spatial temporal maze to form. This is the Jiezi world. However, in the knowledge of the figure in the beast robe, even the Jiezi worlds formed by the ancestor of the Immortal Path's direct disciples, who were in seclusion for years, were at most a few thousand or 10,000 miles in range. How could it be as vast and endless as it is now? This is also why the figure in the beast robe did not initially think of the Jiezi world. The Jiezi world before him differed too greatly from the normal Jiezi world. What kind of existence could form a Jiezi world on such a scale? The figure in the beast robe's mind trembled. Although there was no set standard for the size of a Jiezi world, it must relate to the depth of the original Jade Immortal's comprehension of spacetime mysteries. Normally speaking, the more vast the Jiezi world and the more complex the spatial temporal maze, the more terrifying the original Jade Immortal's insight into the mysteries of spacetime. And who could correspond to the Jiezi world in front of him? The figure in the beast robe dared not imagine. Rumbling. Before the figure in the beast robe could make any movement, the spacetime around him began to ripple, and like a lone boat in a vast sea, he was submerged under the sea in an instant. Which number is this? In the center of the training area, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, with all the numerous treasures and battle loot from the figure in the beast robe appearing before him. Ever since 10 years ago, when he revealed his skills as a top alchemy master, every so often, there would be mysterious jade immortals secretly infiltrating his cave mansion. Wishing to ascend to the heavens in one step, to slay him, this top alchemy master, and obtain massive wealth. But unfortunately, most of these mysterious jade immortals couldn't even withstand the spatial temporal maze unintentionally influenced by Lin Yuan while he comprehended the space-time rule, let alone survive. They provided Lin Yuan with a windfall. Those mysterious jade immortals who had the capability to traverse the defenses of the immortal city's killing arrays were undoubtedly powerful, at least starting from top jade immortals, and their true combat power was terrifying, far surpassing jade immortals like Yunjinzi. Such jade immortals naturally possessed significant wealth, one alone could suffice for Lin Yuan to refine numerous immortal pills. This is even more efficient than alchemy. Lin Yuan thought to himself, but also understood that the benefits brought by alchemy were long-term and stable. As for these mysterious jade immortals infiltrating his cave mansion, in the short term, one might come after another, but over time, with Lin Yuan remaining unscathed, other jade immortals with designs on Lin Yuan would start to sense something amiss. A large number of mysterious jade immortals dying within Lin Yuan's cave mansion, even if not spread outside. But Lin Yuan's being alive and well was proof enough. Being able to cultivate to a jade immortal, none were fools, they would certainly deduce that Lin Yuan had an unpredictable trump card. Let's take a look at these battle loots. Lin Yuan diverted a shred of his mind to take stock of the numerous treasures obtained from the figure in the beast robe. Flying Immortal Hall. The Hall Master's expression changed slightly, as his gaze turned toward the Grade A cave mansion area, specifically, to the Grade A cave mansion where Lin Yuan resided. Another jade immortal has infiltrated Master Yunjinzi's cave mansion. The Flying Immortal Hall Master had long been used to this. The Flying Immortal Hall is an essential institute of the Kangwu Immortal City, having absolute control over all the array and killing formations in the cave mansion area. Moreover, due to the cooperative relationship with Lin Yuan, the Flying Immortal Hall Master had long focused the large array in the cave mansion area particularly on Lin Yuan's mansion. Those jade immortals who quietly infiltrated Lin Yuan's cave mansion, believing themselves to be silent, but a good number were detected in advance by the Flying Immortal Hall Master. When the Flying Immortal Hall Master first discovered a mysterious jade immortal infiltrating Lin Yuan's cave mansion, he was extremely nervous, immediately mobilized all the array formations in the cave mansion area to lock down spacetime, and then rushed to the outside of the cave mansion in person to probe whether Lin Yuan was still there at the time. Only to see Lin Yuan emerge unharmed from the cave mansion, clearly stating that no jade immortal had infiltrated it. At first, the Flying Immortal Hall Master thought Lin Yuan was being coerced, but after repeated exchanges, even taking Lin Yuan out of the cave mansion area, it remained the same. He could only leave helplessly, feeling that there might be a problem with the Immortal City's big array, and that no jade immortal had actually infiltrated the cave mansion. But then came the second, the third. In the earlier instances, the Flying Immortal Hall Master was still very concerned about Lin Yuan's safety, but every time, no discoveries were made, and Lin Yuan remained fine without encountering any danger. As it happened more often, the Flying Immortal Hall Master felt there was something wrong. I didn't expect Master Yunjinzi to be so deeply unassuming. The Vice Hall Master couldn't help but speak up. If it was just once or twice, it might really be a problem with the array, but after so many times, even the Vice Hall Master realized something. If the array was correct, then there truly were ill-intentioned jade immortals infiltrating the cave mansion. But in the end, Lin Yuan remained unharmed, and even though they didn't know exactly what happened in the middle, they could infer the process from the result and the beginning. Chapter 909 Chapter 11, The Arrival of the Demon Abyss. All the mysterious jade immortals who had infiltrated the cave mansion had, without exception, fallen to Lin Yuan's hands. After all, from the first time to now, the grand formation of Immortal City had only detected the fluctuations of someone sneaking in, without any sign of escape. So many Jade Immortals, and they all died inside Master Yunjinzi's cave mansion. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall contemplated for a moment. This Master Yunjinzi truly is unfathomable. Normally, a battle between top-ranked Jade Immortals would not only be devastating, but at the very least, cause a tremendous aftermath. However, there was never any disturbance within Lin Yuan's cave mansion. All the Jade Immortals who snuck in vanished without a trace, as if they had never appeared to begin with. This sent a chill down the spine of the Flying Immortal Hall Master, who couldn't reconcile these events with the usual gentle and amiable Lin Yuan. So, what do we do now? The Vice Hall Master spoke in a low voice. What to do? The Flying Immortal Hall Master glanced over. Master Yunjinzi is an honored guest of Kangwu Immortal City. Although Lin Yuan had demonstrated inscrutable strength, so far, he had not taken any action that was detrimental to Kangwu Immortal City. As for those Jade Immortals who perished at Lin Yuan's hands, infiltrating the cave mansion area of Immortal City on their own volition, even if Lin Yuan didn't kill them, Kangwu Immortal City would pursue them upon discovery. Therefore, the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall didn't plan to do anything, nor did he have the curiosity to investigate further. Every Jade Immortal has their own secret opportunities. Investigating a Jade Immortal's secret is tantamount to standing against them. The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall had no intention of becoming Lin Yuan's enemy. Inside the cave mansion, Lin Yuan tallied the spoils of war thoroughly. Adding it all up, it's about 70 to 80 million top-grade immortal crystals. Lin Yuan nodded to himself, quite satisfied. The wealth of a normal Jade Immortal would be around 1 million top-grade immortal crystals. 70 to 80 million top-grade immortal crystals accounted for a tremendous fortune. Keep in mind that most Jade Immortals convert resources into their own strength, to be used on their physical body and soul. The excess treasures and immortal artifacts amounting to 70 to 80 million top-grade immortal crystals would definitely be considered wealthy. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the many spoils of war again and landed on a dagger. This dagger was entirely black, its power completely concealed, to the extent that even Lin Yuan did not sense any energy fluctuations. To thoroughly eliminate the Jade Immortals who infiltrated, Lin Yuan usually suppressed them in an instant, then used the Abyss Demon's memory contamination techniques to completely erase most of their life-saving measures. To prevent these Jade Immortals from reviving elsewhere with resurrection methods, spreading everything that happened inside the mansion. Over the past 500 or 600 years, Lin Yuan had secretly killed many demons and was quite familiar with their memory contamination techniques. Even if there were Jade Immortals who could resist such memory contamination, they would be like Yunjinzi, using methods such as severing karma and others. Wishing to revive would take tens of thousands of years later. By that time, Lin Yuan reckoned he would have already ended this traversal and returned to the main universe. This dagger. Before killing the beast-robed figure, Lin Yuan had also browsed through his memories, aware that the dagger was acquired by the beast-robed figure taking a great risk in killing the offspring of the Lord of North Cold Immortal City. In the memory of the beast-robed figure, the dagger was extremely sharp, able to cut through anything. That's why, after obtaining this dagger, the beast-robed figure believed his strength had increased significantly. However, during the infiltration into Lin Yuan's cave mansion, from beginning to end, the beast-robed figure didn't even have the opportunity to see Lin Yuan before dying under the immense pressure of vast space and time. There was no chance to utilize the dagger. Sharp. Lin Yuan held the dagger and lightly drew it across the skin on his left arm. Suddenly, a wound appeared, then quickly healed. Indeed sharp. Lin Yuan was slightly astonished. His current Taiyang divine spirit, although not as strong as his true body in terms of physical toughness, was still above the level of a Jade Immortal, given the scale of the world within his body. The vast inner world, continuously nurturing world force, provided nourishment to the body and soul that was incomparable by any natural treasure. Even so, the dagger cut through his skin and flesh with ease. A 12-tier weapon? Lin Yuan scrutinized the black dagger but was still somewhat unsure. The dagger gave Lin Yuan a feeling that it wasn't as simple as a 12-tier weapon. Even if it were a 12-tier weapon, without any power infused into it, relying solely on the weapon's sharpness, it shouldn't have been able to slice his skin so effortlessly. At Lin Yuan's level, the so-called 12th-tier weapons mainly depend on who wields them. In the hands of the strongest, a 12th-tier weapon can shatter anything, however, in the hands of an ordinary Jade Immortal, it's just as so. Interesting. Lin Yuan dedicated a sliver of his consciousness to studying the black dagger, for with its keen edge, if utilized adeptly, it could become a significant aid to him. Time slips by. 100 years pass by in the blink of an eye. The seventh realm of the space-time rule. With furrowed brows and deep in thought, after a century of continuous comprehension and aided by various sources of immortal essence, Lin Yuan faintly felt that he was incredibly close to grasping the seventh realm of the space-time rule. He was just one step away from the threshold. Moreover, many other pillar-level fusion rules also saw a significant improvement, with each reaching the pinnacle of the seventh realm. No rush, take it slowly. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts and slowed his contemplation of the spatiotemporal fusion rule. However, in the past 100 years, Lin Yuan looked up slightly, his mind flashing with the many major events that occurred over that century. While Lin Yuan's focus was mostly on solitary cultivation and sense comprehension, in his spare time, he still paid attention to the many major events happening in the immortal realm. And in the past century, the 33 domains of the immortal realm have been turbulent to say the least, with a multitude of demons descending from the demon abyss. Countless immortals have met their deaths at the hands of these fiends. The war between immortals and demons had already been raging for decades. Compared to the past battles, the cruelty of this war was beyond measure. In previous conflicts, immortal cities were impregnable fortresses that no amount of demons could breach. However, in this war, within just few decades, 3 immortal cities were breached, and innumerable immortals were devoured by demons. The ancestor of the immortal path is not intervening. Lin Yuan's eyebrows knitted slightly as he looked again towards the irregular rift in the sky. With Lin Yuan's current perception of space and time, he could clearly sense the vast fluctuations of the ancestor of the immortal path's aura. Is it because he is in closed-door cultivation? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart, inevitably puzzled. For the ancestor of the immortal path, all the immortals in the immortal realm are the foundation of the immortal cultivation system, and it shouldn't be to the point of negligence unless he really cannot extricate himself. But it has nothing to do with me. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan summoned Yun Junzi and ordered, "I'm going into closed-door cultivation soon. Unless it's a matter of utmost urgency, do not disturb me." Lin Yuan had a premonition that he was just one step away from the seventh realm of the space-time rule, and thus all his attention would be on comprehending the space-time rule, utilizing the accumulated immortal essence of over 100 years continuously during this period. In order to comprehend the seventh realm of the space-time rule as soon as possible, Lin Yuan even slowed down the development and refinement of the Martial Tao first-tier chapter. As for what happened in the outside world, unless it truly affected him, he would not concern himself with it. Yes. Yun Junzi responded respectfully. Kangwu Immortal City. The most central hall. All the top leaders and high-ranking officials of the Immortal City had gathered here. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy, and the top-tier Jade Immortals fell silent. All right, there's no need for despair. It's just a large group of demons converging towards our Kangwu Immortal City. It's not like we can't withstand them, the Immortal City's lord said slowly. Not long ago, Kangwu Immortal City received intelligence. About 70% of the demons within the Xiantian Immortal Domain were slowly converging towards the area where Kangwu Immortal City was located. This was not auspicious as it was highly likely that these demons had set their sights on Kangwu Immortal City. If this were the case, the city would face an unprecedentedly bitter struggle soon. If it were any of the past wars between immortals and demons, the city's top leaders and high-ranking officials wouldn't be especially grave, but only a few decades into this war, 3 immortal cities had already fallen into the hands of demons. Could Kangwoo Immortal City become the 4th to fall? Chapter 9-10 Chapter 12, The Sky-Tilting Palm. Soon. The meeting of all the senior executives of Kangwoo Immortal City hastily concluded. Although the Lord of the Immortal City expressed great confidence, believing that with the foundation of Kangwoo Immortal City, it would definitely not meet the same fate as the previous 3 immortal cities. Nonetheless, many of the senior figures of the Immortal City still harbored concerns. Better safe than sorry. Inside the Flying Immortal Hall. After the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall returned, the solemnity on his face never eased. A moment passed. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall walked out from the Flying Immortal Hall and approached a Grade A cave mansion. I wish to see Master Yun Jinzi, declared the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall, stating his purpose. With numerous demonic beings converging, Kangwoo Immortal City was in jeopardy of being overturned. The Hall Master decided to come and alert Lin Yuan. As one of the high-ranking executives of Kangwoo Immortal City, he couldn't possibly abandon the city, but Lin Yuan was different. His ties with Kangwoo Immortal City weren't as deep, and he definitely had the means to disengage himself and leave. My master is in closed-door cultivation. If the Hall Master has any matters, you can tell me directly, and I will inform my master, Yun Jinzi spoke softly. Over the recent 200 years, the Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall frequently visited Lin Yuan, and knowing their good relationship, Yun Jinzi certainly did not dare to neglect. Tell you. The Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall fell silent for a while. The gathering of a large number of demonic beings towards the region of Kangwoo Immortal City was a top-secret matter within the city. Should it leak out, it could very likely cause many immortals of the city to flee in advance. Even the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall only dared to remind Lin Yuan in person. To tell this servant before him and then have him relay the message to Lin Yuan. There was still the risk of it leaking out. If the master emerges from seclusion, let me know, said the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall, and then he turned and left. Now that Kangwoo Immortal City had entered the highest state of alert, the Hall Master of the Flying Immortal Hall also had many tasks to attend to, thus he decided to wait until Lin Yuan finished his seclusion before alerting him. Billions of miles away from Kangwoo Immortal City. Countless demonic beings converged, filled with terrifying demonic chi, and it even subtly began to transform the immortal realm towards the demon abyss. Among the multitude of demonic beings, 6 colossal figures stood prominently, their presence profound, seemingly like miniature demon abysses, with numerous demonic beings around worshipping these 6 colossal figures. Nearly all demonic beings possess very low intelligence, basically running on mere instinct. However, among the infinite demonic beings, there's a minuscule chance that an emperor of demonic beings is born. These emperors, having devoured countless demonic beings and aggregated a portion of the essence from the ancestor of the demon abyss, thereby gain sentience. In some ways, these emperors of demonic beings are akin to the incarnations of the ancestor of the demon abyss, and hence they possess the ability to command and control other demonic beings. The emperors of demonic beings born from the infinite demonic ranks have extremely terrifying strength. In past wars between immortals and demons, at most only one emperor of demonic beings would appear. But in this war between immortals and demons, the number of emperors of demonic beings surpassed those in all previous wars, which is also the reason why 3 immortal cities were successively breached in recent decades. An emperor of demonic beings, leading a large number of demonic beings, could at most rampage outside the immortal city, unable to breach it. However, 2 or 3, or even 5 emperors of demonic beings joining forces, would have a substantial chance of breaking through an immortal city. Kangwoo Immortal City, such tasty food, the emperor of demonic beings eyed the distance, exactly where Kangwoo Immortal City was located. Ordinary demonic beings devouring immortals at the Transcendence Tribulation stage or the Mahayana realm was already an ultimate delicacy, but to emperors of demonic beings, even a golden immortal wasn't regarded highly. The emperors of demonic beings most desired to devour jade immortals, the stronger the Jade Immortals, the greater the aid to the emperors of demonic beings. However, unfortunately, Jade Immortals were too rare. Across the vast expanse of the 33 immortal domains, Jade Immortals were mostly concentrated in the immortal cities, which was why the emperors of demonic beings collaborated to breach the immortal cities. Not only could their subordinate demonic beings feast on a large number of immortals, but these emperors of demonic beings could also partake in many Jade Immortals. The power we have gathered now is almost enough. We can make a move towards Kangwu Immortal City, a leading emperor of demonic beings spoke out. As emperors of demonic beings, being wise, they had already begun to assess the situation, not willing to act before they were certain they could breach Kangwu Immortal City. They would only patiently wait until the gathered force could decisively tear through Kangwu Immortal City. Good. If we breach Kangwu Immortal City this time, I want to devour at least 20 Jade Immortals. An emperor of demonic beings to the right spoke, emerging from devouring countless demonic beings. But devouring demonic beings and devouring immortals weren't the same at all. To the emperors of demonic beings, devouring demonic beings was merely a quantitative accumulation, such as healing injuries through consuming a large number of demonic beings. But devouring immortals? It's more like a complement to themselves in some aspect. In their very instincts, the emperors of demonic beings knew, the more immortals they devoured, the more complete they themselves became. 20 immortals. An emperor of demonic beings to the left roared, I also want 20 Jade Immortals. Ordinary Jade Immortals are all yours, but those top Jade Immortals, they are mine, the leading emperor also chimed in. Top Jade Immortals were more beneficial to the emperors of demonic beings, but comparatively, top Jade Immortals were much rarer and more difficult to deal with. Years later, under the lead of the 6 emperors of demonic beings, the near-infinite demonic beings had already arrived outside Kangwu Immortal City. Evil and twisted demonic chi blanketed the air, and only at this moment did the many immortals of Kangwu Immortal City realize the dire situation they were in. Demonic beings have come to kill. What do we do? What do we do? I heard that these demonic beings have already breached 3 immortal cities. Let's go out, I want to flee. Go out. Inside the immortal city, relying on the city's protection, there is still a chance to survive, but fleeing? I'm afraid you'd be devoured by those demonic beings immediately. Inside Kangwu Immortal City, after a brief moment of panic, the many immortals somewhat calmed down. Every immortal who had cultivated to the Transcendence Tribulation stage was cunning and quick-witted. They quickly realized that hiding within the immortal city was their only chance for survival. Fellow Taoists, the demonic beings are just outside. To withstand these demonic beings, we need the power of all Taoists. The voice of the immortal city's master instantaneously appeared in the ears of all immortals. Now, all Taoists, channel all your mana and immortal power into the ground of the immortal city. The enormous Kangwu Immortal City, built over generations by Jade Immortals, had long become a large-scale war immortal artifact. And to activate this large-scale war immortal artifact, it relied solely on a vast number of immortals. Only in this way could the power of Kangwu Immortal City be fully unleashed. The power of the Emperor of Demonic Beings surpasses that of top-tier Jade Immortals, coupled with endless demonic creatures. To deal with them, one must rely on Kangwu Immortal City. Only by unleashing the power of Kangwu Immortal City, this colossal war immortal artifact, can there be hope to resist the Emperor of Demonic Beings and the infinite demonic creatures. The many immortals within the city, also realizing the dire situation, hesitated not to pour all their mana and immortal power into the ground of the immortal city. Rumbling loudly, the massive Kangwu Immortal City, as if coming to life, burst forth with terrifying radiance, spreading towards all directions. Countless demonic creatures at the edges, unable to evacuate in time, were instantly pulverized. Humph, relying on the power of the immortal city again, the same old tactic. Deep within the endless demonic creatures, 6 emperors of demonic beings watched with cold detachment. Their combined strength was such that they could confront Kangwu Immortal City head-on and even suppress it. But to ensure their safety, they still sent out a large number of demonic creatures to approach Kangwoo Immortal City actively. Millions, tens of millions, and hundreds of millions of demonic creatures died under the envelopment of the celestial radiance, also depleting a considerable part of Kangwoo Immortal City's foundation. Where is the Emperor of Demonic Beings? Within the city, the Lord and other top brass were slightly anxious. With so many demonic creatures gathering outside the city, there must be an Emperor of Demonic Beings covertly commanding them. The ultimate strike of the Immortal City was also reserved for that Emperor of Demonic Beings. Only by killing or severely wounding the Emperor of Demonic Beings is there hope for victory, otherwise, the Emperor will continually summon an endless stream of demonic creatures to attack the city. Time passed by. The endless stream of demonic creatures did not diminish at all. The Lord of the Immortal City and other top brass began to despair. At that moment, a hazy black demonic chi quietly spread closer. 6 towering figures suddenly appeared in front of Kangwoo Immortal City, raising their right hands and pressing down. Not good. The faces of the Lord of the Immortal City and other top brass drastically changed. 6 emperors of demonic beings, there are actually 6 emperors of demonic beings. The Lord of the Immortal City felt parts of the city's structure collapsing. The 6 emperors of demonic beings had been hiding in the shadows, using endless demonic creatures to deplete most of the city's power before appearing silently to deliver a fatal blow. It's over. Despair surged within the heart of the Lord of the Immortal City. He even felt that if it weren't for trying to take Kangwoo Immortal City without damage, the 6 emperors of demonic beings might not have given their all, otherwise, Kangwoo Immortal City would have been breached long ago. Demonic creatures have entered the city already. The Lord of the Immortal City looked downward, vaguely seeing countless demonic chi seeping into the city walls. The demonic creatures have broken in. Run. Run. Where can we run to? Outside are demonic creatures, now they have come inside, where can we run to? Since we can't escape, let's fight the demonic creatures. Inside the Immortal City, it was utter chaos. Many immortals were panicked or resolute, and some fled deeper into the city. Cave Mansion Area. Yunjinzi, through the grand formation of the cave mansion, observed the entire situation of the Immortal City. Is the Immortal City about to fall? Yunjinzi's face turned pale as he looked towards the exterior of the city, where the 6 towering emperors of demonic beings and the endless stream of incoming demonic creatures were. Master. Quickly informed the Master. Before the appearance of the 6 emperors of demonic beings, Kangwoo Immortal City was on the upper hand against the invasion of the endless demonic creatures, slaying as many as approached. Until the 6 emperors took action, the situation reversed instantly, making Yunjinzi realize something terrible was about to happen. Cultivation Area. Lin Yuan's brows furrowed deeply. Is the Immortal City about to be breached? Upon receiving Yunjinzi's notification, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. He felt he was just a whisper away from the space-time's 7th realm. A few more years of secluded cultivation, maybe even just a few months, would allow him to step into a whole new level of the space-time domain. Has the situation gotten this dire? Lin Yuan stood up, walked out of the cultivation area, and joined Yunjinzi. Through the grand formation of the cave mansion, he looked towards the entire situation of the Immortal City. Master, what should we do now? There are 6 emperors of demonic beings outside. Yunjinzi's voice trembled slightly. Having experienced more than one battle between immortals and demons, he knew how terrifying the emperors of demonic beings were. They were the terrifying beings that surpassed the top-tier Jade immortals. What to do? Lin Yuan was not in a good mood, glanced at Yunjinzi with his pallid face, stretched out his arm, and casually reached towards the sky. In an instant, all the infinite demonic creatures vanished without a trace, as if wiped from existence. Outside Kangwoo Immortal City, the sky cleared and all was silent. Yunjinzi's mouth fell open. Because at that moment, he clearly saw Lin Yuan, with one hand, grab and hold the myriad demonic creatures and the 6 emperors of demonic beings. Those 6 towering emperors of demonic beings were no match for even 1/10 of Lin Yuan's finger, caught between his fingers. Chapter 9-11 Chapter 13, The Seventh Realm of Space and Time. The Emperor of Demonic Beings is very special, his level of power far surpasses that of the top Jade Immortals. After all, the demonic creatures are but a condensation of a wisp of demonic chi from the ancestor of the demon abyss. And the Emperor of Demonic Beings is the ultimate form born from the endless sea of demonic creatures. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is an incarnation of the ancestor of the demon abyss. Therefore, in the numerous wars between immortals and demons, what the immortals of the immortal realm dread the most is the Emperor of Demonic Beings. As for the ordinary demonic creatures, even in endless numbers, they could not possibly breach the defense formations of the great immortal cities. As long as they endure until the passage to the demon abyss dissipates, that will be enough. Having experienced several wars between immortals and demons, Yun Jinzi is well aware of the terror of the Emperor of Demonic Beings. Even with the help of an immortal city, a massive war immortal artifact, at best one can only inflict severe injuries, with virtually no hope of achieving a kill. However, now, in the eyes of Yun Jinzi, the power of an entire immortal city can barely rival the Emperor of Demonic Beings. Yet he is now struggling desperately between the fingers of Lin Yuan. Master, Yun Jinzi's mind seems to be in a muddle. When he first entered the spirit world of Lin Yuan, he witnessed that towering figure symbolizing unparalleled spiritual will, leaving Yun Jinzi almost believing that Lin Yuan might be the ancestor of the immortal path, the supreme being. But Yun Jinzi soon abandoned this thought, as there are significant differences between the ancestor of the immortal path and Lin Yuan. The ancestor of the immortal path resides high in the origin of the immortal realm, looking down upon all immortals, obviously not the case for Lin Yuan. Over the years, Lin Yuan has displayed horrific alchemy skills and means beyond what even top Jade Immortals could match, but there's still a large gap between him and the ancestor of the immortal path. But now, Yun Jinzi is once again plunged into confusion. Single-handedly capturing a sky full of demonic creatures, among which there are 6 emperors of demonic beings, who other than the ancestor of the immortal path could perform such a feat? Jade Immortals. No matter how many Jade Immortals there are, as long as they dare to leave the immortal city and lose its protection, they are nothing but delectable food in the eyes of the Emperor of Demonic Beings. Since the emergence of the demon abyss, there has never been a case where a Jade Immortal, relying solely on their own power, has managed to briefly contend with the Emperor of Demonic Beings. If they cannot even contend, let alone suppress, and here it's suppressing 6 at once. Emperor of Demonic Beings. Lin Yuan looks at his right palm, his gaze falling on those 6 emperors of demonic beings. About to step into the 7th realm of space-time, almost reaching the threshold of this level, only to be interrupted by these demonic beings, causing Lin Yuan slight impatience. Therefore, he took direct action. If saying when Lin Yuan first arrived in the immortal realm, he needed to keep a low profile, endure when possible, to avoid attracting the attention of the ancestor of the immortal path or the ancestor of the demon abyss prematurely. Then now, with the breakthrough to the 7th realm of spacetime imminent, there is no longer any need to deliberately endure. Even now, Lin Yuan already possesses some of the characteristics of the 7th realm of spacetime. For example, suppressing the 6 emperors of demonic beings with a single palm, such suppression is not about absolute power. Currently, Lin Yuan's Taiyang divine spirit, aside from the spiritual will, is not necessarily stronger in other aspects than an individual emperor of demonic beings. Upon advancing to the 2nd layer in the immortal realm, there is no such thing as being instilled with the origin source of the immortal realm. Therefore, even with the mystical gourd blessing, the world within the Taiyang divine spirit is only a few 100 million miles in circumference. In terms of the physical body, the vast majority of resources obtained in the immortal realm are sent as much as possible to the true body, the origin. The strength of the Taiyang divine spirit's physical body is approximately at the level of a regular emperor of demonic beings. The endless demonic creatures and the 6 emperors of demonic beings struggle in vain in the palm of Lin Yuan's hand, the root cause being the suppression of the space-time domain. Lin Yuan suppresses all the demonic beings firmly with the space-time rule domain. With Lin Yuan's current understanding of space-time, even if he truly faces the ancestor of the immortal path or the ancestor of the demon abyss, he would still manage with ease. The key point is that, at this moment, the one acting is merely the Taiyang divine spirit, which can be completely discarded when necessary. The true body, the origin, resides in hidden, unknown places, isolated by the cause and effect of spacetime, and even the ultimate beings of the 12th layer, such as the ancestor of the immortal path, would take a tremendous amount of time to locate and lock onto it. So, at this moment, Lin Yuan, in this immortal realm, essentially has nothing left to be cautious or wary of, and once he fully steps into the 7th realm of spacetime, he will be truly unhindered and fearless. These emperors of demonic beings, Lin Yuan examines the 6 emperors of demonic beings caught between his fingers, and even though he's suppressing these demonic creatures at a rule level, Lin Yuan does not underestimate them, for after all, these emperors of demonic beings essentially arose from the ancestor of the demon abyss and are part of this ultimate being of the 12th layer. This feeling. Lin Yuan frowns, observing the ordinary demonic creatures is still manageable, but these emperors of demonic beings show an aspect utterly opposite to those practicing the immortal cultivation system, like the contrast between white and black, life and death. Where is this? What place is this? To Lin Yuan's scrutiny, the 6 emperors of demonic beings have no self-awareness, but suddenly finding themselves in a different world, each becomes extremely panicked. They were born in the demon abyss, and apart from the omnipresent ancestor of the demon abyss, they have never experienced such fear. Why can't I feel the demon abyss anymore? Right, I can't feel it either. One by one, the emperors of demonic beings' scalps explode, for to these demonic creatures, the demon abyss is far more than just their lair. It bears the effect of something akin to a source-origin connection. Any emperor of demonic beings can always sense the presence of the demon abyss and can instantly return to the demon abyss if they wish. But now, the vast, nearly equal to the immortal realm demon abyss, has disappeared into thin air. To be precise, it's not that the demon abyss has disappeared, but they can no longer sense the existence of the demon abyss. They are of no use to me at the moment. After observing for a moment, Lin Yuan lightly shakes his head and exhales softly. Chapter 9-12 Chapter 13, The 7th Realm of Spacetime. In an instant, within the palm-sized universe, spacetime collapsed, endless demonic creatures turned into dust before the boiling spacetime, and the 6 emperor of demonic beings persisted for a few moments before also becoming nothing but ashes. All the demonic creatures were shattered by the power of spacetime, then transformed into the most primordial demonic chi by the primal force. This most primordial demonic chi, which belongs to the ancestor of the demon abyss, was suppressed by Lin Yuan as part of his research on the ancestor of the demon abyss lying dormant in the depths of the demon abyss. Just after the foremost emperor of demonic beings among the 6 utterly perished, billions of miles away from Kangwu Immortal City, the remaining demonic chi converged, once again forming a silhouette. However, compared to the majestic stature of a normal emperor of demonic beings, this silhouette had shrunk significantly, and its aura was weak, having fallen to the level of an ordinary jade immortal. I survived. The emperor of demonic beings was ecstatic. Most emperors of demonic beings were invincible in their own right, with no need to prepare any means of survival. However, this emperor of demonic beings was naturally cautious, and even when attacking the nearly invincible Kangwu Immortal City, it had left a will hidden elsewhere in advance. Sure enough, this now came into great use. With the physical body perished, the will resurrected, it was like having come back to life. Demon Abyss. Without hesitation, the emperor of demonic beings called upon the demon abyss, seeking to escape into its depths. From beginning to end, it never knew why its true self died, nor who had killed it. But that did not stop the fear of the emperor of demonic beings. If it did not escape now, there would be truly no chance to flee. Buzz, buzz, Buzz. The vast phantom of the demon abyss descended. Like a colossal mouth that sought to swallow the emperor of demonic beings in one gulp. But the next moment, a gigantic hand composed entirely of spacetime stretched out. It forcibly snatched the emperor of the demon abyss right from under that colossal maw. The demon abyss power lingered for a while, but eventually dissipated swiftly. Still trying to run? Lin Yuan looked at the ant-like creature within his palm and casually crushed it, suppressing the primordial demonic chi once more. No response from the ancestor of the immortal path yet. Since taking action, most of Lin Yuan's attention had not been on the demonic beings but rather upon the origin of the immortal realm, watching for any movements from the ancestor of the immortal path. With a palm, Lin Yuan had captured the heavens full of demonic beings, showing a strength close to that of the 12th grade, which might alert the ancestor of the immortal path. In fact, this was also Lin Yuan's test for the ancestor of the immortal path, wanting to understand exactly what state the other party was in. Forget it. After waiting a moment and seeing that the origin of the immortal realm still showed no reaction, Lin Yuan simply turned and entered the cultivation area, planning to take that final step and step into the 7th realm of spacetime. Lin Yuan effortlessly resolved all the demonic beings, and even before the face of the demon abyss, he captured an emperor of the demon abyss, then turned around to continue his seclusion. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality, it was only a few breaths worth of time. In Kangwu Immortal City, countless immortals were fleeing in panic, desperate one moment, and in the next, they found that the endless swarm of demonic beings that had shaken the entire immortal city to the brink had vanished. It wasn't the disappearance of one or a few, but all had vanished. If not for the collapsed structures and ground within the city, many immortals would probably think what they just experienced was an illusion. Where are the demonic beings? What happened? Not sure, where are those demonic beings? Could it be that they retreated? Countless immortals were somewhat dumbfounded as they exchanged information rapidly, but overall, there was a collective sigh of relief. Compared to the many confused immortals, the numerous high-ranking leaders of Kangwu Immortal City were shocked. The demonic beings retreated? Absolutely impossible for them to retreat. That's right, 60% of the defensive formations of Kangwu Immortal City have collapsed. If they continued a bit longer, those 6 emperors of demonic beings could have breached the city. Retreat at this moment? Correct. The high-ranking officials of the Immortal City are far more informed than the other immortals, and they are well aware of the extent to which the defense formation of Kangwu Immortal City is on the brink of collapse. As much as they are reluctant to accept it, the many Jade Immortals can ascertain that the fate of Kangwu Immortal City will be consumption by endless demonic beings. These top-tier Jade Immortals will also be devoured by those Emperor of Demonic Beings. But at the last moment, all the demonic beings disappeared. The high-ranking officials of the Immortal City are not fools, they are well aware of the nature of these demonic beings and that they would not give up prey that is within their grasp. They haven't retreated, could it be that they were dealt with? Dealt with? Did Ancestral Master make his move? The Immortal City Lord's mind stirred, the 6 Emperor of Demonic Beings could tear open the Immortal City's defense formation when working in unison. Apart from the exalted Ancestral Master, he could not conceive of any other being capable of resolving the situation so effortlessly. My ancestor among the many top-tier Jade Immortals, a young-looking Jade Immortal hesitated slightly, then shook his head and spoke. As a disciple of the Ancestral Master, he knew that the Ancestral Master would definitely not take action during this time, otherwise, he would not have allowed 3 immortal cities to be breached. It wasn't the Ancestral Master who acted. The City Lord of the Immortal City and other high-ranking figures fell into silence, mostly convinced. After all, if Ancestral Master had made a move, the divine presence of the immortal realm would enshroud the entire immortal realm, all demonic beings would retreat, and even the demon abyss would keep its distance. But now, besides Kangwu Immortal City, the other domains in the immortal realm are still ravaged by demonic beings. This does not align with the scenario where Ancestral Master would intervene. However, if it wasn't Ancestral Master who acted, then, who would have intervened? Apart from Ancestral Master, who else in the immortal realm could possibly have the means to resolve 6 Emperor of demonic beings in an instant? The City Lord of Immortal City and other high-level officials could not understand. Have you noticed something amiss with the cave mansion area of our immortal city? While the many high-ranking officials of the immortal city were in deep contemplation, a vice city lord began to check the overall situation of the immortal city and immediately discovered the anomaly. Under the siege of infinite demonic beings and the 6 Emperor of demonic beings, the defense formation of Kangwoo Immortal City had collapsed a great deal, and its internal formations were likewise damaged extensively. Now, the entirety of Kangwoo Immortal City looks like a sieve full of holes, where one can see from one end to the other. The numerous lofty officials, who had partial control over the immortal city's formation, were able to observe the entire immortal city without any impediment, from beginning to end. After all, Kangwoo Immortal City is now akin to half a ruin, with most formations collapsed, making it difficult to conceal any secrets. Under such circumstances, the cave mansion area of the immortal city, one particular Grade A cave mansion, remained intact, in stark contrast with other Grade A mansions around it. If it were just like that, it would be let go. Maybe it was just the luck of this specific mansion that prevented it from being affected by the repercussions. But now this deputy city lord, using the remaining authority of the immortal city's formation, was still unable to peek into that Grade A cave mansion. He immediately sensed that something was amiss. Moreover, during the demonic siege on the city, all immortals from the mansion area had mostly fled their domiciles. Apart from this Grade A mansion, the rest were all empty. Such anomalies naturally caught the attention of the many high-ranking officials of the immortal city. This mansion. The city lord of the immortal city's expression shifted slightly. As a top-tier Jade Immortal, he also noted that in contrast to the panicked owners of other mansions, this Grade A mansion seemed incredibly composed, showing no sign of fleeing. It was as if they had already known that the demonic beings outside would be taken care of. This made the officials of the immortal city cannot help but speculate, might the owner of this Grade A mansion have some connection with the being who resolved the demonic beings outside the immortal city? Is it Master Yunjinzi's mansion? The Hall Master of Flying Immortal Hall was also somewhat incredulous. You know the owner of this mansion? The city lord of the immortal city's gaze immediately shifted over, and other high-ranking officials also turned their attention. The information on the owners of Grade A mansions within the immortal city was accessible to many of the Jade Immortals present. But knowing the identity of the mansion's owner does not mean they are acquainted. Within the mansion. At this moment, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged with bursts of enlightenment flashing in his mind. Without the disturbances from those demonic beings outside, Lin Yuan continued to rapidly advance in his comprehension of space-time, approaching the final leap. Space-time, so this is space-time. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. Chapter 9:13 Chapter 14 The Confusion of the Ancestor of the Demon Abyss. Lin Yuan stepped into the 7th realm of time-space without any obstacles. When a great amount of spiritual enlightenment converged, Lin Yuan realized the essence of the 7th realm of time-space. Lin Yuan's accumulation was too profound, coupled with the immortal realm's special cultivation environment and the scenes from the origin of the immortal realm condensed by the source of immortality, among others. The result of many layers of foundation overlapping. Of course, among all the foundations, the most crucial was Lin Yuan's Against Heaven's understanding. Without Against Heaven's understanding to integrate everything, even if the conditions mentioned above were strengthened tenfold, it would be meaningless. Within the immortal realm, which of the direct disciples of the ancestor of the immortal path did not have a cultivation environment and resources superior to Lin Yuan's? Some could even directly enter the origin of the immortal realm to cultivate. But so far, none of the ancestral master's disciples have stepped into the 7th realm in their comprehension of time-space. Not to mention the disciples of the ancestral master, even the ancestral master himself has never touched the 7th realm regarding time-space understanding. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan came to a realization, and after reaching the 7th realm of time-space comprehension, the time-space he felt seemed to come alive. It was not that time-space had come alive, but rather that time-space was always alive, constantly changing. Lin Yuan was previously unable to feel or observe it. Time-space, this is time-space. Lin Yuan's gaze was distant, and the time-space of the entire immortal realm became completely visible to him, and even the time-space of the demon abyss beyond the immortal realm became apparent in his eyes. It turns out that the immortal realm and the demon abyss are the same world, but because the fundamental rules are different, obvious distinctions arise. Lin Yuan suddenly understood. Previously, he thought that the demon abyss was just a layer within the space of the immortal realm, but in fact, the demon abyss belongs to the main space of the immortal realm, and to the demon abyss, the immortal realm might not even hold a dominant position. The immortal realm and the demon abyss are equal, with no distinction of primary and secondary. A subordinate world of the immortal realm? Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, following the vast and endless power of time-space. He looked beyond the immortal realm. The realm of the immortal realm is supremely lofty, at the pinnacle of this dimension. However, below the immortal realm, there are 3,333 worlds rising and falling. Among these 3,333 worlds, the spirit realm where Lin Yuan once descended was unmistakably among them. And below these 3,333 worlds, each world is connected to over 1 million lower-level worlds, including the world of the Central Divine China. 3,333. This number again. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then withdrew his gaze. With his current mastery over time-space, if he wished, he could descend to any world within this dimension. But it's meaningless. Lower-level worlds would probably struggle even to accommodate Lin Yuan, like how the world of Central Divine China previously would have been smaller than the world within Lin Yuan's body. What good would descending there do? My current strength. Lin Yuan began to review his own strength. According to the information left by Xian Huang and the Moyu Tower Master, normally only a 12th-layer sovereign could reach the 7th realm of time-space. A few of the very top path-splitting 12th layers also have a chance to touch it. That is to say, with only his comprehension of time-space, Lin Yuan is now superior to the vast majority of 12th-layer path-splitting beings. With time-space comprehension, in direct combat, Lin Yuan is not a match for the ultimate 12th layers, but he can completely use his comprehension of time-space to play with those ultimate 12th layers. Just like with the Xianhuang secret realm, which obviously opens once every tens of thousands of years deep within the main universe's time-space, yet all the ultimate 12th layers can't lock onto its coordinates. This is suppression from the rule level. This is the 7th realm of time-space. Lin Yuan thought rapidly to himself. For nearly all life forms, the difficulty of realizing the 7th realm of time-space is greater than achieving the ultimate form. After all, most of the 12th-layer path-splitting realm powerhouses have not reached the 7th realm in their time-space comprehension. Now Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred, and after his comprehension of time-space entered the 7th realm, with but a thought, his true body and primordial spirit, as well as his many avatars, all merged into the depths of time-space. Even the ultimate 12th layers couldn't detect the slightest trace unless Lin Yuan chose to reveal himself. Simply put, the current Lin Yuan is like a high-dimensional observer. Even the ultimate 12th layers are unable to perceive him if their rule comprehension hasn't reached a certain height. Time-space can be used in this way too. Lin Yuan continued to sense the changes within himself. After reaching the 7th realm of time-space comprehension, the vast time-space before Lin Yuan's eyes seemed to change its appearance, and many previously incomprehensible mysteries of time-space were now all deciphered effortlessly. While Lin Yuan continued to meditate and familiarize himself with the 7th realm of time-space. Outside the cave dwelling, the immortal city's lord and numerous high-ranking powerhouses gathered. They looked nervous and slightly uneasy, sensing that Lin Yuan's dwelling was out of sync with the surrounding environment, and speculating that Lin Yuan might be related to the one who took action against those demonic beings outside the city. After short communications, the immortal city's lord and the high-ranking powerhouses left Kangwu Immortal City, which had nearly become ruins, to visit Lin Yuan at the first opportunity. They had no choice. If Lin Yuan really was related to that powerful being who had acted, their first task wasn't to restore Kangwu Immortal City but to understand the thoughts of that powerful existence. As well as to see if there were any demands. After all, the intervention couldn't have been without reason. Without understanding these, the Immortal City's lord and the high-ranking powerhouses wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully, let alone stabilize the situation in Kangwu Immortal City. City Lord Yun Zhenzi, acting as the housekeeper of the dwelling, immediately opened the gate and came out. If this were before, facing the joint arrival of the Immortal City's lord and other high-ranking powerhouses, Yun Zhenzi would be somewhat nervous, given that these were figures she could not even look up to a myriad of years ago. Even among Jade Immortals, the gap would be even greater, and the former Yun Zhenzi, while strong among ordinary Jade Immortals, was far inferior to the top Jade Immortals. And now, the current visitors are not just ordinary Jade Immortals, their backgrounds are incomparable to Yun Zhenzi's. But now, recalling Lin Yuan's effortless grasp of the myriad demonic beings just a moment ago, Yun Zhenzi stood up straight, with dignity and assertiveness, and said, "Gentlemen, what brings you here? Is the master present inside?" The Immortal City's lord and other Jade Immortals exchanged looks. The city lord spoke up proactively. "The master is in seclusion," Yun Zhenzi replied succinctly. This was also instructed by Lin Yuan before he began his cultivation retreat, that anyone who wanted to visit him should be rejected under this pretext. Unless something truly critical had occurred that affected the entirety of the Immortal City. In retreat? The lord of the Immortal City paused slightly, surprised. The other giants behind him also felt a shiver in their hearts. In retreat? At a time like this? Kangwu Immortal City had just survived a near-catastrophic crisis, and all immortals, including many top Jade Immortals like the city lord himself, could have been devoured by countless demonic creatures. At this moment, for the many immortals, it was like escaping from the jaws of death. How could they possibly be in the mood for cultivation retreats? Furthermore, the current situation outside the city was still unclear. If subsequent attacks by demonic creatures occurred, Kangwu Immortal City might be in danger again, making it even less likely for any immortals to enter retreat. Yet, Lin Yuan was in retreat. The response from Yun Zhenzi made the city lord and other high-level leaders reflect on many things. Before they arrived, they had merely speculated that the owner of this A-grade cave dwelling might be related to the mysterious entity that dealt with the demonic creatures outside the city. The likelihood was about 40 to 50%. But now, this probability had increased to 70 to 80%. Because entering retreat at this moment was simply too unreasonable, unless one did not place these demonic creatures in his eyes at all. And that matched the actions of the mysterious entity that intervened. "May I inquire if your master is aware of who took action against those demonic creatures outside the city just now?" The lord of the Immortal City took a deep breath, carefully phrased his words, and asked cautiously. "Who took action against the demonic creatures?" Yun Zhenzi hesitated somewhat. Of course, he knew who had acted. It was Lin Yuan, who with a mere flip of his hand, had captured the boundless demonic creatures. But Lin Yuan did not allow him to speak of this matter. Nor did he forbid him from doing so. That's why Yun Zhenzi was hesitant. "I will go and ask my master." After much deliberation, Yun Zhenzi still decided to confirm with Lin Yuan. "Go and ask the master." The hearts of the city lord and other high-level leaders trembled once again. Yun Zhenzi did not answer with ignorance. But instead, he said he needed to ask the master. What did this imply? It meant that not only might the owner of the dwelling be aware, but even the servant before them likely knew who the mysterious entity that had acted was. It was merely a matter of asking the master to see if it could be disclosed to outsiders. "Very well, go and ask. We will wait here." The lord of the Immortal City immediately forced a smile, and the other high-level leaders did the same. At this moment, they harbored an even more terrifying conjecture. Maybe the owner of this dwelling was not only related to that mysterious powerhouse, but perhaps he was the mysterious powerhouse himself. Another side of the immortal realm. This place is immensely dark and profound, filled with pitch-black demonic chi. Endless demonic creatures are born here, fighting and dying. This is the demon abyss. The birthplace of all demonic beings, and also the resting place of the ancestor of the demon abyss. Deep within the demon abyss, a colossal consciousness is slowly awakening. The demonic chi it randomly released condensed into numerous demonic creatures, which fought and devoured each other, eventually giving rise to several emperors of demonic beings. One of my children has died. Suddenly, this immense consciousness noticed something. A mass of demonic chi converged, forming a supreme throne upon which a figure appeared, sitting on the throne. He is the ancestor of the demon abyss. For the ancestor of the demon abyss, the life and death of ordinary demonic beings are of little concern. Not to mention invading the immortal realm, even within the demon abyss, countless ordinary demons perish every moment. But an emperor of demonic beings? Emperors of demonic beings could be considered the ancestor of the demon abyss's incarnations, also his children. In the demon abyss, the emperors are immortal, they are blessed and protected by the entire abyss. The collapse of an emperor of demonic beings would alert the slumbering ancestor of the demon abyss. Who exactly is it that killed my child? The ancestor of the demon abyss's gaze was pitch black as he began to trace the signs in the void, locking onto the final memories of the deceased emperors of demonic beings. Is it there? The eyes of the ancestor of the demon abyss flickered with the visions experienced by the 6 deceased emperors of demonic beings. Found it. The ancestor of the demon abyss faintly locked onto a location. However, just as the ancestor of the demon abyss was about to pinpoint the exact coordinates, he suddenly sensed the spacetime turn nebulous, the coordinates he had locked onto abruptly splitting in 2, then 4, 8. It was as if it existed in all spacetime. Yet as if it existed in none at all. This? The ancestor of the demon abyss revealed a look of confusion. Chapter 9:14 Chapter 15, The Conduit of Spacetime. For the ancestor of the demon abyss, be it the immortal realm or the demon abyss itself, there are basically no secrets. Once he locks onto a living being, no matter where they are. Even if they are in the primordial lands of the immortal realm, they cannot escape. But now, the ancestor of the demon abyss wishes to lock onto Lin Yuan's exact position. Yet he finds it utterly impossible to determine the coordinates. This vexes and confounds the ancestor of the demon abyss. It's like having someone right in front of you. You can see them, but you can't touch them. The stronger and higher the life form, the more perplexed they are when faced with such a scene. What's going on? The expression of the ancestor of the demon abyss turned serious, and the consciousness that had only partially awakened is now continuing to stir. If at first he was merely curious as to why the emperor of demonic beings he regarded as children were dying and falling, intending to find the perpetrator to exact revenge before slipping back into slumber. That was all. But now, the ancestor of the demon abyss has become thoroughly intrigued. Causal connections. Countless threads of fate appeared before the ancestor of the demon abyss. As an ancestral master, the ancestor of the demon abyss naturally has a profound understanding of the laws of cause and effect. Although he had never met Lin Yuan in person, the latter had killed 6 emperor of demonic beings and countless demonic beings. The emperor of demonic beings and the demonic beings are part of the ancestor of the demon abyss, especially the emperor of demonic beings, akin to his progeny, with a close connection to his incarnation. Lin Yuan killing the emperor of demonic beings equates to establishing a direct causal link with the ancestor of the demon abyss. Utilizing this causal connection, the ancestor of the demon abyss could easily lock onto Lin Yuan's precise location. Whoosh! The ancestor of the demon abyss has a multitude of causal threads, connecting different places in the immortal realm and the demon abyss, some even extending beyond the immortal realm. The ancestor of the demon abyss immediately found the causal thread related to Lin Yuan and followed the trail. Still can't sense it. The ancestor of the demon abyss was astonished. The existence of the causal thread proves that the other party has not died. Yet alive and undying, they could not be located within the range through the causal thread. Following that, the ancestor of the demon abyss employed dozens of methods attempting to lock onto Lin Yuan's coordinates, all to no avail. Even though it was clear Lin Yuan was still alive and indeed within the immortal realm, within the Shantian immortal domain, the ancestor of the demon abyss still felt as if he was grasping at a flower in the mirror, a moon in the water. It's time and space, a deeper level of time and space. The ancestor of the demon abyss sat on his throne, his brow furrowed. After various probes, the ancestor of the demon abyss concluded. The being that killed the emperor of demonic beings exists in an extremely deep part of spacetime. Even he could not forcefully peer into and locate it. To venture into such depths of spacetime, one must possess a certain level of understanding of it, at least beyond mine. The ancestor of the demon abyss thought quietly. Being at the level of an ancestral master, who could have an understanding of spacetime that surpassed his? Could it be that a new ancestral master had been born in the immortal realm? But how could that be possible? The celestial phenomena triggered by stepping into the level of an ancestral master could not be concealed, and it was virtually impossible for any being in the immortal realm or the demon abyss to step into that level at present. It's not an ancestral master. The ancestor of the demon abyss was very certain in his heart. What exactly has happened during my slumber? The ancestor of the demon abyss wondered to himself. Although certain that the assailant was not an ancestral master, the inability to lock onto their position meant that they were untouchable. Return, all of you. The ancestor of the demon abyss couldn't pinpoint Lin Yuan, but since he had acted against the emperor of demonic beings, he presumably didn't have much affinity for the demonic beings of the demon abyss. Hence, the ancestor of the demon abyss immediately began summoning all of the relentless demonic beings and emperor of demonic beings that had invaded the immortal realm back. The so-called war between the immortals and demons was merely a game for the ancestor of the demon abyss. Even if those demonic beings and the emperor of demonic beings devoured many immortals, it would not be of much help to him, the ancestor of the demon abyss. Shanghai Immortal City. For mighty emperor of demonic beings looked down coldly, as the vast immortal city below was on the brink of collapse under the onslaught of countless demonic beings. The immortal city's sovereign and many top-ranking jade immortals fought desperately, to no avail, before absolute power. All resistance and struggle were futile. Ha ha ha. Delicious food. The four emperor of demonic beings gazed greedily at the immortal city below. Devouring immortals and devouring their own kind were completely different experiences, and the help it provided to themselves was different as well. Just then. Return, all of you. A deep voice echoed in the minds of the four emperor of demonic beings. Father God. Father God is calling us back. The four emperor of demonic beings were shocked. They originated from the ancestor of the demon abyss, so they also considered the ancestor of the demon abyss as Father God. Let's go back. Father God wants us back, there must be something important. The four emperor of demonic beings reluctantly looked down at the immortal city below. They were just moments away from having that delicious food in their mouths. But none dared defy the command of the ancestor of the demon abyss. It was an instinct embedded deep within their consciousness. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The four emperor of demonic beings willingly retreated, and the infinite demonic beings also quickly dissipated. In just a short moment, the demonic beings outside Shanghai Immortal City all but vanished. What is going on? The sovereign of Shanghai Immortal City thought he was sure to perish. Even if he had left measures to save his life elsewhere, if he were to die at the hands of the emperor of demonic beings, the terrible corruption at the level of the soul could render those measures useless. But now, all the emperor of demonic beings have retreated. We survived. Inside Shanghai Immortal City, countless immortals wept with joy as they had never expected to live. Those ferocious demons had retreated on their own accords. Chapter 9:15 Chapter 15, The Conduit of Spacetime. Qianqing Immortal City. It was still the scene of endless monstrous creatures sieging the city. The towering emperor of demonic beings had almost all opened their mouths, just waiting for the immortal city to be breached and to devour the countless immortals inside. But in the next moment, the emperor of demonic beings received the command from the ancestor of the demon abyss. They could only lead the infinite monstrous creatures to retreat and return to the demon abyss. Chuyu immortal city, Xiaohao immortal city, heavenly will immortal city, in the 33 immortal domains, endless monstrous creatures led by the emperor of demonic beings besieged city after city. But at the same time, all the monstrous creatures withdrew. Even when the besieged cities were just one step away from being broken through, no emperor of demonic beings dared to cross the boundary. What's going on? Why have all those monstrous creatures left? No matter why they left, at least we don't have to die. Yes, being eaten by monstrous creatures is said to be incredibly painful, and one's memory would be tainted. After the initial shock and confusion, the many immortals were extremely exhilarated. Who would choose to die if they could live? Especially facing such a brutal death at the maw of monstrous creatures. Why did the monstrous creatures retreat? Was it the ancestral master? Did the ancestral master take action? Our master should not have made a move. If it wasn't the ancestral master who acted, then who did? The lords of immortal cities and other high-ranking titans, while relieved, also began to speculate on the reason for the monster's withdrawal. The most likely speculation was that the ancestral master had made a move, but even the disciples of the ancestral master didn't know the ins and outs of this matter. Logically speaking, if the ancestral master had really acted, these disciples of the ancestral master would definitely have heard some rumors. Kangwu Immortal City. In front of the Grade A cave dwelling, the lord of the immortal city and many other high-ranking titans were respectfully waiting. Suddenly, the information that the endless monstrous creatures ravaging the 33 immortal domains had withdrawn reached the hands of the top Jade Immortals. The 33 immortal domains are vast and boundless. Even for mighty Jade Immortals continuously shifting through the void, it would probably take hundreds of thousands to millions of years to traverse all the domains. But the transmission of messages is much simpler than direct walking. Through the links between causality rules, strong beings like Golden Immortals and Jade Immortals can achieve instant communication. All the monstrous creatures have withdrawn. They withdrew on their own, without any other powers intervening. Why have all the monstrous creatures voluntarily withdrawn? The lord of the immortal city and many other high-ranking titans were puzzled. The duration of each war between immortals and demons is counted in thousands to tens of thousands of years. Nowadays, only decades have passed, and it's still too early for the war to end. Moreover, in past wars between immortals and demons, even when really entering the late stage and about to end, the monstrous creatures would withdraw one by one from the immortal realm back to the demon abyss. But like now, almost at the same time, countless monstrous creatures, including the emperor of demonic beings, uniformly withdrew from the immortal realm. It's like they received some command. And who has the authority to command the emperor of demonic beings? The lord of Kangwu Immortal City and other high-level giants shuddered in their hearts. One name emerged unanimously in their minds. Ancestor of the Demon Abyss. Besides the ancestor of the Demon Abyss, who could command the emperor of demonic beings? And such a large-scale command at that. But why would the ancestor of the Demon Abyss do this? The lord of the Immortal City and many high-ranking titans exchanged glances. Although there was no concrete evidence to prove it, they instinctively felt that it was related to Lin Yuan's earlier action. Because the timing of the emperor of demonic beings' retreat was too coincidental. They did not retreat early or late, they all withdrew just after Lin Yuan took action. This compelled the top-tier Jade Immortals present to entertain such associations. Ancestor of the Demon Abyss. The heart of the Immortal City Master was engulfed by towering waves. If their conjecture was true, it meant that the being they sought an audience with possessed the capacity to make even the ancestor of the Demon Abyss yield. Although an infinite number of demonic beings retreating from the immortal realm was not the same as the ancestor itself yielding. But at the very least, it indicated that the ancestor of the demon abyss was apprehensive. Within the cave abode. The cultivation area. Lin Yuan was observing everything visible to him from the perspective of the seventh realm of spacetime. Having reached an understanding of the seventh realm of spacetime, Lin Yuan saw the essence of spacetime unravel its mysteries across all he surveyed, comprising the spacetime of immortal realm, the spacetime of the demon abyss, even the spacetime of this particular dimension. The endless turning of spacetime is what forms a stable world where life can flourish. Even the most mundane rock, flower, or tree is subject to the influence of spacetime. Should spacetime collapse, these entities too would vanish. The workings of spacetime, the multitude of coexisting rules, are what shape everything stable. Witnessing this, a profound emotion surfaces in Lin Yuan's heart. Wonderful. Truly, incredibly wonderful. At this moment, Lin Yuan held no more confusion. The space-time anomalies that were once beyond his understanding were now thoroughly grasped. It was as though within the domain of space-time, Lin Yuan possessed omniscience. No, that's not right. Lin Yuan quickly regained his composure. His so-called omniscience was merely an illusion, a misconception born from the influx of information due to a significant leap in understanding. In actuality, upon careful consideration, Lin Yuan realized that he was still beset with countless doubts, such as the deeper elucidations on the seventh realm of spacetime within the secret skill, Milky Way, and the descriptions of the eighth realm, all of which posed complex challenges to Lin Yuan. I'll take it slowly. Lin Yuan quickly calmed himself. Those dozens of scouting methods just now, originating from the deepest depths of the demon abyss, could they be from that ancestor of the demon abyss? Lin Yuan thought inwardly. With his current insights into spacetime, he could naturally perceive the surveillance from other second-layer beings, and was even capable of counter-surveillance and locking on targets. I killed 6 Emperor of demonic beings, probably alarming the ancestor of the demon abyss. Lin Yuan thought nonchalantly, without the slightest apprehension. When he initially arrived in the immortal realm, towards the ancestor of the demon abyss, towards the ancestor of the immortal path, Lin Yuan maintained utmost gravity, as they potentially posed a threat to suppress him. But now, the fact that the ancestor of the demon abyss used dozens of scouting methods without being able to locate Lin Yuan's true form said it all. To have the demons voluntarily retreat to the demon abyss. Quite cautious indeed. Lin Yuan saw through the 33 immortal domains with a glance and shook his head slightly. They wish to meet with me. Lin Yuan glanced outside the abode, as Yun Junzi had already conveyed the message of the immortal city master and other jade immortals requesting an audience. Upon the throne inside the cave abode, Lin Yuan's form appeared out of thin air and he slowly sat down. The Kangwu immortal city master and other high-ranking dignitaries stood respectfully below. We are deeply grateful for your assistance, my lord. Without you, the myriad immortals of Kangwu immortal city, the Kangwu immortal city master immediately said with respect. It was but a casual effort. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. Striking at those 6 emperor of demonic beings was solely because they disturbed his seclusion. And the other demonic beings from various immortal domains that withdrew on their own volition, the Kangwu immortal city master cautiously probed. The retreat of all demonic beings had something to do with Lin Yuan, though it was merely speculation. That was the intention of the ancestor of the demon abyss, Lin Yuan said. This was the truth. While Lin Yuan's power could easily crush demonic beings, including the emperor of demonic beings, he did not have the authority to command them. Only the ancestor of the demon abyss had the power to orchestrate such a unified retreat of all demonic beings back to the demon abyss. The intention of the ancestor of the demon abyss, the immortal city master swallowed hard. Although Lin Yuan did not explicitly say it, by referring to the ancestor of the demon abyss, his tone suggested a kind of parody. Right. Lin Yuan looked down at the petrified top-tier jade immortals and suddenly said, Do me the favor of spreading the word that from today onwards, all who practice martial Tao are under my lineage. The main reason Lin Yuan met with the immortal city master and others was precisely for this matter. For the evolutionary pathway of martial Tao to spread thoroughly across the 33 realms of the immortal realm, it is necessary to make the immortals aware of Lin Yuan's methods. Having the Kangwu Immortal City Master and other top-tier Jade Immortals disseminate this information is most efficient. At least within the Shentian Immortal domain, the spread of the evolutionary pathway of martial Tao would encounter no obstacles. Having stepped into the 7th realm of spacetime, Lin Yuan had no more apprehensions in this immortal realm and naturally sought to spread the pathway of martial Tao. The 33 realms of the immortal realm are vast and boundless. Should martial Tao spread here, it shall greatly aid Lin Yuan in his ultimate ascent. Chapter 9:16 Chapter 16 I am the ancestor of martial arts. Centuries ago, Lin Yuan had already arranged for the Taiyin primordial spirit to propagate the martial Tao in secret. Of course, this propagation was done clandestinely, with the Taiyin primordial spirit merely facilitating when opportune. However, under the overwhelming dominance of the immortal cultivation system, the propagation of the martial Tao evolutionary paths was actually unaffected. After all, with the ancestor of the immortal path leading the way, sentient beings with the means would definitely prioritize the immortal path. As for martial Tao, Lin Yuan hid in the shadows, and without enough high-level powerhouses to oversee the martial Tao cultivation system, despite its infinite potential, it was not the first choice. Merely relying on a few centuries of accumulation, the propagation of martial Tao is still too slow. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. Being invincible oneself is not the same as spreading one's own cultivation system. Unless Lin Yuan could stay in the immortal realm permanently, keeping an eye on its development, the growth trend of martial Tao might be suppressed at any time once he leaves. In the boundless void, martial Tao was able to spread so rapidly entirely because of the tens of thousands of years of accumulation in Tianqing world. The immortal realm. The vastness of the immortal realm far exceeds that of the boundless void. Before Lin Yuan's arrival to the immortal realm, there wasn't even martial Tao. Wanting to develop martial Tao from scratch not only requires effort but also a considerable amount of time to settle. After all, not every cultivator is like Lin Yuan. Even if there are martial Tao talents who are exceptionally brilliant, it would still take generations before they could aspire to climb the peak of martial Tao. Actually, in the immortal realm, there isn't a complete lack of a martial Tao foundation. A thought suddenly struck in Lin Yuan's mind as he looked in a certain direction. That place was one of the 3,330 lower worlds beneath the immortal realm, which is where the spirit realm is located. Lin Yuan had finished his 8th traversal, essentially allowing martial Tao to take root and sprout in the spirit realm, leaving behind many contingencies to ensure the smooth development of martial Tao. The foundation of martial Tao in the spirit realm originated from the lower world of the central divine China world, where the Taoed immortal sect struck a deal with Lin Yuan, protecting the weak period of martial Tao. Thereafter, cultivators of the martial Tao from the central divine China world continuously ascended to the spirit realm through the Taoed immortal sect's ascension platform, joining the Taoed immortal sect's ranks. Until Lin Yuan's 8th traversal, when he descended into the spirit realm, the cultivators of martial Tao had already established an influence called martial temple. Calculating based on the flow of time between the spirit realm and the main universe. From the end of Lin Yuan's 8th traversal till now, 1,000,000 years should have passed in the spirit realm. Now in the spirit realm, martial Tao seems to be developing quite well. Lin Yuan's gaze pierced through layers of spacetime, and he briefly surveyed the spirit realm. In fact, even without relying on the 7th realm of spacetime to observe, Lin Yuan could feel the vigorous development of the martial Tao evolutionary path in the spirit realm. As the ancestor of martial arts, Lin Yuan could sense the flickering starlight of martial Tao cultivators, no matter how distant they might be. Currently, in the spirit realm, over 50% of the areas are covered by this flickering starlight. That is to say, in the spirit realm, the martial Tao cultivation system has grown into a colossal entity, even capable of suppressing the immortal cultivation system. It seems Li Qing and the others are doing well. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, even though he had forcefully cultivated his disciple, Li Qing, to the 8th layer of martial Tao before the end of his 8th traversal. But the 8th layer of martial Tao is merely equivalent to the Transcendence Tribulation stage, and there is no shortage of practitioners at this level in the spirit realm. Even though Lin Yuan's lingering power still exists, over the long term, it still depends on Li Qing and the others to maintain control. If we can lead the martial Tao cultivators from the spirit realm up here, it could reduce the difficulty of spreading martial Tao in the immortal realm, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Any endeavor is most difficult when it starts from nothing. With Lin Yuan's Taiyin primordial spirit covertly facilitating for centuries, the cultivators of the martial Tao cultivation system totaled only in the hundreds of thousands, with the strongest among them merely at the 6th stage martial Tao. And in the spirit realm, after 1,000,000 years of development, there are more than 1,000 cultivators at the 8th layer of martial Tao, with countless more at the 7th and 6th stages of martial Tao. With my current understanding of space and time, it shouldn't be a problem. Lin Yuan carefully observed for a while and nodded subtly. In actuality, there is a way to travel from the spirit realm to the immortal realm. That is to ascend to the 9th layer of heaven in the spirit realm and then fly upwards from there. With some luck, one might enter the immortal realm. However, due to Lin Yuan's presence, the strongest lifeforms in the spirit realm became unprecedentedly powerful, and future generations, whether immortal or martial Tao cultivators, could only make it through the 8th layer and be absolutely crushed when facing the Lin Yuan presiding over the 9th layer. This meant that for 1,000,000 years, no being from the spirit realm has reached the immortal realm. Let's begin. Lin Yuan's heart stirred slightly, and he sent out a thread of spiritual will, breaking away from the immortal realm and continuously falling, eventually merging with the spirit realm. Ancestral masters could roam beyond the immortal realm, and both the spirit realms and the central divine continent's immortal cultivation systems originated from the ancestral masters' teachings. Although Lin Yuan had not reached the level of an ancestral master, his insights into the 7th realm of spacetime allowed him to achieve a similar effect and even exceed the ancestral master in certain aspects. Spirit realm. 8th layer of heaven. Li Qing sat solemnly at the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven. Even 1,000,000 years later, I am still far inferior to my teacher from back then. Li Qing looked towards the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven. After 1,000,000 years, she had already reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer of martial Tao, perfecting many of the secret techniques left by Lin Yuan. Thus, Li Qing's power had become the strongest in the spirit realm, surpassing even the ancient Transcendence Tribulation beings from previous eras. But the greater her strength, the more Li Qing felt the gap between herself and her teacher. With her power levels, she was already capable of breaking through the 8th layer to the 9th. However, when facing the 9th layer, which bore the imprint of Lin Yuan, she was still completely overwhelmed. I wonder how teacher is doing now. How is life in the immortal realm? Li Qing couldn't help but feel nostalgic about Lin Yuan. She was a disciple that Lin Yuan took in when he was in the central divine China world, and her reverence for Lin Yuan was the deepest. Just as Li Qing's thoughts were spreading, fluctuations of spacetime spread like ripples, and a towering figure seemed to traverse boundless spacetime, arriving at the 8th layer of heaven. An instinctive awe surged in Li Qing's heart, and she stared blankly at the towering figure, her eyes involuntarily welling up with tears. Teacher. To actually still feel a rejection towards me, Lin Yuan's sliver of soul consciousness descended upon the spirit realm and faintly felt the fear of the entire world. But it was only fear. Even if it were just a sliver of soul consciousness, if Lin Yuan wished, he could easily destroy the entire spirit realm. He could, with his mastery over time-space alone, create a space-time storm unprecedented in the spirit realm. This would lead the entire world to enter its collapse, stepping into the final stage of destruction. In comparison, the current spirit realm appeared far too fragile to Lin Yuan's present self. Perhaps sensing the level of Lin Yuan, the spirit realm's instinctive consciousness could only feel fear. What's wrong? You don't recognize me anymore? Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, looking towards the trembling Li Qing. He smiled lightly and said, "Teacher, have you really come back?" Li Qing suddenly came to her senses. Just now she nearly thought she was dreaming. Since ancient times, as the spirit realm has gone through epochs, aside from that ancestral master of immortal realm at the birth of the world, there has never been a strong being who reached the 9th layer of heaven and then returned to the spirit realm. After a moment, Li Qing finally forced herself to accept the reality that the towering figure before her was indeed her teacher. "You've worked hard these years," Lin Yuan said to Li Qing with slight approval. The development of martial Tao in the spirit realm to this state today must have required Li Qing to put in massive effort. "Teacher, this descent of yours, are you planning to?" Li Qing steadied her spirit and couldn't help asking. Having seen Lin Yuan again, Li Qing was extremely excited, and she asked the question, eager to serve her teacher once again. "Nothing much. I plan to bring all of you to the immortal realm," Lin Yuan said with a faint smile. This was also the purpose of his return to the spirit realm, to utilize the many cultivators of martial Tao in the spirit realm to spread and develop martial Tao in the immortal realm. To the immortal realm? Us? Li Qing was somewhat dumbfounded. Since ancient times, it had never been heard that one could be brought to the immortal realm. In Li Qing's understanding, to go to the immortal realm, one must ascend to the 9th layer of heaven, which has always been the case since the birth of the spirit realm. All the ancient beings at the Transcendence Tribulation stage did so as well. And now Lin Yuan was saying he would take her up there. And them? It sounded like it wasn't just one person. "You go down and get ready." Within the spirit realm, all cultivators of 6th stage martial Tao can enter the immortal realm, Lin Yuan said. The cultivation environment in the immortal realm far surpasses that of the spirit realm. Cultivators of martial Tao entering the immortal realm will have a higher ceiling. All 6th stage martial Tao. Li Qing was taken aback. The martial Tao in the spirit realm was flourishing. How many 6th stage cultivators were there? All of them could enter the immortal realm. In the depths of the demon abyss. The ancestor of the demon abyss ordered all demons to retreat back into the abyss and did not give up on monitoring the immortal realm. Due to the presence of Lin Yuan, the ancestor of the demon abyss had almost revived his entire consciousness. He was constantly observing the immortal realm, especially the slightest changes in the Shentian immortal domain. A fluctuation in the space-time passage? That being has opened a space-time passage between the immortal realm and the lower realm? The ancestor of the demon abyss felt a slight movement in his heart. He could not lock onto Lin Yuan's specific coordinates, but he was extremely sensitive to fluctuations in space-time. Such a stable space-time passage. The ancestor of the demon abyss was astonished. With his ancestral master-level strength, he could project his presence to the lower realm, and could even forcibly bring lives from the lower realm to the immortal realm. But to open a stable space-time passage like Lin Yuan, completely spanning the lower realm and the immortal realm, one needed to counteract the immortal realm's repairing force. The requirement for understanding of space-time was unimaginably high. Which lower realm space-time passage is this exactly? The ancestor of the demon abyss observed carefully, beginning to investigate, as the invisible demon abyss power began to converge subtly. Suddenly. At this moment. The ancestor of the demon abyss's expression changed. Not far from him, the power of space-time coalesced, forming a young male figure. This young man effortlessly crossed the many barriers of the demon abyss, materializing an avatar here, smiling at the ancestor of the demon abyss, he spoke. Ancestor of the demon abyss? Who might you be? The ancestor of the demon abyss's expression was solemn, as if facing a great adversary, clearly aware that this young man's avatar was the being he had been observing. The young man said with a smile, "I am the ancestor of martial arts." Chapter 9:17 Chapter 17, Lin Yuan and the ancestor of the demon abyss. After Lin Yuan's comprehension of the space-time domain entered the 7th realm, as long as he was within the range of space-time he could sense, he could materialize an incarnation at any location. The 6th realm of space-time allowed Lin Yuan's thoughts to travel instantaneously. Here, instantaneously still requires time. Albeit exceedingly brief. But the seventh realm of spacetime allows Lin Yuan to descend synchronously. There is no doubt that this is much stronger than the sixth realm of spacetime, which requires crossing an actual distance. There may be obstructions along the way, such as certain perilous spacetime terrains that cannot be crossed by spacetime travel. In contrast, the seventh realm of spacetime is different. No matter how many perilous labyrinths separate the locations, as long as they are still within the range of spacetime Lin Yuan can sense, he can descend directly. The range of spacetime Lin Yuan can now sense is roughly equivalent to the size of dozens of immortal realms. The immortal realm is vast and boundless, equivalent to 1% of the main universe's territory. Dozens of immortal realms, that's already equivalent to a good part of the main universe. In other words, if he returns to the main universe, Lin Yuan can appear at any place within most of the territories of the main universe with just a thought. Even if using the two primordial spirits as reference points, sitting in key nodes of the main universe, he could appear instantaneously within all locations of the main universe. The only downside is that the one descending is merely an incarnation. But with Lin Yuan's current level of rule comprehension and strength of spirit and will, even if it's just an incarnation, the battle power exhibited can far surpass the Emperor of demonic beings. And when necessary, the true self, the original being, can descend using the incarnation as coordinates. Just now, Lin Yuan was guiding the numerous martial Tao cultivators of the spirit realm through the spacetime passage, leading them to the immortal realm, when he perceived the master of the abyss's scrutiny. Therefore, he simply came to meet face-to-face with the ancestor of the demon abyss. Actually, even without the ancestor of the demon abyss's scrutiny, Lin Yuan also intended to meet this ruler of the demon abyss, an existence of the 12th layer. Ancestor of martial arts. The ancestor of the demon abyss looked solemn. He observed Lin Yuan carefully, realizing that the person before him seemed not to be in this spacetime, but talking to him was merely an image, a projection. "I have never heard of you," the ancestor of the demon abyss said with a tone of confusion. Although he spent most of his time in slumber, given Lin Yuan's strength, he must have left traces in the distant past. But in reality, the ancestor of the demon abyss had never heard the name ancestor of martial arts. "It doesn't matter if you have not heard of it now, just remember it in the future," Lin Yuan said. Actually, for the past several centuries, under the promotion of the Taiyin primordial spirit, the martial Tao has also been spreading. But the noise was too faint, and most forces in the Xiantian immortal domain hadn't even heard of it. Let alone the exalted ancestor of the demon abyss. Hearing this, the ancestor of the demon abyss fell silent for a moment, then asked, "I wonder what the ancestor of martial arts is here for." "Indeed, there are two matters," Lin Yuan nodded as he spoke. This was also the main purpose of his descent to meet the ancestor of the demon abyss. "Please speak." The ancestor of the demon abyss looked at Lin Yuan. At his level, no one has ever dared to make demands of him. But the mastery of spacetime revealed by Lin Yuan placed great pressure on the ancestor of the demon abyss. "Since I am the ancestor of martial arts, I naturally follow the path of the martial Tao and have trained a few disciples who will walk in the immortal realm in the future." Lin Yuan sighed. "I hope the ancestor of the demon abyss would not strike at my weak disciples, nor take the initiative to suppress and destroy the martial Tao cultivation system." For the martial Tao cultivation system to last in the immortal realm, besides the need for foundational dissemination, even more critical is the attitude of a 12th layer existence like the ancestor of the demon abyss. If the ancestor of the demon abyss despises the martial Tao cultivation system, even if one day it spreads throughout the 33 domains of the immortal realm, it would still be condemned to destruction. Naturally, this is under the premise that Lin Yuan does not intervene. Martial Tao cultivation system. The ancestor of the demon abyss had a deep gaze, pondering for a long time before saying, "I will not make a move." With his status and strength, even if Lin Yuan didn't say so, he wouldn't deign to strike at the weak. In the past, all the battles between immortals and demons were caused by the creatures the ancestor of the demon abyss casually created. As for the ancestor of the demon abyss himself, he had never taken action. The other matter, Lin Yuan smiled slightly and continued, "I have heard that the origin of the immortal realm contains the realm's most fundamental rules manifest, so I plan to visit the origin of the immortal realm. As soon as these words came out, the ancestor of the demon abyss narrowed his eyes. I don't understand the meaning of the ancestor of martial arts. The origin of the immortal realm is not the demon abyss. The ancestor of the demon abyss's message was clear. The origin of the immortal realm belongs to the ancestor of the immortal path. Lin Yuan should inquire with the ancestor of the immortal path. Ha ha ha. Lin Yuan laughed and said, all the immortals in the immortal realm, as well as the demonic beings from the demon abyss, believe that the ancestor of the immortal path and the ancestor of the demon abyss are opposed, and the wars between immortals and demons stem from that. But shouldn't the ancestor of the immortal path and the ancestor of the demon abyss share the same consciousness? Asking you would be no different from asking the ancestor of the immortal path, right? Lin Yuan looked at the ancestor of the demon abyss. It must be said that there are significant differences between the ancestor of the demon abyss and the ancestor of the immortal path. Even among the 12-layer ultimates in the main universe, not everyone could discern that the two are essentially one. Lin Yuan was also only able to determine this after his comprehension of spacetime reached the 7th realm, through the subtle hints within the spacetime domain, and the spacetime structure of the immortal realm and the demon abyss, that the so-called immortal realm has, from the beginning to end, only one ultimate existence. As for the ancestor of the immortal path and the ancestor of the demon abyss, they are simply two sides of the same coin. You actually saw through it. The face of the ancestor of the demon abyss showed no expression. Now that Lin Yuan had made it so clear, there was no need for him to continue the pretense. Chapter 9:18 Chapter 17, Lin Yuan and the ancestor of the demon abyss. Luck, Lin Yuan said with a smile. In fact, even if he hadn't entered the 7th realm of spacetime, Lin Yuan was already suspicious of the ancestor of the demon abyss and the ancestor of the immortal path, these two ultimate beings. Unlike the beings of the immortal realm, Lin Yuan came from the main universe where many supremes resided. He knew how incredibly difficult it was to give birth to a 12th-layer life. Yet, in the immortal realm, there were two 12th-layer ultimate existences. If it was just that, Lin Yuan wouldn't give it much thought, as the immortal realm was more than capable of accommodating two 12th-layer supremes. But these two 12th-layer beings treaded completely opposite paths. It wasn't just that they were completely opposite, but their followers, the immortals and the demons, had a sort of complementary meaning to each other. All demons eagerly devour the flesh and blood of immortals, yet immortals could also consume demonic chi. But due to the highly corrosive nature of demonic chi, when immortals consume demons, they could easily be demonized. However, the fact that immortals and demons can complement each other is already enough to trigger many associations in Lin Yuan's mind. Demons originate from the ancestor of the demon abyss, while the immortals walk the cultivation path handed down by the ancestor of the immortal path. The fact that demons and immortals can complement each other implies that the ancestor of the demon abyss and the ancestor of the immortal path have a complementary relationship too. Are 12th-layer beings unique to their respective evolutionary paths? Complementary? There's only one possibility, that these two 12th-layer beings have a profound connection, or they might even be the same person. If you want to enter the primordial lands, you have to agree to one of my conditions, said the ancestor of the demon abyss, looking at Lin Yuan. What condition? A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. If not absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan would rather not fall out with the ancestor of the demon abyss. After all, Lin Yuan's stay in this world was limited. Unless he could eliminate the ancestor of the demon abyss once and for all, he'd rather opt for a peaceful coexistence if possible. I can sense that you haven't entered the Tao ancestor realm, the ancestor of the demon abyss said, not a Tao ancestor, yet possessing such insight into space and time, therefore I wish to spar with you. Spar? Lin Yuan nodded, no problem. The ancestor of the demon abyss probably wanted to spar with him to figure out exactly what form Lin Yuan existed in. Just by feeling and observing, the ancestor of the demon abyss couldn't pinpoint Lin Yuan's exact location, but to directly make a move would probably mean a complete fallout with Lin Yuan. So he wanted to use sparring as a form of probing. Lin Yuan was pretty eager for that as well. Up to now, he hadn't had the chance to cross hands with a 12th layer ultimate being. In a super large-scale battlefield, Lin Yuan swept through his foes, but those he faced were 11th layer powerhouses armed with 12th layer weapons. As for 12th layer powerhouses themselves, he had only had a momentary contact with the myriad transformation queen of the insect race, but was immediately isolated by the Shenyuan Supreme. "Where do you plan on sparring?" asked the ancestor of the Demon Abyss. Since this was the territory of the ancestor of the Demon Abyss, in the Demon Abyss his strength would be greatly enhanced, hence the question. If it's a sparring match, it means they aren't enemies, and it should be as fair as possible. If it were an enemy, naturally the ancestor of the Demon Abyss would not give up any advantage, nor show any signs of concession. "Right here," Lin Yuan said after glancing around. "Are you sure?" asked the ancestor of the Demon Abyss. To spar in his own territory, does this ancestor of martial arts have such confidence? "Sure," Lin Yuan said with a smile. The ancestor of the Demon Abyss might be a 12th layer ultimate, but he had no idea about the height of the 7th realm of time-space. It was also normal, while the immortal realm just barely kept up with the main universe, beyond the main universe was the Chaos Void, where many 12th layer sovereigns and even 12th layer Chaos Realm powerhouses existed. Their understanding of realms far surpassed that of the ancestor of the Demon Abyss. If it were a 12th layer path-splitting realm powerhouse from the Chaos Void, upon discovering that Lin Yuan's comprehension of time-space reached the 7th realm, they wouldn't entertain the notion of sparring at all. In the center of the Demon Abyss, in an immense open space, Lin Yuan and the ancestor of the Demon Abyss stood opposite each other from a distance. "You make the first move. As long as you can land an attack on me, you win." Lin Yuan looked at the ancestor of the Demon Abyss with a smile. The ancestor of the Demon Abyss's form shrank to around 10 meters, emanating a pitch-black and profound aura, constantly devouring the demonic chi from all directions like a black hole. Does the ancestor of martial arts truly believe that I can't touch him at all? The ancestor of the Demon Abyss gazed at Lin Yuan and thought to himself. Yes. He indeed could not pinpoint Lin Yuan's exact spatial coordinates. But being unable to lock onto the exact coordinates did not mean he couldn't attack. It was like a complex ant colony, people outside indeed couldn't lock onto the position of a single ant inside. They have no idea where that ant is within the ant nest. But to deal with this ant, one need not necessarily find out its location. One only needs to completely destroy the nest, and naturally, the ant within will surely die. The ancestor of the Demon Abyss harbored such thoughts, and since he couldn't locate Lin Yuan, he might as well destroy all the spacetime that he could sense. "Be careful, Your Excellency." The ancestor of the Demon Abyss raised his hand, the demonic chi surged overwhelmingly, and instantly, a vast expanse of spacetime collapsed. As an existence of the 12th layer, every single action of the ancestor of the Demon Abyss could affect the surrounding spacetime, like a fish in water, any flick of its tail could stir up ripples. Whoosh! The terrifying spacetime vibrations dispersed in all directions in an instant. Lin Yuan, as the target of the vibrations, was also engulfed, covered entirely by the endless demonic chi. Lin Yuan stood still, as all the demonic chi passed through him as if it went through a void, immediately surging towards the back. After the demonic chi swept over, Lin Yuan was still standing there, if not for the vibrating spacetime around him, it was as if nothing had happened. It didn't have any effect at all. The ancestor of the Demon Abyss felt pressured. The blow he had just struck was only a probe, but it was specifically targeted at the breadth of the spacetime dimensions. In the view of the ancestor of the Demon Abyss, even if he couldn't inconvenience Lin Yuan, at the very least, it should have had some slight impact, such as lifting a corner of Lin Yuan's robes. But now it seems. That blow he struck was probably immensely far from Lin Yuan's true position. That move wasn't too shabby, Lin Yuan nodded and commented. Directly facing an attack from a 12th layer ultimate being, even for Lin Yuan, was a rare experience. The 7th realm of spacetime kept Lin Yuan in an absolutely safe state, which allowed him to observe the ancestor of the Demon Abyss's earlier move more carefully. Not too shabby. The ancestor of the demon abyss took a deep breath, and immediately the entire demon abyss began to contract. Then take a look at this move. Boom! In all directions. Up, down, left, and right. Countless layers of spacetime seemed to solidify. Lin Yuan appeared as if he were an insect trapped in amber, followed by a series of fine cracks at the edge of spacetime. The cracks rapidly spread, expanded, and split, in an instant enveloping everything before them. The next moment, the surrounding spacetime shattered like broken glass, and vast swathes of dark spacetime rifts emerged, a scene from outside the immortal realm. With this strike, the ancestor of the demon abyss had torn through all the spatial layers of the immortal realm, creating a huge breach that connected to the world beyond the immortal realm. The ancestor of the demon abyss looked again towards Lin Yuan's previous location, only to find Lin Yuan still standing there, unaffected by the destructive aura of the shattered spacetime around him. This scene deeply startled the ancestor of the demon abyss. I have completely penetrated the spacetime of the immortal realm, yet still no impact on the ancestor of martial arts. The ancestor of the demon abyss confirmed one thing immediately: the spacetime where the ancestor of martial arts resides, seems to have transcended the immortal realm, and even the destruction of the immortal realm cannot restrain him. This move of the ancestor of the demon abyss, while much stronger than the previous one, Lin Yuan promptly spoke up with praise. You're getting closer to me now. Would the ancestor of the demon abyss care to keep trying? In fact, this move of the ancestor of the demon abyss was still a long distance away from Lin Yuan's specific spatio-temporal location, but it's always good to encourage the ancestor of the demon abyss. There's no need. Indeed, I cannot touch the ancestor of martial arts. The ancestor of the demon abyss fell silent for a moment before immediately speaking out. Chapter 9:19 Chapter 18, Resurrection. No more sparring? Lin Yuan asked. There's no need to continue sparring. The ancestor of the demon abyss replied. In fact, the ancestor of the demon abyss had stronger trump cards and killing moves that he had not yet used. Even the ancestor of the immortal path in the origin of the immortal realm had not yet made a move. But through these two probing attacks, the ancestor of the demon abyss had confirmed that he could not only fail to lock onto Lin Yuan's location in spacetime. Even the attacks he launched were unable to touch or affect Lin Yuan. Therefore, continuing to spar was meaningless. It was completely one-sided output from the ancestor of the demon abyss. Then may I enter the origin of the immortal realm to have a look? Lin Yuan continued to ask. Of course, you may. The corners of the ancestor of the demon abyss's mouth twitched slightly. Based on the outcome of his sparring with Lin Yuan, even if he disagreed, it would be of no use. Lin Yuan could enter the origin regardless of his permission. Lin Yuan's arrival to the demon abyss and his encounter with the ancestor of the demon abyss, who couldn't do anything to him, was all done without a sound. Similarly, he could enter the origin of the immortal realm just as quietly, and even before the ancestor of the immortal path, he would be helpless. Then, thank you very much. Lin Yuan nodded. Although he could directly enter the origin of the immortal realm, it was always proper to greet the host. I will take my leave now. If there's anything, just contact me directly. After Lin Yuan spoke, his figure directly dissipated, for it was merely an avatar he had sent here. When the will of his mind dissipated, the avatar naturally vanished. Ancestor of martial arts. After Lin Yuan left, the ancestor of the demon abyss stood for a long time before he sighed and disappeared as well. The sparring between the ancestor of the demon abyss and Lin Yuan caused a profound impact in the demon abyss, leaving countless demonic beings and their emperors in fear and unrest. Since their creation, they had never felt the Father God exert such force, stirring up spatial-temporal fluctuations that affected the entire demon abyss. Xiantian Immortal Domain. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. 12th layer strength. Lin Yuan carefully sensed the two strikes unleashed by the ancestor of the demon abyss just now. Although in terms of spacetime, Lin Yuan was superior to the ancestor of the demon abyss, making him innately invincible, it was still just invincibility. If he were to resist head-on, not to mention it was just an avatar, even his true form, the true form from the main universe, would not be able to withstand it. There's still a considerable gap between me and the direct combat power of the 12th layer. Lin Yuan evaluated himself and concluded. He was only able to survive before the ultimate fighters of the 12th layer, not meaning he could contend against the ultimate 12th layer. But compared to those 12th layer powerhouses in the main universe, could the ancestor of the demon abyss be considered somewhat weaker? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even within the 12th layer, there are differences in strength. It's not just about the three big stages, path splitting, domination, and chaos. Even within the path splitting realm alone, there is a large gap, and those at the peak of the path splitting 12th layer can safely endure the tribulations of the universe's destruction. The ordinary path splitting 12th layer beings, when facing the tribulations of the universe's destruction, would have to accept a great demise. It is understandable for the ancestor of the demon abyss to be weaker than the 12th layer powerhouses of the main universe. After all, those 12th layer powerhouses from the main universe occasionally spar with each other, competing, and might even receive higher teachings from outside the universe. But the ancestor of the demon abyss? Being two sides of the same coin with the ancestor of the immortal path, before Lin Yuan descended into the immortal realm, had already been invincible for countless years, losing the drive that comes with having enemies and naturally halting in strength advancement. However, even the weakest of the 12th layer is still ultimate, and Lin Yuan, who has realized the 7th realm of spacetime, could only survive before them. The spacetime passage is completely formed now. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, looking at the spacetime passage in front of him. This was a passage forcibly established between the immortal realm and the spirit realm based on Lin Yuan's insight into the 7th realm of spacetime, condensing spacetime. Such a feat could only be achieved by Lin Yuan. Even the ancestor of the immortal path and the ancestor of the demon abyss could at most bring a few lives into the immortal realm. As for creating a stable spacetime passage, almost impossible. Before long, faint figures began to appear within the spacetime passage before Lin Yuan. Is this the immortal realm? Li Qing stepped through the lengthy spacetime passage, and upon entering the immortal realm, she was immersed in the rich immortal qi and the extremely complete Tao rules. For a moment, she was lost in astonishment. In her life, she, Li Qing, actually had a day where she entered the immortal realm. Ancestor of martial arts. Greetings to the ancestor of martial arts. Greetings to the ancestor of martial arts. Behind Li Qing, Shan Yang, Nia Yun, and the rest of the 8th layer martial Tao practitioners steadied their spirits. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, who stood not far away with his hands behind his back, they immediately bowed down fervently. As the ancestor of martial arts returned to the spirit realm and opened a passage to the immortal realm, this news had already spread throughout the 3,000 Tao regions of the spirit realm, driving countless cultivators mad with excitement. Leaving aside the prospect of entering the legendary immortal realm, just the mere sight of the ancestor of martial arts, the progenitor originator of martial Tao, was enough to make all cultivators willing to die for the opportunity. Stand up. First, get accustomed to the environment of the immortal realm. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, initiating the 8th traverse. Martial Tao was waning in the spirit realm, supported only by Li Qing, Shan Yang, and Nia Yun, the 3 7th stage martial Tao practitioners. When Lin Yuan first met Shan Yang, the latter had planned to take Lin Yuan to visit the 9 heavens. Yes. Venerated martial ancestor rank. Li Qing, Shan Yang, Nia Yun, and other cultivators of the 8th layer of martial Tao nodded in extreme excitement. Lin Yuan looked toward the rear, and as Li Qing and the other 2 8th layer martial Tao practitioners completed their journey through the spacetime passage, more and more cultivators of martial Tao's 8th layer entered the immortal realm. Among them were Jun Haiqiu, Jun Nangong, and Jun Yinxuan from the Jun family. In the central divine China world, after Lin Yuan's transmigration, he took the identity of Wuji, a 3rd-generation immortal of the morality immortal sect from the Jun family, and at that time, the influence of the Jun family in the morality immortal sect was not insignificant. Spirit Realm. Lin Yuan's conjured avatar began to break free from the world's shackles and arrived outside of the world. Central Divine Continent. Lin Yuan looked down, the Ling family possessing 1,000,000 subordinate worlds, of which the Central Divine Continent world was one. The distance between the Spirit Realm and the Central Divine Continent was not far, and the refined Void Period powerhouses from the Central Divine Continent could ascend to the Spirit Realm through the Ascension platform. This incarnation of Lin Yuan continued to descend and finally merged with the Central Divine Continent. Back again. As Lin Yuan observed his surroundings, he immediately felt an extreme narrowness, as if the entire Central Divine Continent couldn't contain his colossal presence. Whoosh! To integrate as seamlessly as possible with the Central Divine Continent, Lin Yuan's wisp of mental will directly inhabited the body that once belonged to Wuji, which he had specifically reserved. This world. Lin Yuan looked around, the minute details of the Central Divine Continent world falling into his view. The current Central Divine Continent world had become thoroughly dominated by martial Tao. Perhaps it was the influence of his 8th traversal to the Spirit Realm. The martial Tao cultivators had become the absolute mainstream in the Central Divine Continent world. The River of Time. Lin Yuan's gaze deepened as he looked towards the Central Divine Continent world's River of Time. Lin Yuan had descended to the Central Divine Continent world specifically with the intention of resurrecting people such as Jun Dongjin and Mu Lianer. Although people like Jun Dongjin had ascended to the Spirit Realm, they were born in the Central Divine Continent world and their life brands were also in the Central Divine Continent world, so to be resurrected, they had to return to the Central Divine Continent world. Resurrect. Lin Yuan's form became ethereal, he flowed upstream, starting to lock onto the essences of lives that had perished in the past. Resurrection techniques belonged to the capabilities of 12th tier powerhouses, but fundamentally, it was just a mastery of space and time. Grasping the entire rule of time at the 11th tier, one could also flow upstream and theoretically scoop up fleeting lives from the past, but one would be unable to withstand the backlash from the River of Time. Today, Lin Yuan's life essence was unprecedentedly strong. Resurrecting some 7th-tier beings was all too simple, not to mention the pittance of a backlash from the River of Time. Rustle rustle. The River of Time rippled, one after another, gray life brands were scooped up and then brought to the current space-time. I thought I was dead. Jun Dongjin, Mu Lianer, Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Jilan, and others blinked, finding it rather unbelievable, their memories all halting at the final moment of death. Now that they were resurrected, it was as if they had just awoken from sleep. I feel that, my lifespan has become immeasurably extended, I could live for at least 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years, Jun Dongjin took a deep breath. He remembered that he didn't have much lifespan left, so how come his lifespan has now surged by 100-fold? Me too. Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Jilan looked at each other, is this Central Divine Continent? I remember I had already entered the Spirit Realm through the Ascension platform. Wuji. Mu Lianer suddenly called out excitedly. The family turned their heads and saw Lin Yuan quietly observing, his aura as constrained as possible, otherwise people like Jun Dongjin wouldn't even have the qualification to look at him directly. Don't panic, you have been resurrected by me. Lin Yuan explained with a smile, next, I will take you to the immortal realm. Resurrecting Jun Dongjin and his family was an effortless matter for Lin Yuan, after all, it was no trouble for him, and it required no price to be paid. Besides Jun Dongjin's family, Lin Yuan resurrected many others, such as the parents of his 8th traversal's spirit realm fleshly form, and so on. Given the strength of Lin Yuan's life essence, even resurrecting 11th tier lives was well within his capability, and reviving many more ordinary lives was just a matter of thought. After resurrection, Lin Yuan slightly infused each resurrected being with some origin source, greatly prolonging their lifespans. Otherwise, lives that died due to the limit of their lifespan, even if pieced back together, would still have to face the issue of lifespan limitation. We've been resurrected. The hearts of Jun Dongjin's family were shaken, they had been to the spirit realm and knew that even for a tribulation stage celestial king, death was final, and the notion of resurrection didn't exist. And yet, Wuji could effortlessly resurrect them. And it wasn't a mere resurrection, their life essence, the length of their lifespan, had all been significantly elevated. Immortal realm. Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily stunned. Could they really proceed to the immortal realm? Resurrecting long-gone relatives and friends was a task for a negligibly minor incarnation split by Lin Yuan. As for his true body, it remained in closed-door cultivation, comprehending the Tao. Lin Yuan's consciousness immersed in the depths of his mind, gazing towards the towering and grandiose myriad realms gate. Now with the attainment of the seventh realm in space-time comprehension, this was Lin Yuan's first examination of the myriad realms gate. What is this? Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly. At this moment, with his space-time insight reaching the seventh realm, he immediately noticed changes in the myriad realms gate. Chapter 920 Chapter 19, The Source World. The myriad realms gate stands lofty and majestic at the deepest part of Lin Yuan's mind, as if it has remained unchanged through the ages, eternal and everlasting. Even though it is merely a projection of the true myriad realms gate, it still gives Lin Yuan the illusion of surpassing the 12th layer, even for the likes of Xian Huang and the Moyu Tower Master. In front of this projection, they seem like mere dust. This is not a comparison of physical sizes, but rather from a deeper, more fundamental level. Lin Yuan previously guessed that the myriad realms gate is an object at the level of perfect time beings, based on this scene. Now, Lin Yuan's expression is solemn as he observes the myriad realms gate closely. After his understanding of spacetime entered the seventh realm, Lin Yuan's perception of spacetime has completely changed from before. Now, the myriad realms gate also feels different to Lin Yuan. In fact, it's not the myriad realms gate that has changed, it has always been there and never changed. It's just that Lin Yuan's realm has improved, allowing him to see more of the myriad realms gate's fundamental information, making him feel as if the gate itself has changed. New world coordinates have appeared. Lin Yuan thought to himself as dozens of world coordinates faintly emerged deep within the myriad realms gate. To be precise, there are 33 world coordinates. These 33 world coordinates, as if they had been engraved in the myriad realms gate long ago, are only now perceived by Lin Yuan. 33 worlds. Lin Yuan observed carefully and soon received information about these 33 worlds. These 33 worlds, are they all source worlds? 33 source worlds. Lin Yuan looks pensive. The information about these 33 source worlds is scant, likely because his realm is still insufficient to perceive more information. Source worlds. What level of worlds are those? Lin Yuan is quite curious. The world coordinates that are imprinted in the deepest parts of the myriad realms gate are obviously not simple, at least neither the main universe nor the chaos void has the capability to imprint their own coordinates there. However, this is good news for me. A smile appears on Lin Yuan's face. At his current level, just one step away from the 12th layer, his options for worlds to traverse and descend upon are very few. In the heavens and myriad realms, among the endless dimensional planes, countless worlds exist, but the absolute majority are lower and middle-level worlds. High-level worlds like the immortal realm and the main universe are extremely rare. If he traverses through the myriad realms gate and descends into a lower-level world, Lin Yuan would feel very uncomfortable. The restrictions of a lower-level world are significant, and Lin Yuan might not even be able to grow to the level of condensing physical body divine abilities. Moreover, since physical body divine abilities originate from bloodlines, the bloodlines of a lower-level world, even if they could condense physical body divine abilities, would probably not compare to top-tier ones such as tier heaven or world. This is also the reason why Lin Yuan has not undertaken a large number of blind random traversals. 100 or 1,000 random traversals might not benefit Lin Yuan as much as one high-quality traversal. Therefore, after the 11th traversal was completed, to embark on the next traversal, Lin Yuan had to opt for a customized traversal. But customized traversals consume too much world-breaking origin force, starting at 100 strands. Along with Lin Yuan's increasing demands and customization, the consumption of world-breaking origin force would skyrocket, and eventually, customizing a world that satisfies Lin Yuan might cost 1,000 or several thousand strands of world-breaking origin force. These 33 source worlds, at least in terms of level, they would not be lower than the main universe. Lin Yuan traversing and descending among them would certainly not face any suppression. The operation of rules differs between different world dimensions. Staying in one world dimension for a long time, one would only sense that dimension's operation of rules. The operation of rules in worlds of the same level but different dimensions is markedly different. Prolonged contemplation undeniably aids in cultivation. This is also why those close to perfect time beings explore other dimensional spaces. Not only to discover the unknown but also to experience the operation of rules in different dimensional spaces. Maybe they'll impact their own cultivation path and subsequently achieve a breakthrough. If this journey to the immortal realm doesn't lead to an understanding of the chaos rule, I can try out these source world coordinates, Lin Yuan thinks to himself. Even now, Lin Yuan isn't certain if he can comprehend the chaos rule. Comprehending the chaos rule at the 11th layer is exceedingly difficult. If it weren't confirmed that the chaos rule is of great help in breaking through to the ultimate level, Lin Yuan wouldn't bother with such an unrewarding task. With Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, as long as he can step into the 12th layer, even just into the path-splitting realm, the difficulty of comprehending the chaos rule would be greatly reduced. 33 source worlds. Lin Yuan ponders, most of his attention on observing the 33 new source world coordinates deep within the myriad realms gate. Out of the 33 coordinates, Lin Yuan can only clearly see the first 3. The remaining 30? They are incredibly vague, and he can only confirm they are world coordinates. Lin Yuan delegates a wisp of consciousness, through the formidable power of the myriad realms gate, to probe the source world corresponding to the first world coordinate. Humming noises. Lin Yuan's strand of consciousness, as if it has traveled through a long space-time passage, finally arrives at a supreme space. What comes into view is a continent that fills the heavens and the earth, a continent that is so vast. Beyond the continent, there are countless meteorite worlds suspended in space. In Lin Yuan's vision, even the smallest meteorite floating on the outskirts of the continent has a vastness that rivals the main universe. Chapter 921 Chapter 19 Origin World. Time Flow Ratio. Lin Yuan paused for just a moment, ascertaining the time flow ratio between this origin world and the main universe, and then the thread of spiritual will that had descended began to disintegrate and shatter. 300 to 1. Lin Yuan's expression was solemn. Simply put, 300 years in the main universe would pass, while only 1 year would elapse in that origin world. Based on Lin Yuan's multiple descents into other dimensional worlds, the higher the level of the world, the slower the time flow ratio. The time flow ratio of 300 to 1 between the main universe and that origin world signifies that the latter's world hierarchy is higher than the main universe. This was also the first time Lin Yuan discovered a world with a hierarchy even higher than the main universe. Even the immortal realm was merely on par with the main universe, and in reality, still inferior to it. Let's see the next origin world. Lin Yuan looked towards the second origin world coordinate. Among the 33 origin world coordinates, Lin Yuan could only clearly make out the first 3. Just as Lin Yuan was about to use the myriad realms gate to descend with a thread of spiritual will into the world corresponding to this origin world coordinate, he received an instinctual warning from the myriad realms gate. This origin world is unique. Approaching recklessly will cause a certain degree of discomfort. Then forget it. Lin Yuan immediately gave up. His exploration of the second origin world was purely out of curiosity, with no thoughts of descending and traversing in the near future. After all, there was still the first origin world coordinate ahead. If Lin Yuan were indeed to traverse and descend, he would definitely prioritize the first origin world. Xiantian Immortal Domain. Kangwu Immortal City. Jade immortals from 33 immortal domains quickly gathered. I heard that this celestial demonic war ended early because of Master Yunjinzi. An elderly top-tier Jade Immortal stopped outside the Immortal City, looked towards the other arriving Jade Immortals, and whispered. This Master Yunjinzi intervened, resolved 6 Emperor of demonic beings and countless demons, and the ancestor of the demon abyss not only did not pursue the matter but also ordered all demons to retreat to the demon abyss. The surrounding multitude of Jade Immortals, although having heard such claims before and unsure of their truth, were still astounded. What kind of existence is the ancestor of the demon abyss? He is an ancestral master-level powerhouse who has confronted the ancestor of the immortal path for countless years, and throughout past celestial demonic wars, countless immortals have fallen at the hands of demons. Such a supremely fierce and unparalleled powerhouse, yet so amicable in front of Master Yunjinzi. I am on good terms with the Lord of Kangwu Immortal City. At this moment, another shorter Jade Immortal spoke up. Master Yunjinzi is not only an alchemy master but also established himself as the ancestor of martial arts, spreading the martial Tao cultivation system. Ancestor of martial arts. Martial Tao cultivation system. The gathered Jade Immortals looked at each other. They had never heard of such a cultivation system before, but since it produced a powerhouse like Master Yunjinzi, it was evidently not to be underestimated. Ancestor of martial arts. Could it be that he plans to stand equal to the ancestor of the immortal path and the ancestor of the demon abyss? A Jade Immortal could not help but say. The strength of the ancestor of martial arts, even if not as great as the ancestor of the demon abyss or the ancestor of the immortal path, is probably not far behind. The other Jade Immortals silently thought. Since he dares to call himself the ancestor of martial arts, he must have already considered the ancestor of the immortal path and the ancestor of the demon abyss. To be able to cultivate to the Jade Immortal stage, none are fools, especially not Master Yunjinzi. If he didn't have the confidence and strength, to claim to be the ancestor of martial arts would be suicidal. I wonder if we'll get to meet the ancestor of martial arts this time. The many Jade Immortals discussed amongst themselves. They traveled across various immortal domains to Kangwu Immortal City, with the purpose of meeting the ancestor of martial arts. The ultimate truths converge from different paths, be it martial Tao or immortal path, at the level of the ancestor of martial arts and the ancestor of the immortal path. A high vantage point dictates all, and a casual remark could enlighten them immensely. Even if the ancestor of martial arts did not provide guidance, just to see such an existence was extremely worthwhile. After all, most Jade Immortals wouldn't see the ancestor of the immortal path even once in millions or tens of millions of years. While the many Jade Immortals patiently waited outside the city, the Lord of Kangwu Immortal City flew out, looked towards the gathering of Jade Immortals, and announced, "Fellow Taoists, the martial ancestor is willing to see you." Upon hearing this, all the visiting Jade Immortals were deeply shaken. Their haste to arrive was for the sole purpose of meeting the martial ancestor, wasn't it? Yet without the martial ancestor's permission, they dared not enter Kangwu Immortal City on their own and could only wait outside the city. Soon, under the leadership of the Lord of Kangwu Immortal City, the first batch of Jade Immortals entered the Immortal City one after another, and came to the cave mansion area, where they saw a young man sitting cross-legged. Greetings to the martial ancestor. Greetings to the martial ancestor. Greetings to the martial ancestor. Even just by looking from afar, all the Jade Immortals trembled in their hearts, as they could not sense the specific aura of the martial ancestor. Before seeing the martial ancestor, many images had already surfaced in their minds, such as how formidable and terrifying the aura of the martial ancestor was, enough to collapse space and time, and so on. But when they actually met the martial ancestor, they found themselves utterly unable to perceive his might. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, smiling as he looked at the many Jade Immortals. Next, I will explain to you what martial Tao is. Lin Yuan's willingness to meet these Jade Immortals was not out of sheer kindness, but rather, to prepare for the spread of martial Tao. The propagation of martial Tao is crucial at the grassroots level, but it is equally important to spread it among the higher levels. The Jade Immortals gathered here were essentially the top-notch powerhouses of the immortal realm. Although they all practiced the immortal path cultivation system, they all had numerous disciples and descendants, and were leaders of their respective forces. If these Jade Immortals recognized the potential and power of martial Tao, even if they did not switch to cultivating martial Tao themselves, their descendants and disciples would surely consider it as an alternative when choosing their cultivation system. Thus, Lin Yuan's goal would be achieved. Of course, doing so was not without risks, as it might provoke the resentment of the top-tier powerhouses, but Lin Yuan had already reached an agreement with the ancestor of the demon abyss, so spreading martial Tao was nothing out of the ordinary. Explaining martial Tao. The martial ancestor is imparting his teachings. The thoughts of the many Jade Immortals drifted. Before the martial ancestor, there was only one being in the immortal realm who had imparted the path, and that was the ancestor of the immortal path. What is imparting the path? It is to express one's own path and make it known to all beings in heaven and earth. The numerous Jade Immortals' thoughts fluctuated, but soon they no longer had the energy to ponder these matters, as they quickly became engrossed in Lin Yuan's explanation of the essence of martial Tao. At the innermost depths of the immortal realm, the rules of the great Tao easily manifest here. Several figures have gathered here, they are all direct disciples of the ancestor of the immortal path, authorized to reside permanently in the primordial lands. Origin of the immortal realm, the safest place in the immortal realm, unaffected by any turmoil outside, even the rampages of the Emperor of demonic beings cannot reach here. What audacity, to dare claim himself as the ancestor of martial arts. Indeed, our master is the ancestor of the immortal path. Does he intend to place himself on the same level as our master by claiming to be the ancestor of martial arts? It's rumored that this Yun Junzi solved 6 emperors of demonic beings with a mere gesture, but after all, it's only a rumor. Even if it's true, does he really think he can compare with our master? The direct disciples of the ancestor of the immortal path quickly exchanged words, their tone brimming with resentment. The emergence of the ancestor of martial arts has had a profound impact on the 33 domains of the immortal realm. Some Jade Immortals feel that the ancestor of martial arts is not much weaker than the ancestor of the immortal path and have gone to meet him. Some are still observing. The rest, led by the lineage of the ancestor of the immortal path, regard the ancestor of martial arts as nothing but a mere jester. Although it's said that the ancestor of the demon abyss backed down because of the ancestor of martial arts and even withdrew countless demonic beings invading the immortal realm, this has never been confirmed. The direct disciples of the ancestor of the immortal path here simply don't believe it. Too presumptuous. I will summon that Yun Junzi now, and have him come here to apologize. The senior direct disciple of the ancestral master of the immortal path rose, about to proclaim this to the 33 domains of the immortal realm in the name of their master's lineage. Just then, a voice rang out. From today onward, no one is allowed to take any actions against the ancestor of martial arts. There appeared a figure in a Taoist robe, an emaciated old man with far-reaching eyes and an aura that influenced the surrounding rules, the ancestor of the immortal path himself. Chapter 922 Chapter 20 Entering the Origin of the Immortal Realm. Yes. The disciples present immediately bowed in response. To their revered master, ancestor of the immortal path, they showed absolute compliance, even considering asking the ancestor of martial Tao to come and apologize because they felt that their master's dignity had been compromised. Remember. After the ancestor of the immortal path finished speaking, his figure vanished. Master, has Master emerged from seclusion? It took a while before a few disciples lifted their heads and exchanged glances. Despite the unprecedented carnage of the recent war between immortals and demons, resulting in 3 immortal cities being overrun by demonic forces, the ancestor of the immortal path had not emerged from seclusion, nor had he intervened to deal with the demons. But now, the ancestor of the immortal path had actively emerged. What was the reason? Were they just about to suppress the ancestor of martial Tao? Could it be that the rumors outside are true? The thought surfaced in the hearts of the disciples, the ancestor of the immortal path manifested in person, warning them not to overstep against the ancestor of martial Tao, although he did not explain the reason. But all the top Jade Immortals present were incredibly perceptive, able to deduce many reasons from the command. And in all the reasons they surmised, there was one common thread. That was the ancestor of the immortal path harbored immense wariness towards the ancestor of martial Tao. Otherwise, with the capabilities of the ancestor of the immortal path, how could he possibly appear just to issue a warning? Not to mention the fact that the ancestor of martial Tao did indeed overstep in some respects. And the wariness of the ancestor of the immortal path further underscored that the ancestor of martial Tao existed on the same level as the ancestor of the immortal path. Ancestor of martial Tao. The leading direct disciple took a deep breath, only now realizing what he had just done, demanding an existence on the same level as his master to come and apologize. Lucky that he was stopped by his master, otherwise, if he actually proceeded, even if protected by his master, he probably would never be able to leave the primordial lands again. Kangwu Immortal City. Lin Yuan spent half a day expounding on the essence of martial Tao. Through explanation, he also reinterpreted his understanding of martial Tao, especially as he had already opened up 90% of the 9th rank martial Tao chapter. Thank you, martial ancestor, for your guidance. The multitude of Jade Immortals below bowed respectfully. If before they came to Kangwu Immortal City, their awe of the martial ancestor originated from his invincible power. Now, the reverence all Jade Immortals felt was for martial ancestor himself. Even though their cultivation did not follow martial Tao, as all paths of great Tao lead to the same destination. Lin Yuan's understanding of cosmic rules meant that despite a different path, he could still substantially help the Jade Immortals present. You may all leave now. Lin Yuan waved his hand. All at once, the Jade Immortals felt a shift in space-time, and in an instant, they found themselves outside Kangwu Immortal City. The martial Tao expounded by martial ancestor truly is a grand path that ascends to the heavens. Indeed, I feel it's in no way inferior to the immortal path. What a pity that our paths are already set, otherwise, I really would like to give martial Tao a try. The various Jade Immortals were exhilarated, unsure if it was an illusion. They felt that listening to Lin Yuan's teachings this time had helped them more than listening to the ancestral master. In facing the teachings of the ancestral master, they often encountered incomprehensible aspects, but martial ancestors' teachings. Every sentence was expressed in the simplest and most understandable form. Martial ancestor, impressive. The second ancestral master of my immortal realm. Each of the Jade Immortals was very certain in their hearts. Before today, the immortal realm only had one ancestral master, and the demon abyss had one as well. But after today, martial ancestor will become the second ancestral master of the immortal realm, the third of the immortal realm and demon abyss. Kangwu Immortal City. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Spending half a day lecturing to the many Jade Immortals was merely one of Lin Yuan's avatars. After a few more lectures, I reckon martial Tao can take root thoroughly in the immortal realm. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. His audience of learners were all Jade Immortals, and only by gaining the recognition of these powerful beings could martial Tao flourish rapidly in the immortal realm without interference from ancestral master-level forces. The 12th layer. Lin Yuan's gaze was profound as he dimly perceived the river of time of the immortal realm. At this moment, he could leap out of the river of time whenever he wished, attempting the ultimate breakthrough. With the 7th realm of space-time, combined with Lin Yuan's various foundational strengths, such as the heart of time, he felt that the likelihood of his succeeding in the ultimate breakthrough was very high. But there is still the possibility of failure. Lin Yuan carefully considered, no matter how high the likelihood, it was still just a possibility. Attempting the ultimate breakthrough in the immortal realm, as opposed to in the main universe, bears no significant difference, and even due to me not being born in the immortal realm, some risks might emerge, Lin Yuan thought to himself. He did entertain the thought of trying in the immortal realm, but it lacked significance. No matter whether in the immortal realm or the main universe, failure in a breakthrough attempt still spelled death. Lin Yuan was unsure whether, in the event of a final failure, his spirit and will could survive by escaping into the myriad realms gate, but it's always good to prepare for the worst in everything. Chaos Rule. Lin Yuan took a slow breath. As long as he grasped the chaos rule, coupled with his current foundation, not to say that stepping into the ultimate realm would be guaranteed, but at least the chances would be much higher than they are now. Furthermore, realizing the chaos rule at the life level of the 11th layer would bring great benefits to his own transformation, especially when breaking through in the main universe, and he would receive an infusion of the chaos void origin, which his mastery of the chaos rule would greatly enhance. Greetings, teacher. Greetings, martial ancestor. Li Qing, Shan Yang, Nia Yun, and others stood below with the utmost respect. After entering the immortal realm and adapting for a considerable period, they finally accepted this truth. I have already reshaped your flesh for you, the path of cultivation ahead will be somewhat easier, Lin Yuan said indifferently. With Lin Yuan's current realm and strength, reshaping flesh was trivially easy. One thought could mobilize the power of heaven and earth within the immortal realm to achieve it. Of course, reshaping flesh is just that, reshaping flesh. If one wishes to walk further on the martial Tao evolutionary path, to step into the 9th, 10th, or even 11th stage, it still depends on oneself. A strong physical body can only make for a higher starting point. As for how far one ultimately goes, these are actually not so important. Most of the 12-tier ultimate beings in the main universe come from ordinary clans. Among those who achieve the 12th tier with a unique and unparalleled life form, there is only one. Most of the 12th tier powerhouses in the Star Alliance are normal special life forms. Venerated martial ancestor rank. Li Qing and the others immediately responded. You may all leave now. Lin Yuan waved his hand, watching Li Qing and the others depart. Parents, Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, and the situation of Jun Dongjin and others appeared before his eyes. Compared to beings like Li Qing at the pinnacle of the 8th layer of martial Tao, Jun Dongjin only had the strength of the refining void period when he died. After entering the immortal realm, they would need much longer to adapt than Li Qing and the others. This is all I can do, Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. He went against the current, revived his relatives who had traversed twice, and reshaped their flesh, extending their lives by millions or tens of millions of years. Next, if they wanted to advance further, there was not much more Lin Yuan could help with. It's time to head to the primordial lands of the immortal realm. Lin Yuan's figure vanished and reappeared beneath the irregular fissure in the cave mansion area. After stepping into the 7th realm of time and space, Lin Yuan planned to venture into the origin of the immortal realm for experience, and he had informed the ancestor of the demon abyss about this. Let's go. This incarnation of Lin Yuan immediately entered the irregular fissure. The nature of the irregular fissure is a passage that leads to the primordial lands of the immortal realm. However, this passage is extremely dangerous, filled with numerous spatial-temporal storms, and even a top Jade immortal would face life and death risks if they recklessly entered. But Lin Yuan is not a Jade immortal. Even before he stepped into the 7th realm of space and time, Lin Yuan already possessed the strength to enter the primordial lands through the irregular fissure. It was only because of his wariness towards the ancestor of the immortal path that he did not do so. Now, with insights obtained in the 7th realm of space and time, there's naturally no problem. Boom boom boom. The irregular fissure's channel is endless at first glance, filled with a labyrinth of terrifying spatial-temporal storms. Lin Yuan strolled leisurely, all the raging forces of spacetime becoming incredibly calm when they came within 100 yards of him. Lin Yuan walked within the irregular fissure, this passage to the primordial lands of the immortal realm, which was initially extremely narrow but became more spacious the deeper he went. Fluctuations of rules. Lin Yuan hadn't yet entered the primordial lands but already felt waves of massive rule fluctuations rushing towards him, with various rules manifesting before his eyes and their operational details flooding into his mind. How marvelous! Lin Yuan observed attentively, feeling as if countless inspirations were exploding within him. All of these flashes of insight mainly came from pillar-level fusion rules and the like. As for the spatio-temporal fusion rule, there was very little in comparison. Now, Lin Yuan's insights into the spatiotemporal fusion rule have already reached their limit. This limit refers not to Lin Yuan's own, but to that of the immortal realm. To go further than this is not something that can be comprehended while residing in the immortal realm. Golden Rules. 5 Elements Rules. Cycle of the 5 Elements Rule. Infinite Rules, Space Rules, Infinite Space Rules. Pinnacle of Chaos Rule. Material Illusion Rule. A multitude of pillar-level rules continuously poured into Lin Yuan's heart, many of which Lin Yuan had never previously encountered. Now they surged forth like rivers entering the sea. Your comprehension is heaven-defying, experiencing the manifestation of myriad essential rule fluctuations, greatly enhancing your insight into the cycle of the 5 elements rule. Your comprehension is heaven-defying, experiencing the manifestation of myriad essential rule fluctuations, greatly enhancing your insight into the infinite space rules. Your comprehension is heaven-defying, experiencing the manifestation of myriad essential rule fluctuations, greatly enhancing your insight into the pinnacle of chaos rule. Endless brilliance erupted rapidly, with numerous rules interweaving and clashing faintly across Lin Yuan's form, rapidly calming down the surrounding volatile spacetime. Primordial lands of the immortal realm. The ancestor of the immortal path was waiting for Lin Yuan to arrive. He and the ancestor of the demon abyss were originally one and the same. The ancestor of the demon abyss agreeing to Lin Yuan was equivalent to the ancestor of the immortal path agreeing as well. In fact, even if the ancestor of the immortal path did not agree, it wouldn't make any difference. The ancestor of the demon abyss exhausted all efforts and could not touch even a hair on Lin Yuan, and the ancestor of the immortal path was likely the same. Has martial ancestor entered? The ancestor of the immortal path, who personally opened up each irregular fissure leading to the primordial lands, was well versed with every one of them and immediately sensed one of Lin Yuan's incarnations entering the fissure. Why has he stopped? The ancestor of the immortal path patiently waited for a while but noticed that Lin Yuan had yet to enter the primordial lands. What's this? The ancestor of the immortal path frowned, peering at Lin Yuan who had stopped in place. His form was manifesting numerous clashing rules, as if nurturing some sort of origin rule. An epiphany? Without even entering the primordial lands, he has had an epiphany. The ancestor of the immortal path fell into silence. Chapter 923 Chapter 21 Immortal Realm Consciousness. The origin of the immortal realm is located in the deepest part of the immortal realm, where the rules and pathways are as if substantiated. Perceiving rules here is much easier than outside. It's much like an open book exam. Since Lin Yuan visited the ancestor of the demon abyss, the ancestor of the immortal path has been waiting for Lin Yuan to come over. For the ancestor of the immortal path, since he couldn't pose any threat to Lin Yuan, he surely intended to make friends. Having one more ally is much better than having one more enemy. Therefore, the ancestor of the immortal path planned to thoroughly introduce the many wonders of the primordial lands after Lin Yuan's arrival. This was also the purpose of the ancestor of the immortal path's wait for Lin Yuan. What the ancestor of the immortal path did not expect was, Lin Yuan, before even entering the origin of the immortal realm, had already fallen into a state of sudden enlightenment. It is known, the higher the realm, the more difficult it is to achieve sudden enlightenment. When the ancestor of the immortal path stepped into the 12th layer, he entered the origin of the immortal realm and practiced arduously for 100 billion years, ultimately with the help of the environment of the primordial lands. He barely welcomed a moment of sudden enlightenment. The talent and ability of the ancestor of the immortal path were undoubtedly the strongest since the birth of the immortal realm, from nothing to creating the immortal cultivation system, and finally stepping into the 12th layer. In some ways, it was the immortal realm that limited the ancestor of the immortal path. If he had been in the main universe, the limit of the ancestor of the immortal path might have been even higher. Could it be that the environment outside the primordial lands is more conducive to sudden enlightenment? A ludicrous thought flashed through the mind of the ancestor of the immortal path. But it was immediately dismissed. the cultivation environment outside the primordial lands definitely couldn't compare to the inside. That Lin Yuan could fall into sudden enlightenment before even entering the primordial lands only indicated that this ancestor of martial arts had amassed too profound a foundation. Far surpassing his own centuries-long ardent practice in the primordial lands, thus, even a slight stimulus from the primordial lands induced a state of sudden enlightenment. Just right. The ancestor of the immortal path nodded slightly, his figure appeared outside the primordial lands, looking distantly at Lin Yuan, planning to protect him for a while during his period of enlightenment. The ancestor of the immortal path did not take advantage of Lin Yuan's enlightenment to do anything. First, enlightenment is not a slumber. If faced with danger, one would instinctively leave the state of enlightenment. Second, what the ancestor of the immortal path saw of Lin Yuan was merely an incarnation. And even if it was an incarnation in a state of enlightenment, the ancestor of the immortal path was currently unable to pinpoint Lin Yuan's exact coordinates. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year has passed. So that's it. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, his expression lively. This period of sudden enlightenment greatly benefited Lin Yuan, allowing him to perceive hundreds of pillar-level fusion rules and elevate them to the seventh realm. While the understanding of these pillar-level fusion rules of the seventh realm enhanced Lin Yuan's power, it was not a transformative leap. However, through these pillar-level fusion rules of the seventh realm, Lin Yuan had perceived the direction of the chaos rule. This was crucial for Lin Yuan. Regardless of the evolutionary path, perceiving the direction of rules is important. With the right direction, persistence leads to success. But with the wrong direction, or not knowing the direction at all, it becomes difficult. Chaos rule. Lin Yuan took a deep breath as within his internal world, the power of numerous integrated rules intertwined and coiled, returning to the source, subtly forming the shape of an egg. Continuing to perceive more fusion rules, there is hope to nurture true chaos rules. Lin Yuan thought to himself, realizing only at this moment the significance of the few explanations about chaos rules left behind by Xian Huang and Moyu Tower Master. When the foundation is there, the chaos rule will naturally be mastered. Because chaos rule is not comprehended. It is nurtured. And the conditions for nurturing are the perception of thousands of rules. Ancestor of the immortal path. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted towards the distant figure in the Taoist robe, the gaunt old man. During the period of sudden enlightenment, Lin Yuan was aware of the ancestor of the immortal path's presence. If the ancestor of the immortal path dared to make any threatening moves during Lin Yuan's period of enlightenment, Lin Yuan's worst plan was to simply dissipate this incarnation. Dispersing the incarnation does not mean the interruption of sudden enlightenment. Fortunately, the ancestor of the immortal path made no moves and even refrained from coming close to ensure Lin Yuan's peace of mind. Ancestor of martial arts. Seeing Lin Yuan's enlightenment come to an end, the ancestor of the immortal path immediately stepped forward and appeared not far away. I originally thought that you would practice for a long time in the origin of the immortal realm before you would experience a moment of sudden enlightenment, but it came even before you entered. The ancestor of the immortal path felt quite emotional. Lucky indeed. Lin Yuan said with a smile. Luck. The eyebrows of the ancestor of the immortal path raised. At their level, the so-called sudden enlightenment does not involve luck. Regular accumulation is quantitative change, and sudden enlightenment is qualitative change, but without the previous quantitative change, there can be no qualitative sudden enlightenment. With the foundation of the ancestor of martial arts, when do you plan to try for the ancestral realm? The ancestor of the immortal path looked at Lin Yuan, probing. He could see that Lin Yuan was still at the Jade Immortal level, even though Lin Yuan's essence of life was incredibly strong, yet he remained a Jade Immortal. Although the ancestor of the immortal path had never seen such a strong Jade Immortal, since it was a Jade Immortal, one must consider advancing to the ancestral realm. The ancestral realm, also known as the Tao Ancestor Realm, is referred to as Ancestral Immortal Realm. I plan to accumulate a bit more. Lin Yuan spoke. Even if he intends to make a final leap, he will definitely choose to do so in the main universe, for it will once more bear a chaos void origin infusion. And the immortal realm simply does not have this. As a 12th layer ultimate, the ancestor of the immortal path's realm strength is much weaker than that of a 12th layer ultimate from the main universe, not only because there are no peers at the same level but also because stepping into the 12th layer did not involve a chaos void origin infusion. Chapter 924 Chapter 21 Immortal Realm Consciousness. Different worlds have different rules, let alone the main universe and the immortal realm, which do not exist in the same dimension. The ancestor of the immortal path never accepted the chaos void origin infusion, resulting in his spending hundreds of billions of years to stabilize in the path-splitting realm after stepping into the 12th layer. Indeed, the assault on the ancestral realm is perilously dangerous. I nearly perished myself back in the day, the ancestor of the immortal path slightly nodded. No matter which world or dimension one is in, breaking through to the 12th layer requires liberation from the shackles of the river of time. This necessitates confronting the time river and naturally enduring the backlash from it. But with your foundation as the ancestor of martial arts, there shouldn't be any problems, right? The ancestor of the immortal path shook his head and said. Although the ancestor of the immortal path faced backlash from the river of time like a lone boat in a vast ocean when he attempted to break through to the ancestral realm. The ancestor of the immortal path was also aware that such circumstances test one's mastery over spacetime. The greater the mastery over spacetime, the longer one can prolong the breakthrough attempt, affording more time and opportunities to make that step. And in terms of mastery over spacetime, even the ancestor of the immortal path himself did not compare to Lin Yuan. This is why the ancestor of the immortal path believed Lin Yuan would have no problems taking that step. Come, let me introduce you to the origin source land, said the ancestor of the immortal path. The ancestor of the immortal path led Lin Yuan into the origin of the immortal realm. This was a boundless space, with vast amounts of the purest origin power rippling and gathering into stones, what the outside world called Xianyuan stones, priceless and unmarketable. Lin Yuan now realized the difference between the environment recreated by the Xianyuan stones and the true environment of the origin of the immortal realm. Over the past few hundred years, Lin Yuan had obtained a great deal of Xianyuan stones through trade, but just now, merely approaching the origin of the immortal realm, the impact of the various rule fluctuations on him far surpassed that of the environment replicated by the Xianyuan stones. It's magnificent, he said. Gazing upon the primordial lands everywhere, Lin Yuan saw various rules manifesting in reality. These rules were not only manifesting, but also interweaving constantly, which was tremendously helpful to any powerhouse perceiving the rules. Rules are not static, they are alive. Perceiving just one rule is certainly not as good as perceiving multiple rules at the same time. The collision between different rules during their perception leads to a greater improvement than what a single rule can provide. For a time, Lin Yuan's mind once again fell into abundant insights. However, having previously adapted to the epiphanies outside the origin source land, he did not immediately enter into an enlightened state. The origin source land is vast and expansive, and over there is where I reside with my disciple, said the ancestor of the immortal path as he slightly raised his hand, pointing in one direction. Following the direction of his hand, Lin Yuan saw a continent quietly suspended there, which was clearly constructed by the ancestor of the immortal path, otherwise, there wouldn't be such a conspicuous creation within the origin source land. You, as the ancestor of martial arts, can freely choose a place within the origin source land to practice and gain insights, or you can create a continent like I did, bringing your disciples along to perceive together, said the ancestor of the immortal path with a slight smile. Understood, Lin Yuan nodded. Also, within the origin source land, you can go to most places, but there is one location you must be cautious about, as it is where the consciousness of the immortal realm resides, said the ancestor of the immortal path while looking at Lin Yuan and waving his hand, manifesting a vast map, which was a map of the origin source land. Nearly 99% of the areas on the map were empty, with only the central spot marked in red. The consciousness of the immortal realm? Lin Yuan thoughtfully murmured. Lin Yuan was already aware that worlds have consciousness. Even the vastly larger main universe has its own consciousness. However, the consciousness of a world is unlike that of a human, it possesses only instincts, devoid of specific emotions. Normally, the consciousness of the world does not manifest and merely maintains the operation of the world in silence. But if something occurs that damages the world, its consciousness will intervene. For instance, in the main universe, if those ultimate beings of the 12th layer dare to leave the main universe, they will face the rebuke of the entire cosmos. The source of this rebuke, naturally, is the consciousness of the main universe. The 12th layer ultimates have absorbed massive amounts of energy from the main universe, leaving would be akin to severing a large chunk of flesh from it, which is utterly intolerable for the main universe. Therefore, the moment for the 12th layer ultimates to leave the main universe comes only when the universe collapses into destruction, and its consciousness also falls into slumber. The consciousness of the immortal realm is very wary of us. If we get too close, it is very likely to attract the suppression of the entire power of the immortal realm. The ancestor of the immortal path said with a sense of helplessness. As a being of the 12th layer, the ancestor of the immortal path was already equivalent to the immortal realm. However, being equivalent does not mean being able to contend. Faced with the power of the entire immortal realm, the ancestor of the immortal path still found it difficult to oppose. Of course, it's not realistic for the consciousness of the immortal realm to suppress a 12th layer consciousness for a long time. It would require a vast amount of energy, and it might even lead to the premature end of the immortal epoch's collapse. Therefore, the ancestor of the immortal path and the consciousness of the immortal realm have implicitly reached a balance. I won't provoke you, and you won't provoke me. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded. Compared to the ancestor of the immortal path, Lin Yuan had a deeper understanding of world consciousness. Then I will go back first. Should you have any more questions, my friend, you can contact me at any time. After the ancestor of the immortal path finished speaking, his form disappeared, and Lin Yuan clearly felt that the aura of the ancestor of the immortal path appeared on that continent that was created. I should also begin my enlightenment. Lin Yuan no longer paid attention to the ancestor of the immortal path and immediately dedicated all his focus to the primordial lands where the essence of Tao rules were manifesting everywhere. Your natural aptitude is incredible. Watching the manifestation of many rule essences, your understanding of myriad rules has improved. In the blink of an eye, 200 years passed. Lin Yuan leisurely floated around in various parts of the primordial lands. In 200 years, Lin Yuan had comprehended tens of thousands of pillar-level fusion rules. The faintly forming egg within his inner world became increasingly distinct, emanating various rule auras and imbuing Lin Yuan's inner world with the flavor of the primordial lands. I can feel it, where the consciousness of the immortal realm resides, the fluctuations of rules there are more pronounced. No, that's not just fluctuations anymore, that is the rules themselves. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and looked towards the central location of the primordial lands. Actually, arriving at this conclusion was not difficult. Why did the ancestor of the immortal path know that approaching the consciousness of the immortal realm would risk suppression? It's because the ancestor of the immortal path too had discovered that where the consciousness of the immortal realm lay dormant was the source of all rules in the immortal realm. The so-called rule manifestation fluctuations in the primordial lands all originate from there. If one could enter that place to comprehend the rules, it would be far more beneficial than staying in the rest of the primordial lands. Although I have found the direction to comprehend the chaos rule, to actually nurture the chaos rule, there is still a long way to go. If I could face the essence of all rules of the immortal realm directly. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and decided to attempt to approach the location where the consciousness of the immortal realm resided. Since the ancestor of the immortal path had previously approached and even touched it and was still okay, there's no reason to think there would be any problems for Lin Yuan. In terms of life-saving abilities, Lin Yuan was even above the ancestor of the immortal path. And now, the one at the primordial lands was just a manifestation of Lin Yuan. Even if he was really suppressed by the consciousness of the immortal realm, it wouldn't matter much. At worst, he would send another manifestation in. Before long, Lin Yuan approached the vicinity of the consciousness of the immortal realm. Just being in the vicinity, a terrifying consciousness pressure emanated, causing the entire primordial lands to tremble. Such a huge reaction. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised, but he quickly understood. The location of the immortal realm consciousness in the primordial lands is equivalent to Lin Yuan's spirit world. It is the most fundamental existence. When an external force approaches, especially a powerful external force, it will definitely trigger the highest alert from the consciousness of the immortal realm. Boom! Ignoring the warnings from the consciousness of the immortal realm, Lin Yuan continued to approach. Soon, the consciousness of the immortal realm mobilized the entire power of the primordial lands, rolling towards Lin Yuan to crush him. Chapter 925 Chapter 22, 4,000 of years. Is the immortal realm consciousness enraged? The tremors in the primordial lands were sensed by the ancestor of the immortal path immediately. Is it the ancestor of martial arts drawing near to the immortal realm consciousness? The ancestor of the immortal path looked toward the very center of the primordial lands and felt no surprise. Although he had long warned Lin Yuan that the consciousness of the immortal realm is terrifying and could easily mobilize the power of the entire immortal realm. The place where the immortal realm consciousness resides contains all the rules of the immortal realm, a temptation far too great, which is why he had once approached the immortal realm consciousness himself. And as a result, he had suffered quite a setback. Now that Lin Yuan is approaching the consciousness of the immortal realm, he must have discovered this as well. Let's see how long the ancestor of martial arts can withstand the immortal realm consciousness. The ancestor of the immortal path wondered with slight curiosity. Even if one is an ancestral immortal, they cannot directly confront the entire immortal realm, it's all about how long they can resist. The ancestor of the immortal path was ready to assist, once he saw that Lin Yuan might not be able to withstand it any longer. Having experienced a confrontation with the immortal realm consciousness, the ancestor of the immortal path was confident he could retreat with Lin Yuan unharmed, thereby gaining a favor from the ancestor of martial arts. Right now, the immortal realm consciousness is merely mobilizing the power of the primordial lands, which is still normal, but once it mobilizes the power of the entire immortal realm, that will be truly fearsome. The ancestor of the immortal path focused closely, rapidly pondering in his mind. Whoosh! A terrifying force swept over, enveloping Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not attempt to resist at all, knowing that in terms of the hierarchy of power, he was even inferior to the ancestor of the immortal path, let alone the immortal realm consciousness. The biggest reliance Lin Yuan dared to draw close was his comprehension of the rules, specifically his comprehension of time-space. The seventh realm comprehension of time-space allowed Lin Yuan to reign over the immortal realm on the temporal and spatial plane, which was also why the ancestor of the demon abyss's attempt to break through a certain region's time-space couldn't affect Lin Yuan. Boom! The furious force from the origin power, in an instant, swept past Lin Yuan, then charged into the distance. It didn't touch me. Lin Yuan felt certain in his heart. As long as the immortal realm consciousness couldn't touch him, everything would be manageable. If the immortal realm consciousness could lock onto the location of Lin Yuan's true body, then he would definitely no longer approach. Boom! Without touching Lin Yuan, the immortal realm consciousness didn't stop, instead it continued to gather the power of the entire primordial lands to suppress him. Lin Yuan did not interfere, but continued to slowly approach the location where the immortal realm consciousness resided. Several days passed quickly. Perhaps realizing that it couldn't touch Lin Yuan, after a brief pause, a wave of consciousness emerged, indicating that the immortal realm consciousness wanted to communicate with Lin Yuan. The immortal realm consciousness, being a consciousness, could certainly communicate. It just never needed to against the ancestor of the immortal path previously. But now, Lin Yuan's presence made the immortal realm consciousness feel troubled, to at least no end, which is why it initiated communication. Let me in, to experience the rules themselves. Lin Yuan communicated his purpose as well. Impossible, the immortal realm consciousness responded furiously, outright refusing. Its location was at the core of the primordial lands, the very source where the consciousness of the immortal realm was born. It's not just the source of the myriad rules of the immortal realm but also the foundation of its own consciousness. If Lin Yuan were to enter, what he could do would not be limited to perceiving the rules themselves but also laying hands directly on the immortal realm consciousness. Outside the core area, the immortal realm consciousness could easily mobilize the power of the entire realm, omnipresent, but within the core, the power of the immortal realm couldn't penetrate. Even the force of the origin power couldn't affect it. In the core, the immortal realm consciousness was like a toothless tiger. "I promise I won't lay a hand on you," Lin Yuan immediately stated. Having once replaced the world consciousness of the Tianqing world, he knew exactly what these consciousnesses feared most, so he quickly gave his assurance. However, the immortal realm consciousness did not respond to him, it even quieted down the boiling primordial lands swiftly. "Not willing to communicate with me?" Lin Yuan thought for a moment and continued to approach the core where the immortal realm consciousness resided. Very soon. Lin Yuan stopped. A time-space barrier? Lin Yuan gazed at the distorted spacetime before him. Even with his seventh realm time-space comprehension, he couldn't advance any further at this moment. "It seems this is your reliance." Lin Yuan had a sense of it in his mind. To enter the core where the immortal realm consciousness resided, besides facing the frenzied counterattack from the immortal realm consciousness, one must also cross the time-space barrier before them. Divine skills. Rend the heavens. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, and an invisible force converged, gently tearing at the time-space barrier in front of him. This divine skill was awakened during Lin Yuan's recent traversal, a physical body divine ability, either pure or extremely offensive. Rip. With one tear from Lin Yuan, the time-space barrier before him began to ripple slightly, but in an instant, it recovered. Did it work? Lin Yuan did not continue his action. A moment later, two figures appeared not too far away. It was Lin Yuan's Taiyin primordial spirit and Taiyang divine spirit. The power of the divine skill rend the heavens depended on the comprehensive foundation of the user. Avatars conjured by Lin Yuan, although possessing high combat prowess, were obviously far inferior to his two major primordial spirits. Of course, even the two major primordial spirits had a vast gap compared to the true body. The rend the heavens divine skill deployed by the avatars could only slightly stir ripples on the time-space barrier. But the two primordial spirits. Rip. The two primordial spirits extended their right hands, gently tearing at the distant spacetime barrier. In an instant, the spacetime barrier began to tremble slightly, before quickly returning to normal. "If you don't let me in now, I will bring the ancestor of the immortal path with me," Lin Yuan actively communicated with the consciousness of the immortal realm. With the ancestor of the immortal path's attack capabilities, even if he cannot break the spacetime barrier in a short time, given enough time, 100 million years, 1 billion years, 10 billion years, will you be able to stop him? In fact, the ancestor of the immortal path's methods could not reach the spacetime barrier at all. Before getting close, he was suppressed by the overwhelming power of the world summoned by the consciousness of the immortal realm. But the situation would be different with Lin Yuan's help. The insights Lin Yuan gained in the seventh realm of spacetime made him untraceable even by the consciousness of the immortal realm. If Lin Yuan truly intended to bring the ancestor of the immortal path over, what he had just mentioned could truly be realized. Of course, Lin Yuan was only making a threat. In reality, he could not wait for 100 million or 10 billion years either. But the consciousness of the immortal realm didn't know that. "By that time, I can't guarantee I won't take action against you," Lin Yuan continued. The consciousness of the immortal realm still gave no response. "In that case, I will go and bring over the ancestor of the immortal path now, and while I'm at it, I'll also fetch the ancestor of the demon abyss." One of Lin Yuan's avatars dissolved into silence. At that moment, the previously silent consciousness of the immortal realm began to stir once again, sending a message to Lin Yuan. The gist of it was, how could Lin Yuan assure that once he enters the core area, he won't take action against the consciousness of the immortal realm? You don't have the right to negotiate with me, Lin Yuan shook his head. Either you agree and let me in now, or 100 billion years later, I and the ancestor of the immortal path will force our way in. Having said this, Lin Yuan quietly waited for the reply from the consciousness of the immortal realm. After a long time, the consciousness of the immortal realm finally sent another message. It agreed to Lin Yuan's demands. To Lin Yuan, 100 million or a billion years was an incredibly long time. But for the consciousness of the immortal realm, it was almost the same as tomorrow or the day after. So the problem now facing the consciousness of the immortal realm was simple. Let Lin Yuan in today. Or be forced by Lin Yuan tomorrow or the day after. The two outcomes were drastically different. That's more like it, Lin Yuan smiled slightly. The two primordial spirits disappeared, leaving only one avatar standing there. The distant space-time barrier began to distort, forming a temporary passageway to the core area. The next moment, Lin Yuan stepped into it. The ancestor of the immortal path's eyes widened. As soon as the primordial lands began to tremble, the ancestor of the immortal path had been observing the contest between Lin Yuan and the consciousness of the immortal realm through some method. Seeing Lin Yuan, who is profound in the martial arts of spacetime approaching the core area, only to be stopped outside the spacetime barrier, the ancestor of the immortal path was watching all along. Afterward, when Lin Yuan's two primordial spirits appeared and executed a heaven-tearing strike, the ancestor of the immortal path was also aware. Although the ancestor of the immortal path did not know the exact content of the communication between Lin Yuan and the consciousness of the immortal realm, the final act of the consciousness of the immortal realm involuntarily opening up a passageway allowing Lin Yuan to enter was crystal clear in the eyes of the ancestor of the immortal path. Did the ancestor of martial arts go in? The ancestor of the immortal path was slightly stunned. For countless eons, he had also been longing to enter the core place where the consciousness of the immortal realm resided, but it was merely a longing, unless he could once again achieve a qualitatively substantial leap in strength. Otherwise, he was no match for the consciousness of the immortal realm at all. But Lin Yuan, having just arrived in the primordial lands for a mere 200 years, yet entering a place even the ancestor of the immortal path had long desired but could not reach. At the core of the primordial lands, Lin Yuan appeared here. All around him, darkness reigned, with countless points of light drifting slowly. At a glance, Lin Yuan realized that these points of light corresponded to certain rules themselves. In the pitch-black space, countless points of light were floating, with the smallest being the size of a fist and the largest as vast as stars. This is marvelous. Lin Yuan observed each point of light, even the smallest of which contained countless pieces of information. They represented the rules themselves. Even though Lin Yuan had already thoroughly comprehended these rules, a fresh observation was still immensely valuable. As the immortal path enters its end times, these core points of light will collapse one by one, corresponding to the collapse of the great Tao in the outer world. After the collapse of all the rules contained in these points of light, will they vaguely merge together, waiting for rebirth after a long period of destruction? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Upon entering the core area, he had immediately fallen into an enlightened state, with rules being comprehended and understood in every moment. Is that the actual body of the consciousness of the immortal realm? Lin Yuan glanced over with the remaining focus of his mind and spotted a glowing orb floating in the distance. This orb was different from the other points of light around it, and it was the consciousness of the immortal realm. At this moment, the orb was watching Lin Yuan with extreme wariness. The concerns of the consciousness of the immortal realm were clear to Lin Yuan, who at this moment couldn't be bothered to reassure it, completely immersing his mind in the endless points of light around him. Time passed. Unknowingly, 1,000 years had gone by. Chapter 926 Chapter 23 Surpassing the Nine Great Supremes. Qingyu Immortal City, Drunken Dream Tower. As the most renowned place in Qinyu Immortal City and even the entire Qinyu Immortal Domain, the unique Drunken Dream Immortal Brew of Drunken Dream Tower allows Golden Immortals and Jade Immortals to immerse themselves briefly in a crafted beauteous dream. This immersion is not merely superficial, as it greatly benefits the nurturing of one's spiritual will and allows one to break free at any time. Because of this, every day, immortals from all over the 33 immortal domains specially travel to Drunken Dream Tower to taste the legendary Drunken Dream Immortal Brew. The Martial Tao cultivation system is truly impressive, opening internal realms, absorbing the essence of the external world, with the physical body serving as the foundation. In many respects, it is in no way inferior to our Immortal Path cultivation system, and perhaps even. Indeed, I have a descendant with innate divine strength and a powerful physique, but with an inadequate spirit root. I sent him to cultivate the Martial Tao, and he has now entered the 6th stage of Martial Tao. It makes one wonder what kind of figure the ancestor of martial arts, who founded the Martial Tao cultivation system, truly is. Unfortunately, over 1,000 years ago, the ancestor of martial arts had held several public lectures. I missed those due to seclusion and never had a chance to meet the ancestor of martial arts in person. In Drunken Dream Tower, a large number of immortals from all across the immortal realm gather, savoring the Drunken Dream Immortal Brew while discussing major events that occurred in the immortal realm. Among the many topics, the one that sparks the most heated discussion is the Martial Tao cultivation system and that outstanding figure, the ancestor of martial arts. There's no need to elaborate on the Martial Tao cultivation system. After it spread broadly, it received affirmation from numerous Jade Immortals and was appraised to be on par with the Immortal Path cultivation system. However, this evaluation clearly underestimated the Martial Tao cultivation system, as those Jade Immortals who made the appraisal were all stalwarts of the Immortal Path with an inherent filter toward their own cultivation system. And the ancestor of martial arts? Over 1,000 years of proliferation, the ancestor of martial arts is now universally acknowledged as the 3rd ancestral master-level powerhouse of the immortal realm and demon abyss. By spreading the Martial Tao cultivation system and single-handedly ending the war between immortals and demons, he silenced many disciples of the ancestor of the Immortal Path lineage. Although the ancestor of martial arts has not made a move since the war between immortals and demons over 1,000 years ago, the reaction of the disciples from the ancestor of the Immortal Path lineage reveals a lot of information. It is said that in the Shentian Immortal Domain, a martial arts powerhouse has specifically founded an immortal city called Kaiyuan Martial City, where many martial arts powerhouses converge, including the disciples of the ancestor of martial arts who reside there. I've heard about it too. At the inauguration of Kaiyuan Martial City, celestial phenomena emerged, and even the direct disciples of the ancestor of the Immortal Path lineage went to offer their congratulations. One wonders where the ancestor of martial arts is now. The immortals speak with a sense of wistfulness. Many ancient immortals have lived for countless eons and witnessed numerous prodigious powerhouses. Yet someone like the ancestor of martial arts, who became an ancestral master upon emergence, that is beyond the imagination of all immortals. That is an ancestral master. Since the formation of the immortal realm, even including that of the demon abyss, there were only 2 ancestral masters. Many immortals even believed that a 3rd ancestral master-level powerhouse would never emerge. Drunken Dream Tower's Class A Palace. This is where Drunken Dream Tower specifically entertains distinguished guests. Only top-level Jade Immortals are admitted. Lin Yuan is sitting inside. Naturally, the conversations and discussions of the many immortals in Drunken Dream Tower cannot escape his ears. For over 1,000 years, Lin Yuan's true self and 2 primordial spirits have been dedicated to arduous cultivation and enlightenment of the Tao. Additionally, he also creates avatars to wander the immortal realm. The Lin Yuan sitting in the Class A Great Hall of Drunken Dream Tower at this moment is one such avatar, who came casually upon hearing the fame of the Drunken Dream Immortal Brew. The evolution pathway of martial arts is developing nicely. Lin Yuan sits cross-legged, pondering silently. This could be discerned from the discussions of many immortals within Drunken Dream Tower. In over 1,000 years, the martial Tao evolutionary pathway has not produced many martial arts powerhouses. Apart from Lin Yuan, the strongest is still Li Qin. However, the number of cultivators and the breadth of dissemination of the martial Tao evolutionary pathway have almost encompassed all 33 immortal domains. Lin Yuan is quite satisfied with this. Given the current foundation of the martial Tao evolutionary pathway, provided that there is enough time, in hundreds of thousands or millions of years, it will be not the slightest bit weaker than the immortal path cultivation system, birthing martial arts powerhouses of the 11th order. Lin Yuan gently closes his eyes, and before him, the vista abruptly turns pitch black, densely dotted with sparkling stars. Each point of starlight symbolizes a martial Tao cultivator. At this moment, the multitude of starlight Lin Yuan perceives is vast and stretches beyond the immortal realm. Lin Yuan is not only spreading the martial Tao in the immortal realm. In the 3,333 subordinate worlds like the spirit realm, the martial Tao evolutionary pathway is also being disseminated. Although the spirit realm is far from comparable to the immortal realm, and even when all 3,333 subordinate worlds are combined, they do not match the size of a single immortal domain in the immortal realm. But a mosquito is still flesh, and to enhance his own ultimate leap in foundation, Lin Yuan will not overlook any opportunity to strengthen himself. Given enough time, Lin Yuan even plans to spread the martial arts in worlds like the central divine continent of the spirit realm, a subordinate world of the spirit realm with up to 1,000,000 subordinate worlds. The same is true for the other 3,332 subordinate worlds of the immortal realm. Now, the number of beings practicing the martial Tao evolutionary pathway might even surpass the combined number of practitioners of the 9 supreme evolutionary pathways of human civilization. Lin Yuan thought to himself internally. The immortal realm alone is comparable to 1% of the main universe in size. Chapter 927 Chapter 23, Beyond the 9 Great Supreme. Human civilization is one of the 12 peak powers of the main universe, occupying a territory approximately 1/20th to 1/30th the size of the main universe. In terms of area size, the territory of human civilization is 3 to 4 times that of the immortal realm. However, human civilization has 9 supreme evolutionary paths, while the immortal realm only has the immortal path cultivation system and the martial Tao cultivation system, plus the evolutionary path spread by Lin Yuan through his past 10 interdimensional travels. And among the humans in the main universe who cultivate the evolutionary path of martial Tao, the total number of cultivators in the 9 great evolutionary paths of human civilization combined might actually be less than those on the martial Tao evolutionary path. After all, the martial Tao evolutionary path is not limited to the main universe, but spans across endless dimensions and realms of all heavens. Lin Yuan's cultivation time is still short, and the number of travels he has experienced is also few, but as the worlds he travels to evolve, the spread of the martial Tao evolutionary path will become even broader. I can feel that the more beings cultivate the martial Tao evolutionary path, the lighter the suppression of the river of time on me is. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. This feeling was not apparent before his journey to the immortal realm, until the martial Tao evolutionary path was thoroughly spread in the immortal realm. Countless martial Tao cultivators collectively uplifted Lin Yuan, an elevation not of divine faith, but under Lin Yuan's control. While Lin Yuan was inspecting himself, a graceful lady, Jade Immortal, slowly walked into the palace. This Lady Jade Immortal was none other than the owner of Drunken Dream Tower. When Lin Yuan hurried to the Drunken Dream Tower, he casually revealed a trace of the aura from the Jade Immortal level, which led to the owner of the Drunken Dream Tower personally welcoming him. Even for the Drunken Dream Tower, it was not every day that a Jade Immortal level powerhouse visited. Figures of the Jade Immortal level were revered guests no matter where they went. Immortal Monarch, this is our Dream level Immortal Brew from the Drunken Dream Tower. Are you sure you want to drink this Immortal Brew? The owner of the Drunken Dream Tower asked with a smile, her gaze gently resting on Lin Yuan. The most famous Immortal Brew in the Drunken Dream Tower is also available at different levels. The Dream level Immortal Brew is the raw essence of the Immortal Brew. Even top Jade immortals, if not careful, are unable to control plunging completely into a dream state. This is a complete plunge, reducing perception of the outside world to the lowest level. Therefore, even Jade immortal level existences who wish to taste the immortal brew would not opt for the dream level, as the risk is too great. Even though the Drunken Dream Tower has a good reputation, fully plunging into a dream can be quite embarrassing. No matter. Lin Yuan waved his hand. The owner of the Drunken Dream Tower personally brought the immortal brew to Lin Yuan. Please drink, immortal monarch. The owner of Drunken Dream Tower watched Lin Yuan with an expectant expression. The formula for the immortal brew is adjusted periodically based on the responses of those immortals who drink it. Other levels of immortal brew are okay, with many immortals consuming them, and the owner of the Drunken Dream Tower covertly observing and adjusting. But the dream level immortal brew? Even if a Jade immortal wishes to try the taste of the dream level immortal brew, they usually buy it to drink in their own dwelling. That way, even if they fall into a deep dream, they can ensure their own safety. Those daring to order and directly drink the dream level immortal brew in the Drunken Dream Tower are truly very few. The owner of the Drunken Dream Tower certainly did not want to miss this very rare observation opportunity. Lin Yuan glanced at the immortal brew before him and directly picked it up to drink. The taste is quite decent. Lin Yuan savored it thoughtfully, and indeed, the dream-level immortal brew could nourish the spirit and will. However, Lin Yuan's spiritual will was extremely strong, so the hallucinogenic effects of the brew almost had no effect on him. Lin Yuan came to taste the immortal brew more as a trial, just to enjoy the gastronomic pleasure. Spiritual will strength increased a bit. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, unsure if it was due to the immortal brew, but at this moment, his spiritual will had slightly increased, imperceptibly. After over 1,000 years of cultivating at the core of the origin of the immortal realm and understanding the rules of the immortal realm itself, Lin Yuan's spiritual will strength had already increased to over 3,340,000 points. The taste, quite decent. The owner of the Drunken Dream Tower was slightly stunned, even doubting whether she served Lin Yuan the wrong brew, not the dream level but a regular immortal brew. Otherwise, how could Lin Yuan still evaluate it so calmly now? How's the taste? From the host of Drunken Dream Tower's perspective, shouldn't Lin Yuan's normal reaction after drinking the dream-level immortal brew be to quickly fall into a dream, so she could thoroughly observe his reaction? This is immortal crystal. Lin Yuan left behind immortal crystals to pay for the dream-level immortal brew and vanished within the palace. With Lin Yuan's current power, being in the origin of the immortal realm, he could condense as many immortal crystals as he desired if he wished. He really didn't fall into a dream. The host of Drunken Dream Tower couldn't believe it as she looked at the cup Lin Yuan had drunk from and subconsciously picked it up and gently licked it. Suddenly, a feeling of dizzying illusion surged to her heart. Even just lightly tasting it, the host of Drunken Dream Tower began to uncontrollably fall into a dream. Drunken Dream Immortal Scripture, the unique true self. The host of Drunken Dream Tower immediately circulated her immortal power. As the creator of the immortal brew, she naturally had great resistance to any bewitching methods. Even so, because the amount of immortal brew she tasted was just a trace, it took her several days to recover fully. It's truly a dream-level immortal brew. The now sober host of Drunken Dream Tower didn't feel the slightest joy, but instead fell into a sort of extraordinary shock. Given her resistance to bewitching methods, even the top Jade Immortal would not match her. Despite this, just a tiny lick of the dream-level immortal brew nearly overwhelmed her, while Lin Yuan, who drank a whole cup, acted as if nothing had happened. To withstand the dream-level immortal brew, who is this person? Even a top-level Jade Immortal can't do this. The host of Drunken Dream Tower felt unsettled for a long time, and faintly, she realized the young man who drank that cup of immortal brew probably had an extremely terrifying background. In another immortal city several immortal domains away from Qingyu Immortal City, Lin Yuan leisurely walked along the open street. After over 1,000 years, I still couldn't grasp the chaos rule, Lin Yuan thought as he walked, I am very sure that I am incredibly close to it. 1,000 years ago, the consciousness of the immortal realm compromised, allowing Lin Yuan to enter the core area and directly face many fundamental rules. Since then, Lin Yuan had made unprecedented rapid progress in rule comprehension, gaining new pillar-level fusion rules at every moment. This rapid progress lasted for 1,000 years. From 1,000 years ago to now, the pillar-level fusion rules that Lin Yuan newly comprehended had reached over 3 million types, raising all of them to the 7th realm. The 7th realm of pillar-level fusion rules, under normal circumstances, is only accessible by those at the 12th tier ultimate level. Lin Yuan not only stepped into it, but he did so with over 3 million types at once. In terms of the accumulation of foundational knowledge in rule comprehension, even excluding understanding of the spatiotemporal fusion rule, Lin Yuan believed that even a large part of the 12th tier ultimate level couldn't match him. Even so, Lin Yuan still hadn't completely understood the chaos rule. It seems I've been very fortunate. If I hadn't arrived in the immortal realm, never entered the core of the primordial lands, reaching this step would probably need tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of years. Lin Yuan's thoughts retracted as he secretly thought to himself. The core of the origin of the immortal realm was indeed of great help to him. Of course, this was also because Lin Yuan's comprehension was extraordinary. Unlike others, even the ancestor of the immortal path couldn't fathom 3 million types of pillar-level fusion rules at the core, raising them all to the 7th realm, even after 1,000 years. Let alone 1,000 years, even 100 billion or 1 trillion years would not be achievable. Fathoming so many pillar-level fusion rules wasn't just about having time, there were countless bottlenecks and constraints. The slightest stagnation could mean billions of years passing. The internal world. Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted slightly, descending into his internal world. Though it was just an incarnation, it shared the same consciousness, and the understanding of rules was synchronized. Hence, the internal world was also filled with endless rule fluctuations. All rule fluctuations appeared substantial, converging into a huge, towering egg, spanning under the sky. Chapter 928 Chapter 24 Shattered, returning tomorrow, requesting monthly votes at the start of the month for guaranteed minimum. Compared to 1,000 years ago. At this moment, the egg formed by the nurturing of countless rules within the world inside his body has already solidified into a substantial form. Even Lin Yuan can feel the vast fluctuations within the egg. What is being nurtured inside should be the chaos rule. Lin Yuan gazed at the towering gigantic egg, thinking to himself. In a certain sense, this egg is the Tao fruit that he has been comprehending for 1,000 years, or to be precise, the culmination of his comprehension of many rules up to now. With the towering gigantic egg fully materialized, it means that Lin Yuan is infinitely close to grasping the chaos rule. At least now, the chaos rule, for Lin Yuan, is no longer elusive but tangible, much like the egg within the world inside his body. The chaos rule, Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. No wonder comprehending the chaos rule at level 11 is the stuff of legends within legends. Even for beings of Xianhuang Majesties and Moyu Tower Masters caliber, they've only heard of it and never actually witnessed it in the chaos void. Because attaining comprehension of the chaos rule at level 11 is indeed too difficult. Lin Yuan, with his against heaven's understanding and the myriad realms gate, was able to traverse and descend upon the myriad worlds, taking advantage of the differences between various dimensions, as well as the opportunities of each world, to finally reach this step. As for other level 11 beings, to comprehend the chaos rule, how many detours would they have to take? How many resources would they have to exhaust? Perhaps a chaos realm powerhouse demonstrating the complete chaos rule might be somewhat helpful for comprehending the chaos rule. Lin Yuan silently pondered. Chaos realm entities at level 12 have basically comprehended the chaos rule, and can fully manifest the chaos rule they have comprehended. But manifesting it and making a level 11 life form comprehend it are entirely two different matters. The universe is replete with infinite mysteries in the heavens and the chaos void, but in the end, how many lives can reach the ultimate limit? 9th Stage Martial Tao First Tier Chapter. Bits and pieces about the first-tier chapter floated through Lin Yuan's mind. Ninth Stage Martial Tao First-Tier Chapter. Lin Yuan began attempting its creation while still at Stage 10 and officially started perfecting it upon stepping into Level 11. However, it was only in the recent decades, by utilizing the countless rules at the core of the primordial lands of the immortal realm, that Lin Yuan finally managed to complete the Ninth Stage Martial Tao First-Tier Chapter. The Ninth Stage Martial Tao First-Tier Chapter represents the ultimate leap, the final realm, and serves as an aggregate sublimation of the previous 10 realms. The first-tier chapter developed by Lin Yuan is rooted in the spatiotemporal fusion rule, and specifically constructs 33,333 spatiotemporal models ranging from the first to fifth realm of spacetime. The rule models are the way evolutionary scholars of human civilization extract and describe the cosmic laws in an easy-to-understand model. Just like various physical and mathematical formulas. Initially, these formulas didn't exist, they were all summarized by those great scientists through continuous calculations. It's the same for rule models. They are the result of painstaking efforts by the evolutionary scholars of human civilization, who derived them from the most fundamental rules of the universe. The foundational space rule model, core space rule model, and the time rule model that Lin Yuan first comprehended are such cases. However, evolutionary scholars of human civilization have their limits in terms of understanding. At most, they have only summarized thousands of time rule models. And even if one comprehends all these thousands of time rule models, they would still be far from completely grasping the rule of time. The rule models that human civilization has developed and mastered are limited to time rule models. As for further spatiotemporal rule models, they simply cannot be materialized. This isn't because these evolutionary scholars of human civilization are withholding secrets, but rather their level of understanding is limited. Lin Yuan is different. With his against heaven's understanding, his perception of the rules quickly surpassed the sum total of all of human civilization's evolutionary scholars. And this time, his experience in the immortal realm, especially the insights gained at the heart of the primordial lands, has elevated his understanding of the rules to an unprecedented level. Utilizing the insights from the millions of pillar-level fusion rules outside the sixth realm of spacetime, he finally succeeded in constructing the spatiotemporal fusion rule model, covering the first to fifth realms of spacetime. Bear in mind that establishing corresponding rule models is an entirely different concept from fully comprehending those rules. Among human civilization, there are 11th-level perfected evolvers who have reached the fifth realm in their understanding of spacetime, but not a single one has managed to construct, not even a single realm's, spatiotemporal fusion rule model. The 9 ultimate powerhouses are the same, their comprehension of the spatiotemporal fusion rules has reached the sixth realm, but to construct a spacetime comprehension model applicable to all evolvers is still as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Apart from the spatiotemporal fusion rule models, Lin Yuan has also added some other rule models within the 9th stage Martial Tao first-tier chapter. These rule models are special rules that Lin Yuan perfected and developed in his spare time. The 33,333 spatiotemporal fusion rule models will make future martial arts evolutionaries' comprehension of spacetime a bit easier. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. These tens of thousands of spatiotemporal fusion rule models can also be used by other evolutionary paths, but they work best for martial arts evolutionaries. Of course, even with a clear rule model for reference, comprehending all the spacetime rule models is no easy task. Name, Gao Wuyo, Lin Yuan. Status, holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Innate talent, against heaven's understanding. Divine skills, blood resurrection. Divine skills, mountain moving. Divine skills, strengthening. Divine skills, elemental body. Divine skills, world. Divine skills, sky ripping. Current status, consciousness descended. Remaining residency time, 98 years. Lin Yuan glanced at the ethereal text below his sight. There are still 98 years of residency time left. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yuan's figure vanished from the spot. Kaiyuan Martial City. This is the first martial city in the immortal realm, corresponding to the various immortal cities of the immortal path cultivation system. For over 1,000 years, the number of martial Tao cultivators in the 33 immortal domains of the immortal realm has become countless, and Kaiyuan Martial City has become the sacred ground in the hearts of all martial Tao cultivators. Because the establishment of this martial city was directed by the ancestor of martial arts, the first city lord of Kaiyuan Martial City was also a direct disciple of the martial ancestor. In the center of the martial city, the Grand Martial Hall. At the highest seat of the throne, a figure appeared silently and slowly sat down. Teacher. Li Qing below, seeming to sense something, immediately paid her excited respects to the figure on the throne. Over 1,000 years, Li Qing had met Lin Yuan only a handful of times. Martial ancestor. Shan Yang, Nia Yun, and other ninth-stage martial Tao cultivators were likewise invigorated. They all came from the spirit realm and had followed Lin Yuan through the realms more than once. All rise. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively and spoke casually. The currently strongest in martial Tao were none other than Li Qing and other ninth-stage cultivators. This is the 11th level martial Tao chapter. Lin Yuan lifted his right hand, and the intricacies of the 11th level martial Tao chapter flooded into the minds of Li Qing and the others. The 11th level martial Tao chapter was not so much created by Lin Yuan as it was a replication based on his own insights, similar to those of the ancient gods of the main universe. The evolutionary pathway of the ancient god, propagated by the ancient gods, is a replication of their own being. When imparting the 11th level martial Tao chapter, Lin Yuan had no concerns whatsoever. For example, would future martial Tao cultivators rapidly advance to level 11 perfect through the 11th level martial Tao chapter and then surpass Lin Yuan in reaching the ultimate level? Not to mention with Lin Yuan's rate of cultivation, whether such a thing could happen. Even if it did happen, as long as Lin Yuan, the founder of martial Tao, did not die, latter generations of cultivators would not be able to surpass him. This was also a certain insight Lin Yuan had recently gained as the number of martial Tao cultivators rapidly increased. Any pathway of evolution or cultivation system, if the founder dies, naturally all beings under the frosted sky compete for freedom. Any cultivator of that evolutionary pathway or cultivation system could potentially challenge the ultimate level. But as long as the founder lives, the fundamental mark of the evolution pathway remains with the founder, overshadowing all cultivators of the same evolutionary pathway in the world. The 11th level martial Tao chapter. The minds of Li Qing and the others were a muddled mess. They spent a lot of time barely digesting the 11th level martial Tao chapter. After all, dealing with over 30,000 spatio-temporal fusion rule models and many other rule models, it was quite strenuous for those at the 9th stage of martial Tao. If it hadn't been for Lin Yuan actively sealing most of the content, waiting for Li Qing and the others to reach a certain realm before unsealing it, their minds and wills might have already burst. Teacher, this. After barely recovering, a hint of unease began to emerge in Li Qing's heart. At her level, she was far from qualified to contact the 11th level chapter. Why did Lin Yuan pass on such precious advanced paths of cultivation to her? Next, I will enter seclusion. I estimate it will be a long time before I intervene in the affairs of the immortal realm. Lin Yuan said. This was indeed true, there were 98 years left until the end of his traversal. During these 98 years, Lin Yuan planned to retract all his mind and soul, concentrating all his energy on contemplating the rules. Striving to comprehend the chaos rule before his time of stay comes to an end. Yes. Li Qing and the other martial Tao cultivators immediately bowed in response. After imparting a few more instructions, Lin Yuan's Avatara then disappeared from the martial hall. The next moment, Lin Yuan appeared in the vast void. This place was no longer within the immortal realm but instead was the vast void outside of the world. In this void, the immortal realm was the undisputed highest world, with countless subordinate worlds rising and sinking below it. Immortal realm. Lin Yuan kept ascending, gazing down upon the immortal realm with an overlooking stance. In Lin Yuan's vision, the immortal realm was vast and grand, a stable product formed by the incessant interweaving and influence of myriad rules. At the same time, another of Lin Yuan's primordial spirits was within the very origin core of the immortal realm, observing the many fundamental rules of the immortal realm from the minutest detail. The two combined. As if heaven and earth collided, all things began to shatter and rebirth. Over the past 1,000 years, the hundreds of thousands of rules Lin Yuan had comprehended seemed to undergo some kind of qualitative change, starting to slowly collapse and merge into one. Thump. A faint cracking sound resonated at the level of Lin Yuan's heart and mind. Lin Yuan's consciousness descended to his inner world. The towering giant egg, formed by the interweaving of countless rules, always lying across the sky. At some unknown time, a crack had appeared. Chapter 929 Chapter 25, All Rules of the Great Tao Origin from Chaos. Crack crack. Following the appearance of the first crack. On the surface of the immense egg, a second and third crack continuously appeared. Each crack quickly spread, expanded, and split. In an instant, the mighty egg, spawned from myriad rules, was covered in cracks. Chaos. At this moment, Lin Yuan's true body primordial spirit and all his avatars, finally completely merged all the rules they comprehended. For 1,000 years, Lin Yuan had comprehended more and more rules, and many of these rules had already begun to fuse, and now they completely merged together. Boom! The cracked mighty egg silently collapsed, giving birth to a new rule overarching myriad rules, spawned from them. This is chaos. Chaos rule. Finally. I've finally comprehended the chaos rule. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. In the moment the chaos rule was born, Lin Yuan's all avatars and both primordial spirits mastered it instantly. Is this the chaos rule? Everything in Lin Yuan's view became simple. If the space-time rule is the foundation of all things and the movement of the world and the influence of rules cannot be separated from space-time rule, then the chaos rule is everything of all things, from space-time rule to the basic rules of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, all stem from the chaos rule. All grand Tao rules originate from chaos. My mind will, my soul, my body, everything about me, is getting stronger. After giving birth to the chaos rule, Lin Yuan felt everything about him transforming dramatically. In fact, it is very hard to advance further when one has reached the height like Lin Yuan. It's nearly impossible to experience a surge in strength unless one crosses a major boundary. 1,000 years ago and 1,000 years later, the latter Lin Yuan comprehended several million pillar-level fusion rules more than the former, but the strength difference between the two periods of Lin Yuan was not significant. Several million pillar-level fusion rules, although numerous, seemed like loose soil. Hard to form a unified power. But now, as the chaos rule was born, several million rules on the other shore quickly combined, forming a razor-sharp, indestructible blade. 40 million points of mind will. Lin Yuan slightly sensed and confirmed that his mind will had reached 40 million points. You should know, the enhancement of mind awareness is not like the enhancement of the physical soul. Even immersed in the origin core of the immortal realm for 1,000 years, Lin Yuan only managed to increase it by tens of thousands of points. But now, just as the chaos rule was born, the mind will index has exceeded 40 million points, and it hasn't stopped yet. The mind will is still elevating. My perception of space and time is also rapidly improving. Lin Yuan's gaze vaguely pierced through infinite spacetime, where previously he could only sense the spacetime range the size of a few dozen immortal realms. Now this range is rapidly approaching the size of 100 immortal realms, moving towards 200 immortal realms, 300 immortal realms. The world within the body. Lin Yuan looked at the world inside his own body, the true body's internal world spanning 2.3 billion miles. Not like the main universe which experienced a breakthrough from the 10th to the 11th layer due to chaos void origin infusion, the normal size of the internal world is this range. This is still based on the transformation enhancement caused by the mysterious gourd, otherwise the maximum limit would just be 10 million square miles. But at this moment, with the birth of the chaos rule, the internal world also began to crazily expand, 10 billion square miles, 100 billion square miles, a trillion square miles. The river of time. Lin Yuan looked towards the river of time in the immortal realm. Whether in the main universe or the immortal realm, Lin Yuan was always suppressed by the river of time. To break free from this oppression, the only way is the ultimate leap, charging to the 12th layer. Even though the martial Tao evolutionary path spread among infinite beings, the suppression from the river of time on Lin Yuan was at most just slightly alleviated. But now, Lin Yuan clearly felt that the suppression from the river of time on him had greatly decreased. With the decrease in the suppression from the river of time, when Lin Yuan makes the ultimate leap, the backlash he faces from the time river would also decrease. This is also why comprehending the chaos rule at the 11th layer significantly increases the odds of successfully advancing to the ultimate 12th layer. Of course, this is just theoretical. Those who have comprehended the chaos rule are no longer at the 11th layer. The so-called comprehending chaos rule at the 11th layer is merely based on the principle that chaos derives everything. In essence, the time river stems from the combination of time and space. Space-time can suppress all life but cannot suppress chaos. As long as one comprehends the chaos rule, even if it's just the first realm of the chaos rule, it can greatly negate the suppression and backlash of the time river. Chaos rule is the threshold for the dominion realm to step into the chaos realm. To become a powerful entity in the chaos realm, one must comprehend the chaos rule. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. The 12th layer is divided into 3 levels: Tao initiation, dominion, and chaos. 12th layer chaos realm could traverse the chaos void. Entities like Xianhuang are peak forces in the chaos realm. Of course, Xianhuang and the Moyu Tower Master are such. With my current strength, should I be able to confront beings like the ancestor of the immortal realm head-on? Lin Yuan secretly thought. Before comprehending the chaos rule, aided by the spacetime 7th realm, Lin Yuan could only manage to survive in front of the ancestor of the immortal path. Given the 12th layer ultimate foundation of the ancestor of the immortal path, even standing still and letting Lin Yuan attack, it would probably be hard to break through his defense. Chapter 930 Chapter 25, All Rules of the Great Tao Origin from Chaos. But now, the chaos rule has condensed all the rules that Lin Yuan has comprehended into one. Even though his life essence has not yet stepped into the 12th layer, in terms of frontal combat power, Lin Yuan can certainly be regarded as at the ultimate level of the 12th layer. This is still only the true body of Lin Yuan in the immortal realm. The true body in the immortal realm is, after all, just a temporary vessel for Lin Yuan. In terms of foundational accumulation, it is far inferior to the true self in the main universe. The true self in the main universe has a foundation that endured the chaos void origin infusion when breaking through to the 11th layer. However, most of these foundations, due to Lin Yuan's life level not meeting the standard, are submerged deep within his inner world. However, since Lin Yuan has nurtured the chaos rule, even though his life level remains unchanged, his absorption of the chaos void origin will certainly increase significantly. It can be anticipated that once Lin Yuan returns, the strength of his true self in the main universe will definitely improve by a greater margin than his current true self in the immortal realm. At that time, even if the ultimate beings at the 12th layer in the main universe are somewhat stronger than the ancestor of the immortal path, Lin Yuan will still be able to contend or even suppress them. The ultimate beings of the 12th layer in the main universe compete with each other, coupled with numerous inherited treasures from beyond the universe and the infusion of the chaos void origin during the ultimate leap. Their average strength far exceeds that of the ancestor of the immortal path. Do I feel like I am going to be forced to take the ultimate leap at any moment? Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. His foundational accumulation is now so strong that even the river of time seems almost unable to restrain him. Hang in there, hang in there. Lin Yuan steeled his spirit. The ultimate leap must take place in the main universe. After all, taking the ultimate leap in the main universe allows one to receive the chaos void origin infusion, something that is not available in the immortal realm. This is also one of the reasons why the strength of the ancestor of the immortal path is not as great as the ultimate beings of the 12th layer in the main universe. Lin Yuan is not sure whether, after making the ultimate leap in the immortal realm, returning to the main universe's chaos void would result in another round of origin infusion. But to be on the safe side, it's better to return and then attempt to ascend to the 12th layer. Chaos rule. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged as he began to become familiar with this entirely new force, or rather, rule. As Lin Yuan continuously operated the chaos rule and came into collision with the countless rules of the immortal realm, the entire operation of rules in the immortal realm began to tremble incessantly. In the primordial lands, Tao Ancestor Continent. The ancestor of the immortal path was in secluded cultivation, and even after stepping into the 12th layer, he still needed to comprehend many rules. Suddenly, the ancestor of the immortal path abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a trace of shock on his face. Why do I feel that all the rule fluctuations are trembling? The ancestor of the immortal path couldn't believe it. The fluctuations of the rules are orderly and stable, it is the perfect combination of countless rules that allows the world to function completely. Especially in the eyes of a 12th layer being like the ancestor of the immortal path, rule fluctuations seem to have their own life. But at this moment, the ancestor of the immortal path clearly perceived that all the rule fluctuations in the primordial lands, to be precise, all the rule fluctuations in the immortal realm, were beginning to become disorderly and chaotic. It was as if a formerly tranquil pond, where every stream of water was stable, now had a colossal being twisting deep within, causing undercurrents in the placid pond. However, the operation of the world covered by myriad rules already forms a perfect balance. It is not something you can disturb just because you want to, even for someone as powerful as the ancestor of the immortal path. Channeling his own way only allows him to affect the stability of the rules within a certain range. The current widespread chaos of rules throughout the immortal realm was causing some panic in the ancestor of the immortal path. What could be the reason? The ancestor of the immortal path scanned the entire primordial lands as well the 33 domains of the immortal domain. Even far off in the demon abyss, the ancestor of the demon abyss was similarly scrutinizing the vast demon abyss. Is it the ancestor of martial arts? After observing for a long time, the ancestor of the immortal path finally turned his gaze toward the core of the origin of the immortal realm, where the consciousness of the immortal realm resides. That is also where the ancestor of martial arts entered 1,000 years ago. The ancestor of the immortal path was uncertain what exactly was causing the current chaos of rules. But it was definitely not related to him. In the immortal realm and demon abyss, aside from himself, the only one capable of causing such an outcome is the unreachable ancestor of martial arts. Just what has the ancestor of martial arts done to bring about this situation? The ancestor of the immortal path felt waves of tumult in his heart. He could sense the trembling and fear of the primordial lands and the myriad rules of the immortal realm. Has there been a breakthrough, stepping into the ancestral realm? The ancestor of the immortal path speculated in his mind, but then shook his head. He was himself at the ancestral realm and knew what kind of impact stepping into the ancestral realm would cause. Although it was immense and unimaginable, it was definitely not what was happening now. And up until now, the ancestor of the immortal path had not sensed any life breaking free from the shackles of the river of time, which meant that the ancestor of martial arts had not yet stepped into the ancestral realm. The operation of the chaos rule was first felt by the ancestor of the immortal path. It was then perceived by many golden immortals and jade immortals of the 33 domains of the immortal domain. Golden immortals, having penetrated the space rules, had a certain degree of sensitivity to spacetime, and even more so for jade immortals. In comparison, the immortals below the golden immortals and the many mortals felt a less evident sensation. What on earth is happening? Why are the space rules beginning to destabilize? I'm feeling it too, many fundamental rules are the same. In the 33 domains of the immortal domain, golden immortals and jade immortals looked fearful. The ancestor of the immortal path had already transcended his own Tao, external changes in rules would not have much impact on him. His foundation was eternally solid, which is the essence of the path-splitting realm. But what about the Golden Immortals and Jade Immortals? They are still at the stage of sensing many rules, heavily reliant on external rules. Even a slight disturbance could affect their foundations. Is it because of the ancestor of the immortal path? The ancestor of the demon abyss? Or the ancestor of martial arts? I think it must be the ancestor of martial arts. Indeed, before the ancestor of martial arts was revealed, billions of years passed without witnessing what has happened today. The ancestor of martial arts. Is this the doing of the ancestor of martial arts? The many golden and jade immortals were trembling with fear, not fools to have cultivated to their level, and had faintly speculated that all this might have something to do with the ancestor of martial arts. Of course. Even so. Not a single golden or jade immortal dared to go to the martial city to inquire with the disciples of the ancestor of martial arts. What a joke. The ancestor of martial arts was able to cause a disturbance across the entire immortal realm, and even the ancestor of the immortal path and the ancestor of the demon abyss did not make any move, let alone these golden and jade immortals. Going to question them would be seeking death, wasn't it? Did they think they had lived too long? Almost enough. After Lin Yuan familiarized himself with the chaos rule, he gradually ceased. Lin Yuan saw the impact of the chaos rule on the myriad rules of the immortal realm. As the origin rule that reigns supreme above all else, the chaos rule naturally suppresses other rules. Even the space-time rule is no exception. The core of the origin of the immortal realm. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, looking towards the immortal consciousness hiding in the corner. 1,000 years ago, when Lin Yuan entered here, he discovered the immortal consciousness as if facing a formidable enemy. However, he had always been too lazy to deal with it, focusing instead on comprehending the myriad of rules here. Seeing that Lin Yuan did not overreact, the immortal consciousness gradually let go of its guard and positioned itself beside Lin Yuan, dividing the core area in two. Yet, ever since Lin Yuan had nurtured the chaos rule and actively released its origin rule aura, gently stimulating it to operate, the immortal consciousness immediately scurried like a mouse seeing a cat, without hesitation hiding in the furthest corner, trembling. This greatly surprised Lin Yuan. Although the immortal consciousness could not use the power of the immortal realm in this core area, Lin Yuan could still feel that the immortal consciousness had means to protect itself. 1,000 years ago, the immortal consciousness compromised and let Lin Yuan involuntarily. Besides the fact that Lin Yuan's threat was truly effective, the immortal consciousness itself had other cards up its sleeve. At least it was not completely defenseless against Lin Yuan. Are you afraid? Lin Yuan looked at the immortal consciousness hiding in the corner, proactively asking. The immortal consciousness was only instinctive, and its reactions came from inherent fear. Shortly after, the immortal consciousness promptly responded, clarifying Lin Yuan's doubts. Chapter 931 Chapter 26 Return. The consciousness of the immortal realm can easily mobilize the entire power of the immortal realm. Even the ancestor of the immortal path, a being of the 12th layer, must retreat before the vast power of the immortal realm. The entire immortal realm is like the body of the immortal realm's consciousness. Even if Lin Yuan enters the heart of the origin core, he cannot harness the power of the immortal realm from here. However, the consciousness of the immortal realm can still control the myriad rules themselves and contend with Lin Yuan. After all, the heart of the origin core is where the myriad rules exist, and the consciousness of the immortal realm also has control over these myriad rules themselves. But after Lin Yuan bred the chaos rule, he naturally suppressed all myriad rules, and the consciousness of the immortal realm sensed that even with control over myriad rules, it could not deal with Lin Yuan, and thus began to fear. After all, Lin Yuan, as of this moment, could erase the consciousness of the immortal realm by force if he so wished. Of course, the consciousness of the immortal realm still has the ability to resist, which is to actively self-destruct, leading to the collapse of the immortal realm. In doing so, the myriad rules of the immortal realm will actively converge into the chaos rule to counter Lin Yuan. But in doing so, the consciousness of the immortal realm will also collapse. Although a destroyed immortal realm would still be reborn and give birth to a new consciousness of the immortal realm. The future consciousness of the immortal realm would not be the same as the current one. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, the consciousness of the immortal realm will definitely not choose to self-destruct, that is only slightly better than being erased. Rest assured, I will not erase you. Lin Yuan said casually, mainly because erasing the consciousness of the immortal realm brings him no benefit. Now that Lin Yuan has more or less comprehended the rules at the heart of the origin core of the immortal realm, erasing its consciousness does not help him much. In simple terms, whatever Lin Yuan could gain from the consciousness of the immortal realm, he has already obtained. If Lin Yuan truly pressures the consciousness of the immortal realm into a corner, forcing it to self-destruct and perish along with him, Lin Yuan would be indifferent. After all, he could return to the main universe at any moment, but the efforts of spreading martial Tao over 1,000 years in the 33 immortal domains of the immortal realm would then have been in vain. If the immortal realm itself ceases to exist, the martial Tao cultivators would naturally vanish as well. However, since the chaos rule can restrain the consciousness of a realm, I wonder about the consciousness of the main universe, Lin Yuan mused to himself. Although the immortal realm barely ranks on the same level as the main universe, the essence of the rules contained within the main universe is surely far superior to that of the immortal realm. For instance, at the heart of the origin core of the immortal realm, comprehending the pillar-level fusion rules to the 7th realm is the limit. But at the heart of the origin core of the main universe, the limit could rise to the 8th realm or even the 9th realm. Forget it, I reckon I can't even enter the primordial lands of the main universe. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The reason he can enter this core is not because of his own strength, but because of his understanding of the space-time rule, which surpasses the space-time of the immortal realm at the 7th realm. As for forcing his way in, the vast power of the immortal realm is enough to suppress even the typical ultimate beings of the 12th layer, with the ancestor of the immortal path as an example. And the space-time of the main universe is even more vast than that of the immortal realm. To surpass the space-time of the main universe, Lin Yuan's perception of space-time would likely have to reach the 8th realm or even the 9th realm. And the 8th realm, the 9th realm of space-time perception? Even for Lin Yuan, it's a field he's confident of touching only after stepping into the 12th layer. You should know, one of Xuanhuang's most proud methods is his perception of space-time at the 9th realm. Even among the peak powerhouses of the Chaos Realm, very few have space-time perception reaching the 9th realm. I'm leaving. Lin Yuan glanced at the consciousness of the immortal realm, his figure vanishing from the heart of the origin core. After spawning the Chaos Rule, Lin Yuan has reached the limit in all aspects. At least this place is of no further assistance to him. Is he gone? The consciousness of the immortal realm paused slightly and after repeatedly probing its surroundings, confirmed that Lin Yuan was no longer there and immediately began to mobilize the entire power of the immortal realm to heavily guard the core. Although the consciousness of the immortal realm does not have specific thoughts, it has developed a strong instinct, which is to not want to see Lin Yuan again. After all, nobody wants to confront an existence that can completely erase themselves. The Tao Ancestor Continent. The ancestor of the immortal path is still focused on the rule fluctuations that pervade the primordial lands. Has it stabilized again? The ancestor of the immortal path raised an eyebrow, slightly relieved. Although the disorderly and chaotic rule fluctuations cannot affect him, the ancestor of the immortal path still prefers order. Suddenly, at that moment, a figure silently condensed in front of the ancestor of the immortal path. What? The ancestor of the immortal path's expression fluctuated wildly. For this is his Taoist sanctuary, akin to his domain, where the ancestor of the immortal path controls everything, yet someone got inside undetected. It wasn't until the figure appeared before his eyes that the ancestor of the immortal path noticed. The ancestor of martial arts. The ancestor of the immortal path gazed at the figure not far away, recognizing it to be the ancestor of martial arts. Ancestor of the immortal path. Lin Yuan gave a slight smile. I have come to see you today to bid farewell. Indeed, after breeding the chaos rule, the primordial lands no longer hold significance for Lin Yuan. With the remaining decades of his stay, Lin Yuan plans to wander about. Over the past millennium, Lin Yuan's incarnations have nearly visited every corner of the immortal realm. Yet beyond the immortal realm, in the vast void, Lin Yuan has not explored much. Mainly because the void is so vast that even with Lin Yuan's perception of space-time, he would find it dull and tedious over time. But now it's different. Having realized the chaos rule, the desolate void has, in Lin Yuan's eyes, started to become slightly interesting. Farewell. The ancestor of the immortal path's complexion changed slightly. Lin Yuan plans to leave the primordial lands for only one reason. That is, the rules manifesting from the primordial lands are no longer of any help to him. But how is that possible? The ancestor of the immortal path has cultivated in seclusion in the primordial lands for countless eons, and even now, he still feels that the manifest rules of the primordial lands resonate with him. And yet, Lin Yuan intends to leave after merely 1,000 years. Did fellow Taoist achieve a breakthrough? The ancestor of the immortal path asked tentatively. At this moment, the aura Lin Yuan exudes far surpasses that of 1,000 years ago. The ancestor of the immortal path feels tremendous pressure, especially given Lin Yuan's ability to appear before him silently. The ancestor of the immortal path is almost certain that the recent rule anomaly that affected the entire immortal realm originated from Lin Yuan. Something like that. Lin Yuan said with a smile. Nurturing the chaos rule has brought improvements to Lin Yuan that are nearly equivalent to transcending the ultimate boundary. If not for the infusion of the chaos void origin while attempting the ultimate breakthrough in the main universe, the benefits would almost be akin to that very transcendence. Something like that. The ancestor of the immortal path's thoughts were somewhat complicated. He didn't know in what way Lin Yuan had broken through, at least, he could not sense the presence of a fellow ancestral master. But at this moment, Lin Yuan indeed posed a significant threat to the ancestor of the immortal path, a threat on the same level of strength. After I leave, I hope you will look after the many cultivators of the martial Tao lineage. Lin Yuan spoke. This statement could be a request, but also a warning. Once the stay limit is reached, Lin Yuan will completely leave the immortal realm. Thus, Lin Yuan specifically came to remind the ancestor of the immortal path. I will certainly do my best for the lineage of fellow Taoist. The ancestor of the immortal path said seriously. Even if Lin Yuan had not achieved a breakthrough, the ancestor of the immortal path would not dare to harm the martial Tao lineage, let alone now, after the breakthrough. Before his breakthrough, the ancestor of the immortal path, although unable to do anything to Lin Yuan, equally, Lin Yuan couldn't do anything to the ancestor of the immortal path either. And now? The ancestor of the immortal path still can't affect Lin Yuan, yet Lin Yuan remains capable of posing a threat to the ancestor of the immortal path. I hope so. Lin Yuan nodded. Even after ending this traversal, Lin Yuan could still keep an eye on the changes within the martial Tao of the immortal realm. After reaching the 7th realm of spacetime, Lin Yuan's control over the myriad realms gate has elevated by a level. He can slightly sense it even without the transmission of information from the demon tree. I wonder. The ancestor of the immortal path intended to inquire more about the details of Lin Yuan's breakthrough but realized that the latter had already disappeared. Ancestor of martial arts. The ancestor of the immortal path's gaze was slightly complicated. The time the ancestor of martial arts has emerged is incredibly short, just over 1,000 years to this day. But the influence on the immortal realm and even the ancestor himself is unprecedented. Could the breakthrough of the ancestor of martial arts be related to the consciousness of the immortal realm? The ancestor of the immortal path pondered, also yearning for a breakthrough, especially one of great magnitude like that of the ancestor of martial arts. With this in mind, the ancestor of the immortal path's figure vanished, and before long, he appeared outside the core area of the primordial lands. Rumbling sounds. Before the ancestor of the immortal path could react, he felt the overwhelming force of the immortal realm engulfing him. Begone! The consciousness of the immortal realm emitted fluctuations, and without hesitation, the ancestor of the immortal path retreated rapidly, leaving the area. The ancestor of the immortal path's expression turned unsightly. He didn't expect such a strong reaction from the consciousness of the immortal realm. He had only come to probe, instead, he was directly expelled. Time has passed. In the blink of an eye, more than 90 years have flown by. In a void far from the immortal realm, Lin Yuan's figure stopped. The residence time is almost up. Lin Yuan looked around the boundless void. In these 90-plus years, through his continuous exploration, he unexpectedly discovered 4 worlds that, while slightly weaker than the immortal realm, transcend the spirit realm. Lin Yuan casually spread the teachings of the martial Tao in these 4 worlds. The martial Tao in the immortal realm is not in any trouble. Even across infinite time and space, Lin Yuan could still clearly sense the situation in the immortal realm. He left an incarnation there specifically for this purpose. It's time to go back. With a slight intention from Lin Yuan, a clock-shaped weapon with an ancient aura appeared in front of him. It was Lin Yuan's origin clock. This origin clock, which had been cultivated since Lin Yuan was at the 6th or 7th layer, has now reached the peak of the 11th layer. Turning all the power of this physical body into origin and infusing it into the origin clock may not transform it into a 12th layer weapon, but it should be close enough. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. Let's begin. The energies within Lin Yuan began to collapse gradually. With the strength of his current physical body, taking it back to the main universe would require an immense amount of world-breaking origin force, thus, he simply decided to turn it into nourishment for the transformation of the origin clock. 1 year later, Lin Yuan's physical body and soul had entirely transformed into the most fundamental primal force, fusing into the clock-shaped weapon. The next moment, Lin Yuan's spirit will was drawn, surging into the grand and glorious myriad realms gate deep within his consciousness. Chapter 932 Chapter 1 Beyond the Universe. Xianhuang's Secret Realm. In a daze, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Back again. Lin Yuan looked around and let out a light sigh. Since returning from the mega battlefield, Lin Yuan's true self had entered the Xianhuang's Secret Realm. Because this place could be considered absolutely safe, even those of the 12th layer path-splitting realm would not be able to find it. As for the Dominator Realm, the Chaos Realm, unless rulers of the main universe from the Dominator Realm or Chaos Realm, or surviving 12th layers from other realms, were rejected by the universe, they wouldn't even be able to enter, let alone locate the Xianhuang's Secret Realm. And to break through to the Dominator Realm within a single cosmic era, is as hard as ascending to the heavens. Who knows how many cosmic eras are needed to birth just one such being. Moreover, ordinary beings of the Dominator Realm cannot locate the coordinates of the Xianhuang's Secret Realm. The Xianhuang, as a peak force in the Chaos Realm, dared to set the heritage site of profound Xianhuang within the universe, surely deeming it to be perfectly safe. With the protection of the universe, even if the Xianhuang truly falls, the Xianhuang's Secret Realm can exist for a very, very long time. Lin Yuan's true self hid within the Xianhuang's Secret Realm. It was naturally to guard against the ultimate 12 layers of other peak clan powers. After all, Lin Yuan's performance on the mega battlefield was too outstanding. One could say he single-handedly swept through the forces of the other peak clans. Those ultimate 12 layers from the 11 great peak clans might put aside their pride to secretly assassinate him. Of course, the strongest of human civilization were definitely guarding against this possibility as well. But regardless, Lin Yuan still felt the safest within the Xianhuang's Secret Realm. Time and space can actually be utilized like this. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Lin Yuan's gaze turned towards the Xianhuang's Secret Realm. Following the seventh realm of time and space, the Xianhuang secret realm appeared differently in Lin Yuan's eyes all of a sudden. The time-space mysteries involved, even Lin Yuan at the moment could only discern a fraction of them. The energy contained in the Xianhuang secret realm wasn't vast, but its profundity was definitely at the chaos realm level. Chaos? The more Lin Yuan looked, the deeper he delved, faintly discovering a trace of chaotic power at the very core of the Xianhuang secret realm. Humming sounds. Within Lin Yuan's eyes, myriad rules turned. The chaos rule coursed through his body, the chaos rule bred within the immortal realm. Lin Yuan also mastered it the instant he returned to the main universe. Boom! The entire Xianhuang secret realm began to vibrate slightly. Lin Yuan attracted that trace of chaotic power from the deepest part of the realm, faintly seeing a vision of an extremely ancient past. In the vast chaos void, there stood a towering figure dressed in a golden dragon robe, with fluttering black hair. He raised his right hand, sending 33,333 strands of chaotic power into the immense void, integrating them into 33,333 universes, forming the Xianhuang secret realm. Is that the Xianhuang? Startled in his heart, Lin Yuan had never seen the Xianhuang, but he was convinced that this towering figure was the Xianhuang. So this is how the Xianhuang secret realm came to be. The Xianhuang did not create it one by one, but opened it up all at once. Lin Yuan thought to himself. When cultivating the illusory reality secret technique, he had seen the legacy image left by the Moyu Tower Master, but compared to the present Xianhuang, seemed to be on a lower level. Of course, it's also possible that the image left by the Moyu Tower Master was simply too trivial. 33,333 Xianhuang secret realms. Lin Yuan realized that, by using the chaos rule, he briefly connected to the chaotic origin of the Xianhuang secret realm, which is why he was able to see these visions. I should now fully control this secret realm, right? Lin Yuan thought to himself. After all, he was not the creator of the Xianhuang secret realm, and even as its new master, his control over the realm was still lacking that little bit. But now, after communicating with the chaotic origin of the Xianhuang secret realm, Lin Yuan could be said to have completely taken hold of the Xianhuang secret realm. Even if the Xianhuang returned, he could no longer contest with him for control over the realm. What happened? At a high point in the Xianhuang secret realm, a six-armed figure looked at the changes in the Xianhuang secret realm with shock. As the spirit of the Xianhuang secret realm, the six-armed figure naturally had complete control over every detail of the Xianhuang secret realm. At this moment, the vibration of the Xianhuang secret realm and the traction of its chaotic origin were likewise perceived by him. The chaotic origin of the secret realm. The six-armed figure could hardly believe it. The chaotic origin was the foundation of the Xianhuang secret realm, as well as the power left behind by the Xianhuang originally. Although it had been assimilated by the universe after merging, severing it from Xuanhuang's ownership, the level of power was clear. To attract the secret realm's chaotic origin, one must first comprehend the chaos rule, which the vast majority of those at the pinnacle of the dominator realm cannot achieve. Chaos rule. Has the master comprehended the chaos rule? The six-armed figure's mind was muddled. Merely grasping the chaos rule wasn't enough to attract the secret realm's chaotic origin. One must be the master of the Xianhuang secret realm to accomplish this. That is to say, the current changes in the Xianhuang secret realm stemmed from Lin Yuan, who had already realized the chaos rule. The master hasn't stepped into the 12th layer yet, right? The six-armed figure contemplated with difficulty. Without reaching the 12th layer? Comprehending the chaos rule? Even at Xuanhuang's level of realm, such an exceptional genius had never been seen before, only heard of in ancient records, with no certainty whether such a being has ever existed. And now, this exceptional genius had actually appeared before him, a mere spirit of the secret realm. Master. Not far from Lin Yuan, the six-armed figure appeared, looking towards the young man sitting cross-legged in front of him, with chaos aura circulating around his body, and called out with a touch of awe. Lin Yuan looked towards the six-armed figure. Chapter 933 Chapter 1 Beyond the Universe. Master has comprehended the chaos rule. Even though he was already absolutely certain, the six-armed figure couldn't help but ask. Fortuitously, I have. Lin Yuan replied. In fact, the chaos rule was not something that could be comprehended directly. To be accurate, it was birthed from myriad other rules, at least that was the path Lin Yuan took. Really comprehended it? A tumultuous wave surged once again in the six-armed figure's heart. After dismissing the six-armed figure, Lin Yuan began to observe the changes within himself. The moment he comprehended the chaos rule in the immortal realm, Lin Yuan's physical body, soul, spirit, and internal world all underwent substantial leaps in strength. Now, back in his true form in the main universe, Lin Yuan similarly noticed changes in his physical body, soul body, and internal world. The most notable was the internal world. In the immortal realm, Lin Yuan's internal world was only a little over 200 million li in diameter, with no depth of heritage, and yet was able to experience a tenfold to 100-fold surge. The internal world of his true form in the main universe, with the chaos void origin accumulated from breaking through to level 11, began to terrifyingly and tremendously ascend after the integration of the chaos rule. Before the 11th traversal, Lin Yuan's internal world was less than 900 billion li in diameter. But now, boom, the internal world began to expand wildly, and a vast amount of the chaos void origin immersed deep within was absorbed. In just 10 breaths, the internal world expanded to reach 9 trillion li in diameter. Another 10 breaths. 20 trillion li in diameter. After another 10 breaths. 50 trillion li in diameter. It was only at this moment that the expansion of the internal world gradually slowed down. 51 trillion li in diameter. Lin Yuan's consciousness incarnation descended into his internal world, overlooking the vast expanse, and his heart couldn't help but be filled with myriad emotions. 51 trillion li in diameter. In fact, it was already possible to use a different unit of measurement. 51 trillion li, about equal to 2 light-years. That is to say, Lin Yuan's internal world had reached a diameter of 2 light-years. Unfortunately, the enhancement to the essence of life from comprehending the chaos rule still cannot compare to the enhancement from breaking through to level 12. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Normally speaking, upon ultimately successful breakthrough to level 11 and stepping into level 12, the internal world would explosively expand to several thousand light-years within a short time, transforming into an internal universe. Following this, it would gradually reach tens to hundreds of thousands of light-years in diameter, which is the normal standard for level 12 ultimates. Theoretically, the internal world of a path-splitting realm powerhouse at level 12 would be between 100,000 and 1 million light-years. Yet at this moment, Lin Yuan's internal world exploded to reach 2 light-years and then slowed down. Of course, this doesn't mean that stepping into level 12 is harder than comprehending the chaos rule. On the contrary, the difficulty of comprehending the chaos rule is much higher than breaking through to level 12, not to mention comprehending the chaos rule at level 11. Who knows how many peak sovereigns are unable to comprehend the chaos rule and thus cannot advance further. Comprehending the chaos rule and stepping into level 12 focus on completely different aspects. The former leans more towards skill, while the latter is purely about the level of life. For example, a common individual who masters grandmaster level skills, no matter how much they can eat, can at most consume several tens of gene of food in one meal. But a giant hundreds or thousands of meters tall can easily consume hundreds of tons of food. This is the difference brought about by different levels of life. Although my internal world cannot compare to the ultimate of level 12, I should be no weaker than those level 12 ultimates within the universe. Lin Yuan was very confident. His internal world was his weak point. In addition, his life's hierarchical stage is not as high as the ultimate 12th layer. But in terms of comprehending cosmic rules, Lin Yuan actually surpasses all who are at the ultimate 12th layer within the universe. This is true for both the 7th realm of space-time and the chaos rule. Secondly, regarding his physical body, when the Xianhuang physique is cultivated to a level 11 perfect, it reaches the 12th layer's level. Now, having been nurtured by the chaos rule, it has been elevated even further. There is no need to mention the strength of his soul will. With a soul will index of 40 million points, even if soul weaknesses exist, Lin Yuan can easily ward off other ultimate 12th layer soul ultimates and psychic attacks. 12th layer, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, feeling the continuous spread of his inner world and the strength of his physical body, etc. He decided to delay the assault on the 12th layer. At the ultimate time, he will once again withstand the infusion of the chaos void origin. The stronger the physical body, the inner world, and the soul are at that time, the more chaos void origin they can contain, and the greater the benefits gained. Currently, Lin Yuan's inner world is only 2 light-years in diameter. The benefits brought by the chaos rule have not yet been completely digested. If he waits a bit longer, the final size of the inner world could reach 5 or even 10 light-years. The capacity to contain the chaos void origin within an inner world of 5 or 10 light-years would not merely be 3 or 5 times that of the current 2 light-years but dozens of times the difference. Lin Yuan naturally does not wish to give up such benefits. At most, several decades will be needed to reach perfection, and then I'll assault the ultimate layer. Lin Yuan made up his mind. Several decades were nothing to him at his current level of strength. In fact, whether or not he made the assault on the ultimate level did not make much difference. Even without attempting the ultimate level, there is no 12th layer existence in the main universe that can kill him. Cosmic Starry Skies. Lin Yuan's figure appeared out of nowhere. This was his Taiyang divine spirit. The cosmic space-time. Lin Yuan looked deep into the distance. The comprehension of the 7th realm of space-time made his perception incredibly terrifying, reflecting the vast cosmic starry skies and countless spatial layers in his mind. Is this the entire universe? Lin Yuan was slightly shaken inside. Although he could see through every detail of the immortal realm when he was there, now looking down upon the entire universe still stirred something within him. The scale of the cosmic starry skies alone was 100 times that of the immortal realm, with complexity 1,000-fold or even more. Are there dozens of places where space-time is completely locked down? Such that even I cannot perceive them in detail. Lin Yuan discovered that the cosmic starry skies still had secrets in front of him, and there were areas he had yet to explore. These dozens of places, do 7 of them belong to crucial locations of human civilization? Lin Yuan immediately understood in his heart. Any pinnacle race has ancestral lands with rich backgrounds, places of lineage, like the clan stars of human civilization and the key locations in the forefront. To prevent snooping by 12th layer ultimates, these crucial ancestral lands naturally have numerous defenses in place. The insect race has 4. Ancestor Tianyu has 5, the Yu clan has 8, Lin Yuan looked around in turn. Lin Yuan didn't forcefully probe these time-space lockdowns that eluded his perception but merely glanced at each from a distance and moved his gaze away. The robber clan, only 1. Lin Yuan's expression was slightly surprised. Among the cosmic pinnacle race powers, the robber clan is definitely the most mysterious and powerful, only rivaled by the universe clan at their peak. It is said that the robber clan comes from the previous cosmic era and is targeted and suppressed by the cosmic will. Yet, their power cannot be concealed. The 2 12th layer ultimates of the robber clan are already at the pinnacle of the path-splitting realm. If they were not detested by the cosmic consciousness, the robber clan might not rule over the 10,000 universe races, but probably wouldn't be far off. However, even the insect race and the Tianyu clan have several time-space locked ancestral lands, but the even more powerful robber clan only has 1. Lin Yuan's gaze pierced through layer upon layer of spacetime, looking deep into the robber clan's territory. Lin Yuan couldn't feel anything specific about the robber clan's crucial land. It looked completely ordinary, just a simple cabin. But it was this very cabin that blocked Lin Yuan's vision despite being in the 7th realm of spacetime. I cannot feel any aura from this cabin whatsoever. Lin Yuan observed closely. When facing the other pinnacle race's crucial ancestral lands, even though he could not discern specifics, he could still infer some information. But facing this cabin, there were no clues at all. Interesting. Curiosity sparked within Lin Yuan, and he began to approach the cabin slightly, attempting to observe it through different dimensions of spacetime. Rustle. As Lin Yuan intensified his observation, the door of the cabin abruptly pushed open, and a figure shrouded in mist stepped out, who is spying on my robber clan's ancestral land. Chapter 934 Chapter 2, Upload Martial Tao 11th Tier Chapter. Discovered. Lin Yuan did not panic, quickly retracting his perception. As long as the other party's fusion of time and space does not reach the seventh realm, at most they might faintly detect Lin Yuan's surveillance. As for pinpointing Lin Yuan's location, it's basically impossible. That's the advantage of the spatio-temporal fusion rule, the initiative completely in Lin Yuan's hands. If it weren't for worrying about the robber clan using some means to attack through space and time along the perception, Lin Yuan would not even retract his perception. In the deepest parts of the robber clan's territory, in an unknowable place, in front of a mysterious cabin, the figure who stepped out from the door stood there, looking around with a heavy gaze. What's going on? A voice came from inside the cabin, seemingly puzzled. I felt that a powerful being was spying on us. The figure standing outside the cabin slowly said. Spying on us? The voice inside the cabin silenced for a while. The ancestral cabin is the foundation of our robber clan. Could these young 12th-tier beings of this cosmic era actually detect the existence of the ancestral cabin? The strongest foundation of the robber clan is this ancestral cabin, which is why they could survive from the last cosmic era to this one. I indeed felt I was being spied on. The figure outside the cabin asserted, detecting the existence of the ancestral cabin must at least be at the peak of the path-splitting realm, and possibly with the aid of a powerful spatio-temporal treasure. Path-splitting realm peak, the voice inside the cabin solemnly said, the cosmic era is far from over. How has a 12th tier at the peak of the path-splitting realm emerged so quickly? Normally, in a complete cosmic era, it is rare to see the birth of a 12th tier at the peak of the path-splitting realm. Even if one appeared, it is usually close to the end of the cosmic era. Currently, not even 1/10 of the cosmic era has passed. There simply aren't conditions for the birth at the peak of the path-splitting realm. If not at the peak of the path-splitting realm, who could detect the ancestral cabin? The figure outside the cabin said quietly. Even if possessing a powerful spatio-temporal treasure, one must also have the corresponding realm and comprehension of spacetime to activate it. And the threshold for the latter is the peak of the path-splitting realm. Of course, comprehension of spacetime reaching the 7th realm could also achieve it. But the 7th realm of spacetime is much harder to reach than the peak of the path-splitting realm. Neither the voice inside the cabin nor the figure outside considered this possibility. The figure that emerged from the cabin must be one of the robber clan's 2 12th tiers. Lin Yuan quickly retracted his perception, thinking rapidly. The robber clan only has 2 12th tiers, but they suppress the other top 11 peak clans from making any moves because these 2 12th tiers are both at the peak of the path-splitting realm. The robber clan poses no threat to me. Lin Yuan pondered for a while. The 2 12th tiers of the robber clan, despite having the strength to suppress other ultimate 12th tiers, dare not fully exert their power. Because the real enemies of the robber clan's 2 12th tiers are the cosmic consciousness, if they fully exert their power, they'd be directly suppressed by the cosmic consciousness. The consciousness of the immortal realm commands the power of the immortal realm, capable of suppressing beings like the ancestor of the immortal path at the 12th tier. The cosmos are 100 times vast than the immortal realm, and the cosmic consciousness can easily suppress life at the peak of the path-splitting realm. After roughly gaining insight into the cosmic starry skies, Lin Yuan's thoughts fluttered slightly, and he arrived at a large battlefield. Eternal Spatial Rift. Lin Yuan looked towards the rift connecting the cosmos to the outside not far away. My perception can cross the spatial rift. As Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted, outside the cosmos, the vast chaos void gathered strands of chaotic power, forming a figure. It was Lin Yuan's avatar. Not subjected to the cosmos backlash, Lin Yuan constantly observed the surroundings. Though ultimate existences of the 12th tier are not allowed to leave the cosmic starry skies, that refers to their true bodies. If it's just an avatar carrying not much energy, it can leave. However, the significance isn't very great. Even for an ultimate 12th tier, whose comprehension of time-space stays at the 6th realm, even sending an avatar out of the cosmos, it cannot get too far. Once it surpasses a certain range, the connection with the original body severs, and this avatar will collapse. And within the chaos void, filled with omnipresent chaos chi, merely relying on the power of an avatar, it's difficult to resist the erosion of the chaos chi, and even more impossible to last long. But Lin Yuan is different. His 7th realm understanding of spacetime allows his avatar to maintain a connection with the primordial spirit of his true body even across vast distances. After mastering the chaos rule, Lin Yuan's avatar, formed entirely of chaos chi, enters the chaos void like a fish in water, without worrying about erosion. It could be useful to explore the chaos void with an avatar. Lin Yuan smiled, the chaos void vast and boundless, containing countless opportunities. Whether it's the outer domain auroras, the white paper containing two-dimensional worlds, or many ancient treasures that fell into the cosmos from earlier, all originate from the chaos void outside the cosmos. Once Lin Yuan can explore the chaos void ahead of time, the help to himself would be unimaginably great. Of course, while the chaos void contains countless opportunities, it is also very dangerous, but Lin Yuan is merely exploring with an avatar, and if he truly encounters an unstoppable danger, he can just dissipate the avatar. Is this the cosmos? Outside the cosmos, Lin Yuan turned back to look at the massive object behind him. Even in the vast chaos void, the cosmos is an immensely massive celestial body, strong enough that not even rulers of realms can meddle with it. In terms of size, the cosmos is on the same level as beings of the chaos realm. Let's go. Lin Yuan paused for a moment and then immediately chose a direction and started to explore towards the chaos void. Milky Way main star. Taiyin primordial spirit was usually stationed here. Martial Tao 11th rank chapter. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, details about the Martial Tao 11th rank chapter emerging in his mind. As early as in the immortal realm, Lin Yuan had already fully developed the Martial Tao 11th rank chapter. For the Martial Tao 11th rank chapter, Lin Yuan specifically established tens of thousands of spatio-temporal fusion rule models, as well as many other rule models. This was also one of Lin Yuan's greatest gains in the immortal realm, mastering hundreds of thousands of pillar-level fusion rules, surpassing those ultimate beings of human civilization in understanding the essence of many rules, which is why he could achieve what even ultimate beings had not accomplished. Establishing spatio-temporal fusion rule models from the 1st to 5th realm. With these rule models, future martial arts evolutionary paths will be much easier. Lin Yuan thought to himself, having rule models as guidance is like having the right direction, and taking a shortcut, making the process much easier. And the spatio-temporal fusion rule models established by Lin Yuan were not only applicable to martial arts evolutionaries, but also could be referenced by other evolutionary pathways, though the effects were not as significant. Even so, Lin Yuan could imagine the impact of the Martial Tao 11th rank chapter on human civilization. Nowadays, human civilization has not yet perfected the complete rule of time model, and the current space-time rule model, even if fully understood, cannot fully comprehend the rule of time. But Lin Yuan directly went further, establishing the spatio-temporal fusion rule model from the 1st to 5th realm. It's almost done. Lin Yuan thought repeatedly, and after confirming that there were no omissions in the Martial Tao 11th rank chapter, he directly contacted the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected 10th level citizen scholar Yuan, the Goddess of Wisdom is pleased to serve you. The solemn and cool voice of the Goddess of Wisdom sounded. I want to upload the Martial Tao 11th rank chapter. Lin Yuan said directly. Martial Tao 11th rank chapter. After a brief pause, the Goddess of Wisdom immediately responded, respected 10th level citizen scholar Yuan, you can now upload. No sooner had the goddess of wisdom finished speaking. Lin Yuan began to upload the well-prepared Martial Tao 11th rank chapter. Compared to the previous Martial Tao 1st tier chapter to 10th rank chapter, the upload speed of the Martial Tao 11th rank chapter was much slower, mainly because the content information was too vast. Spatiotemporal fusion rule models. Even the simplest one occupies a space of information thousands to tens of thousands of times that of the earlier Martial Tao 1st tier chapter to 10th rank chapter, not to mention the over 30,000 spatiotemporal fusion rule models established by Lin Yuan. Besides the space-time rule model, there were also many other rule models, including those more niche rule models. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Yuan had finally uploaded the complete Martial Tao 11th rank chapter. Respected 10th level citizen scholar Yuan, please wait a moment. The goddess of wisdom, having received all contents of the Martial Tao 11th rank chapter, immediately began contacting the ultimate beings of human civilization. As early as when Lin Yuan developed the 9th rank chapter, the goddess of wisdom was unable to make the most objective judgments on the martial arts evolutionary path and needed the opinions of ultimate beings. The 11th rank chapter was even more so. Virtual world. On the 9 thrones, towering figures appeared one after another. Martial Tao 11th rank chapter. Has the Galaxy Master young fellow already fully developed the Martial Tao 11th rank chapter? Hahaha, I'm curious what the Martial Tao 11th rank chapter developed by the Galaxy Master looks like. Indeed, from the 1st to 10th rank chapter, truly stunning. Soon, all 9 ultimate beings of human civilization gathered, all showing keen interest. You old guys, Xia Qin, an ultimate being, rolled his eyes. Don't put too much pressure on the Galaxy Master. The Martial Tao 11th rank chapter is after all just the 11th rank chapter. Why are you so interested? Xia Qin wasn't belittling Lin Yuan, but compared to the uplift the uploading of the 9th and 10th rank chapter brought to the martial arts evolutionary path, the Martial Tao 11th rank chapter might not be as significant as imagined. Currently, the martial arts evolutionary path is ranked 10th in the human civilization evolution rankings, with the 9 top ultimate evolutionary paths above it. Even if updated with the 11th rank chapter, it will definitely still be ranked 10th, unable to surpass any of the top ultimate evolutionary paths. Even Xia Qin himself couldn't figure out how to fully develop and perfect the Martial Tao 11th rank chapter to match the standards from the 1st to 9th rank chapter. Xia Qin, you really care about the Galaxy Master. Void God, an ultimate being, said with a smile, since that's the case, let's watch the Martial Tao 11th rank chapter, just watch normally, without too many expectations. Upon hearing this, the other ultimate beings glanced at each other and nodded slightly. While chatting casually, the goddess of wisdom had already sent the complete Martial Tao 11th rank chapter to each of the ultimate beings. 11th rank chapter. Xia Qin, an ultimate being, watched it first, feeling a touch of nervousness in his heart. However, just a few breaths into watching, Xia Qin's expression changed. This? Chapter 935 Chapter 3 Martial Tao Rankings. The speed at which the thoughts of Xia Qin's supreme being ran was truly swift, as he immediately uncovered the crux of the Martial Tao first tier chapter. Rule models. Within the Martial Tao first tier chapter, a vast number of rule models are contained, all of which are quite different from the many rule models compiled by human civilization. One must know. To establish and perfect a rule model requires the expenditure of an unknown number of evolution scholars' efforts. Moreover, some rule models are not something that can be established as soon as one wishes to do so. Which one of the rule models compiled by human civilization isn't the result of generation after generation of evolution scholars' relentless endeavors? But now, Xia Qin's supreme being has discovered a plethora of entirely new rule models within the Martial Tao first tier chapter. Entirely new rule models. A multitude. Xia Qin's supreme being's heart was filled with doubt and amazement, and he immediately began to delve into every rule model included in the Martial Tao first tier chapter. The other 8 human supreme beings did the same, focusing most of their minds on the rule models. Is this the rule model for the infinite space rule? Such pillar-level fusion rules are mastered by so few evolutionaries in our human civilization, yet a rule model has already been created? And look at this rule model, the Great Destruction Thunderbolt Rule Model. The fusion of the Great Destruction Rule and the Thunderbolt Rule. The Great Destruction Rule itself is already a pillar-level fusion rule, and now fused with the Thunderbolt Rule. A rule model for this too. The Rule of Time Shadow Model. The model is no problem, but how did the Galaxy Master create these rule models? As their understanding deepened, a storm of shock and awe swiftly arose in the hearts of the 9 human supreme beings. For the establishment and perfection of a rule model, it primarily requires an ultimate understanding of the corresponding rule. Otherwise, not to mention establishing a rule model, one cannot even fully comprehend that kind of rule. Furthermore, the rule models that are established and perfected must possess dissemination standard. An evolutionary scholar who has just penetrated the rule of time, with some cost, indeed can establish a complete rule of time model. However, this kind of rule of time model is only applicable to this evolution scholar, and it won't be of any help to other evolutionaries' understanding of their own rule of time by contemplating this model. No matter which rule, they are all boundless. Even the most basic golden rules, when fully understood by different evolutionaries, what they grasp of the golden rules is in fact inconsistent. It's merely different aspects of the golden rules. Rule models stem from summarizing the corresponding rules. The more aspects they encompass, the broader their dissemination standard. But as easy as it is to say, it is incredibly difficult to achieve. However, as the 9 human supreme beings continually inspected rule models within the Martial Tao First Tier chapter, they astonishingly found that the dissemination standard of these rule models was unbelievably high, fully reaching the level that they could be completely spread amongst all evolutionary beings in human civilization. But how is this possible? Just the rule models seen by the 9 supreme beings correspond to thousands of rules. The Galaxy Master could only hope to establish the corresponding rule models after elevating these rules to the ultimate understanding. Just thousands of rules. And all at least pillar-level fusion rules. Understanding all elevated to the ultimate. The 9 supreme beings were somewhat dumbfounded for a moment. They hadn't reached such a level of rule comprehension. The rule model for the spatio-temporal fusion rule. Just then, Xia Qin Supreme Being's mind was shaken because he saw the core section of the Martial Tao First Tier chapter. That was the rule model corresponding to the spatio-temporal fusion rule. The most important rule in the 11th layer of any evolutionary path, including the path of the supreme evolution, is the spatio-temporal fusion rule. Other pillar-level fusion rules, you may choose to comprehend or not to comprehend. Just like breaking through from the 10th layer to the 11th, one only needs to elevate a pillar-level fusion rule to the 2nd realm. There's no specification as to which pillar-level fusion rule it must be. But the spatio-temporal fusion rule. To progress in the 11th layer, one needs to understand the spatio-temporal fusion rule. Time and space are the 2 cornerstones of all rules, and the spatio-temporal fusion rule is even more so. Simply put, the spatio-temporal fusion rule is a mandatory option for every evolutionist who reaches the 11th layer. The spatio-temporal fusion rule models from the 1st realm to the 5th realm. 33,333 rule models. These rule models. It took the 9 supreme beings over an hour to finish reading the more than 30,000 rule models corresponding to the spatio-temporal fusion rule. It's not that the 9 supreme beings couldn't understand them. Anyone who steps into the 12th layer has already reached the 6th realm in terms of spatio-temporal comprehension. However, determining whether a rule model for a certain rule meets the dissemination standard requires not just an understanding of that part of the rule's essence that one comprehends, but also involves reviewing the other aspects. And since the rule model for the spatio-temporal fusion rule is of great importance, as the supreme beings of human civilization, they naturally felt more reassured after reviewing it several times. The rule model for the spatio-temporal fusion rule has a high dissemination standard, reaching the level required for widespread propagation. After a while, the ancient power supreme being spoke up, his tone unconsciously revealing disbelief. Before seeing the spatio-temporal fusion rule model, they were both expectant and apprehensive in their hearts. But after confirmation, they were somewhat in disbelief. If it were said that the spatio-temporal fusion rule model originated from the hands of Shenyuan Supreme, the other 8 human supreme beings could reluctantly accept it. After all, the stature of Shenyuan Supreme is evident. He is the strongest of the human civilization's supreme beings, with power close to the peak of the path-splitting realm. Chapter 936 Chapter 3 Martial Tao Rankings. But Lin Yuan, a little fellow who has just stepped into the 11th rank not long ago. The rule comprehension of the Galaxy Master should have surpassed us. The Void God Ultimate Being silently mused for a moment before slowly continuing. At least the 9 of them, as ultimate beings, were unable to create so many perfect rule models. Regarding the spatio-temporal fusion rule model, the 9 ultimate beings had always been trying to establish it, but it was still far from perfection. Yet now, in the Martial Tao first-tier chapter, they saw an incredibly perfect model of the spatio-temporal fusion rule, which directly spanned from the 1st realm to the 5th realm. Surpassed us? Xia Qin, the ultimate being, and the other ultimate beings exchanged glances, somewhat disoriented. Although they had long recognized the potential of the Galaxy Master, believing Lin Yuan to be the strongest evolutionary genius in the history of human civilization, far surpassing them before they had stepped into the 12th layer. If Lin Yuan could successfully break through to the 12th layer, he might soon become the second 12-star human civilization has ever seen, just below the Shenyuan Supreme. And to go even further, he could directly surpass the Shenyuan Supreme, becoming the most formidable ultimate being in human civilization. But all this is predicated on Lin Yuan entering the 12th layer. Now that Lin Yuan is merely at the 11th rank, his comprehension of the rules already surpasses that of these ultimate beings. This was something none of the ultimate beings had anticipated. The previous mental and spiritual will of Lin Yuan, when reaching the 12th layer's level, in the eyes of the 9 ultimate beings, could still possibly be a trick. Perhaps due to some special events that led to a sudden increase in mental and spiritual will. Even so, as ultimate beings, they still felt that Lin Yuan's mental and spiritual will was only on par with them, not surpassing or dominating. But now, establishing so many perfect rule models, especially the spatio-temporal fusion rule model, indisputably showcases the terrifying extent of Lin Yuan's rule comprehension. Unlike mental and spiritual will, there is no shortcut to rule comprehension, one can only comprehend by oneself. 9 ultimate beings, please make the final judgment on the Martial Tao 11th tier chapter. As the thoughts of the 9 ultimate beings drifted, the voice of the Goddess of Wisdom rang out. The final judgment for the Martial Tao 11th tier chapter. Xia Qin, the ultimate being, and the other ultimate beings steadied their spirits, contemplating seriously. Without a doubt, the value of the Martial Tao 11th tier chapter was revolutionary, simply immeasurable. Not to mention the crucial spatio-temporal fusion rule model, just the other thousands of pillar-level fusion rules alone would have an unprecedented impact on human civilization. It should be noted that these rule models' influence is not limited to martial arts evolutionaries. Evolutionaries of other paths can also comprehend them, although the effect may not be as pronounced as it is for martial arts evolutionaries. It can be foreseen that for countless millennia to come, the evolutionaries of human civilization will be influenced by the Martial Tao 11th tier chapter. Even those who haven't taken the path of martial arts evolutionary will be able to purchase and observe it. The influence of the martial arts evolutionary path will surpass that of the 9 major ultimate evolutionary paths in one fell swoop. After all, evolutionaries of the 9 major ultimate evolutionary paths only make up 1/10 of the total evolving population of human civilization. There are still a large number of evolutionaries who do not follow the supreme evolutionary paths. Of course, this ratio increases with higher-tier evolutionaries. Among 8th, 9th, and 10th rank evolvers, 4 or 5 out of every 10 are from the supreme evolutionary paths. But even so, they are no match for the influence of the martial arts evolutionary path. The multitude of rule models in the 11th tier chapter can be utilized by any evolver. Shenyuan, what is your judgment? After repeated consideration, Xia Qin, the ultimate being, turned to look at the Shenyuan Supreme. The other 7 human ultimate beings did the same. The value of the martial Tao 11th tier chapter was too great, so vast that these ultimate beings dared not to make conclusions lightly. My judgment is, Shenyuan Supreme's expression was solemn as he slowly declared, 100 trillion merit points. As these words were said, the expressions of the 8 ultimate beings varied. The judgment of most ultimate beings was about 50 to 60 trillion merit points. How could Shenyuan Supreme directly give a judgment of 100 trillion merit points? 100 trillion merit points. Shenyuan, you rate the martial Tao 11th tier chapter so highly. Xia Qin's face showed surprise. His own judgment of the martial Tao 11th tier chapter hadn't reached the terrifying figure of 100 trillion merit points. What is the concept of 100 trillion merit points? Since the beginning of the Starry Sea era, human civilization hadn't seen such a vast amount of merit points being spent. Rating the martial Tao 11th tier chapter so highly is also a high rating of the Galaxy Master. The Shenyuan Supreme opened his mouth and then looked towards the other Supremes. If none of you have any objections, we'll proceed with this verdict. No problem. The value of martial arts tier 11 is worth this price. Indeed. Xia Qin and the other 7 Supremes nodded, having no objections. 9 Supremes, the final verdict for martial arts tier 11 is 10 trillion contribution points. Should this be converted into a corresponding ranking value for an increase? The voice of the goddess of wisdom continued to convey. Ranking value is a judgment made by the 3 goddesses according to the potential and popularity of each evolutionary path, among other factors, and is specifically used to rank within the evolutionary leaderboard. The higher the ranking value, the higher the evolutionary path is ranked. Of course, the ranking value is just internal data for the 3 goddesses, only the 9 Supremes are aware of it, and other evolutionaries do not know of this standard. Ranking value. The Shenyuan Supreme paused for a moment and said, we shall just follow the rules. The Shenyuan Supreme was very clear on why the goddess of wisdom specifically raised this issue. Because if the value of martial arts tier 11 truly reached 10 trillion contribution points, then the ultimate ranking value it received would surpass some of the supreme evolutionary paths. Among the 9 grand supreme evolutionary paths, there is also a ranking value, ranging between 8 trillion to 12 trillion. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. After uploading martial arts tier 11, Lin Yuan's waiting time was much longer than the previous 10 uploads. But Lin Yuan was not surprised, as the contents contained within martial arts tier 11 were too vast. Especially those rule models, which even the Supremes would need to spend time to verify and determine. Respected 10th level citizen scholar Yuan, the martial arts tier 11 you uploaded has passed the final verdict. Suddenly, the solemn and serene voice of the goddess of wisdom rang out. It passed the verdict. Lin Yuan's face showed interest. Even Lin Yuan guessed that the verdict of martial arts tier 11 was not led by the 3 goddesses. It must have the involvement of human civilization Supremes. Lin Yuan was also quite curious about the Supremes' reliance on martial arts tier 11. The final determined value of martial arts tier 11 is 10 trillion contribution points. The goddess of wisdom swiftly stated. 10 trillion contribution points. Lin Yuan let out a light sigh of relief. Even though not long ago, Lin Yuan on his own had broken through an immensely large battlefield, securing a vast territory for human civilization, and had well intimidated the myriad tribes' powerhouses. The contribution points he ultimately obtained were just over 200 billion. But now, the value of martial arts tier 11 actually reached 10 trillion. Is it because of those rule models? Lin Yuan had a notion in his mind. If the martial Tao evolutionary path is only applicable to martial arts evolutionaries, but those rule models could be used by any evolver, with an inconceivably high popularity, This led to the explosive increase in the verdict of martial arts tier 11. Breaking through an immensely large battlefield, securing a massive territory for human civilization. While it might somewhat enhance the civilization's foundation, compared to the overall size of the territories, the foundation's increase is ultimately limited. But martial arts tier 11 is different, it's not as simple as enhancing the foundation. It's about instantaneously elevating human civilization's foundation by several levels. So many contribution points. Based on the human civilization's exchange rate of 1 12-star rarity equivalent to 100 million contribution points. 10 trillion contribution points, would that be exchanged for 100,000 12-star rarities? Lin Yuan pondered silently. 100,000 12-star rarities. Perhaps all of the 12-star rarities of human civilization combined wouldn't amount to that much. Right, the ranking of the martial Tao evolutionary path. Lin Yuan's mind subtly moved as he remembered this matter. Chapter 937 Chapter 4 Unprecedented. After uploading the 11th level, martial Tao is the level 11 evolutionary pathway. It is also the highest level in the ultimate evolutionary pathways. The latest ranking of the martial Tao evolutionary pathway. Lin Yuan immediately looked at the martial Tao section in his personal information. As the founder of martial Tao, Lin Yuan has the authority to see the latest rankings of martial Tao. As for others, they must wait until the evolution rankings update at midnight to see them. This is. Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. Even after uploading the 11th level, Lin Yuan had anticipated the rankings of the martial Tao evolutionary pathway. That was still 10th. After all, the 9 evolutionary pathways ahead are all ultimate evolutionary pathways. The potential of the martial Tao 11th level, no matter how great, is ultimately not an ultimate evolutionary pathway, and cannot be compared with the ultimate evolutionary pathways. However, when Lin Yuan saw the latest ranking of the martial Tao evolutionary pathway, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Martial Tao evolutionary pathway, 5th in the human civilization evolution rankings. 5th. Lin Yuan was inevitably surprised. Although it only rose 4 ranks, from 10th to 5th. But it's important to realize, the pathways martial Tao surpassed are all ultimate evolutionary pathways. It seems the 3 goddesses ranking algorithm for evolutionary pathways does not weigh ultimate evolutionary pathways very heavily, Lin Yuan concluded. If considering potential alone, the martial Tao evolutionary pathway is definitely not an ultimate evolutionary pathway. After all, despite the high potential of the martial Tao evolutionary pathway, it only has the potential to ascend to an ultimate evolutionary pathway, but ultimate evolutionary pathways are already ultimate by nature. Therefore, the fact that the martial Tao evolutionary pathway reached 5th in human civilization must be influenced by other factors. It must be the spatiotemporal fusion rule model. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the spatiotemporal fusion rule model from the 1st to 5th realm directly reduced the training difficulty for 11th level human civilization evolvers by several tiers. This influence is probably even greater than that of ultimate evolutionary pathways. And that's a good thing. Lin Yuan determined in his heart. Since the martial Tao evolutionary pathway has become the 5th evolutionary pathway in human civilization, it will definitely cause a significant surge in the number of martial arts evolutionaries. This is also helpful for Lin Yuan's future pursuit of the ultimate path. Although after his journey to the immortal realm, the number of martial Tao practitioners has already surpassed the combined number of practitioners from the 9 great ultimate evolutionary pathways. But Lin Yuan certainly wouldn't mind having more martial Tao practitioners. Continue cultivating. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan continued to delve into comprehension. Upon returning to the main universe, Lin Yuan faintly perceived the possibility of advancing again within the 7th realm of spacetime. Of course, not from the 7th to the 8th realm, as with Lin Yuan's level of life, reaching the 7th realm of spacetime is already the limit. What about the 8-fold realm of spacetime? Even if it could be comprehended, it would be blown apart in an instant by the vast information of spatiotemporal fusion rules. But at least it could take another step within the seventh realm, like reaching the mid-stage of the seventh realm. The next day at dawn, several evolutionary pathway rankings in the virtual world began to update sequentially. Martial Tao Evolutionary Pathway. What's up with the Martial Tao Evolutionary Pathway? Did they update the 11th tier? Actually, whether Martial Tao updates the 11th rank doesn't really affect us, as the rankings won't change, and we don't know the specific potential of the 11th rank. In the virtual world, many evolvers and high-level citizens initially didn't take it seriously. When the Martial Tao Evolutionary Pathway updated the 9th rank and 10th rank, the rankings rose significantly, sparking their curiosity, prompting them to purchase the latest chapters of Martial Tao to explore. But now, the Martial Tao Evolutionary Pathway is already the 10th pathway in human civilization, with only the ultimate evolutionary pathways above it. The gap is too big. Even if the 11th rank of Martial Tao is exceptionally outstanding, could it really surpass the ultimate evolutionary pathways? Fifth, the Martial Tao Evolutionary Pathway has become the 5th evolutionary pathway in human civilization. What? Could it be that the Martial Tao Evolutionary Pathway continuously updated the 11th rank, 12th rank? Wrong, the Martial Tao Evolutionary Pathway only updated the 11th rank. Just updating the 11th rank, and it's ranked 5th in human civilization's evolutionary pathways. Surpassing 4 major ultimate evolutionary pathways. Countless high-ranking citizens of human civilization were dumbstruck. In their understanding, the 9 ultimate beings reigned supreme above all, and the corresponding 9 ultimate evolutionary paths were the same. Even the most brilliant genius and the most astonishing evolutionary path cannot compare to these 9 ultimate evolutionary paths, unless they too could join the ranks of the ultimate evolutionary paths. Impossible, the martial arts evolutionary path indeed has great potential and may become an ultimate evolutionary path, but how could it surpass the ultimate evolutionary paths? Right, aspiring to become an ultimate evolutionary path is ultimately not the same as being an ultimate evolutionary path. The 11th level evolvers of human civilization were also shaken, even those hidden 11th level evolvers from before the Starry Sea era, who had never revealed themselves to alien races, found it unbelievable. The 11th level evolutionary path surpasses the 4 great ultimate evolutionary paths to become the 5th evolutionary path of human civilization. Could the 3 goddesses have made a mistake? The 3 goddesses making a mistake. The changes in the ranking of ultimate evolutionary paths cannot be decided by the 3 goddesses alone, the 9 ultimate beings must have already been aware. Martial arts evolutionary path being ranked 5th must be recognized by the 9 ultimate beings. After a brief moment of incredulity, those ancient 11th level evolvers of human civilization instantly calmed down. Doubting that the 3 goddesses made a mistake is unrealistic. Even if the 3 goddesses were wrong, could it be that the 9 ultimate beings of human civilization were also mistaken? Since so much time has passed and the ranking of the martial arts evolutionary path remains unchanged, it means there are no mistakes or errors in this matter. Since the ultimate beings all know and still keep the martial arts evolutionary path at 5th, there must be some highly impactful information contained in the 11th rank chapter. I'm going to buy the 11th rank chapter now to see. Me too. The 11th level evolvers of human civilization immediately started purchasing, too curious about the mysterious profoundness contained within the martial arts evolutionary path, which has made it the 5th evolutionary path of human civilization. Is this a rule model? So many pillar-level fusion rules models. And the rule model of spatio-temporal fusion rule. No wonder, no wonder. The many 11th level evolvers, who initially bought the Martial Tao 11th rank chapter with many emotions, immediately went silent and began to fervently comprehend it. Many pillar-level fusion rule models and the rule model of spatio-temporal fusion rule, akin to a path to the heavens, even those 11th level perfected evolvers who have reached the 5th realm in spatio-temporal comprehension, were greatly moved and immediately began their closed-door training. Virtual world, a certain mysterious space. 9 ultimate beings of human civilization sat on their thrones. Allowing the martial arts evolutionary path to join the 5th rank, none of you 4 have objections, right? Xianyuan Supreme looked at 4 of the ultimate beings and calmly said. The goddess of wisdom specifically asked him whether to determine the corresponding ranking based on the final merit points, considering the dignity of the ultimate beings. Allowing the 11th level martial arts evolutionary path to surpass the 4 great ultimate evolutionary paths might cause emotional responses in the corresponding 4 ultimate beings. Any objections? The 4 ultimate beings shook their heads. The contribution and impact of the martial arts 11th rank chapter on human civilization are indeed greater than that of a single ultimate evolutionary path. Being able to step into the 12th level, they naturally have precise judgments about the martial arts evolutionary path. The ranking of human civilization evolution only considers the impact of the evolutionary path itself, and the martial arts evolutionary path 11th rank chapter will have a profound impact on all the evolvers of human civilization. This aspect is something that some ultimate evolutionary paths cannot compare to. But be careful of other alien races. The Void God Ultimate Being suddenly said, the many rule models contained in the martial arts 11th rank chapter are of great help to any evolving being, just as much for human civilization evolvers as for those alien strong ones. Don't worry, I've already reinforced the distribution channels through the clan suppression weapon several times. Xianyuan Supreme nodded and said. To purchase the martial arts 11th rank chapter, to obtain the many rule models inside, one can only do so through the official virtual world of human civilization. Xianyuan Supreme has already reinforced this purchasing channel several times and it will not leak. As for after the purchase, whether it can be spread by oneself. Even after thoroughly understanding all the rule models in the martial arts 11th rank chapter, it's not possible to spread it out. Understanding is one thing, communicating and spreading it is another. Just like the 9 ultimate beings of human civilization, all have the comprehension of the 6th realm in spacetime, but they cannot perfectly complete the rule models from the 1st to the 9th realm of spacetime. Unless one can reach the level of Lin Yuan in rule comprehension, even if one watches all the rule models, they cannot talk about it, at most they can only know it themselves. Therefore, the only way for other alien races to obtain the martial arts 11th rank chapter is to blend into human civilization, disguised as human evolutioners, and buy it in the official virtual world. But the risk is too high. The virtual world of human civilization is extremely strict in screening alien identities. Out of 100 alien spies infiltrating, probably not even one can survive the initial screening. Those infiltrated alien spy assassins are essentially dead men, already prepared to be discovered by human civilization at any moment, resulting in their cloned originals all dying and falling. The martial arts 11th rank chapter is most useful to 11th level beings, but an 11th level alien infiltrating human civilization. Each 11th level in human civilization is numbered and watched by the ultimate beings, and it's impossible for a new 11th level to sneak in unnoticed. As for those exceptional geniuses from other races, alien races would not allow their geniuses to risk their cloned originals dying to infiltrate human civilization to obtain the martial arts 11th rank chapter. The opening and completion of the martial arts 11th rank chapter indicates that the Galaxy Master is not far from reaching the 12th level, Xianyuan Supreme said with expectation and a smile. Chapter 938 Chapter 5 The 11th level citizen of the 10th rank of human civilization. In the gloomy grand hall, more than a dozen transcendent beings of the 12th tier were assembled. An ultimate aura pervaded the air, and even just a 12th tier incarnation could unleash an extremely terrifying combat power, far surpassing Lin Yuan's performance in the super-large battlefield. This is the 12th tier ultimate, the life atop the universe. The evolutionary pathway of human civilization's martial Tao, after surpassing the 11th tier, actually goes beyond the 4 major 12th tier evolutionary pathways, becoming the 5th evolutionary pathway. The Tianyu clan's ancestor spoke with a slightly grave tone, as many ultimate 12th tier beings rarely gather together unless it involves major events that affect the cosmic pinnacle race's affairs. The evolutionary pathway of martial Tao has clearly touched the bottom line of various pinnacle races, with just the 11th tier of the Marshall Tao evolutionary pathway ranking within the top 5 of all human civilizations' evolutionary pathways. What does this mean? It's simply ridiculous. What exactly do the 9 12th tier humans of human civilization want to do, allowing a mere 11th tier evolutionary pathway to surpass the 12th tier pathways? A certain queen of the insect race furrowed her brows, utterly disbelieving the ranking of the Marshall Tao evolutionary pathway. The so-called ranking list, isn't it all decided by those few 12th tier humans? As long as they wish, even a 1st tier chapter can be placed above a 12th tier pathway. But is this reality? The gap between the 11th tier and the 12th tier is countless times greater than that between the 1st tier and 11th tier. It's the difference between life within the river and life outside the river. The ultimate 12th tier stands on the shores, theoretically with infinite lifespan, whereas 11th tier beings. In the eyes of the ultimate 12th tier, they are but ants trapped in the river. I know Xianyuan Shiqin and others quite well. They would not engage in such flashy but useless actions. The advancement of the Marshall Tao evolutionary pathway beyond the 4 grand 12th tier pathways must have a reason. The Yu clan ultimate slowly spoke. The first 12th tier Xianyuan supreme of human civilization sought the protection of the Yu clan when striving for ultimacy. Over 2 million years have passed, and although the Xianyuan supreme has long repaid the Yu clan's favor, he still maintains a good relationship with several of the Yu clan's ultimates. The skirmishes between humans and the Yu clan are also the least. Of course, if it involves clan interests, killings will still occur. Lin Yuan has killed no few 11th tier Yu clansmen in super large battlefields, and the Xianyuan supreme has not specifically hindered it. I agree as well. There is no need for 12th tier humans of human civilization to fabricate such things, it's meaningless. The Supreme of the Star Alliance continued, what's the point of forcefully pushing the Marshall Tao evolutionary pathway to be the 5th evolutionary pathway of human civilization? To show them? If no new 12th tier ultimates emerge for a long time, such an act would be but a joke. In fact, to verify it, one only needs to observe the Marshall Tao 1st tier chapter. The ultimate of the prison tribe spoke. At these words, the other 12th tier ultimates looked at each other, not immediately responding. All 11 pinnacle race powers have planted spies and assassins within human civilization, masquerading as humans and lurking. If a remarkable evolutionary prodigy appears within human civilization, they would activate an assassin to go for the kill. Or if they wish to obtain some other information, they can have these spies scouted out. However, arranging these spies within human civilization has cost each pinnacle race's powers greatly. Slipping past the selection of the 3 goddesses is no easy feat. The subtext of the prison tribe ultimate's words was to have each pinnacle power use their spies infiltrated in human civilization to purchase the Marshall Tao 1st tier chapter. How Marshall Tao's evolutionary pathway truly is, one only needs to see it for oneself. Yet, to do so carries great risk. First off, to purchase the Marshall Tao 1st tier chapter. It's not something just any spy can buy. They need at least 10th layer strength and sufficiently high clearance. But to arrange a 10th tier transcendent being of another race within human civilization? The price paid is likely many times more than training an 11th tier powerhouse. Such high-level spies would definitely not be used unless necessary. Any contact could lead to exposure. Well then. I will do it. The Tianyu clan's ancestor fell silent for a moment, then began to make contact with his eyes closed. Human civilization and the Tianyu clan harbored deep hatred, and he too was eager to know what the Marshall Tao evolutionary pathway was all about. A moment later, the Tianyu clan's ancestor opened his eyes, his expression revealing an ounce of the incomprehensible. What happened? The other 12th tier ultimates immediately inquired. The expression of the Tianyu clan's ancestor suddenly shifted, and then quickly darkened. Because just now, he felt that the 10th tier Tianyu clan member arranged within human civilization had died inexplicably, and it was the kind of death from memory contamination, beyond the possibility of revival even by reversing the flow. Those few 12th-tier humans must be specifically targeting anyone who purchases the Martial Tao first-tier chapter, the Tianyu clan ancestor immediately speculated. Otherwise, the death would not have been so swift. Even if something unusual was detected, it should be contained first, to directly kill, and moreover, a thorough kind of killing through memory contamination. However, compared to the message left by the spy of the Tianyu clan before death, the Tianyu clan ancestor didn't have the time to be angry. Instead, he looked towards the surrounding 12th-tier ultimates and spoke directly without beating around the bush. The Martial Tao first-tier chapter is not simple. It contains thousands of rule models that incorporate fusion rules, along with complete models of the rules from the first realm to the fifth realm of spacetime. The Tianyu clan ancestor spoke gravely. Thousands of models that incorporate fusion rules. Complete spacetime first realm to fifth realm rule models. Chapter 939 Chapter 5 The 11th level citizen of the 10th rank of human civilization. The remaining 12-star ultimates were immediately shocked, realizing too well the impact these rule models could have on a species. Where are those rule models? Have they been replicated? The insect queen quickly asked. Unable to replicate, the person I arranged to purchase the level 11 chapter died completely after leaving the information. The Tianyu clan ancestor spoke briefly. I also sent someone to buy. The insect queen and other 12-star ultimates immediately made contact. If what the Tianyu clan ancestor said was true, even if it meant sacrificing a 10th-level spy, they needed to confirm it. Shortly after, one by one, the 12-star ultimates opened their eyes. They soon discovered that the spies, who purchased the level 11 chapter also died completely. However, they did not care about these, because the information that spies sent back matched what the Tianyu clan ancestor had said. So many rule models. And a spatio-temporal fusion rule model? Who on earth is the founder of the Martial Tao evolutionary path? Is there a problem with the rule models in the level 11 chapter? After all, we haven't seen those rule models with our own eyes. The possibility of a problem is low. The fact that human civilization dares to openly publicize the Martial Tao level 11 chapter means it has widespread applicability, suitable for the majority of life forms to comprehend. The 12-star ultimates quickly exchanged messages. Rule models are not textual information. Even if seen a few times, they cannot be described, written down, or spread. But all the peak species factions, spies, who purchased the level 11 chapter left the same information, plus the continuous dissemination of the Martial Tao level 11 chapter within human civilization. It led each 12-star ultimate to realize that those rule models were real. Who exactly is it? Who on earth created the Martial Tao evolutionary path? Shenyuan Supreme? Impossible, he doesn't have the ability. From the first realm to the fifth realm of time and space rule models, even a peak path-splitting realm cannot perfect it. Many 12-star ultimates felt a mix of shock and anger. With these rule models, the evolutionary path of human cultivators will be much simpler than theirs from different species, increasing the number of level 11 perfects and the likelihood of birthing an ultimate. The most critical point is, who exactly is the founder who created the Martial Tao evolutionary path? Search at all costs. Yes, we must find out the identity of this founder of the evolutionary path. The dozen or so 12-star ultimates glanced at each other and their forms quickly vanished. They had already returned to their clans, using all their intelligence and information capabilities to search for information about the founder of the Martial Tao evolutionary path. Xianhuang's secret realm. Lin Yuan introspects the changes in his internal world. In just a few days, his internal world had expanded again, from the original 2 light-years in diameter to 2.1 light-years. Do not underestimate the mere increase of 0.1, keep in mind the unit here is light-years. Chaos Rule. Lin Yuan carefully sensed, after comprehending the Chaos Rule, his perspective on the rules of the world around him changed, viewing them from a more fundamental level. This world tree. Lin Yuan's gaze landed on the towering giant tree at the center of his internal world. At this moment, between the branches and leaves of the world tree, many fruits were formed, each containing a miniaturized world within, offering many benefits for seventh-layer evolvers to advance their internal worlds in advance. According to the records of the profound Xian Huang, a strong practitioner in the chaos realm can mobilize a great amount of chaotic power, nurturing the world tree to transform into a chaos tree. If the world tree is considered an 11-star superior treasure, then the chaos tree is a 12-star superior treasure, and even for a chaos realm strong practitioner, it requires a great deal of time and energy to nurture a chaos tree. Let's try it now. Lin Yuan immediately began operating the chaos rule, gathering chaotic power to nurture the world tree. The uses of the chaos tree are too many. It can preside over the internal universe and even enable the internal universe to expand outwardly. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan glanced at his own merit points balance. 100 trillion and 1,500 trillion. The 100 trillion merit points were earned by Lin Yuan for uploading the Martial Tao 11th tier chapter, and the excess 1,500 trillion came from earlier. Directly promote to a 10th level citizen. Lin Yuan thought to himself. For 9th level citizens to be promoted to 10th level citizens, it costs 500 billion merit points. And for 10th level citizens to be promoted to 11th level citizens, it requires spending 500 trillion merit points. So far, the 11th level citizen is already the highest level citizen within human civilization, with only 9 supreme beings having achieved this level. Let alone 11th level citizens, even 10th level citizens, since the opening of the Starry Sea era, only Lin Yuan himself gathered enough merit points to promote. The 10th level citizens of human civilization were ancient citizens before the Starry Sea era, where the citizen promotion system was different from now, and much simpler. Now, with over 100 trillion merit points, Lin Yuan meets the requirements for promotion to an 11th tier citizen. As for other requirements for becoming an 11th level citizen, such as needing the consensus of the 9 supreme beings, there are naturally no problems either. Soon. With the consumption of 500 trillion merit points, the citizen level of Lin Yuan also changed from 10th level to 11th level. No emails have come through. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. Previously, when his citizen level was promoted, numerous emails would be sent from the Central Star domain, introducing him to many benefits and treatments. When he was promoted from 9th level citizen to 10th level citizen, the president of human civilization even personally contacted Lin Yuan to congratulate him on becoming a 10th level citizen. But now being promoted to an 11th level citizen. Just then, a video request came through. Lin Yuan took a glance, his expression turning solemn immediately. Xian Yuan Supreme. Lin Yuan chose to accept the call, and it was indeed the Xian Yuan Supreme on the video. The first and also the strongest among the human civilization supremes. If there were no Xian Yuan Supreme, even if human civilization had emerged as the last victor from the countless eons challenges emanating from beyond the universe, it would be possible to be divided and consumed by various 12-tier ultimate beings. Lin Yuan. The Xian Yuan Supreme was smiling, a middle-aged man with an ancient-looking face, his gaze warm as he looked at Lin Yuan. Are you wondering why there hasn't been any other email notifications after your promotion to 11th level citizen? Lin Yuan listened attentively. Even though his current combat strength was not weaker than those in the normal path-splitting realm, in front of the first supreme of human civilization, he still held great respect. Ha ha ha. Xian Yuan Supreme laughed. Actually, neither the 3 goddesses nor we had anticipated that the next 11th level citizen would appear so quickly. So there was no preparation. Not all supremes are 11th level citizens. Even though the 10th supreme being was born within human civilization, to become an 11th level citizen still requires gathering the corresponding merit points, though supremes earn these points at an astonishing speed. Yet, even with that rate, gathering 500 trillion merit points still requires a lot of time, and possibly battling with alien 12-tier beings. According to the speed of supremes like Xia Qin and others being promoted to 11th level citizens, a newly promoted supreme would need at least 500,000 to 1 million years to smoothly advance to 11th level citizen. I also did not anticipate that the Martial Tao 11th tier chapter would be worth so many merit points. Lin Yuan immediately said. 100 trillion merit points, indeed exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. Your Martial Tao 11th tier chapter will have a profound impact on human civilization. Even 100 trillion merit points are too few, Xia Qin Supreme shook his head and said. Speaking of which, thanks to the Martial Tao 11th tier chapter, our human civilization has uncovered more than a dozen deeply hidden spies. A smile appeared on Xia Qin Supreme's face. Spies? Lin Yuan immediately understood. It must have been using the Martial Tao 11th tier chapter as bait to fish for those alien spies. I digress. Xianyuan Supreme looked at Lin Yuan, and said, I came to see you personally to tell you about the powers that our human civilization's 11th tier citizens will enjoy. 11th tier citizens have unprecedented influence on human civilization, so as an 11th level citizen, you can take away any treasure you want from the human civilization treasury, as long as you need it. Chapter 940 Chapter 6, An Opportunity Falls from the Sky. Can I take away the treasures from the human civilization treasury? Lin Yuan couldn't help but hold his breath. Take away, as mentioned by the Xianyuan Supreme, probably does not require any merit points. It means he can take them as needed. One must know that human civilization is the peak of all races. The treasury of human civilization has recorded many 12-star rare treasures. Yes, as long as you find it necessary, you can directly transfer them, nodded the Xianyuan Supreme. Thank you, Supreme, said Lin Yuan. Although most treasures in the human civilization's treasury are of little use to Lin Yuan. The resources to cultivate the body of Xianhuang to level 11 perfect. Even if he drained all the resources of the entire universe, it would still be far from enough. The entire treasure trove of human civilization is nothing but a drop in the bucket to him. But the Xianyuan Supreme is unaware of this. Since Xianyuan Supreme has said so, he must be prepared for a significant shrinkage in the rare treasures of the human civilization's treasury. As long as you can successfully enter the 12-star level, whatever the cost to our human civilization, it will be worth it, said the Xianyuan Supreme. I'm planning on making my ultimate breakthrough after some time, Lin Yuan nodded, feeling the expectation that Xianyuan Supreme had for him. Before making the ultimate breakthrough, remember to use the few protective treasures in the treasury, reminded the Xianyuan Supreme. In the treasury of human civilization, there exist some treasures that aid in making the ultimate breakthrough, like the source of the universe previously obtained by Lin Yuan, which can increase the timeline foundation of the world within his body. There are also other treasures similar to the source of the universe that those 11-star perfect ancient gods in the depths of cosmic starry skies desire immensely. Previously, the Tuoba ancient god would rather offend Lin Yuan, an exceptional talent of human civilization, in the hopes of extorting one such rare treasure. Understood, Lin Yuan nodded. After being promoted to level 11 citizen, Lin Yuan's personal authority reached the highest in human civilization, enabling him to view any treasure information. Also, when you're ready for the ultimate breakthrough, make sure to tell us so we can guard against those alien 12-star beings, the Xianyuan Supreme said. The transition from level 11 to 12-star, after the ultimate leap, means that one's life essence and everything about oneself step out of the river of time and can't be interfered with or affected, even by the Supreme. However, before that, enduring the infusion of the Chaos Void origin, if the 12-star ultimate discovery is made in time, it's still possible to have an influence on it. Of course, it's only a possibility. But Lin Yuan is crucial to human civilization, so naturally, the Xianyuan Supreme wants to eliminate all possibilities. Sure. Lin Yuan nodded. When advancing to the 10th and 11th levels, there were Supremes protecting him. It will be no different when attempting to reach the 12-star level. Then continue your cultivation, and if you have any requests, just speak to me or Xia Qin, said the Xianyuan Supreme before ending the video call. The ultimate breakthrough? Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, beginning to browse through the many treasures in the human civilization treasury. Ordinary rare treasures, even those of the 12-star level, had little effect on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan mainly focused on the treasures mentioned by the Shenyuan Supreme that aid in the ultimate breakthrough. These rare treasures. Lin Yuan glanced over them and shook his head slightly. The rare treasures in the human civilization that aid in the ultimate breakthrough would surely be a godsend to any ordinary 11-star perfect powerhouse. But to Lin Yuan, they had almost no effect. The support treasures for the ultimate breakthrough also come in different grades, with the heart of spacetime left by the Moyu Tower Master being of the highest grade, while others like the source of the universe are of medium grade. The normal probability for an 11-star being to make the ultimate breakthrough ranges from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in a million. In such cases, even the lowest grade of ultimate breakthrough aiding treasures can have a substantial impact. But Lin Yuan? His chances of making the ultimate breakthrough might probably be as high as 95 or even 97 to 98%. With Lin Yuan's accumulated foundation, even the highest grade support treasures like the Heart of Spacetime would have limited effect on him, and the other auxiliary treasures in the treasury would not be much help at all. It's not hard to go from 1 in 10,000 to 2 in 10,000, but going from 98% to 99% is as hard as ascending to the heavens. In fact, even among those 11-star beings in the chaos void with immense backgrounds, the probability of making an ultimate breakthrough does not exceed 20%. Lin Yuan's ability to reach 95% is solely due to his understanding of the chaos rule and the seventh realm of spacetime, among other factors. Let these auxiliary rare treasures be left for the later evolutionaries attempting the 12-star breakthrough, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Virtual world. Lin Yuan was having a casual chat with his parents and his sister Lin Yi. Brother, have you heard? The Martial Tao evolutionary pathway is now ranked 5th among the human civilization's evolutionary pathways. The origin planet of the Martial Tao lineage is even Kanglan Star, Lin Yi said excitedly. The hottest topic in human civilization currently is definitely the Martial Tao evolutionary pathway. Merely an 11-star evolutionary pathway, and yet it ranks 5th among humans, surpassing the 4 great supreme pathways. Even the most ordinary citizens are aware of what this means. Lin Yi felt the same way. Initially, Lin Yuan had asked her if she wanted to pursue the path of Martial Tao evolution, but Lin Yi didn't like the evolutionary pathways that required close-quarter combat and eventually chose the remote attack pathway of psychic evolution. As it turned out, Lin Yi's judgment was not quite up to par. Lin Yuan smiled. Not only did Kanglan Star produce a peerless evolutionary genius like me, but it also has the Martial Tao evolutionary pathway, TSK. Lin Yi spoke with a tone of surprise, finding it too much of a coincidence. It is somewhat coincidental. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. In his heart, he had already predicted that some might connect him with the founder of the Martial Tao evolutionary pathway. Under normal circumstances, as a peerless evolutionary genius, Lin Yuan became a level 11 evolver in less than a millennium, an invincible level 11 who overwhelmed and crushed the peak powers of other factions. That identity just did not match with that of a pathway founder. The creation of an evolutionary pathway requires a vast expenditure of time and effort. Merely being an unmatched level 11 evolver in less than a millennium is extraordinary enough, but the identity of the founder of the Martial Tao pathway. Even though both originated from Kanglan Star, initially no one connected the two. But as time passed, with the Martial Tao pathway improving its rank and Lin Yuan's continuous promotion, within human civilization, evolutionists began to associate Lin Yuan with the founder of Martial Tao. Now that the Martial Tao evolutionary pathway has become the 5th pathway of human civilization, coupled with Lin Yuan's performances in the super-large-scale battlefields. Even without inquiring, Lin Yuan knew that the rumors linking him and the founder of Martial Tao were growing. However, Lin Yuan wasn't too concerned about this. At his current level, even if he were to reveal his identity as the founder of Martial Tao, so what? With strength not inferior to that of the normal path-splitting realm, he could hardly die within this universe. Brother, what are you looking at? Seeing Lin Yuan gazing into the distance, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask curiously. Looking at what? Lin Yuan smiled faintly. I'm looking at what lies beyond the universe. Beyond the universe? Lin Yi blinked. Up till now, there were many areas within the human civilization territory that she didn't even know about, let alone beyond the universe. Beyond the universe. Chaos Void. Lin Yuan, with an avatar condensed from Chaos Chi, slowed to a halt. I have finally escaped the influence of the universe. Lin Yuan looked back, and at this moment, his home universe had shrunk to the size of a fist. Unknowingly, Lin Yuan had already left his home universe far behind. Even within the Chaos Void, universes are vast celestial bodies, and each universe influences a large surrounding area. And now, Lin Yuan felt completely free from the influence of the main universe. The flow rate of time has changed. Lin Yuan concentrated on his senses, comparing with his true self's primordial spirit. The place he was in now had a slower flow of time, roughly at a ratio of 1 to 300 in comparison with the time flow inside the universe. In other words, 300 years pass in the main universe, and only 1 year goes by in the Chaos Void. The flow of time. The time flow rate in the Chaos Void is similar to that in that origin world. Lin Yuan thought to himself. After reaching the 7th realm, 33 world coordinates appeared within the depths of the myriad realms gate, each of them connecting to vast and expansive origin worlds. The first origin world explored by Lin Yuan had a time flow rate ratio of 1 to 300 compared to the main universe. Could the Chaos Void and that origin world be on the same level? Through the time flow rate ratio, Lin Yuan could make some deductions. Of course, these are just conclusions and not necessarily the truth. The time flow rate can only reflect the relative height of the world's level to a certain extent and is not absolute. Continue exploring then. Lin Yuan chose a direction and vanished, appearing millions of light years away in an instant. Chaos Void is boundless and immense. Even with millions of light years traversed, the scenery around Lin Yuan had not changed, and likewise, no change was visible in the main universe behind him. The rules of the Chaos Void are more complete, the pressure to mobilize these rules will be greater. As he explored, Lin Yuan carefully perceived. If the many rules of the main universe are like an iron rod, then the rules of the Chaos Void are comparable to a heavenly pillar. Swinging an iron rod as opposed to a heavenly pillar naturally presents a chasm of difficulty. Therefore, in the Chaos Void, the destructive power of the strong ones from the main universe would greatly diminish. Of course, the more complete and vast Chaos Void provides a higher ceiling for any strong being. At least within the Chaos Void, stepping into the Dominion realm is somewhat easier than within the confines of the universe. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Yuan's form continuously disappeared and reappeared, crossing great distances. The chaos rules outside of the 7th realm of spacetime allowed him to move through the Chaos Void with ease. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, Lin Yuan halted, turning his gaze towards a certain direction. A shooting star was rapidly falling from above, predicted to pass by Lin Yuan's current location. Lin Yuan observed the shooting star. There are fluctuations of an item's aura. Does it contain many 12-star rare treasures? Could my luck really be this good? Lin Yuan quietly mused. Just casually sending out an avatar for exploration and encountering a chance event of treasures falling from the sky. Chapter 941 Chapter 7, Taiyuan Relic. Gazing at the meteor rushing toward him, Lin Yuan's eyes shone brightly. Though the Chaos Void contains countless opportunities, it is extremely rare, like in Lin Yuan's case, to have fortune hurl itself at him not long after beginning his exploration. It is indeed exceedingly uncommon. Since the birth of the universe where human civilization resides, there have been numerous occasions where treasures and rare legacies have fallen from the eternal spatial rift. That is because the universe itself, within the depths of the Chaos Void, is akin to a massive celestial body, invisibly influencing the spacetime of the vast surrounding area. Any object passing nearby will be drawn by the universe's own gravity, eventually falling through the eternal spatial rift into the universe. Given the enormous size of a universe and the passage of enough time, it is only normal for it to net some of the treasures drifting in its vicinity. But Lin Yuan? Compared to the main universe, he is far too insignificant, making the probability of randomly encountering such a treasure incredibly low. According to the trajectory of this meteor, it will pass close to the main universe. At that time, it might be influenced by the main universe and, after billions of years, plummet into one of the eternal spatial rifts, becoming an opportunity descended from outside the universe. Lin Yuan thought to himself that, in some ways, he was now intercepting the ultimate opportunities within the main universe. Let's try to stop it ahead of time. Lin Yuan carefully observed that the meteor, there are flows of formation energy. This meteor must be the dwelling of some powerful being. It is true that in the chaos void, there are naturally occurring powerful formations. But the might of these types of killing formations is extraordinarily great, and the formation energy within the meteor is far inferior to those spawned by chaos. Therefore, Lin Yuan deduced that this meteor is likely the dwelling of some formidable entity, as formations laid out by hand are typically used as dwellings. The owner of the dwelling must be gone. Lin Yuan drew more conclusions. If the owner of the dwelling were still there, he wouldn't be able to see this meteor at all. Any dwelling would certainly value secrecy and would usually be tucked deep within multiple layers of spacetime. Even those rare moving dwellings would try their best to conceal their aura. The chaos void might hold countless opportunities, but it also contains many dangers. During his exploration, this avatar of Lin Yuan was also extremely cautious. The onrushing meteor, with its aura exposed, shows that it is not being controlled by anyone. The vortex of spacetime. With a flicker of thought, Lin Yuan started to perceive the seventh realm of spacetime, attempting to halt the meteor on its predicted path. As an avatar, there's not much Lin Yuan can do to directly block the meteor. At its current speed, Lin Yuan's avatar would likely be instantly obliterated upon impact. He could only attempt indirect obstruction, influencing the meteor as it flew along its path. This method wouldn't stop the meteor quickly, but it can effectively slow it down, which is quite safe. The speed has decreased. Lin Yuan felt certain, his biggest concern being that the current attempts of using the spacetime vortex would not affect the meteor much. But now, it seems the effect is quite significant. It is also because the power of spacetime controlled by Lin Yuan's seventh realm is abundant. If it were those at the 12-star ultimate level within the main universe, relying only on the intuition of the sixth realm of spacetime, the influence on the meteor would be much less. According to the current rate, at most in half a day, the meteor will come to a complete halt. Lin Yuan thought to himself, swiftly controlling the power of spacetime to obstruct the meteor. Half a day later, the swiftly approaching meteor gradually slowed down and finally came to a gentle stop before Lin Yuan. Standing nearby, Lin Yuan could finally see the full view of the meteor, which is a massive island with a diameter exceeding 10 million miles from the outside. In the center of the island stands a palace, surrounded by rolling mountains and continuous lakes. 18 12-star mystical trees. Lin Yuan noticed at once, nearby the central palace, trees with the aura of 12-star level swaying in the breeze. The fruits growing on the branches emitted powerful energetic auras. Struck gold. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Compared to 12-star weapons materials and such, these 12-star mystical trees that can bear spirit fruit are akin to money trees, producing highly valuable spirit fruit at regular intervals. Besides these 18 mystical trees, the island itself is also a rare material. Even though it is just at the threshold of the 12-star level, the quantity is substantial, a full 10 million miles in circumference. The control core of this dwelling should be within that palace. Lin Yuan paid no heed to the 18 mystical trees surrounding the palace. The remnants of spacetime power near these trees were likely left by the owner of the dwelling. The simplest way to get past these spacetime barriers is to refine the control core of the island, thus the entire island would fall under Lin Yuan's control. Let's go. Lin Yuan split himself in two. Being an avatar formed from chaos chi, as long as he split off another sliver of spiritual will, he easily created a new avatar. Without knowing whether there were dangers within the palace, it was natural for Lin Yuan to make an extra preparation. Whoosh! The avatar Lin Yuan had split off descended onto the island, making its way toward the central palace. This palace does not seem to have any obstructions. Lin Yuan sized up the palace, cautiously observed for a while, and then walked in. The palace was vast, and Lin Yuan swiftly toured it, finally arriving at a certain inner temple. Here a 12-edged crystal stone was suspended, seemingly the convergence point of the entire giant island's energy. Chapter 942 Chapter 7, Taiyuan Relic. This must be the control core of the cave dwelling. Lin Yuan thought to himself as he immediately began to try touching and refining the crystal stone. Right at this moment. Boom! The entire palace suddenly rumbled, the originally tranquil 12-sided crystal stone started to glow, an invisible aura converged, forming a round and Raleigh figure. This figure had short limbs, looking like a meatball, with round goggling eyes. Once the figure appeared, it stretched lazily and looked towards Lin Yuan. Is this the master of the cave dwelling? Lin Yuan was incredibly cautious at heart, ready to disperse this incarnation at any moment. Don't worry, my true self died a long time ago, what remains here is just a brand. The round and Raleigh figure spoke, using the universal language of the chaos void. Even without having learned it, one could understand and communicate with it spontaneously. I've seen the senior. Lin Yuan immediately said. A so-called brand is hardly even a spirit or will, it's merely a piece of information, a trace that's left behind. Ah, if only I had known not to go to those Taiyuan ruins. Sure enough, my true self didn't make it out alive. The round and Raleigh figure sighed and muttered to itself. Taiyuan ruins. Lin Yuan listened from not far away, and a surge of turmoil arose in his heart. Even having never left the main universe, he had heard of the name of the Taiyuan ruins, a notorious dangerous place in the chaos void, and of course, also one of the greatest opportunities. The extraterrestrial aurora that had previously fallen into the main universe, as well as that white paper, originated from the Taiyuan ruins. Many opportunities and legacies within the main universe have mentioned the name of the Taiyuan ruins. But I still couldn't help myself. After all, there exists traces near to a perfect time being. I was trapped at the peak of the sovereign realm for dozens of cosmic eras. If I obtained some opportunities inside, I would have had a complete hope to step into the chaos realm. The round and Raleigh figure talked to itself, its words tinged with regret. The peak of the sovereign realm. Lin Yuan inwardly gasped upon hearing this. The 12th rank is divided into 3 levels, path-splitting, sovereign, and chaos. The peak of the sovereign realm, even in the chaos void, is considered a powerful being. In the profound Xianhuang lineage, during the heyday of the magic Jade Tower, there were only so many powerful beings at the peak of the sovereign realm. But that such a powerful being had died in the Taiyuan secret realm? Lin Yuan couldn't believe that a being of this level didn't have any life-saving means. Even if their true form perished, it would be very difficult to die completely, but according to the round and Raleigh figure's implication, it apparently had indeed died completely. Successor, which chaos era is it now? The round and Raleigh figure looked at Lin Yuan and said. Which chaos era? Lin Yuan was slightly stunned and hesitated for a moment before replying, Senior, I am not sure. Having stepped out of the main universe not long ago, he naturally didn't know what time period the chaos void was in. You don't know. The round and Raleigh figure's brow furrowed slightly. Almost any life from the chaos void would basically know about the chaos era. Lin Yuan didn't know. I am not a being born in the chaos void, rather I come from a universe. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and spoke the truth. From a universe? The round and Raleigh figure's expression was puzzled. Did your universe undergo a great destruction? Not yet. Lin Yuan said. It hasn't been greatly destroyed. How did you leave? The round and Raleigh figure looked carefully at Lin Yuan, its expression becoming more and more surprised. Have you reached the seventh realm in the comprehension of spacetime? TSK, no wonder you can send out an avatar to explore the chaos void. Only with such advanced comprehension of spacetime could you. No, this avatar of yours, is it condensed from chaos chi? Have you grasped the chaos rule? The round and Raleigh figure was dumbfounded. As a powerful being at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm, it certainly knew how beings inside universes operated. Even at the 12th rank, one likely wouldn't live beyond a cosmic era. Because when a cosmic era ends, 12th rank mighty beings must experience the great destruction along with the universe. A typical path-splitting 12th rank would have to die in large numbers just to get through it, to formally enter the chaos void. And Lin Yuan has yet to experience the great calamity of destruction, yet his understanding of spacetime has reached the 7th realm. And he's even comprehended the chaos rule. The former is easy to explain, but the latter. To comprehend the chaos rule is one of the most difficult thresholds when a ruler steps into the chaos realm. It was precisely for the chance to comprehend the chaos rule that he ventured into the Taiyuan ruins. I was rather lucky and happened to comprehend it. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment before speaking up. The plump figure saw that Lin Yuan's understanding of spacetime had reached the 7th realm, which did not surprise him. After all, the spacetime rule he deployed to stop the island just now belonged to the spacetime rule of the 7th realm. It was evident when the plump figure at least resumed control over the island. According to the information left by the profound Xianhuang lineage and the magic Jade Tower, comprehending the 7th realm of spacetime is exceptionally rare for the beings within the universe, but somewhat easier within the chaos void. Normally, a peak expert of the path-splitting realm would have the hope of reaching the understanding of the 7th realm of spacetime. For a ruler, their understanding of spacetime starts at the 7th realm. But the chaos rule? That is quite rare indeed. Many peak rulers have not grasped it. Within one cosmic era, merely at the path-splitting realm, to have comprehended the chaos rule. Incredible, truly incredible. The plump figure fell silent for a moment, his face revealing an expression of astonishment. In fact, if he knew that Lin Yuan was merely at the 11th layer and not at the 12th layer of the path-splitting realm, he would probably be even more astoundingly shocked. If it said that reaching the understanding of the chaos rule at the path-splitting realm has some rumors in the vast chaos void, it's always been the protégés cultivated by the peak beings of the chaos realm with endless efforts. Then comprehending the chaos rule at the 11th layer would completely surpass the understanding of the plump figure. Even existences like His Majesty Xianhuang, the Moyu Tower Master, had only heard of it. I never thought that I, Zhang Weiyang, having been dead for who knows how many eons, would still witness such a genius, the plump figure remarked with emotion in his voice. The lives he knew that had comprehended the chaos rule at the path-splitting realm were all cultivated with great effort by those chaos great saints, but Lin Yuan? The legacies accessible to the beings of the universe are extremely limited. Under such circumstances, to still have comprehended the chaos rule, the plump figure didn't know how to describe it. Lin Yuan listened in silence below without saying a word. Although he was only an 11th layer being, with a spirit and will reaching 40 million points, coupled with the enveloping chaos aura, it was very difficult for others to see through his actual realm. Within an era, at the level of the path-splitting realm, to comprehend the chaos rule, you should have a great chance of stepping into the chaos realm in the future, the plump figure Zhang Weiyang said. In fact, even those disciples cultivated by the chaos great saints wouldn't dare to claim they could surely enter the chaos realm. Comprehending the chaos rule is only one of the thresholds to step into the chaos realm. But Lin Yuan is different from those disciples. In Zhang Weiyang's view, Lin Yuan's potential was unfathomably higher than theirs, which was why he said there was a great hope for entering the chaos realm. The phrase, "a great hope," was already the highest compliment from the plump figure. The chaos realm is too far away for me, Lin Yuan said beside. He's currently only at the 11th layer, he'd first need to step into the path-splitting realm. Too far. The plump figure Zhang Weiyang glanced at Lin Yuan. Alright, let's talk about serious matters. The plump figure Zhang Weiyang composed himself, This cave dwelling is one of the 3 I often use for closed-door cultivation, holding 18 trees at the ruler level and 3 ruler realm secret treasures, as well as 1 chaos realm secret treasure. Besides, it contains many of the secret techniques I practiced. 3 ruler realm secret treasures. 1 chaos realm secret treasure. Lin Yuan inwardly exclaimed. Treasures at the 12th layer also come in various levels, ranging from low to high, path-splitting weapons and treasures, ruler weapons and treasures, chaos weapons and treasures. The strongest weapons in the main universe, 12th layer weapons, are all path-splitting level weapons, and the clan suppression weapons of the peak clans are merely the peak path-splitting treasures or special path-splitting treasures. Logically speaking, since this cave dwelling holds many of my legacies and treasures, I would certainly choose an heir for myself, undergoing many trials, making numerous vows before I hand over everything to him. The plump-figured Song Weiyang paused for a moment before speaking in a complex tone, but I feel I'm not qualified to take you as my protégé. So, everything in the cave dwelling, I'll give it all to you. Chapter 943 Chapter 8 Overflowing Abundance. Gifted to me. Lin Yuan looked at the round corpulent figure. Everything on the island, the 18 dominating realm bizarre trees, 3 dominating realm secret treasures, and 1 chaos realm secret treasure, all given to him. Ha ha ha, if it weren't for the fact that most of the treasures were taken into the Taiyuan relic by my true body, what you could have received would be 10 times more. The round corpulent figure, Song Weiyang, said nonchalantly. However, I have one request. The round corpulent figure began. Please speak, Senior, Lin Yuan immediately responded. If one day in the future, you become a chaos great saint, could you go to a place and take on a disciple? The round corpulent figure said. This is just a request, and if you aren't interested by then, you need not do it. Senior, you think too highly of me. Lin Yuan sighed. A chaos great saint? What is a great saint? Only the likes of His Majesty Xianhuang and Moyu Tower Master, who are at the pinnacle of the chaos realm, are qualified to be known as great saints. They are magnificent beings capable of pursuing a life near perfect time, with abilities that reach unimaginable extents, so much so that Lin Yuan suspects that these 2 great saints haven't completely perished. Otherwise, why has the Xianhuang evolutionary path not yet birthed a 12th layer? And as for the evolutionary path that Moyu Tower Master took, Lin Yuan still remains unaware, nor has the stone statue Shinji ever mentioned anything about the Moyu Tower Master's evolutionary path to Lin Yuan. This is just my request, but it is up to you whether you undertake it or not, said the round corpulent figure, Song Weiyang. All right. Lin Yuan nodded. If he really becomes a chaos great saint, traversing the chaos void will just be a thought away. Taking on a disciple wouldn't be difficult at all. Then all that I have is entrusted to you. The round corpulent figure smiled, then its entire form transformed into a strong light, as numerous pieces of information flooded into Lin Yuan's mind. 92 secret techniques. Are they all dominating realm secret techniques? Lin Yuan quickly absorbed all the information, chaos origin secret skills. The Chaos Origin Secret Skills, a unique secret technique obtained by Song Weiyang, can mask one's own aura, such that even strong beings of the Chaos realm might not notice unless they observe carefully. The information left by Song Weiyang suggested that Lin Yuan first cultivate this Chaos Origin Secret Skills. After all, the occurrence of someone from the Dao realm deducing the Chaos rule within the universe is too shocking. Lin Yuan, coming from within the universe and lacking any background, would likely attract attention from some Chaos Realm powerhouses once this gets out. Of course, some of these attentions might be well-meaning. But there could also be malice, and before growing up, Song Weiyang advised Lin Yuan to try his best to conceal this matter. The origin of Chaos Stones comes from Chaos Realm powerhouses refining massive amounts of Chaos Chi, and the Chaos Chi within the stones can be directly absorbed. Whereas the floating Chaos Chi in the Chaos Void contains various types of energy, even Chaos Realm powerhouses can't directly absorb it. It is precisely because of the inherent value of Chaos Stones that they serve as the circulating currency in the Chaos Void. Ordinarily, in the Chaos Void, 100 Chaos Stones can be exchanged for a regular path-splitting realm's secret treasure. But the palace has over 10,000 Chaos Stones left. 10,000 plus Chaos Stones could purchase 100 regular path-splitting realm's secret treasures, but still far from enough to buy even one dominating realm treasure, hence Zhang Weiyang didn't mention it. I can feel that absorbing the Chaos Chi and the Chaos Stones would greatly assist the world inside me, Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed. Of course, currently being merely an incarnation, he couldn't bear to waste the Chaos Stones, planning to send them back to the main universe for his true body to try. This exploration of the Chaos Void has been of immense help to me. Lin Yuan looked energized, not to mention the 2 most precious dominating realm treasures and 1 Chaos realm treasure, along with the 18 dominating realm mystical trees. Just those 7 supreme path-splitting realm weapons, along with 98 dominating realm secret techniques, had already greatly enhanced Lin Yuan's strength. Chapter 944 Chapter 9, The 12 Layers of Other Races. The numerous weapons, treasures, and precious artifacts left by the peak dominator, Zhang Weiyang, greatly benefited Lin Yuan. In fact, this cave dwelling itself is also a precious treasure. It may not be anything special for a dominator, but within the universe, it is the strongest war machine that acts without any inhibitions. Even those at the 12th layer's ultimate level can do nothing about it. Lin Yuan thought to himself. At least under the control of an owner, even if dozens of those at the 12th layer's ultimate level join forces, they cannot shake it. Of course, to activate such a massive object, the energy consumption would be terrifying, and a common path-splitting realm would definitely not be able to withstand it. Send this cave dwelling and the gains back to the universe immediately. Lin Yuan stepped out of the cave dwelling and appeared in the Chaos Void. With a thought, he once again split off another incarnation. Immediately under Lin Yuan's control, the island of thousands of miles in radius quickly shrank to the size of a palm and fell into the hands of the newly split incarnation. The Chaos Void was fraught with peril, and this incarnation that Lin Yuan sent out was prepared to disperse at any moment. Thus, having gained something, he saw to it that it should be sent back quickly. Not to send it back, what if he encountered danger and the incarnation perished, wouldn't all these treasures be lost? The treasures left by the peak dominator, Zhang Weiyang, are enough to make the ordinary dominators envious. For Lin Yuan, who just started exploring the Chaos Void, it is indeed the first gold. Swoosh! Under Lin Yuan's gaze, that incarnation quickly disappeared, heading back the way it came, rapidly approaching their home universe. Next, continue exploring. Lin Yuan was enthusiastic. For him at the moment, any little gain from the Chaos Void was satisfying, as it was his first exploration. Senior Zhang Weiyang indeed left me a map of the Chaos Void, but right now without any specific reference points, the map won't mean much. Lin Yuan thought, first, find the nearest Chaos Continent, and with this Chaos Continent as a reference point, I can also know what's nearby. The Chaos Void map comes in 2 types, one is public, and the other is private. The latter is the map personally explored by each 12th layer powerhouse, not disclosed to the public, marked with many opportunities. The map left by Zhang Weiyang is a private map. And the Chaos Continent, it is where many lives converge within the Chaos Void. Most Chaos Continents are formed later, created by Chaos Realm powerhouses as their own territories. There is strict order within the Chaos Continent, because only with order can it attract a continuous influx of powerhouses. Without order, what difference would there be from the Chaos Void? As long as I determine which the nearest Chaos Continent is, the map left by Senior Zhang Weiyang becomes useful. Lin Yuan randomly chose a direction and quickly traveled through the void. Both Demon Jade Tower and Profound Xianhuang have left Lin Yuan maps of the Chaos Void. But both of these existed since ancient times, even though the maps left behind far exceed the detail of Zhang Weiyang's by many folds, they still do not hold much reference value. As cosmic eras pass by, even Chaos Continents governed by Chaos Realm powerhouses have their day of collapse. The regions marked on the map might not even exist now. Furthermore, the Chaos Void is too vast, even someone as strong as a Chaos Great Saint cannot explore it entirely. Even if the maps of Chaos Void left by Xianhuang and the Moyu Tower Master are still effective, whether they have markings of nearby areas is still questionable. Lin Yuan has seen the images of 33,333 Xianhuang secret realms created by Xianhuang. It was practically random development, and even Xianhuang himself might not know the locations of each Xianhuang secret realm. The Moyu Tower Master likely was similar. As a member of the Demon Jade Tower, Lin Yuan could vaguely sense the approximate location of the Demon Jade space in the Chaos Void, but it was only vague, except for the direction. He was unclear about the distance. Compared to these two Chaos Great Saints, the map left by Tsang Weiyang turned out to be the most useful because Senior Tsang Weiyang was the weakest, and even if he perished, his cave dwelling wouldn't have gone far. And based on the traces of time passage marks on the cave dwelling, Lin Yuan judged that the uncontrolled time won't be too long, roughly 2 to 3 cosmic eras. 2 to 3 cosmic eras, for 12th-layer powerhouses in the Chaos Void, it's not considered too long. Cosmic Starry Skies. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, with the 98 secret techniques left by Tsang Weiyang emerging in his mind. As of now, Lin Yuan has reached the pinnacle of the 11th layer, a true pinnacle. If not for his inner world still transforming, he would probably be preparing to break through to the ultimate. Therefore, Lin Yuan was quite free lately. Even the vast laws of the main universe and the Chaos Void could still help him, but his life level limited Lin Yuan's advancement. Merely at the life level of the 11th layer, even with an against heaven's understanding, he could not elevate his space-time comprehension to the 8th realm, nor elevate the chaos rule to the 2nd realm. However, the newly acquired 98 secret techniques were quite a surprise for Lin Yuan. Secret techniques are not evolutionary pathways, and their cultivation requirements are not strict. Of the 98 Dominator-level secret techniques, 6 are suitable for me. Lin Yuan thought that most of the secret techniques required the path-splitting realm for cultivation, only 6 could be practiced at the 11th layer. Of these 6 secret techniques, 3 are offensive techniques, 1 is a defensive technique, and the remaining 2 are supportive techniques. Basically, all could have a significant effect on the current Lin Yuan. Chapter 945 Chapter 9, The 12 Layers of Other Races. It is much simpler than the 3 Tao-protecting secret skills of the profound Xianhuang lineage. As Lin Yuan mused, he began to comprehend them deeply. Your insight is against the natural order, comprehending the cycle of life and death seal, reaching level 11 perfect layer. Your insight is against the natural order, comprehending the falcon god's blade, reaching level 11 perfect layer. Your insight is against the natural order, comprehending the 9 refined feather kill, reaching level 11 perfect layer. In less than a month, Lin Yuan managed to enhance all the secret techniques he could practice to their limits. Among my many techniques, the physical body divine ability, Rend Heaven, is the strongest. Lin Yuan assessed himself. Rend Heaven is an extreme offensive technique with no superfluous effects, simply tearing apart everything before one's eyes. However, there are some restrictions on activating this physical body divine ability, so it still needs the support of many other secret techniques. Moreover, Rend Heaven, as Lin Yuan's ultimate trump card, is definitely reserved for the last crucial moment. With Lin Yuan's current profound foundation, a single strike of Rend Heaven is powerful enough to unleash a might of 1 million or even several million points of combat strength, and this is the pure Rend Heaven, without the enhancement of any supreme weapons. Even the ultimate avatar of the 12th layer can be easily torn apart before me, and even if they were of the 12th layer, they would likely be injured if they took it head-on. Lin Yuan gained a rough understanding of himself. Of course, this is the Rend Heaven divine skill utilized by his true body. If it were performed by his 2 great primordial spirits, the power would likely be somewhat diminished. The vast battlefield. An eternal spatial rift. A figure silently emerges. Every large battlefield is under the scrutiny of the ultimate peak of 12th layer, but this figure's aura merged with the depths of time and space, eluding even the perception of the ultimate apex of 12th layer. I have finally returned. The Taiyin primordial spirit appears and with a wave of his hand retrieves the avatar that brought back many gains. In the chaos void, Lin Yuan always felt a sense of danger, but within the confines of the universe, his heart was sure. This place could be said to be absolutely safe. Those who are at the level of Sovereign Realm and Chaos Realm cannot invade a universe. The Chaos Void has nurtured universes upon universes, and to invade one is akin to defying the will of the Chaos Void. Let's go. The Taiyin primordial spirit directly enters the Xianhuang secret realm. In the deepest part of the secret realm, Lin Yuan's true body sits cross-legged. The Taiyin primordial spirit appears, with a palm-sized island floating before him. It is the cave mansion island of the peak sovereign realm powerhouse, Zhangweiyang. First, let's refine the weapons of the path-splitting realm. Lin Yuan immediately took out the few weapons of the path-splitting realm from the cave mansion and began to refine them quickly. As for treasures of the sovereign realm and chaos realm, with Lin Yuan's current strength, he is not yet qualified to refine them. Treasures of the sovereign realm and chaos realm have already birthed a spirit, possessing the ability to revive and inhale and exhale autonomously. That piece of white paper originating from the Taiyuan relics contains a two-dimensional world within, capable of easily reducing everything nearby to lower dimensions. However, to reduce a sovereign realm treasure weapon to lower dimensions, the latter has a spirit and can resist and break free. A sovereign realm treasure weapon is already equivalent to half a living being. Therefore, the rare treasures within the two-dimensional world of the white paper are mostly of the path-splitting 12th layer, with not a single treasure from the sovereign or chaos realm. Next, Lin Yuan arrives at the cave mansion island and stands before the 18 peculiar trees. Each tree bears spirit fruits which contain tremendous energy. Lin Yuan picks all the spirit fruits and solemnly stores them away. These spirit fruits can be used for nourishment needed by the Xianhuang physique to enter the ultimate 12th layer of cultivation. Lin Yuan thought to himself. By now, he also knew how extremely difficult it was to cultivate the Xianhuang physique to level 12 perfect. The spirit of the Xianhuang secret realm had told Lin Yuan that a level 12 perfect Xianhuang physique could easily withstand the great destruction calamity of the universe. This was outright nonsense. If the Xianhuang physique reached level 12 perfect, such a degree of physical strength, even among the Chaos Great Saints, would be considered formidable, not to mention resisting a minor universal catastrophe. Such physical form wouldn't be affected in the slightest by the destruction of tens, hundreds, or even thousands of universes. Take it slow. Lin Yuan reined in his thoughts. Cultivating the Xianhuang physique to level 12 perfect required an abundance of resources, especially since Lin Yuan's foundational physical strength was extremely robust, necessitating even more resources than a typical level 12 perfect Xianhuang physique. But the chaos void is boundless and contains infinite resources. As long as Lin Yuan is strong enough, one day he will gather the necessary abundance. These strange trees can absorb chaos chi on their own. Lin Yuan observed the 18 peculiar trees, noting that their roots penetrated the depths of spacetime, imbibing massive amounts of chaos chi at every moment. The chaos chi of the chaos void is incredibly violent and disordered, containing immense energy, which is why chaos stones containing stable and pure chaos chi are used as currency. Even the powerhouses of the chaos realm dare not recklessly absorb the chaos chi from the chaos void. Yet these 18 peculiar trees at the pinnacle of the ruler realm can actually assimilate such chaos chi. Your comprehension defies the heavens. Observing the process of chaos chi assimilation enhances your perception of the essence of chaos chi. Lin Yuan watched carefully as the essence of each wisp of chaos chi unraveled in front of him. Is it a special life structure? Lin Yuan pondered to himself. He felt that if he continued to ponder, he would be able to absorb any chaos chi without any concerns, just like these 18 peculiar trees. In the dim grand hall, more than 10 beings of different races who had reached level 12 gathered once again. How's the investigation? The ultimate being of the prison tribe looked around and directly asked. Since they parted last time, the level 12 apexes returned to their respective races and began a thorough investigation into the pathway of martial Tao evolution. If the information about the martial Tao first-tier chapter was true, it would cause irreversible effects on their peak tribal forces, as the rate at which high-level evolvers of human civilization were born would be terrifyingly high. According to my tribe's intelligence, the likelihood that the founder of the martial Tao evolution pathway is the Galaxy Master is 95%, the ultimate being of the Tianyu clan spoke. Although the Galaxy Master is a peerless evolutionary genius and the path he's taken should be a complete and stable one, the fact that both the Galaxy Master and the martial Tao evolution pathway originated from Kanglan Star cannot be overlooked. Moreover, every time the Galaxy Master was about to advance to a higher level, new chapters of martial Tao evolution pathway would be uploaded, solidifying that the Galaxy Master was indeed the founder. The Galaxy Master is the founder of the martial Tao evolution pathway. My tribe predicted this result hundreds of years ago, said the ultimate being of the Cosmos tribe. The other level 12 apexes also appeared calm, displaying no surprise. It was not just their peak tribes that had noticed, even within human civilization, as the Galaxy Master rapidly grew stronger, 8th layer, 9th layer, 10th layer, voices linking the Galaxy Master with the founder of martial Tao became louder and louder. Therefore, this matter was not a secret to the peak tribes. However, until the martial Tao evolution pathway had ascended to the level 11 pathway, the apexes of the different races at level 12 didn't take this pathway seriously. Even if the Galaxy Master truly was the founder of this evolution pathway, whether or not he could leverage it to step into level 12 was still an unknown. Of course. Besides that, there was also the matter of the Galaxy Master being too well protected by human civilization. In fact, since the martial Tao evolution pathway uploaded the 10th tier chapter and became the 10th evolution pathway of human civilization, some ultimate level 12 beings of the different races began to sense that something was amiss. But human civilization protected the Galaxy Master too well, and even if a level 12 being from another race was willing to forsake their pride and attack covertly, there was no opportunity. Many considerations later, the martial Tao evolution pathway advanced to the level 11 pathway, becoming the 5th evolution pathway of human civilization. Only at this moment did the level 12 apexes of different races realize the true potential and terror of the martial Tao evolution pathway. Now it's not a matter of knowing or not, but how to deal with it. The insect queen furrowed her brows. The fact that the Galaxy Master was the founder of the martial Tao evolution pathway was most troublesome for the insect race. Chapter 946 Chapter 10, Xia Qin, the Supreme Surprise. What should we do? All the alien races at level 12 fell into silence. If the Galaxy Master were just an ordinary level 11, the ultimates of level 12 would have many strategies at their disposal. But on a super-large battlefield, the Galaxy Master's power completely overshadows a regular level 11, and he can be considered the strongest level 11 since the birth of the universe. In light of this, dealing with the Galaxy Master is incredibly troublesome. After all, they are not facing just the Galaxy Master but also a human civilization and 9 peerless powerhouses of the same level. If the rules involved in the martial Tao level 11 are true, it means the Galaxy Master has reached an inconceivable realm in understanding the rules. Such a life form, once successfully stepping into level 12, will quickly grow to the pinnacle of the path-splitting realm. By then, it won't be about how we deal with the Galaxy Master anymore, but how the Galaxy Master deals with us. The prison tribe ultimate slowly spoke up. Honestly, if their tribal forces could produce a peak path-splitting realm powerhouse, their first action would be to sweep through all the major forces in the universe. However, the peak of the path-splitting realm is exceedingly difficult to reach. In dozens or hundreds of universes, there might only be one who can ascend to such a peak. Although the robber clan has 2 ultimates at the peak of the path-splitting realm, they are rejected by the will of the universe and dare not exert their full strength, thus they don't count as normal peak path-splitting realm powers. Peak of the path-splitting realm. Human civilization. The expression of the insect queen darkened further. By then, the insect race would surely face severe suppression from human civilization. Just the thought of a peak path-splitting realm powerhouse wielding a clan suppression weapon is enough to terrify her. The Galaxy Master is already a perfect level 11, and his true body will definitely be protected by human civilization. How should we handle him? The Yu Clan Ultimate said. Even if they wanted to deal with the Galaxy Master now, they would have to assess whether they had the capability. Curse to kill. Level 12 Ultimates personally taking action could indeed curse and kill all avatars and true bodies of level 9 and 10 powerhouses, but since the Galaxy Master is level 11, even level 12 Ultimates could not curse him to death, no matter the cost. Actually, it's not like there's no way. The Prison Tribe Ultimate suddenly spoke, his gaze turning towards the Insect Queen. If I remember correctly, when a strange creature fell from outside the universe into it, didn't the Myriad Transformation Queen take a drop of blood from that strange creature? In the early stages of the universe's formation, a strange creature fell into it, almost causing a mass extinction of life. Only after many level 12 Ultimates worked together did they manage to barely drive that strange creature out. This strange creature wasn't a normal life form, possessing only instinct and no consciousness. Life at level 12 from outside couldn't enter the universe. The strange creature had a powerful body that attacks at level 12 could hardly shake. But somehow the Myriad Transformation Queen managed to tear the creature's skin and obtain a drop of blood. That strange creature had a terrifying contamination ability. Its blood is something even we dare not touch. If we can locate an avatar or an incarnation of the Galaxy Master and contaminate it with the strange blood, even if the Galaxy Master does not die, he will be severely injured, which will then affect his potential to break through to level 12. The Prison Tribe Ultimate looked towards the Insect Queen. The rest of the level 12 Ultimates were slightly shaken upon hearing this. They were unaware of this, but since the Prison Tribe Ultimate was so certain, it must be true. Strange blood. The Insect Queen frowned. I need to speak to the Myriad Transformation about this. Among the insect race's queens, the Myriad Transformation Queen was the most powerful and ancient, holding the highest status. I hope the Myriad Transformation understands the bigger picture. The Prison Tribe Ultimate nodded and said. A moment later. The Insect Queen looked around at the other level 12 Ultimates. The Myriad Transformation is willing to take out that drop of blood. That's very good. The Prison Tribe Ultimate breathed a sigh of relief. When the strange creature fell into the universe, human civilization had not yet been born, so the supreme beings of human civilization did not know about this. The Prison Tribe Ultimate only knew about the actions of the Myriad Transformation Queen because of his abilities and brought it up today. However, that drop of strange blood is the source of endless chaos and contamination. The Myriad Transformation regards it as a treasure. She is willing to take it out, but it's not without reason. The Insect Queen suddenly said. Whatever the Myriad Transformation's demands are, she can state them. The Prison Tribe Ultimate nodded. Don't worry, whatever the Myriad Transformation needs, our clans will surely provide, the other level 12 Ultimates assured in succession. A moment later. The conditions were agreed upon by the level 12 Ultimates. Next, we just need to lock onto an avatar or incarnation of the Galaxy Master and use all our strength to suppress it, and then apply that drop of strange blood. The Insect Queen spoke up. Of course, the other level 12 Ultimates nodded. Just then. The always silent Robber Clan Ultimate spoke. My Robber Clan has no interest in the Galaxy Master of human civilization. We will withdraw from this operation. The Robber Clan is withdrawing. The many level 12 Ultimates were somewhat surprised. If a path-splitting realm Ultimate were to emerge within human civilization, the Robber Clan would surely be affected. Human civilization would not specifically spare the Robber Clan. After all, a peak of the path-splitting realm meant invincibility within the universe, and other level 12 Ultimates could only avoid them. No need for further words. The Robber Clan Ultimate vanished instantly. These two old fellows have the realm of the peak of the path-splitting realm but such small courage. The Prison Tribe Ultimate frowned deeply. However, to deal with a Galaxy Master, our united forces are enough. The Insect Queen shook her head and said. Xianhuang's secret realm. Lin Yuan was observing the 18 dominant bizarre trees, watching how they absorbed chaos chi, how they converted the wild and unstable chaos chi into the energy they needed. Marvelous, marvelous, marvelous. Brilliant insights surged in Lin Yuan's mind as he comprehended the chaos rule. His understanding of chaos chi was already profound. Now, observing the essence of the 18 bizarre trees, he vaguely grasped the perfect method for absorbing and inhaling chaos chi. The most abundant thing in the chaos void is chaos chi. Mastering the method to directly swallow and absorb chaos chi would greatly reduce reliance on cultivation resources. Even practitioners at the chaos realm cannot directly absorb chaos chi. They need to purify and refine the primitive chaos chi, achieving the level close to that contained within chaos stones, to absorb it smoothly. Those at the mastery realm and even at the path-splitting realm, who wish to perceive chaos chi and thereby understand the chaos rule, can only do so via chaos stones, as the chaos chi within them is stable and the easiest to comprehend. Directly perceiving the chaos rule from primitive chaos chi. The difficulty is too high, and it is filled with disorderly and wild energy. One of Lin Yuan's avatars, formed from condensed chaos chi, was merely one application of chaos chi. And it is a different concept from directly absorbing primitive chaos chi. The essence of absorbing primitive chaos chi is about transforming the primitive chaos chi into one's own energy, whereas forming an avatar using primitive chaos chi is solely about the avatar. Let's try it on the world tree. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred slightly, and he looked towards the world tree within his inner world. Having comprehended the chaos rule, Lin Yuan could now channel some chaos chi from beyond the universe to nurture the world tree. But that was merely nurturing. Even the world tree of level 11 perfect grade couldn't absorb chaos chi directly. And to infuse it with chaos stones? Too extravagant, and Lin Yuan was naturally reluctant to do that. If the world tree acquired the capability to directly absorb chaos chi, it would probably be highly beneficial for its transformation into the chaos tree. The Supreme Xia Qin is looking for me. Lin Yuan's expression suddenly shifted, and his Taiyang divine spirit residing outside the Xianhuang secret realm immediately sent out a spiritual will to connect to the virtual world. Virtual world. The Supreme Xia Qin's personal world. I pay my respects to the Supreme Being, Lin Yuan said with a slight bow, showing his respect. Lin Yuan. A smile appeared on the Supreme Xia Qin's face, then his expression became slightly solemn. The fact you are the founder of the martial Tao evolutionary path can no longer be concealed. In fact, Lin Yuan was indeed the founder of the martial Tao evolutionary path. It had been rumored for hundreds of years, but at that time, the rumors were still faint and lacked substantial evidence. However, with the recent emergence of the first-tier chapter of martial Tao, these rumors peaked. I am aware, Lin Yuan nodded. Through the advancement from the 6th layer to the 9th layer, Lin Yuan worried that his identity as the founder of martial Tao would leak, attracting the attention and potential actions of the level 12 ultimate beings from other races. But now, Lin Yuan might not be level 12, yet he closely rivals one, and naturally has no fear of them anymore. Indeed. Supreme Xia Qin smiled and said, with your strength, even if those beings want to curse or influence you, it would be meaningless. After speaking, Supreme Xia Qin pondered for a moment, then continued, but being prepared for the worst is wise. Given the potential of the martial Tao evolutionary path, I can guess without even guessing where those beings are hiding and thinking about how to deal with you. What do you suggest, Supreme Being? Lin Yuan inquired. Why not have your true self come to the central star field? That's the safest place in our human civilization. Even if a dozen or so level 12 beings from other races join hands to attack, we can hold them off, Supreme Xia Qin immediately suggested. Although the 9 supreme beings of human civilization are always attentive to the Milky Way main star, ready to intervene at any sign of trouble. Yet the Milky Way main star is not at the heart of the human civilization's territory. And it is situated at the edge of the domain, something that in Supreme Xia Qin's opinion, still poses some risks. My true self? Lin Yuan pondered for a while. His true self was now in the Xianhuang secret realm, which was definitely safer than the central star field of human civilization. Supreme Being, where do you think my true self currently is? Lin Yuan asked. Your true self. Supreme Xia Qin sensed along the causal connection for a moment. It's not at the Milky Way main star. Only one of my avatars is on the Milky Way main star, Lin Yuan stated truthfully. Since Lin Yuan's real body settled in the Xianhuang secret realm, the Taiyang divine spirit and Taiyin primordial spirit had been taking turns to reside on the Milky Way main star. Just an avatar on the Milky Way main star. Supreme Xia Qin's expression shifted slightly. My true self is currently in the Xianhuang secret realm, Lin Yuan said frankly, without any concealment. At this point, there was no need to keep hiding. With his current strength, safeguarding the Xianhuang secret realm was more than easy. Your true self is in the Xianhuang secret realm. The first thought in Supreme Xia Qin's mind was no wonder he hadn't felt it. The Xianhuang secret realm isolates causal spacetime, a fact recognized among the level 12 ultimates. But then it dawned on Supreme Xia Qin, wasn't the Xianhuang secret realm already closed? How did Lin Yuan's true self get in? I have assimilated the core of the secret realm long ago. I am now the master of the Xianhuang secret realm, Lin Yuan revealed. The master of the Xianhuang secret realm? Supreme Xia Qin felt slightly dazed, followed by a surge of excitement. The Xianhuang secret realm, which dozens of level 12 ultimates have sought after within the universe, had actually fallen into Lin Yuan's hands. You. Many thoughts flooded Supreme Xia Qin's mind, but after examining Lin Yuan again and again, he couldn't help but say, you nearly gave me a scare. Chapter 947 Chapter 11 The Goodwill of the Robber Clan. Scared? Lin Yuan looked at Xia Qin, the peak power, and wasn't surprised. Ever since the discovery of the Xianhuang secret realm, countless ultimate powers of the 12th rank wanted to refine the secret realm, but none had succeeded to their satisfaction. They couldn't even lock down the exact coordinates of the Xianhuang secret realm, let alone refine it. Now that he had become the master of the Xianhuang secret realm, it would indeed shock all the ultimate powers of the 12th rank. When I entered the Xianhuang secret realm for exploration, I fortuitously reached its deepest part. Lin Yuan casually explained a few sentences. I see. A smile appeared on the face of Xia Qin, the peak power, who didn't care how Lin Yuan had refined the Xianhuang secret realm. He was only concerned that the realm now belonged to Lin Yuan. Good, good, good. Lin Yuan, you probably don't know what the Xianhuang secret realm actually means for our human civilization. Xia Qin, the peak power, took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Its meaning to human civilization? Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback. In his view, the ultimate powers of the 12th rank wanted to refine the Xianhuang secret realm, guessing that there were important inheritances within, which would be crucial for their own evolutionary paths. And this was indeed the case. The 3 Tao-protecting secret skills of profound Xianhuang, let alone for those of the path-splitting realm of the 12th rank, would be of great assistance even to those at the Star Lord realm or in the Chaos realm. But its significance to human civilization? Due to various reasons, such as to prevent the widespread dissemination of the 3 great secret techniques of profound Xianhuang and the enemy finding a way to break them, Xianhuang Majesty had left rules prohibiting their transfer to other powerhouses. Lin Yuan couldn't think of any grand significance the Xianhuang secret realm could have for human civilization. The Xianhuang beasts within the secret realm? The Xianhuang crystals? Xianhuang crystals indeed hold not insignificant value, but for human civilization as a whole, they are merely some kind of scarce resource, not something of great significance. For human civilization, the most precious thing is the secret realm itself, said Xia Qin, the peak power, looking at Lin Yuan. The realm itself? Lin Yuan pondered thoughtfully. Yes, the realm itself. Xia Qin, the peak power, nodded. The Xianhuang secret realm can isolate causality and time-space. Even we, the 12th rank, cannot interfere with everything inside the realm through the barriers of the Xianhuang secret realm. Now, the 12 pinnacle clans of the universe on the surface maintain a certain degree of war intensity, but undercurrents are swirling. Those alien races are constantly watching for any genius evolvers emerging from our human civilization. It's not too bad for those above the 6th rank, even if they fall, they can be revived through their life imprint. But what about those below the 6th rank? Many evolving talents below the 6th rank, showing just a hint of rising potential, are directly cursed and killed by alien races, unable to be revived. Xia Qin, the peak power, said. Indeed. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. He had also been targeted by an alien curse killing in the past, but his identity was well concealed, and the alien race could only lock onto him over a wide area. Even so, the alien race still forcefully cursed him, but they chose the Triad clan genius among those being tested in the 7-star cave at the same time. Lin Yuan was fortunate, and with the Qikuan Star Lord having learned from past experiences, his disciple from 10,000 years ago perished this way at the hands of the alien race. But what about the other human civilizations' evolving talents? Every year, there's no telling how many evolving talents below the 6th rank die under curse killings. In the pinnacle alien races, there are specific powers at the 10th and 11th ranks who specialize in cursing the human civilization's geniuses at the 4th and 5th ranks. To curse kill the 4th and 5th ranks with the life heights of the 10th or 11th rank doesn't cost too much for the former, and any price paid can be recovered. In such a situation, even the most powerful had no solution. After all, there were only 9 supreme powers in human civilization, whose main attentions had to be on the 12th rank of the alien races. It was impossible to pay close attention to each and every evolving talent within the civilization. Moreover, human civilization never stopped attempting to assassinate key talents of other alien races. The meaning of the supreme power is? Lin Yuan understood what Xia Qin, the peak power, wanted to say. Exactly, with the Xianhuang secret realm, we can store a sliver of the soul will of human civilization's key evolving talents below the 6th rank inside. In this way, even if they encounter curse killings, they can still survive. Xia Qin, the peak power, said. The essence of life lies in the soul will. The core of the doppelganger skill is to transfer a part of the soul will into a new body. As long as the soul will remains, the flesh and soul can quickly recover. Although the pillars of our human civilization are 10th rank evolvers, 11th rank evolvers, and us of the 12th rank, all have grown from a weaker state. If the evolving talents below the 6th rank survive, our human civilization has a future, said Xia Qin, the peak power, in an emotional tone. Just like Lin Yuan, who had grown from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd ranks. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. For any clan, the foundation is forever the lower layer. Only when there are more at the bottom can a steady stream of middle, high, and peak levels emerge. In the ordinary clans amidst the cosmic starry skies, there are many that gather all of their resources to support a single powerful individual, but such clans lose vitality, and should anything unexpected happen to that individual, they will face disaster. Rest assured, I will set a threshold. To store a sliver of soul will in the Xianhuang secret realm, a price must be paid. If some evolving talents can't pay it for the time being, then they can owe it, paying later when they can afford it, said Xia Qin, the peak power, with thorough consideration. The Xianhuang secret realm was Lin Yuan's private property, he certainly couldn't let others freeload. That's a minor issue. Lin Yuan shook his head, not at all concerned. He wasn't opening up the entire Xianhuang secret realm, just carving out a corner to store some soul wills, which was easy for Lin Yuan. Chapter 948 Chapter 11, The Goodwill of the Robber Clan. After learning that Lin Yuan is the master of the Xianhuang secret realm, even Xia Qin, the supreme, no longer insisted on Lin Yuan's true body visiting the central star domain. In terms of safety, the ancestral homeland, the sanctuary of human civilization, is certainly not as secure as the Xianhuang secret realm. During the most intense battles in history between human civilization and other pinnacle races, many ancestral lands were conquered, and the central star domain became a battlefield. But the Xianhuang secret realm? To date, it remains untouched. No matter how the alien races of the 12th layer have probed, they've all come back empty-handed. Lin Yuan's true body is in the Xianhuang secret realm, which is definitely much safer than any location in human civilization. However, in the end, Xia Qin, the Supreme, still reminded Lin Yuan to be cautious. Those alien races of the 12th layer might not make a move. After all, Lin Yuan has already fully grown, and with the protection of the Xianhuang secret realm. Xia Qin, the Supreme, couldn't think of any way to deal with Lin Yuan. But if those alien races of the 12th layer do make a move, it is certainly with great confidence, and that is the most dangerous. Milky Way main star. A figure appeared silently outside the main star. This is the main star of the Galaxy Master. The figure, shrouded in a black robe, did not emit a single breath and simply watched the planet below quietly. Let's go see the Galaxy Master. Remembering the mission, the figure in the black robe immediately used the star platform to enter the Milky Way main star. Now, the Milky Way main star has become the core of several dozen nearby Star Alliance territories, with vast numbers of citizens from human civilization and different alien races coming and going every day. The figure in the black robe had proper paperwork and a legitimate identity, encountering no obstructions. Before long, the figure in the black robe descended upon the Milky Way main star and soon approached the Star Lord's Great Hall at the center of the main star. Star Lord's Great Hall. Master, members of the robber clan want to see you, reported Hompi and another 8th layer alien with green eyes. The robber clan. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, slightly puzzled. The robber clan is the most mysterious among the 12 pinnacle powers of the races and possess the strongest deterrent. After all, with 2 beings from the path-splitting realm at their peak, they're enough to make the scalps of the other 11 pinnacle races tingle with fear. Even if these 2 ultimate beings from the path-splitting realm cannot act normally, they are still at the peak of the path-splitting realm, who knows what means they might have. It is for this reason. Among the 12 pinnacle powers in the universe, the position of the robber clan is the most transcendent. Interesting. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. Let him in. Soon. The figure in the black robe entered the Star Lord's Great Hall. Greetings to the Galaxy Master, said the figure in the black robe with great respect, bowing to Lin Yuan. As he spoke, the figure in the black robe carefully stole a glance at Lin Yuan and noticed a young man sitting cross-legged in the distance. At that moment, the young man was holding an ethereal book. The book was hazy, and there seemed to be a force shielding it. Just looking at the book itself made the figure in the black robe tremble within. Is this the Galaxy Master? The figure in the black robe felt nervous. Though an 11th layer entity from the robber clan, facing Lin Yuan, also an 11th layer being, he strangely felt like he was facing the ultimate ancestor of his own clan. What business does the robber clan have sending you sneaking over here? Lin Yuan's ethereal book dissipated, and he glanced at the black robe the figure was wearing. This black robe was a rare piece of space-time treasure capable of insulating any aura, invisible even to ultimate entities of the 12th layer unless they observed very closely. Lin Yuan, with his 7th realm understanding of space-time, saw through the use of the black robe and was curious about the figure's covert arrival. The fact that he came with such caution, he definitely did not want others to know. Probably even the supreme beings of human civilization were unaware that an 11th layer entity from the robber clan had come to the Milky Way main star. To answer the Galaxy Master, the ancestor sent me here to tell you something. The figure in the black robe steadied himself and spoke rapidly. The Jianyu clan, insect race, prison tribe, and other 12th layer entities plan to join forces using that strange blood to act against you, Galaxy Master. Strange blood? A thought crossed Lin Yuan's mind, immediately linking it to the mysterious creature that fell into the cosmos from its inception. This was an incident not involved with the supreme beings of human civilization, as human civilization hadn't been born at that time. They only knew of the dreadfulness of that mysterious creature through some records. The myriad transformation queen of the insect race has obtained a drop of blood from that bizarre creature. Lin Yuan mused thoughtfully. Indeed, the figure in the black robe said, that drop of bizarre blood is the source of chaotic contamination, and lethal to any being below the 12th layer. The Galaxy Master must be extremely careful. The figure in the black robe immediately added. He then laid out the entire plan of the 12th layer beings from different races. There might be variations, but the core point, the drop of bizarre blood, remains unchanged, and it is one of the few treasures that can affect the true form of the Galaxy Master. Lin Yuan listened quietly. In fact, he was not worried at all. The beings from the insect race and other races at the 12th layer believed that the drop of bizarre blood could counter Lin Yuan, based on the strength he had shown on the colossal battlefield. But now, after his trip to the immortal realm, Lin Yuan's strength had improved so much that it was no less than a normal ultimate 12th layer being. More precisely, after obtaining the treasure of Patsang Weiyang, a peak existence in the Dominator realm, Lin Yuan's combat power would likely exceed the ordinary ultimate 12th layer being, approaching the level of the myriad transformation queen and the Xianyuan supreme. That drop of blood from the bizarre creature was indeed terrifying, but it clearly could not deal with a 12th layer being, otherwise, the myriad transformation queen would not have kept it in use all these years. The key issue is that to unleash the effect of that drop of bizarre blood, one must completely suppress a certain incarnated division of Lin Yuan, but this is absolutely impossible. With Lin Yuan's current mental will and soul strength, even a Dominator realm powerhouse cannot suppress him so quickly and thoroughly without allowing him any chance to react. Why does your robber clan want to tell me this? Lin Yuan's thoughts spread out, and finally, he glanced at the figure in the black robe. Lin Yuan himself knew his capabilities, but why would the robber clan reveal this secret willingly? Our ancestor did not say, the figure in the black robe spoke softly. He was also puzzled as to why the ancestor asked him to come here, but in the robber clan, the ancestor's word was law, anything the ancestor said had to be obeyed. Understood, Lin Yuan waved his hand. The figure in the black robe immediately retreated. It seems I can no longer stay on the Milky Way main star, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Although the scheming of the 12th layer beings from different races posed no threat to Lin Yuan. If a group of ultimate 12th layer beings were really to join forces and attack, the collateral damages from the battle would pose no problem to Lin Yuan himself, but what about the Milky Way main star? And the surrounding life planets? Their fate would surely be dire. The fighting between ultimate 12th layer beings could result in destruction on a galactic scale. Naturally, Lin Yuan had to consider the countless citizens on the Milky Way main star. The beings from different races at the 12th layer will use causality to locate my position, but if my primordial spirit's incarnations are not on the Milky Way main star, they won't target it specifically, Lin Yuan thought to himself. He cares about the countless citizens on the main star, but the beings from the other races at the 12th layer do not. And human civilization has its supreme beings as well. If the beings from different races slaughter a star domain today, tomorrow they may face retaliation tenfold from the supreme beings of human civilization. Next, my two primordial spirits and many incarnations will move mostly within the desolate star domain, Lin Yuan decided in his mind. Of course, during this time, Lin Yuan will use rule perception to conceal the causality of his incarnations. With his current understanding of rules, even ultimate 12th layer beings would have a hard time pinning down his exact location. As for hiding all of his primordial spirit's incarnations in the Xianhuang secret realm. Although the Xianhuang secret realm could isolate causality and spacetime, one also cannot sense rule fluctuations within it. Lin Yuan is naturally unwilling to contact the other 12th layer beings, but that doesn't mean he's afraid of them. With the speed of transformation of the world within me, I will reach the pinnacle in at most 100 years, and then I can strive for the ultimate, Lin Yuan thought to himself. If, within 100 years, those beings from the other races fortuitously find one of Lin Yuan's incarnations through their causal connection, then Lin Yuan doesn't mind playing along with them. If they fail to lock onto him, after 100 years, Lin Yuan will directly attempt to reach ultimate power and step into the 12th layer. Chapter 949 Chapter 12, A Century of Time. Robber Clan Territory. The figure in the black robe swiftly returned after leaving the Milky Way main star. The black robe he wore, bestowed by the ancestor, could conceal all traces of aura. Unless one was deliberately scrutinizing, even the ultimate beings of the 12th tier might overlook it inadvertently. At the deepest part of the territory, there was a secret realm. The figure in the black robe arrived at this place. How did the matters go? Just then, a voice quietly reached his ears. Ancestor, I have informed the Galaxy Master of everything. The figure in the black robe immediately replied respectfully. That's good, said the ultimate being of Robber Clan. Ancestor. I don't quite understand. The figure in the black robe thought for a moment and couldn't help saying, the 12th tier peak forces of those pinnacle clans are joining hands against the Galaxy Master. Wouldn't it be fine if we just stayed out of it? Why do we need to proactively inform the Galaxy Master? This was the most perplexing part for the figure in the black robe. The potential of the Galaxy Master was unquestionable. In this situation, the Robber Clan not joining the conspiracy against the Galaxy Master could be barely understood as disdain for action. But to directly snitch to the Galaxy Master? What was the reason for that? Knowing that if the Galaxy Master died prematurely, or failed in striving for the ultimate tier, it would benefit the Robber Clan, at least by having one less peak contender in the path-splitting realm in the future. Do you think the Galaxy Master is that easy to deal with? The ultimate being of Robber Clan said casually. Isn't he? The figure in the black robe was a bit confused. More than 10 ultimate 12th tier beings were planning together, even daring to use that bizarre blood. With such a large lineup, even if they couldn't completely kill the Galaxy Master, they would definitely cause significant impact. You don't understand. Don't mention this matter to anyone else. The ultimate being of Robber Clan, too lazy to explain further, ended the conversation with that sentence. Yes. The figure in the black robe immediately bowed his head. The location of mystic unknowability. A plain wooden hut stood there. A figure sat in front of the hut, with a deep gaze, looking through layers upon layers of space-time. Do you think the gaze that spied here not long ago came from that youngling of the Galaxy Master? At that moment, a voice came out from inside the hut. The ultimate being of Robber Clan outside the hut spoke. How is that possible? The voice inside the hut was incredulous. To spy on this place, at least the peak comprehension of 6th realm of spacetime is needed, and it must be facilitated by a spacetime treasure, yet the Galaxy Master is only 11th tier, how could he? Don't forget, there are so many rule models in the Martial Tao 11th tier chapter. The ultimate being of Robber Clan outside the hut said. Those rule models, we haven't seen them ourselves and can't prove the extent of rule comprehension the Galaxy Master has achieved, the figure inside the hut still somewhat disbelieved. In the Martial Tao 11th tier chapter, which contains many rule models, the 9 strongest of human civilization have seen them and confirmed Lin Yuan's rule comprehension surpasses theirs. But other alien races of the 12th tier have not seen them personally, so they can't judge the Galaxy Master's rule comprehension. Peak comprehension of the 6th realm of spacetime isn't so easily reached. For so many years, not a single 12th tier being has touched it, and it seems to have appeared before the birth of the Martial Tao 11th tier chapter. The ultimate being of Robber Clan outside the hut smiled. I don't think it's such a coincidence. If the Galaxy Master truly has the peak comprehension of 6th realm of spacetime, then those 12th tiers simply couldn't suppress him, let alone influence him with that bizarre blood. Providing this intelligence to the Galaxy Master in advance only benefits us, with no loss. The ultimate being of Robber Clan outside the hut said leisurely. To suppress the Galaxy Master, he must be locked in the spacetime domain, but the Galaxy Master possesses peak comprehension of the 6th realm of spacetime, losing the premise of spacetime lockdown. If unable to lock down, the Galaxy Master would have the ability to disperse into incarnations at a thought, thus the bizarre blood also couldn't take effect. Xianhuang's secret realm. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Having ended the 11th traversal for such a long time, I haven't visited the demon jade space yet. Lin Yuan suddenly thought. He was quite curious about the rewards of the 7th layer of the demonic jade space Black Tower. With that thought, Lin Yuan moved his mind. Suddenly, from the Taiyang divine spirit walking in the cosmic starry skies, a strand of soul will descended instantly into the demon jade space. Buzz. The demon jade space was as quiet as ever, with Lin Yuan appearing directly in front of the 9-story Black Tower. As a remaining member of the Moyu Tower sequence, Lin Yuan possessed high authorization in this space, and could appear at any position at will. The 7th layer. Lin Yuan looked towards the towering Black Tower not far away. Before the 11th traversal, he had tried to challenge the 7th layer of the Black Tower, but ultimately failed. The comprehension at the 6th realm of spacetime is indeed a domain of the 12th tier path-splitting realm, but Lin Yuan is ultimately not a real 12th tier of path-splitting realm, and the 7th layer of the Black Tower. Only those in the 12th tier path-splitting realm may have a hope of passing. It's a hope, not all 12th tier path-splitting realm beings could pass. Therefore, Lin Yuan eventually stopped at the final section of the Black Tower's 7th layer. Planning to try the 7th layer again? Statue Shinji looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. In fact, what Lin Yuan intended to try was not the 7th layer, but the 8th layer. Spacetime 7th realm, coupled with chaos rule, Lin Yuan had no doubt about his ability to pass through the Black Tower's 7th layer. Let's start then. Statue Shinji did not say much. He also wanted to see how Lin Yuan would overcome the 7th layer. To know, the 9-layer Black Tower established by the demonic Jade Tower Master, only some of those in the path-splitting realm could pass the 7th layer. Lin Yuan was now only 11th tier, logically speaking should not even be able to touch the 7th layer, yet he forcefully passed much of the 7th layer. Alright. Lin Yuan directly appeared at the start of the 7th layer of the Black Tower. Too simple. Lin Yuan saw through the entire 7th layer in a glance, the various spatial temporal mazes and barriers. At this moment in the eyes of Lin Yuan, who had already reached the spacetime 7th realm, seemed as simple as child's play. Swoosh. Lin Yuan took 9 consecutive steps. Each step spanned a great distance across the 7th floor of the Black Tower, until the 9th step landed him at the end point of the 7th floor. What? Outside the 9-story Black Tower, the statue Shinji was somewhat stunned. He had planned to watch Lin Yuan navigate through the numerous spatial temporal mazes of the 7th floor, but Lin ended up stopping at the last segment of the path. Did Lin Yuan directly reach the end point? The statue couldn't understand. Unless he confirmed that Lin Yuan had started his challenge, he would suspect that Lin might have used the privileges of a sequence member to directly appear at the 7th floor end point. Is it the comprehension of the spacetime 7th realm? The statue reviewed repeatedly and finally confirmed it. To pass the 7th floor of the Black Tower, the requirement on the spacetime rules is to be at the peak of the 6th realm or close to it. But Lin Yuan reached the endpoint in just a few steps, which only indicates one thing. That is, Lin Yuan's comprehension of spacetime far exceeds the peak of the 6th realm. That is to say, he has reached the spacetime 7th realm domain. This made the statue Shinji feel as though he was in a dream. Lin Yuan once again descending into the demon jade space. In fact, the statue Shinji was already psychologically prepared for Lin Yuan to pass through the 7th floor. After all, that was how he got past the previous 6 floors. But at most, the statue thought Lin Yuan's spacetime comprehension could reach the peak of the 6th realm, and the 7th realm. The Moyu Tower Master's spacetime comprehension is only at the 9th realm. Lin Yuan, with only an 11th tier life form, having 6th realm spacetime comprehension was already unbelievably exaggerated. 7th realm. Whoosh. The statue Shinji's figure appeared at the 7th floor end point. Congratulations. The statue Shinji looked at Lin Yuan with a complex expression. I want to try the 8th floor, Lin Yuan said. No problem. The statue Shinji thought for a moment, without saying anything else. If it were any other Demon Jade Tower member, even if they were 12th tier path-splitting realm, the statue Shinji would have advised them. The 7th floor of the Black Tower is only hopeful for those at the path-splitting realm, while the 8th floor can only be traversed by those at the peak of dominant realm. As for the 9th floor of the Black Tower, that is the peak of the Chaos realm. Those who can traverse the 9th floor of the Black Tower, even if not up to the Chaos Great Saint, are not far off. Just Lin Yuan. The statue Shinji felt it's best not to say too much. Whoosh. Lin Yuan immediately entered the 8th floor of the Black Tower. The statue Shinji immediately started watching. The 8th floor of the Black Tower was filled with infinite spacetime whirlpools. Observing carefully for a while, Lin Yuan, with his spacetime 7th realm comprehension, easily crossed most of it. The latter part. Lin Yuan looked towards the latter part of the path, where the spacetime whirlpools were even denser. Even with the comprehension of spacetime's 7th realm, it was difficult to cross. Still, the essence of life is somewhat weak, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Although the 8th floor of the Black Tower doesn't test the essence of life, Lin Yuan still realized the gap between his essence of life and those at the peak of dominant realm. Chaos. With a slight movement of Lin Yuan's mind, chaos chi immediately surged from the depths of the void, rapidly forming a figure that enhanced Lin Yuan's avatar of will, temporarily elevating the essence of life. Chaos chi. Is this the chaos rule? Watching from the 7th floor, the statue Shinji fell into silence again. What did he see? Chaos rule. If it were during the prime of the Demon Jade Tower, seeing the chaos rule wouldn't be anything strange. But now. Chaos rule. And seen in an 11th tier life form. The statue Shinji felt his understanding shattering. Rumble rumble. With the aid of chaos chi, Lin Yuan advanced unstoppable through the 8th floor of the Black Tower, until he reached the last fraction of the path. Here. Lin Yuan stopped, observing carefully. If the essence of life were stronger, I should have passed. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head, disappearing on the spot. The 8th floor of the Black Tower had very low requirements for the essence of life, practically any figure in the dominant realm could meet it. But Lin Yuan was still just 11th tier, perhaps even the demonic Jade Tower master himself never thought that one day an 11th tier challenger would arrive at the 8th floor of the 9-layered Black Tower. The 7th floor of the Black Tower. Lin Yuan's figure appeared. Regrettably, I did not make it through, Lin Yuan sighed. The statue Shinji had a stiff expression. An 11th tier being almost passed through the 8th floor of the Black Tower. And still feeling regret? The statue Shinji didn't know how to respond to Lin Yuan's words. This is the reward list for passing the 7th floor. The statue Shinji steadied himself, and began to speak. Let me have a look. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately started browsing it. The reward list for the 7th floor of the Black Tower mainly consisted of treasures and secret techniques of the dominant realm. After careful selection, Lin Yuan finally chose a secret technique called Abyssal Eye. This technique was not a physical attack nor a soul attack technique, but a mental will attack technique. With Lin Yuan's current mental strength, activating Abyssal Eye would significantly affect even other 12th tier ultimates. Following this, Lin Yuan's various avatars walked all over different parts of the cosmos as well as the chaos void, comprehending different rule fluctuations. Additionally, Lin Yuan was also pondering how to traverse the 8th floor of the Black Tower. He was only a hair's breadth away from the endpoint and could step over it at any moment. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Chapter 950 Chapter 13, Covert Cultivation on the Chaos Continent. In the emptiness, amidst the chaos, a figure emerged and descended. I've arrived. Lin Yuan carefully observed the vast continent floating in the distance, its size tens of times that of his home universe. An infinite aura radiated from the continent, spreading in all directions into the far reaches of the chaos void. The ancient Ming Chaos Continent. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. This continent was the Chaos Continent closest to his home universe. 100 years had passed in the universe, but only 4 months in the Chaos Void. 3 months ago, as Lin Yuan roamed aimlessly through the Chaos Void, he inadvertently discovered the aura emanating from the ancient Ming Chaos Continent. After 3 months of travel, Lin Yuan finally arrived. The closer he got to the ancient Ming Chaos Continent, the more frequently Lin Yuan encountered other powerful beings, and through interactions with these beings, he gained intelligence about the continent. Information left by the peak master of the realm, San Weiyang, also included an introduction to the ancient Ming Chaos Continent. Not bad luck. Lin Yuan felt pleased. The ancient Ming Chaos Continent was on the edge of the map given by the predecessor, San Weiyang. A little further, and it would have been beyond the recorded range of the map. The Chaos Void was boundless. Even the Chaos Great Saints could not reach its edge, let alone those in the Master Realm. Now, from my home universe. Lin Yuan glanced backwards. With his current understanding of time and space, each breath could take him beyond the range of a home universe. Even so, he had been on the move tirelessly for more than 3 months. One could imagine just how far the ancient Ming Chaos Continent was from his home universe. Of course, the word far here is only relative to Lin Yuan. For those in the Master Realm, it might take just a few hours to cross, and for those in the Chaos Realm, a mere thought would suffice. The 3 tiers of the 12th Order, Path Splitting, Master, and Chaos, each tier was like an insurmountable gulf. It is said that surpassing the Chaos Realm would bring one close to becoming a perfect time being, possessing some of the characteristics of perfect time beings. The connection between my true body's primordial spirit and my avatar is reaching its limit, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In the home universe, the ultimate doors of the 6th realm of time and space insight allow avatars to linger near the universe, but not for long, as they will be eroded and collapse under the influence of Chaos Chi. Lin Yuan's perception had reached the 7th realm, extending his avatar's connection range far beyond that of the 6th realm, but even so, there was a limit. But Lin Yuan was in luck. Before reaching the limit, he discovered the ancient Ming Chaos Continent, or rather, the ancient Ming Chaos Continent happened to be within the range where his true body's primordial spirit could maintain contact with the avatar. The ruler of the ancient Ming Chaos Continent. Information about the ancient Ming Chaos Continent flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. To be eligible to be called a Chaos Continent, one must certainly be backed by a Chaos Venerable. And behind the ancient Ming Chaos Continent, the Chaos Venerable was none other than Ancient Ming, with the entire continent named after him. The ancient Ming Venerable valued fairness greatly. The ancient Ming Chaos Continent he founded was bustling with trade, attracting powerful beings from nearby Chaos Void and even other Chaos continents to come and trade. During the lifetime of the predecessor, San Weiyang, the ancient Ming Venerable was already a renowned Chaos Venerable. Now, several cosmic eras have passed since the predecessor's death, and the ancient Ming Venerable is still here. Lin Yuan felt quite emotional. Normally, it is very, very difficult for a Chaos Venerable to die. The Moyu Tower Master and Xianhuang disappeared mysteriously, and it's not certain whether they are dead. And even if they are dead, it's not necessarily due to being killed. Let's go inside. Lin Yuan continued to approach the vast Chaos Continent in the distance. The ancient Ming Chaos Continent was covered by a grand formation, with 33 entrances and exits around. The entrance that Lin Yuan chose was the nearest one. To enter the ancient Ming Chaos Continent, you need to pay 10 Chaos Stones, a mental fluctuation transmitted to Lin Yuan's ear at the entrance. Understood, Lin Yuan nodded. The ancient Ming Chaos Continent prohibited fighting, making it incredibly safe. Since it's safe, naturally, there's a fee to pay. Compared to the perilous Chaos Void, the ancient Ming Chaos Continent at least offered order and safety. Rustling. Lin Yuan took out 10 Chaos Stones. He had obtained quite a few Chaos Stones from the cave dwelling of the peak master of the realm, San Weiyang, though most were sent back to his home universe. But the avatar still carried some, precisely for the scene in front of him. With the information left by the predecessor, San Weiyang, Lin Yuan was very clear about many of the rules in the Chaos Void. At that moment, Lin Yuan looked up to see several figures descending. These figures, likely from the same tribe, paused at the entrance. Finally, they took out several 12-order weapons to meet the fee for entering the ancient Ming Chaos Continent. To enter the ancient Ming Chaos Continent, one must pay 10 Chaos Stones, or equivalent treasures could be used to offset the cost. However, most powerful beings would choose Chaos Stones. Using other treasures, they would pay a premium, as the ancient Ming Chaos Continent would calculate it at the lowest price. Those few powerful beings must be 12th-order path-splitting realm beings who have just stepped out of a universe, Lin Yuan speculated internally. The Chaos Void fostered countless universes, every moment bringing the annihilation of universes and tiding over of 12th-order path-splitting realm beings through the cataclysmic tribulation. For the 12th-order path-splitting realm beings within the universe, surviving the cataclysmic tribulation meant officially stepping into the Chaos Void. With good luck, they might find the nearest Chaos Continent to settle down on. Bad luck? Drifting long in the Chaos Void might lead to various dangers and death. Chapter 951 Chapter 13, Covert Cultivation on the Chaos Continent. The second layer of the path-splitting realm, within the universe, is almost impossible to die, and that is because of the cosmic protection, the mass of the universe, equivalent to a powerful being in the Chaos realm. It shields against the majority of threats. Without the cosmic protection, coupled with bad luck, beings of the second layer of the path-splitting realm are often in danger. There are many powerful entities in the Chaos Void who specifically target those universes on the brink of collapse, aiming to kill those who have survived the cataclysm of the second layer of the path-splitting realm. Those who can endure the catastrophic calamity of the universe are some of the most powerful beings within the universe, and they certainly carry most of the universe's wealth with them. Moreover, without having entered the Chaos Void and merely possessing the realm of the second layer of the path-splitting realm, their combat prowess is certainly weaker than that of those in the Chaos Void of the same stage. Carrying a large amount of wealth and being weak in strength. Such fat sheep naturally attract the attention of numerous powerful entities. In the Chaos Void, except for places like the Chaos Continent, other regions have no order whatsoever, operating on the principle of the survival of the fittest. The cataclysmic disaster, Lin Yuan's expression turned a bit solemn. The great catastrophe of the universe is aimed at all life within the universe. When the universe collapses, and the river of time breaks down, all life will die. Only those of the second layer who have transcended the river of time have a chance to survive it. But it is only a chance, as during the great collapse of the universe, many rules will collapse, which are also fatal to those at the second layer, and in the end, only a small fraction of those at the second layer will successfully exit the universe and enter the Chaos Void. What about those lives below the second layer? There is only one way to survive. That is, to imprint the essence of one's life from the river of time within the universe into the river of time within the universe inside a second layer ultimate. When the universe collapses and the river of time disintegrates, any life within it is bound to die because their life essence imprint is also within the river of time. As long as the life essence imprint is transferred to the river of time within a second layer ultimate. After enduring the colossal catastrophe of the universe, the countless beings within the universe inside this second layer ultimate can naturally survive as well. Of course. Even if those at the second layer have this ability, they will not transfer too many beings from within their universe into their own. Because the more beings from their universe they carry, the more they will attract the attention of the universal consciousness, and the greater and more terrifying pressure they will endure during the cataclysm. The great catastrophe, 99.9% of the citizens of my human civilization, will die, thought Lin Yuan silently. In reality, 99.9% is already quite a favorable estimate, as the number of beings that can enter the universe inside a second layer ultimate is at most 1 in a million, or at best 1 in 10 million. Moreover, the majority within the second layer ultimate will also fall during the colossal catastrophe of the universe, making the number of survivors even fewer. Forget it, thinking about this now is too far off. Lin Yuan reigned in his thoughts. His home universe was still very young, and if nothing went wrong, it was an extraordinarily long distance away from the great catastrophe of the universe. Before long, Lin Yuan entered the ancient Ming Chaos Continent. The ancient Ming Chaos Continent has 9 cities, which are the convergence point for all foreign life forms. As for outside the cities, it's also covered with many formations, which are the cultivation grounds of the ancient Ming Venerable, forbidden for any external powerful beings to enter without permission. That is. Lin Yuan gazed towards the center of the continent. There stood a black peak exuding terrifying aura in all directions. This black peak was filled with dark chaos energy, enough to make ordinary sovereign realm powerhouses tremble in fear. That is one of the horns of the chaos dragon beast subdued by the ancient Ming Venerable, Lin Yuan thought to himself. As a chaos venerable, the ancient Ming Venerable traveled through the chaos void in his early years and subdued a chaos dragon beast, which possesses almost the strength of the chaos realm. The peak that stands at the center of the chaos continent now is just one stray horn of the chaos dragon beast, while the true body of the chaos dragon beast lies in a deep slumber within the depths of the chaotic continent. A chaos dragon beast with combat prowess comparable to the chaos realm, Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze. The trade prosperity of the ancient Ming chaos continent is not unrelated to this chaos dragon beast. No matter who it is, even peak sovereign realm powerhouses, upon seeing that daunting horn piercing the sky, would feel their scalps tingle and dare not cause trouble on the chaos continent. Whether a chaos continent prospers is not strongly related to the strength of its chaos venerables. No matter how strong you are, if the order on your chaos continent is in disarray, other mighty beings will be reluctant to trade there. If they can't afford to provoke you, can't they still avoid you? Ancient Ming Venerable believes in fairness, and since the dawn of the cosmic era, no ill fame has spread, attracting many beings from the path-splitting realm and dominator realm who enjoy trading and cultivating in seclusion on the ancient Ming Chaos Continent. Lin Yuan entered Mingchuan City, one of the 9 main cities on the ancient Ming Chaos Continent. The city is vast, divided into many areas, such as the trading sector, residential sector, and so on. Many shops in the trading area are backed by dominator realm beings, whose influence is limited to the ancient Ming Chaos Continent or, more likely, just Mingchuan City. Lin Yuan glanced around and then looked deeper into the city. There sat majestic buildings, each backed by various forces originating from other chaos continents, supported by beings from the chaos realm. Compared to the many private shops of dominator realm beings, these large stores have a better reputation, and of course, their prices are also higher. 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Lin Yuan looked towards the deepest building, one of the pavilions, shrouded in mist, unfathomable. The 10,000 Paths Pavilion does not trade in treasures and materials, but in evolutionary pathways. To ascend to the 12th layer, one must reach the end of an evolutionary path, and this path must not have an existence in the 12th layer already. The chaos void is vast and boundless. To perfect a completely new evolutionary path on one's own strength, from nothing to something, and ultimately step into the 12th layer of life, is extremely rare. The vast majority of beings of the 12th layer have tread paths that already existed. An evolutionary path leading to the 12th layer requires immense determination and opportunities to create for beings below the 12th layer. But for the many Chaos Realm beings, perhaps just one session of secluded cultivation and exploration of hundreds or thousands of paths could reveal hundreds or thousands of 12th layer evolutionary paths. The Tao is endless, any evolutionary path has the potential to advance to the 12th layer. It's just a matter of likelihood, but as Chaos Realm beings meditate in seclusion, observing the essence of the Tao, many evolutionary paths will emerge, and some Chaos Realm beings will record these paths and eventually refine them. There are levels to evolutionary paths as well, some have the potential to step into the Dominator or even the Chaos, Lin Yuan thought silently. He wasn't particularly interested in the evolutionary paths sold by the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, any path must be suitable for oneself and, naturally, as his own creation, the martial Tao evolutionary path was a perfect fit for him. Since the 10,000 Paths Pavilion dares to trade evolutionary paths, the being behind it must be unimaginable. According to much intelligence left by the peak dominator realm being, San Wei Yang, the 10,000 Paths Pavilion is definitely an entity not to be provoked. Even in the era of Xianhuang and the Moyu Tower Master, these two Chaos Great Saints were extremely wary of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. 10,000 Paths Pavilion, could it be the layout of a being close to a perfect time being? Lin Yuan recalled Xuanhuang's description of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, one of the rare instances when his tone was serious. Lin Yuan has no intention of dealing with the 10,000 Paths Pavilion for now. After entering Mingchuan City, his goal is to settle down here. The Chaos Void is too dangerous. Over the past 4 months, Lin Yuan has nearly experienced a life-threatening danger, and if not for his insight into the 7th realm of spacetime, he probably would have ended his journey in the Chaos Void by now. Regular residence in Mingchuan City has many benefits. First and foremost is safety, and secondly, the trading here is extremely prosperous, so Lin Yuan can trade for the treasures and materials he desires. Explore the Chaos Void. Acquire treasures and adventures. For Lin Yuan, who is still alive at the 11th layer, that is still too much of a stretch. Previously, he got the abode of the peak dominator realm being, San Wei Yang, purely out of good luck. But luck cannot continue indefinitely. Chapter 952 Chapter 14, Striking the Ultimate. The incarnation has finally settled down. In his homeland universe, within the Xianhuang secret realm, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. The stronghold of the peak master of the ruling realm, San Wei Yang, brought substantial gains to Lin Yuan, thus he urgently needed a place to digest these gains, and the ancient Ming Chaos continent seemed just right. First, let the incarnation familiarize itself there, and when it steps into the 12th level, I'll bring all the unnecessary resources and treasures for trade, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Without reaching the 12th level, Lin Yuan dares not let his incarnation carry 2 valuable treasures out of the universe. And trading, compared to killing for treasure, Lin Yuan preferred fair trade, as it was safest. Lin Yuan is not one of those at the 12th level of the path-splitting realm with an uncertain future. With his against heaven's understanding, what he lacks the most is a safe environment for growth. The world within me now. Lin Yuan sent a sliver of consciousness into his inner world. Compared to 100 years ago, his internal world has now expanded several times, reaching an astonishing 11 light-years in range. 11 light-years in range, compared to the ordinary level 11 perfect life's tens of millions to hundreds of millions of light-years, Lin Yuan's internal world is billions of times theirs. My current internal world, physical body, soul, etc. have all reached their limits. I've nearly absorbed all the transformations brought by the chaos rule. Lin Yuan thought. Despite having deduced the chaos rule, it's ultimately incomparable to the essential leap of life. The absorption and immersion of the chaos void origin energy in his internal world is ultimately limited. Even in the boundless chaos void, I must be among the strongest of the 11th level, right? Lin Yuan felt the vast and immeasurable energy within him and thought. Lin Yuan was unclear about the era the Chaos Void was currently in, but in the era of Xianhuang and the Moyu Tower Master, he had never heard of anyone at the 11th level stronger than himself. Indeed, the Chaos Void has countless opportunities. Instances have occurred where 11-level lives challenged those at the 12th level. These were always through the aid of various external forces and factors. Compared to them, Lin Yuan, who solely relied on himself to reach a level comparable or even superior to the usual path-splitting realm. It's not an exaggeration to consider him unique in the Chaos Void. In these 100 years, the pathway of the 12th level of the martial Tao has been almost perfected. Lin Yuan's thoughts fluctuated. To strive for the ultimate and step into the 12th level of the path-splitting realm, one naturally needs to perfect it. Actually, as early as 100 years ago, Lin Yuan had already perfected the initial phase of this realm. Even then, stepping directly into the 12th level would not have been a problem. But while waiting for his own transformation, Lin Yuan took the opportunity to perfect the entire realm. Before challenging the ultimate, first see if I can pass the 8th floor of the Black Tower, Lin Yuan was moved. 100 years ago, Lin Yuan easily passed through the 7th floor of the Black Tower but stopped at the final stretch of the 8th floor. At that time, Lin Yuan realized the deficiency in his life essence. After all, he was only a level 11 life. But now, as his internal world explosively expanded several times over, Lin Yuan's life essence naturally rose significantly as well. Even though still not comparable to the life of the ruling realm, having deduced the chaos rule, he surpassed most of the peak masters of the ruling realm. Thinking this, Lin Yuan directly descended into the demon jade space. The rules set by the Moyu Tower Master dictated that rewards obtained by tower challengers depended on their performance during the climb. Therefore, if Lin Yuan chose to pass the 8th floor at the 11th level, the benefits he'd receive would naturally be much greater than doing so after stepping into the 12th level. Even for a 12th level of the path-splitting realm to pass the 8th floor, it's extremely against heaven. The Demon Jade Space. The 9-floored Black Tower. Lin Yuan's figure descended. You've come. The statue Shinji came out, his gaze towards Lin Yuan filled with emotions. He had never imagined that he would encounter such an abnormal monster. Compared to Lin Yuan, even being a chaos great saint like the Moyu Tower Master seems average. I'll try the 8th floor. Lin Yuan spoke in a gentle tone. Okay. The statue Shinji nodded. He then cleared the path leading to the 8th floor of the Black Tower. Whoosh! Lin Yuan entered the 8th floor of the Black Tower. The statue Shinji immediately began to observe. This time in the 8th floor, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate and directly utilized the chaos chi to strengthen himself. He arrived at the final stage of the 8th floor. Break for me! Lin Yuan lowly shouted. His greatly increased life essence finally allowed him to cross over and step into the end of the 8th floor. Passed. Lin Yuan felt a slight relief in his heart. At this moment, he had reached his own limit state. If he couldn't pass the 8th floor of the Black Tower now, he'd probably have to wait until he stepped into the 12th level of the path-splitting realm to try again. Congratulations, you are the 142nd member of my Demon Jade Tower to pass the 8th floor. The statue Shinji appeared and spoke. The 142nd? Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. Only 142. It's quite a lot already, the statue Shinji sighed. Those who can pass the 8th floor of the Black Tower are generally at the peak of the ruling realm. In its heyday, the Demon Jade Tower had 141 peak ruling realm masters, along with several Chaos Realm beings, and seated with the Chaos Great Saint as the Moyu Tower Master, it was considered extremely strong. In reality, by the Chaos Realm, very few would submit to any Chaos Great Saint. Chaos Venerables could completely establish a Chaos continent of their own, roaming freely. Why follow a Chaos Great Saint? Protection. With the strength of a Chaos Venerable, it's hard to die as long as one doesn't court death. Even a Chaos Great Saint would find it very difficult to completely kill a Chaos Venerable. The numerous life-saving methods of a Chaos Venerable should not be underestimated. Guidance. From a Chaos Venerable to a Chaos Great Saint, one can only rely on oneself. Seeking refuge with a Chaos Great Saint hardly aids one's own breakthrough into the Great Saint's domain. The Chaos Dragon beast subdued by Ancient Ming Venerable in the Chaos Continent of Ancient Ming only compares closely to a Chaos Venerable, not equivalent to one. That's quite a lot. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and still felt he had underestimated himself. Now, setting other aspects aside, he is already above the vast majority of the pinnacle masters in the domain of rules. Even during the peak period of the Magic Jade Tower, he could be ranked within the top 200. This is the reward list for passing the 8th level. Statue Shinji waved his hand, and a light screen appeared in front of Lin Yuan. The list enumerated treasures from the Chaos Realm of the highest order. Normally, the rewards for passing the 8th level of the Black Tower are supreme treasures of the Master Realm, with occasionally 1 or 2 Chaos Realm treasures. But Lin Yuan passed as a level 11, and now the treasures listed by the statue Shinji are the most precious batch in the entire 9-story Black Tower. Normal members of the Magic Jade Tower, even if they surpass the 9th level, won't get to choose these treasures. Only those Chaos Venerables who pass the 9th level with a particularly against heaven's demeanor and have hopes of becoming Chaos Great Saints, get the treatment that Lin Yuan has now merely by passing the 8th level. So many treasures. Lin Yuan was inwardly shocked. The Chaos Realm's secret treasure left by the Peak Master, Song Weiyang, didn't even qualify to be at the bottom of this reward list. For Chaos Venerables, Chaos Realm's secret treasures are not considered precious, many of them are simply crafted by Chaos Venerables casually. Otherwise, Song Weiyang wouldn't have had 3 Chaos Realm's secret treasures on him. Of course, for those in the Path-Splitting and Master Realms, a Chaos Realm's secret treasure weapon is still extremely precious. Which one should I choose? Lin Yuan was somewhat troubled for a moment. First, eliminate the weapon secret treasures. The weapon secret treasures on the reward list are all top-tier Chaos Realm weapon secret treasures, which, even if Lin Yuan advances to level 12, he wouldn't be able to refine and wield for a long time. Unable to refine or use, no matter how precious, they're somewhat impractical. Forget it, I'll choose when I step into level 12. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, currently being only level 11, if he rushed a choice and it ended up not being useful once reaching level 12, it would be a loss. Anyway, he is not lacking anything at the moment, so there's no need to make an immediate choice. I'll wait and choose later. Lin Yuan looked toward statue Shinji and spoke. No problem. Statue Shinji nodded. Next, I want to check out the 9th level. Lin Yuan raised his head looking towards the 9th level of the Black Tower. This is also the final level of the Black Tower. Passing the 9th level generally means one possesses the peak strength of the Chaos Realm, not far from becoming a Chaos Great Saint. Go ahead. Statue Shinji showed a slightly strange expression but still nodded. The next moment, Lin Yuan arrived at the 9th level of the Black Tower. There were no pressures here, nor any rule tests. The entire 9th level was empty, nothing at all, which surprised Lin Yuan. What's the standard for passing the 9th level? Lin Yuan pondered in his heart, as there was nothing resembling a finish line nearby. Just then, the whole 9th level suddenly dimmed. A majestic figure condensed. He was dressed in a black robe, his gaze indifferent, seemingly embodying the principles of the Tao. This? Lin Yuan's expression changed as he met this majestic figure's gaze, then felt his consciousness fall, and when he recovered, he was outside the 9-level Black Tower. The 9th level is? Lin Yuan's expression became solemn. Correct. To pass the 9th level, you must defeat an imprint left by the original owner. Statue Shinji said next to him. An imprint left by the Moyu Tower Master. Lin Yuan was quite speechless. He knew that the 9th level of the Black Tower was difficult but didn't expect it to be this challenging. The Moyu Tower Master was a Chaos Great Saint, and his imprint was not something an ordinary Chaos Realm could handle. After all, the powerhouses appearing in the Demon Jade space are just incarnations of a sliver of mental consciousness. Xianhuang's secret realm. Lin Yuan reopened his eyes. Now it seems, the strength of the Moyu Tower Master shouldn't be weaker than Xianhuang, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Previously, watching Xianhuang open up 33,333 Xianhuang's secret realms, Lin Yuan felt that Xianhuang was stronger than the Moyu Tower Master. Let's not worry about these. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts and gazed into the cosmic starry skies. For the past century, Lin Yuan's 2 primordial spirits and incarnation have been wandering around the universe, often sensing causal lockdown espionage from alien races of level 12. Unfortunately, Those level 12 alien races are not stronger than Lin Yuan in comprehending the causal rules, so even though Lin Yuan gives them opportunities, actively letting out his two primordial spirits and incarnation. The alien races of level 12 couldn't lock down the positions of the two primordial spirits and incarnation, let alone attempt an assassination. I've given you all the opportunities, but they're not useful. Lin Yuan sighed. At this moment his various aspects have reached their peak, ready to strike at the ultimate at any time. Chapter 953 Chapter 15 I know a little bit of everything. In the dark grand hall, the ultimate beings of the 12th order gathered once again. Compared to their full confidence 100 years ago, the expressions on the faces of these 12th order ultimates were not very pleasant. 100 years, a full century, they had personally attempted to lock down the Galaxy Master's location using the rules of causality. But the results were disappointing, yielding no progress. In the causal vision of every 12th order ultimate, the Galaxy Master was indeed within the universe, but they just couldn't pin down his location. Had it not been certain that there was no trace of Lin Yuan's causality within the Milky Way main star, some of the 12th order ultimates would have likely made a move to test the waters. What exactly is going on? Why is the causality sensing of the Galaxy Master so vague? The many 12th order ultimates exchanged looks, considering the possibility that the Galaxy Master's true body, his incarnations, or avatars were hiding in the central star domain, the ancestral land of human civilization. They would not be so troubled if that were the case. After all, that is the main stronghold of human civilization. But in fact, that's not the case. At least, the Galaxy Master's incarnations are often seen walking in the cosmos. There are two possibilities. The progenitor of the Tianyu clan opened his mouth. One is that the Galaxy Master's mastery over the rules of causality surpasses us, the 12th order. Only then could he conceal his own causality, leading us to repeatedly come back empty-handed. The second possibility is that the Galaxy Master is relying on a treasured causality artifact to isolate his own causality. With the resources of human civilization, producing such an artifact would not be difficult. After saying this, the Tianyu clan progenitor pondered for a while before continuing. I think the second possibility is more likely. Hearing this, the other 12th order ultimates nodded in agreement. The Galaxy Master surpassing them in causality? That possibility was too fantastical to imagine. After all, they were beings of the 12th order. Even if they were not adept in causality, they wouldn't be surpassed by an 11th order. It's a pity that we do not have any of his blood or hair as a lead, otherwise, even with a causality artifact for protection, he could not escape our causality tracking, the ultimate from the prison tribe said, shaking his head slightly. The rule of causality values that medium greatly, whether in cursing or in locating a target, having a medium and not having one are completely different challenges. With the strength and realm of the Galaxy Master, along with how much human civilization values him, it's impossible for any of his blood or hair to be left outside, said the Insect Queen. Even for an ordinary 11th order, they would be quite cautious about this, not leaving behind anything related to themselves outside. Even on the battlefield, high-order powerhouses would detonate themselves without hesitation if they found no way to survive, turning their body, soul, and all related materials to ashes. This action is not only to prevent being captured by alien races but also out of concern that alien races could obtain their medium through their remains. It seems we can't find the Galaxy Master through normal methods, reflected the ultimate from the prison tribe. Is there a way to force the Galaxy Master out? The so-called forcing out involved threatening with the lives of the Galaxy Master's relatives and friends to coerce him into appearing. The Galaxy Master is quite young, with all his relatives still alive, including many elders, such as the various Peak Masters and the Chikuan Star Lord of the Red Kuan lineage. It's not very meaningful. The ultimate from the Star Alliance shook his head. The Galaxy Master is not the kind to overly value emotions and family. Indeed. The Insect Queen nodded. Tuoba Ancient God originally planned to use the Galaxy Master's friend as a threat, but the Galaxy Master personally killed that friend. The 12th Order ultimates present in the hall had all thoroughly investigated the Galaxy Master and naturally were aware of the conflict with the Tuoba Ancient God. Seeing how the Galaxy Master dealt with Tuoba Ancient God, they estimated that even if they captured the Galaxy Master's relatives or teacher, the Galaxy Master would likely not even frown over it. And for ultimates of the 12th order to descend into such actions, it would indeed be somewhat disgraceful if the means used were ineffective. Besides that, they would have to face retribution from the most powerful beings of human civilization afterwards. It's just not worth it. Lord Fan. At this moment, the ultimate from the prison tribe turned to the ultimate from the Cosmos clan. Your clan received a special secret technique at the dawn of the cosmos. The countenance of the Cosmos clan ultimate Lord Fan shifted ever so slightly. Are you talking about the secret technique, 9-day worship? 9-day worship, it is a secret technique within the domain of the causality rules. It involves a worshipping ritual that forcibly strengthens the causal link between two entities, ultimately for cursing or pinpointing one's location. However, this secret technique comes at a great cost. To use it against the Galaxy Master, one must worship the Galaxy Master for 9 consecutive days, with each day resulting in a reduction of the caster's origin source. While the reduced origin source can be restored later, it requires a significant amount of time, and during this period, one's battle capacity cannot be at its peak. If it were to subdue a pure ultimate, the Cosmos clan ultimate Lord Fan might be willing, but to merely locate the position of the Galaxy Master requires paying so much of his own origin source. The Galaxy Master is already at the peak of level 11, any moment ready to break through to the ultimate level. Once he steps into the 12th order, there is a high probability that he will become a pinnacle being of the path-splitting realm before the end of the cosmic era. By then, you should know what will happen with our races, the ultimate from the prison tribe said. Lord Fan, to counter the Galaxy Master, everyone is willing to offer that drop of heterogeneous blood, allowing you to cast the secret technique. What's stopping you? The Insect Queen interjected. If considering the price to be paid, the insect race has indeed offered the highest stake. Nevertheless, the insect race holds the deepest grudge against human civilization and is the least willing to see the Galaxy Master successfully ascend to the 12th order. I understand. After pondering for a while, the Cosmos clan ultimate Lord Fan nodded. I will begin worshipping the Galaxy Master now. 9 days from now, my causal link with the Galaxy Master will be at its strongest, and then I will inform you all of his specific location. Chapter 954 Chapter 15 I know a little about everything. Rest assured, once we have locked onto the position of the Galaxy Master, leave the rest to us, the ultimate of the prison tribe said with a smile. In fact, the 9-day worship secret technique is a kind of curse-killing skill that carries out the curse by exploiting the strongest causal connection after worshipping the 9 days. But curse-killing is not fail-safe. Knowing that the Galaxy Master has a causality-related treasure for protection, even with the 9-day worship secret technique, it's still not foolproof. And what if we end up curse-killing the Galaxy Master? The Galaxy Master has not yet ascended to the 12th layer. His life essence imprint is still within the time river, which can be resurrected by the strongest among human civilization. Therefore, the safest method is to pinpoint the location of one of the Galaxy Master's avatars through the 9-day worship secret technique, then all of us at the 12th layer converge to suppress the Galaxy Master in a lightning-fast move, and use that drop of bizarre blood to contaminate the Galaxy Master. This is the most perfect strategy to deal with the Galaxy Master. We don't need to completely kill the Galaxy Master, we just need that drop of bizarre blood to influence the Galaxy Master so that he ultimately fails at a critical moment, they said. The ultimates of the 12th layer exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Then I shall begin. Ultimate Lord Fan of the Cosmos tribe took a deep breath. His true self, situated deep within the territory of the Cosmos tribe, knelt down, with many pieces of information about the Galaxy Master surfacing in his mind. In an instant, a causal connection between him and the Galaxy Master was formed. Following that, with every bow Ultimate Lord Fan directed at Lin Yuan, the causal link between them grew stronger. The Xianhuang Secret Realm. Lin Yuan was unaware of the conspiracies of the alien 12th layers. He simply felt that, so far, those alien 12th layers haven't even been able to lock onto his deliberately exposed primordial spirit avatar, and probably lacked even the qualification to have a final confrontation with him. However, it seems that those ultimates of the 12th layer have not made any moves against my teachers. Lin Yuan's gaze was profound. Ever since he learned from the robber clan 100 years ago that the alien 12th layers wanted to target him, he asked Xia Qin and other supremely powerful figures to pay more attention to the Qikuan Star Lord, and the situation with his parents and family. Moreover, Lin Yuan took away a sliver of their spiritual will and placed it in the Xianhuang secret realm to prevent the most extreme situations from occurring. 12th layer. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged as he began preparing for the final assault on the 12th layer. At this moment, within the Time River, Lin Yuan's form was nearly larger than the river itself. If he did not curl up as much as possible at the riverbed, it seemed that the entire Time River would not be able to contain him. I feel that if I were to stand up, the depth of the entire Time River would only reach my waist, Lin Yuan quietly thought to himself. Other level 11 perfect powerhouses might be able to leap from within the river by exerting their full strength, momentarily staying above the river for an instant. Even so, this would come at the cost of almost all their focus at the level 11 perfect. When assaulting the 12th layer, they first have to withstand the Chaos Void Origin infusion to have more confidence in leaping out of the Time River. But Lin Yuan, he doesn't need to make a forceful leap at all, just gently standing up would allow most of his form to appear outside of the Time River. With my current life essence and my many foundations, the probability of ascending to the 12th layer is at least 95%, Lin Yuan thought to himself. As for the remaining 0.5%, it stems from the uncertainty of the vast chaos void. Lin Yuan's expression suddenly shifted. The martial arts evolution road has finally birthed its first 8th layer. At this moment, Lin Yuan's understanding of the space-time had reached the 7th realm, and with the identity of the ancestor of martial arts, he could vaguely sense all those in the universe who practice martial Tao and evolve. Not bad. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. In the central divine China world, after accumulating over millions of years in the spirit realm, the limit martial Tao experts also reached only the 8th layer, and that was the result of Lin Yuan's forceful cultivation. But in the main universe, in less than 1,000 years, the first 8th layer martial Tao was born. The main reason is the almost systematic cultivation methods of the main universe human civilization, where the once mysterious path of cultivation is openly laid out. Together with guidance from many higher-level evolutionary beings and so on, the development trend of the martial arts evolution road in the main universe far surpasses the spirit realm, and even the immortal realm cannot match it. Well, before the ultimate ascent, let's meet this little guy, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Decades ago, to encourage martial arts evolutionaries to diligently cultivate, Lin Yuan posted a status from the account of the founder of martial Tao. That is, whoever steps into the 8th layer of martial Tao first, could meet him in person. A barbaric wilderness planet. A figure sat cross-legged. The 8th layer of martial Tao, this is the 8th layer of martial Tao. The figure was full of energy, and a world's breath faintly emanated from within his body, as if a small world had been opened. The figure was named Zhang Tianji, a 7th stage martial Tao peak evolutionary, and not long ago, he just opened his own internal world, stepping into the 8th layer of martial Tao. So far, among humanity's martial arts evolution road, the strongest were only at the 7th layer, and no one had yet heard of the existence of the 8th layer. In other words, at this moment, he, Zhang Tianji, is very likely the first martial arts evolutionary below the ancestor of martial arts to step into the 8th layer. Using the physical body as the foundation, advancing blood, spirit, soul, and heart in unison, the path of martial arts evolution indeed befits mankind's 5th. As Zhang Tianji continuously felt the changes within his body, his reverence for the ancestor of martial arts who opened the path of martial arts evolution grew ever deeper. He had merely walked on the already perfected road of martial arts evolution and already encountered its profound mysteries. Then what kind of existence would the ancestor of martial arts, the one who pioneered this evolutionary path, be? Someone is looking for me. Zhang Tianji suddenly blinked. The goddess of wisdom directly contacted him, reminding him that someone was looking for him. The ancestor of martial arts is inviting me. Upon seeing who was contacting him, Zhang Tianji immediately became stupefied. The ancestor of martial arts was looking for him. Right, the ancestor of martial arts once said, whoever first steps into the 8th layer, could meet him. Zhang Tianji recalled this. As a martial arts evolutionary, he naturally remembered every single status the ancestor of martial arts had posted. But I've only just broken through, and haven't told anyone yet. How did the ancestor of martial arts know? Zhang Tianji did not dare to delay and immediately agreed. Suddenly, a strand of Zhang Tianji's spiritual will was pulled into a personal world. After being promoted to a level 11 citizen, Lin Yuan's many privileges reached their peak. His personal space underwent maximal expansion, becoming a personal world. I've seen the ancestor of martial arts. As soon as Zhang Tianji saw a blurred figure standing in the center of the world, he immediately went over to offer his respects. You are not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The transition from the 7th layer to the 8th layer in martial Tao is a qualitative change, involving the creation of an internal world within one's body. Of course, in the martial arts evolution road that Lin Yuan established, as long as one reaches the most perfect state, it is completely possible to create an internal world before breaking through to the 7th layer, but this is very difficult. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask them. Lin Yuan looked at Zhang Tianji and spoke. Since he had personally met Zhang Tianji, it was just a light effort to provide him some guidance. Thank you, ancestor of martial arts. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianji's spirit was lifted. Personal guidance from the ancestor of martial arts. If word of this spread, countless evolutionaries would be envious of him, Zhang Tianji. In thousands of years of cultivation, I have tried many evolutionary paths and discovered that many pathways have their own focus on the comprehension of rules. Zhang Tianji immediately voiced his question. Before cultivating on the martial arts evolutionary path, he was already a 7th-rank peak evolutionary, having tried dozens of evolutionary paths, and found each specialized in different aspects. He wanted to know if there was any evolutionary path in this world that encompassed them all. That's normal. Evolutionary paths are created by people, and people have their own strengths and weaknesses. The evolutionary paths are no exception. Even the strongest evolutionary path is like this. Lin Yuan spoke with a smile. I see. Zhang Tianji was enlightened. Then Zhang Tianji seemed to remember something and tentatively asked cautiously, then, ancestor of martial arts, do you have any areas of specialization? Me. Lin Yuan's gaze was calm, looking at Zhang Tianji, who dared not look directly at him, and said with a smile, I know a little bit of everything. Chapter 955 Chapter 16, The Ultimate Attack. Know a little of everything. Hearing the ancestor of martial arts speak these words with an incomparably calm tone, Zhang Tianji fell into a bit of silence. Even the strongest evolutionary pathways have focal points, and the supreme beings do too. Is it possible that the ancestor of martial arts knows a little of everything? Although they say, a little, Zhang Tianji didn't dare to truly believe it was just, a little. Doesn't this mean that, in some aspects, the ancestor of martial arts could be even stronger than the 9 supreme beings of human civilization? If it were any other evolutionary, no matter how outdated the information, Zhang Tianji would think it a joke. Stronger than a supreme being. The 9 supreme beings of human civilization not only stand at the pinnacle of human civilization but also at the summit of the starry sky races. Stronger than a supreme being, isn't that nonsense? But the ancestor of martial arts. Zhang Tianji vaguely felt that the ancestor of martial arts wasn't lying. The martial arts evolutionary pathway hasn't even advanced to the 12th layer as the strongest evolutionary path, yet it ranks 5th in human civilization, which already explains a lot. Next. Lin Yuan casually answered several of Zhang Tianji's doubts and then ended the call with him. Lin Yuan personally met with Zhang Tianji, solely because the latter was the first to step into the 8th layer of the martial arts evolutionary pathway. It was entirely out of pity for future evolutionaries. On the barbaric wilderness planet, Zhang Tianji disconnected from the virtual world, looking lost and forlorn. After just a short exchange with the ancestor of martial arts, Zhang Tianji felt his understanding of martial Tao and of many other evolutionary paths had drastically changed. This change was like viewing from the highest vantage point. Zhang Tianji's understanding of the essence of evolution had greatly improved. This is the ancestor of martial arts. Zhang Tianji steadied his spirit, and in his heart, he actually wanted to add something else. That is, even supreme beings are merely a so-so, right? I heard that the true identity of the ancestor of martial arts is the Galaxy Master. Zhang Tianji thought of some rumors recently circulating within human civilization. The theory that the Galaxy Master is the founder of martial Tao has been spreading widely. The official stance of human civilization has not stopped this, nor has the ancestor of martial arts come forward to dispel the rumors. This leads to the rumors' credibility growing ever higher. With the status of the ancestor of martial arts in human civilization, if there were any false rumors, the human civilization officials would surely come forward to contain it. But they did not. Although human civilization officials have also not appeared to confirm it. But sometimes, silence equals consent. The same goes for the ancestor of martial arts. Galaxy Master. Zhang Tianji swallowed hard, realizing that the entire growth trajectory of the Galaxy Master, from birth to the present, could be clearly traced. Such an evolutionary genius who is not even 1,000 years old, how could he be related to the founder of the martial arts evolutionary path? Yet they turned out to be the same person. Martial Tao 8th layer. Zhang Tianji's mind kept flashing back to everything the ancestor of martial arts had said just now. At this moment, Zhang Tianji saw a clear path from the 8th layer to the 9th stage martial Tao. It was due to both the ancestor of martial arts guidance from a loftier place and Zhang Tianji's own accumulation over thousands of years, which burst forth under the mentoring of the ancestor of martial arts today. I will commence closed-door cultivation now. Zhang Tianji immediately closed his eyes, planning to continue his retreat right there for hundreds or thousands of years to fully absorb the guidance of the ancestor of martial arts. In front of the naturally formed space-time black hole, the Taiyang divine spirit of Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged. Black holes are special cosmic bodies within the universe, and space-time black holes are created by numerous black hole collisions leading to the collapse of space-time, forming a massive celestial phenomenon. Even for a level 11 perfect being, in the presence of a massive space-time black hole, they appear extremely insignificant and might be pulled in if careless. Many ancient gods at level 11 perfect have established various space-time black hole secret techniques based on naturally occurring space-time black holes in the universe. The strongest among them only possesses a mere 1/1,000,000th or 1/10,000,000th of the real space-time black hole's power. Space-time black hole. Lin Yuan observed the space-time black hole in front of him carefully. Time and space are inherently one but can also repel each other. Space-time black holes are an example, with time and space clashing to the extreme, resulting in the formation of space-time black holes. The emanating shockwaves are close to the 12th level. If I can thoroughly understand the space-time black hole before me and grasp the spatio-temporal fusion rule, even if I can't reach the peak of the 7th realm, the difference won't be too great, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Merely the unconscious and unguided collision of time and space could burst forth with near 12th level power. Once controlled by humans, the effects produced would be unimaginable. It's time to leave. After a long while, Lin Yuan gradually ceased his perception. At this point, with each aspect of his true self at its pinnacle and the ultimate level imminent, there would be no issue in coming back to comprehend the space-time black hole after stepping into the 12th layer. In a dark and somber hall, the time of 9-day worship has passed in the blink of an eye. More than a dozen ultimate beings of the 12th layer have arrived once again. 9 days have gone by. Lord Fan, have you locked onto the position of the Galaxy Master? Yes, have you located him? Time is of the essence. the Galaxy Master can attempt to reach the ultimate level at any moment. The tones of the various 12th-layer ultimate beings were quite urgent. Once the Galaxy Masters decide to make the ultimate leap, they will no longer have the chance to intervene. As Galaxy Masters challenge the ultimate, the 9 mightiest human beings will inevitably set up numerous spatial-temporal mazes. At that time, they won't have any idea where the Galaxy Masters are attempting the ultimate leap within a short period. Once the time has passed and the Galaxy Master leaps to the ultimate, all they can do is watch helplessly. With the ultimate leap at level 11 perfect, everything will leap out of the river of time, and during the process, it will suffer from the backlash of both the river of time and the main universe. Similarly, this backlash also serves as protection, ensuring that aside from the backlash, no other external forces can interfere with the ultimate leap. Although the entities at the 12th level have completely freed themselves from the shackles of the river of time, this freedom does not imply that they can oppose the river of time. It's almost time. Ultimate Lord Fan from the prison tribe frowned deeply, his true self in the depths of the prison tribe's territory having already worshipped the phantom of the Galaxy Master for a full 9 days. With every kneel during these 9 days, the causality between himself and the Galaxy Master deepened significantly. Now, after 9 days of worship, the causality between Lord Fan and the Galaxy Master far exceeds that between the closest kin. Of course, this causal connection, formed through 9-day worship, can only last for a short time, and the price Lord Fan paid for it is horrific, taking millions to billions of years to recover from. To think that I, a grand 12th-layer being, would pay such a price just to lock down your location, you should be proud, thought Ultimate Lord Fan from the prison tribe as he took a deep breath. The price he paid far exceeds that of battling other entities at the 12th level. If it weren't for the promise from the Peak clan such as the prison tribe that they would not attack the prison tribe in the long years to come, on top of the threat posed by the Galaxy Master, he would not have done this. The gloomy Great Hall. Ultimate Lord Fan from the prison tribe looked towards the other entities at the 12th level. It's done. Continental Lord Fan from the prison tribe spoke. Good, good, good. Ha 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 ha, Galaxy Master, what use is your causal treasure for protection? Smiles appeared on the faces of the entities at the 12th level. How many avatars does the Galaxy Master have outside? The ultimate of the prison tribe immediately asked. Currently, the number of avatars the Galaxy Master has distributed within the universe totals to 143, Ultimate Lord Fan from the prison tribe closed his eyes, sensing carefully. At this moment, his connection of causality with Lin Yuan was at its strongest. Even with multiple layers of separation, he could lock onto Lin Yuan's position. 143 avatars. The ultimate from the prison tribe exchanged glances with the other entities at the 12th level. The Galaxy Master had released so many avatars outside, and even after a century of locking on, they haven't located even one. In the end, it took Lord Fan, who paid a tremendous price and employed the 9-day worship secret technique, just to barely lock on. I can sense one of the Galaxy Master's avatars is outside the universe. Ultimate Lord Fan from the prison tribe's expression shifted slightly as he spoke involuntarily. Outside the universe? That is a domain even the beings of the 12th level cannot explore. Outside the universe? Where? The ultimate of the prison tribe immediately asked. Unclear. Even with the enhancement of the 9-day worship secret technique, the presence of the universe makes it impossible to sense specifics. Ultimate Lord Fan from the prison tribe shook his head. The universe itself is capable of severing layers of causality and spacetime. With the chaos void outside the universe having even more abundant and countless rules than within, trying to sense the causality outside the universe with that from within is even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Thus, Lord Fan could not detect too much. Manhwa once said that the Galaxy Master's mental will has reached the 12th level, and with his mental will, it's estimated that he has formed an avatar nearby the universe, conjectured the ultimate of the prison tribe. Beings of the 12th level can also form avatars outside the universe, but the avatars have only a short connection with their true selves, and they are constantly eroded by chaos chi. Therefore, after a few trials, the 12th level beings generally lost interest. Alright, pick one of the avatars with the deepest causal connection, lock down the spatial coordinates, and then we will directly descend there. The ultimate of the prison tribe stated. While any avatar of the Galaxy Master would suffice, obviously the one with the deepest connection to the Galaxy Master would be best. It's right here. In front of spatial temporal black hole number 52. Ultimate Lord Fan from the prison tribe announced a specific coordinate. I'll take you there. The ancestor of the Tianyu clan waved their hands, and an invisible wave of space-time swept over, instantly making the many beings of the 12th level vanish from the scene. Lin Yuan stood in front of the spatial temporal black hole, having stood up and planning to leave, to reunite with his true self and challenge the ultimate. But at that moment, whoosh! The flow of space-time moved like water. One majestic figure after another arrived in an instant, encircling Lin Yuan with more than a dozen imposing figures, isolating space-time, turning Lin Yuan's piece of the universe into a lonely island. Galaxy Master, savor the source of chaos and corruption to your heart's content. The ultimate of the Tianyu clan took the lead, 24 pairs of wings covering the cosmos, as a pristine right hand reached out, attempting to oppress Lin Yuan. A terrifying aura pervaded, and an endless force began to influence layers upon layers of spacetime. Ha! Lin Yuan looked slightly startled. Chapter 956 Chapter 17, Clashing with the Ultimate. Mists shrouded from all directions. In front of the more than a dozen towering figures that arrived silently, even the time-space black holes covering thousands to tens of thousands of light-years seemed slightly insignificant. Alien Race Level 12. Lin Yuan looked at the many Level 12 ultimates that sealed off time and space, his heart devoid of panic. Instead, a hint of surprise arose. How did these alien Level 12 ultimates lock onto his exact coordinates? The causality with a certain Level 12 being surged by tens of thousands of times in a short period? Lin Yuan took a closer inspection and found the reason. He was also aware of some secret techniques to temporarily increase causality. But not without paying a huge price. Especially with Lin Yuan's understanding of the rules of causality, trying to lock onto him via causality. Even for a Level 12 ultimate, they would have to suffer serious injuries that wouldn't heal for tens of millions of years. Boom! At this moment, the Tianyu clan ancestor pressed down with a palm, aiming to directly suppress Lin Yuan. The other Level 12 ultimates did not take action but coldly observed from the sidelines, believing that the ancestor of the Tianyu clan alone was sufficient. No matter how talented the Galaxy Master was, he was merely a Level 11 being, and it was impossible to block the hand of a Level 12 ultimate. The Tianyu clan ancestor thought so too. From the birth of the universe to the present, even adding the occasional news from outside the universe in the chaos void, they had never heard of a Level 11 being able to contend with a Level 12 being. The human civilization's borders, the Shenyuan Supreme, Xia Qin Supreme, their expressions suddenly changed. How huge was the commotion when a Level 12 ultimate made a move? It simply couldn't be concealed. The moment the presence of more than 10 Level 12 ultimates descended on the time-space black hole, the instant the Tianyu clan ultimate made a move. The 9 Supremes of human civilization noticed it. Those old guys. The Shenyuan Supreme's thoughts raced at a staggering speed, immediately conjecturing that the more than 10 alien Level 12 beings were likely targeting Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan concealed his own causality so that not only did the alien Level 12 beings have difficulty detecting anything, the Supremes of human civilization were also unable to sense much through causal sensing. Rustle. The true body of the Shenyuan Supreme took a step out, spanning billions of light-years in an instant, rushing towards the location of the time-space black hole. The other human civilization Supremes did the same. Lin Yuan, Xia Qin Supreme harbored worries in his heart. More than 100 years ago, he had planned to send Lin Yuan's true self into the Central Star Domain, the safest place in the entire human civilization. It was only after learning that Lin Yuan had become the master of the Xianhuang secret realm that he abandoned this idea. In terms of safety, where could be safer than the Xianhuang secret realm? With the Xianhuang secret realm separating causality, those old guys can't affect Lin Yuan's true self at all, and as for memory contamination, the Galaxy Master's willpower is no weaker than any of us level 12s, memory contamination is also not feasible. Xia Qin Supreme's thoughts rapidly turned, and he slightly relaxed. In his view, those alien level 12s could not really do anything to the Galaxy Master this time. At most, they could kill an avatar or embodiment of the Galaxy Master. Of course. Even so, Xia Qin Supreme and the other 9 Supremes of human civilization did not slow down at all. Those alien level 12s not being able to do anything to Lin Yuan was one thing. But making a move against Lin Yuan was another. Even if they had not affected Lin Yuan at all, as level 12 beings taking action against a level 11 life, it was a violation of the unwritten rules among level 12 ultimates. Rumbling. The pressure of space-time grew increasingly heavy. The Tianyu clan ancestor's gaze was cold as he looked down on Lin Yuan, his pressing right hand not pausing for a moment. From the moment of arrival, everything happened in the blink of an eye, and even if the Galaxy Master managed to react forcibly, wanting to self-destruct this avatar, it was too late. Self-destructing an avatar requires time. By the time the command to self-detonate the avatar reached them, his palm would have already suppressed it. However, the next moment, under the incredulous gazes of the surrounding more than 10 level 12 ultimates, the Galaxy Master, who had been standing quietly at a distance, as if petrified by fear, took a small step backward. A mere step's distance, yet it seemed as though separated by an entire universe. The Tianyu clan ancestor's palm incredibly missed its target. The violent fluctuations of space-time, capable of annihilating a level 11 perfect in both form and spirit, quieted down rapidly when nearing Lin Yuan's surroundings by several meters. What? The Tianyu clan ancestor was somewhat dazed, his level 12 ultimate strike had unexpectedly missed. Before this, the Tianyu clan ancestor had envisioned every possibility, such as Lin Yuan withstanding the blow by relying on the heritage weapon of human civilization. Of course, this possibility was slim. How precious were heritage weapons? How could they allow an avatar or embodiment to carry it? The clan suppression weapons carried by the numerous strongest level 11 beings in the super-large battlefield were all under the watchful eyes of the various level 12 ultimates. But to miss entirely? The Tianyu clan ancestor could not understand. He could feel that this was a pure contest at the level of rules. Blocking his palm by sheer force might be aided by external forces, but a contest at the level of rules? It meant that the Galaxy Master's comprehension of the rules was not at all inferior to his. The level 12 ultimates surrounding him looked on with serious eyes. At this moment, they were certain that the Galaxy Master, in terms of rule comprehension, had reached the level 12 threshold fully. Even more than just reaching their level but surpassing them. After all, under comprehension of the same level of rules, Lin Yuan, with his level 11 status, easily made a palm strike of such a level 12 being from Tianyu clan miss, which wasn't explainable by mere same level rule comprehension.